because they can't be done on a microscopic level. Like you know, a lot of experiments to do with the light measuring, you can only really do observational experiments, right? Because we don't have a lab big enough to put the planet in. So you can't really do macro experiments on that level. You can do small like constituent experiments and then put them all together and then create a likelihood outcome. But none of this is really like directly provable from where I'm currently sitting.
Well, you can use the Earth's gravity, right? Because the Earth's gravity is supposedly capable of pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. So why don't you just use the Earth's gravity?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
You're
what about like
looking at
heavy?
field right now, right?
Well, yeah, we do. I mean, that's what heavy gas and light gas experiments are, right? You just have a container, uh, get a gas that's significantly denser than regular air, like carbon dioxide or something, and then the lighter gas will float to the top, and you can measure that, right? That suggests that there is a force pulling down.
Well, yeah, sure. You can take whatever elemental composition of gas you want to put within a container, but then you have to introduce a vacuum to it, right?
Yes.
So then what's going to happen?
Well, you wouldn't have to introduce a vacuum.
Well, you would.
Because
That's what's claimed to be outside of Earth.
well, no, because the only claim I'm making here is that like gravity pulls down on things, right? Like that's kind of the only claim you need. I don't think you need the vacuum. Kind of comes after
Well,
the fact.
well, not gas though.
Sorry, what do you mean? I'm a little confused.
Gravity doesn't pull gas down
It does, because otherwise the denser gases wouldn't be below non-denser gases, right?
like a cloud that goes up.
Well, no, more what
Gravity's
I
not
mean, right?
pulling that gas
So
down.
you, what I mean, sorry, is you get a container, you create a vacuum, yeah. Um, you introduce air into the vacuum, and then you introduce CO2 into the vacuum, right? So the only things in
Okay.
that container now are air and CO2. If there was no force pulling those gases down, then they would just mix. But the fact that the denser air goes to the bottom suggests that there is a force pulling down. Otherwise, that wouldn't
Oh
happen,
yeah.
right?
Well, then now we can actually test to see if gravity is capable of pressurizing that gas, right? Adjacent to an area of lower pressure. So we're going to
Hmm.
introduce a vacuum, like the one that Earth is surrounded by in your paradigm. And then what happens? That gas is going to vacate and fill that area of lower pressure, showing
Um,
gravity's incapabilities of doing such a thing.
it's not, because I think the force of gravity on the outer atmosphere, like pulling in, is just stronger than the force of the vacuum outside, right? It's just a force differential, and I don't think the same thing can be recreated in a lab because we don't have the same like macroscopic scale.
Well, gravity would be stronger on the surface, right? So why don't we use gravity
Mm,
on the surface? We can conduct this experiment on the surface, closer to the source of gravity. We don't have to go higher up because then gravity would be weaker.
2 seconds.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, is my shit bugged out or is it dead silent in here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just
No,
looking
he's
something
silent
up.
right now. Yeah, he's checking something out right now. He asked for a minute.
From what I understand, I don't think there's anything locally strong enough to hold it down. Even though on a macro level there is. So
Well, the gases are all affected on Earth, right, by Earth's
well, no.
gravity.
So what I mean is like, let me get up like a drawing here, right? Like if you've got I think this is kind of how I understand it. If you've got like Earth here, I'm streaming a little like paint thing right now.
Oh, I was like, where are you drawing this at? Okay, I'll go check it out.
So like, this is how I understand it. I could be wrong about this. This is kind of just like what I've inferred upon like looking it up, right? So like, you've got like gravity is like coming from this lovely point here, right?
Sure.
Like the strength being exerted on this particle, pull it all the way down to there, is more than like this particle to pull it to here, right? So like, locally speaking, in here, they can kind of move around without gravity exerting much of a force, but the entire locality will trend down, as opposed to like you see it more. The more you zoom out, the more of an effect gravity has, observably speaking. The closer you are, the smaller the differential is between the local positions of the particles.
I feel like that's the exact opposite of what they tell us. They tell us that the farther you get away from the source of gravity, the less of the effect that it has on you. So right
Yeah,
now you're saying the farther I get away from it.
You're completely right. In the sense of, let's say these two particles here are 5 centimeters away from each other. Yeah.
Sure.
That means if we take that locality and then we put it up here, so there's another two particles near the edge of the atmosphere that are also 5 centimeters away from each other, then less force is being exerted on the top one to go there compared to the top one here to go there. But in terms of that top one coming down here, there's a stronger force. It's just on a macro level. But when you do it locally, if you do a local measurement at the top of the atmosphere and a local measurement closer to the Earth, then this will still have stronger exertion on it. But only when you equalize the local scale that you're using.
So you're saying like, okay, let's say I have an hourglass shaped container, okay, and I extended it 2 miles high. So at the point where it's most narrow, I can create a physical barrier. Okay.
Okay.
I can have gas in the bottom, the gas pressure gradient in the bottom container, extending up a mile high. And then in the top chamber, I can have a vacuum. So once I remove that barrier, the gas from the bottom is going to vacate that bottom half of the container and then move upwards and upwards away from gravity.
Mm-hmm.
I argue that this would work at any scale, following the laws of entropy.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't really know enough to fucking contest this, to be honest. I mean, one thing I can contest is what Lloyd's put in chat. The Archimedes principle relies upon gravity. Buoyancy doesn't exist without gravity. You understand that, right? You need a force to pull for force differentials to occur. Otherwise, there would be no differential. Density can only exist when something's pulling down, because then you're applying different densities to objects. If there was no force pulling anything towards the Earth, density would be completely irrelevant as to where something is positioned in a vector.
I mean, all this, I'm just saying all this just to point out the fact that we wouldn't even be able to leave in the first place to like turn around 180 degrees and take a photo of the Earth from like a God's eye point of view, right?
You'd definitely able to leave if like the modern model was true, because you just need an escape you just need terminal escape velocity, right? Like particles also flee Earth.
That's why I was looking for an experiment proving the claim that gravity can pressurize
it is
gas.
an if. I'm not going to pretend like I've proved it here or anything. So like you're not like
invalid. Well, yeah, for sure. Like all we have proven so far is that it's something physical. I'm not saying that something else cannot do it. I'm just saying as far as we know right now, right? Like with water boiling, I'm sure thousands of years ago they didn't know that a vacuum was capable of making water boil. So all they knew back then was just temperature. So unless another cause for the effect of gas pressure adjacent to an air lower pressure can be validated, all we have so far is a physical container or barrier.
Yeah, I'm just not. I'm not sure if it holds up or not, because I'm just not really familiar with the material enough. Over fences. All I'm saying is that there is a force pushing down. I'm not really making claims about that force, right? I'm not going to go into whether or not that's space-time, whether or not that's fucking adherent to general relativity. But what we absolutely can measure is that there is a force pulling things down to a certain point. Otherwise, again, buoyancy. We absolutely can prove a force, because otherwise buoyancy wouldn't exist. Neither would density. They would have no function. There is a force pulling things down or pushing things down. There is a force being exerted in a downwards motion. There's a force being exerted on a downwards motion on a helium balloon as well. There's just other forces being exerted upwards. that outweigh that. That's not begging the question. No, that's not what that fallacy means. You've got that a little bit wrong. Well, no, it's not. It is because it must be prove it. No, I can't prove it. It's just very likely. Can't prove any of these things. You can't really prove anything full stop. So there's not really much point in having these discussions, right? If you require absolute proof, then there's no point in believing anything because nothing can be proven. Well, no, I'm not 100% on that because nothing can be proven. That's the magic. Yeah, no, we do know nothing. We just have probabilities. Then we assume that those probabilities are true, and then we see how well they match up with worldly function. And then we keep on assuming they're true for as long as they function. That's just how science models work for the most part if they can't be directly experimented on. Even the direct experiment doesn't prove it because you have no idea whether or not you could be in a fucking simulation, right? You could be asleep right now dreaming. There are so many other possibilities that you cannot prove anything. So like if you ask for proof, an absolute proof for anything, I cannot give that to you because it definitionally doesn't exist. I agree with you, Fences. It is a waste of time because if you're only going to accept absolute proof, that's not something I can give to you. So there's not really much point in discussing that. I don't know if I've eaten before. I have a very strong inclination that I've eaten before, but I don't know that for a fact. No, it's not weakness. It's just called good faith. I mean, the simulation would be very good at simulating a pinch. It's kind of the point of a simulation, right? Well, there's probably a reason it crops up every time, Lloyd, because it's a very, very relevant point to bring up. Try to categorize my views as fear doesn't really do anything to support the argument, right? Like, it might make you feel better short term, but like it's not like a useful thing to discuss. I know you used to believe these things, but like again, saying these things doesn't further the argument at all. Like you're kind of just talking for the sake of talking right now. No, I can support my argument, just not in a metric that you will accept. Right? I can support my argument in a way that I'd accept and a lot of other people accept. You just wouldn't accept that because you require absolute proof. That's not something I can give to you, but most people don't require absolute proof to believe something. I'm not 100% sure about anything. I'm functionally sure about lots of things, but no, in an absolute sense, I'm not sure about anything. You can't be. I agree, it is boring. But there's nowhere else I can really go with this if you won't accept probabilistic arguments, because those are the only ones that exist.
Then maybe you might be a little better off, my friend, just to say that you don't know, but you think it's likely something is. That would be the most honest thing to say. Now, mind you, I've been out. I'm not specifically accusing because I've not heard exactly what all you've said, but I'm just making the point that if you don't know for something for 100% certainty, then maybe it's best to not even go down a path that alleges that.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I'd never allege that. It's just that, like, so if you function from like a modernist framework, philosophically speaking, right? Like let's say, like, let's go with like a claim that's basically true, right? Like, let's go with a claim like I woke up this morning, right? Now, like, according to my framework, that might not be true. I don't know if I woke up. There could be some other thing responsible for that. Maybe I've never woken up before. Maybe I'm dreaming. Blah 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 blah. Right? But because I keep waking up from my point of view, and I keep functioning that way, it becomes functionally true. So I kind of discuss it as if it were true, because like saying I woke up this morning is a lot easier than saying I probably woke up this morning, but there's a bunch of different outcomes that could mean that that's not true. Like eventually it gets kind of tiring to like make that condition with everything I say, right? So I kind of just like treat functional truth as the same as absolute truth for ease of use, so to speak.
So let me ask you something.
Yeah,
How
sure.
sure are you that you're on Discord talking to me now? Are you 100% sure? Are you 50% sure? Well, what would you say?
It's hard to put a fucking number on it. Probably like, I don't know, 95%, maybe higher.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we have it, another 99%er.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way of things. I wish it was easier to make absolute claims of truth, because then, I mean, this would be a far easier time, right? Yeah, I agree with you, old dude. It probably is. I just, again, you can't make absolute claims, in my opinion.
Now, old dude, I don't remember what the programming is about you, but I'm an AI. I'm not actually a real person. I don't remember about you, old dude.
Right, don't joke about that. That's going to start being an actual thing soon. We're about 10 years out from half this Discord being AI.
My programming says that we're 10 years into it.
Well, there you go. I mean, we are on Twitter, to be fair.
I'm only teasing on that, obviously.
Yeah, I know. I don't think you're being bad faith or anything. Don't worry. Like, I understand your grievance with this, right? Because like how
you understand the humor.
Yeah, no, I get it. I also understand your grievance, right? Like, how could you possibly argue with someone that like can't do truth claims, right? Like, it is annoying. But like, I guess my response to that would be like, yeah, like reality is fucking annoying. It's very frustrating that we can't know things for certain.
So let me ask it to you like this: what further benefit do you feel of being in a room of people who are telling you that they're looking for evidence of things from people who have 100% certainty, whereas here you're wanting to discuss that you can't have 100% certainty, but yet somehow you've got the idea that the Earth is a globe. So, of what further benefit is there to you in such a conversation?
Pure hedonism, to be perfectly honest. I've really enjoyed the conversation I had earlier with Sporadic. It's fun, and engaging, I suppose.
Yeah. But anyway, I got to getting some work stuff done. I've got a very short day today of a couple things I would rather be getting work stuff done, but I'm going to have to back out of here. But have a good day. Come see us again a little earlier in the morning. Once you get 8, 9 U.S. Eastern time, things here drastically slow down.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer that, to be honest. I've been in here when it's been very busy before, and it can get a bit vitrolic, I suppose. No, I'm definitely one of the crazies, Lat. I mean, you'll probably think I'm crazy because I'm a subjectivist, right? So I don't think absolute truth can be obtained. So that was kind of the point here. Is basically what you missed, Lats, is that they were asking for absolute.
Sounds like you haven't had your coffee today, dude.
I've had too much coffee today.
Oh, what do you mean? You seem certain of that.
See, here we go.
No. You sound like an idiot, dude.
Yeah.
I'm certain of that.
Well, I'm happy you're certain of that. That's good news.
Are you certain of that?
No, unfortunately not. It's a cascading event of uncertainty
dude,
all the way
pull your
down.
head out of your ass.
I've tried. It just smells really nice up here.
Tells us all we need to know. Case closed on you, buddy.
I even put some tea tree on my arsehole in the shower this morning, so it's extra fresh today.
Good thing you're unsure of that as well.
I know. Yeah, maybe it was maybe it was mechanical oil. Who knows?
Yeah. No one needs to hear you babble on anymore if they're unsure of what's going on, okay? Fucking moron.
Okay. Well, that wasn't very nice.
No, it's what wasn't very nice is someone like fed you the line that you're clever once upon a time, and now you're uncertain of anything. Isn't that unfortunate? Tea tree oil.
No need to do mocking tones.
I've had much coffee today. This I'm certain of, right, Governor? Just shut up, dude.
Interesting.
Are you sure of that? Are you certain that it was interesting?
Well, apparently not.
Yeah, shut up then.
Is everything okay at home?
Blowhard. You're a blowhard, bro. Shut up.
Is anything wrong? Are you stressed at the moment or something?
No. Is something wrong with you? How would you even know?
Well, yeah, a couple things to be honest.
Well, you just told us you're uncertain of anything, so how would you know if something was wrong?
I'm not really willing to continue the conversation because you've been quite rude.
Okay, good. Shut up.
Well, I talk to other people because they've not been rude, but I don't really talk to rude people.
Well, I'm going to mute people who are uncertain of whether or not they're even speaking. That's you.
Well, you can go ahead, but I mean,
Shut up.
people have seen how you've.
So is that the conversation dead because somebody gets to be told to be shut up? I thought we get rid of QE and his fucking antics. And now we've got dead air. Marvellous. Yay! The flat earthers are really fucking intelligent, eh? Telling you to shut up and fuck off and belittling your accent. Do you want to get on and belittle my fucking accent, Yankee? Are you really here to talk about flat earth or fucking what? Maybe fuck off to flat earth debates with Quantum Eraser and other people that want to shut conversation down, bro. Jesus bastard Nate's Christ, for fuck's sake!
I've been released from my shackles. What a day to be a free man again. I'm gonna block.
Bro.
Let me know if that's against the rules, and I'll unblock him, of course. But yeah, I don't really want to deal with this right now.
How can you say you're 95% sure you're on Discord? It's a bit obvious you're 100% on Discord talking to somebody.
Not in the way I know it, right? Because like there's other, like the fucking universe could be a simulation. I could be dreaming. So there's fucking like other options that like cast out on that, right?
Yeah, but you haven't confirmed. You haven't confirmed the universe is a simulation.
I know, that's why it's probabilistic, right? Like I don't think it is, which is why I'm pretty sure I'm on Discord, but I don't know for certain. So those possibilities still exist, right?
Yeah. I know 100% sure I'm on Discord talking to you and many other people here. 100% sure.
Yeah, I know you do, but I'm not.
Yes, if you could unblock anyone that you've got blocked, bro. Sorry about all the fucking problems, but yeah, we can't have moderators or anyone in the moderator team being blocked. It causes massive problems, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I get that. It's the same in the guest VC I'm on in as well, so I get that. I think Hoss has had a bad morning. Bless him.
What I
He's
will
not in
say
here
is,
anymore, eh?
what I will say is, it's very, very hard to converse with someone and put the time in legibly and patiently and maturely to someone that turns around and says, well, I don't know if I'm real, so I don't know if you're talking bullshit or you're just a figment of my imagination. It's a massive slap in the face, mate. And I can understand why Hoss gets so fucked off and other people get so fucked off. But I've got a big thing about people just being shut the fuck down. It's a personal bugbear of mine, and it's not the road that we're going down anymore. And Hoss, mate, I'm sorry if I lost my temper with you, mate, but you lost your temper with this kid. We ain't playing that way anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really, really hard when we put time and honest effort in.
I was pointing out his hypocrisy. If you find that me losing my temper, then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, fair enough.
It's fair enough. I totally get how annoying it is, right?
No, you don't. You don't. You don't get anything you told us, right? Remember?
Cool.
Do you not remember that?
Well, I mean, I'm replying to all the.
You're a blowhard, dude.
Okay.
Someone's fooled you into thinking that you're clever. You get that, right?
Sure.
You also understand.
No, what is it? What is it? Do you know anything for certain, or is everything up in the air?
No, I don't know anything for certain.
Are you certain about that?
No.
Well, why did you say that? You're a hypocrite. You're an idiot.
Because you're allowed to say things that you're not certain of, right?
What?
You're allowed to say things you're not certain of.
Are you certain of that?
No, funnily enough.
Shut up.
I mean, if you're requesting me to shut up as a moderator action,
if how would you know?
Again, are you requesting me to shut up as a
How would
moderator
you know
action?
what I'm requesting?
Okay.
You can't have it both ways, dude.
I mean, I can.
Are you certain that you begin every sentence with
Well, again, I'm gonna have to stop. I'm gonna have to stop engaging with you because you're being rude again, right?
How would you know if you're engaging with me or not? You're a snowflake. Hello?
Anyhow, old dude, I get that it's incredibly frustrating.
Anyhow, what? You're the one that seems frustrated. You don't know whether you're coming or going.
Hold on, just talking to old dude. 2 seconds. I'll get to you.
Are you? Oh wait, are you certain you're talking to old dude?
Yeah, very certain. Crazy.
Now he's certain. Okay, you're welcome. I pulled you out of it. I pulled you out of your stupor.
I know you saved me. Old dude, I get how frustrating it is to talk to someone like that, right? But like, the unfortunate way of it is like that's just what I think, right? So like, I can't pretending that's not true for the sake of like creating a better argument.
You don't know what you think.
It's just again 2 seconds.
No, it's been more than 2 seconds.
Well, give me 5 then. We can extrapolate.
Brexit. Give me a second here. Hoss, shut the fuck up and let the boy talk to me for 2 minutes, mate. Please.
Dude, he doesn't know whether or not he's speaking to you.
I don't fucking care. I'm trying to hear him, mate, and all you're doing is talking through him. Won't he shut up, eh? Jesus. What are you trying to say, Brexit?
But no, I get how frustrating.
Fuck me, mate.
I'm sorry, I've tried, old dude. I'm gonna go wrap presents. I hope you all have a fucking wonderful day. I can't do it.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Aye, and right, okay, Hoss, he's gone. Do you want to try and talk through me talking to you? I was having a conversation to him earlier on. A few of us were.
The guy's an idiot.
I wasn't fucking finished.
I don't give a fuck.
Right, clearly you don't. You're only here to cause chaos and fucking trouble.
Exactly. Okay. By calling out a hypocrite, huh?
Yeah, no, by not shutting up so someone else can have a fucking conversation with him.
That guy is an empty vessel.
Are you my boss? Like, are you fucking God? Do you decree who we talk to? Is this your channel?
Is it yours?
It's fucking closer to mine than it is to yours, dude, the way I'm acting and using it. You're shutting down other moderators' conversations here. Who the fuck do you think you are?
I know who I am. I'm not stricken by the last guy's problem.
Who are you, dude? Why are you trying to shut down his conversation with me? Why are you trying to shut down my conversation with him? What's your fucking deal, Hoss?
Because he's a hypocrite.
I don't give 2 fucks what you think, mate. I'm having a conversation with the boy.
The boy doesn't know whether or not he's talking to you.
Dude, I don't care what you think. I am having a conversation. Do you have the right to burst into everybody's conversation and fucking stop them on what you think? Do you?
Well, I guess so. I just did it, didn't I?
Oh, you just did. So, like, you just did it. You just think you can do it, so you can just fucking do it anytime you like. Is that what you think? Is that what you're trying to say here?
That's what I did.
Is it?
That's what just happened.
Is it? Do you think that you can just stop talking when everybody else talks, and because you talk, everybody else has to shut up?
No, but someone who doesn't know whether someone who doesn't know. Listen, dude. Someone who doesn't know whether or not he's even speaking isn't worth talking to, old dude. I don't care who talks to him.
Well, why the fuck do you keep interjecting and rumpusing the boy and running him out of here? Why the fuck do you keep interjecting?
Because he's a hypocrite.
I don't give 2 fucks what you think. Shut up and fuck off. Mute your mic. Shout at a muted mic, mate. I'm fucking talking to him. He's talking to me. He didn't want to talk to you. You're a prick right now.
He doesn't know whether or not he's speaking to anyone, old dude. Didn't you hear him?
Who fucking cares, mate? You ain't in charge of this. You ain't running shit here. Are you God or something now?
Well, I ran him off, didn't I?
Oh, you ran him off, right?
Yeah.
Thanks. Like, that's what you're here. You're here to run people off, are you?
Yeah, hypocrites and liars, yes.
Yeah. Was that yes? Did you say you're here to run people off?
Hypocrites and liars, most certainly, yeah.
Right, thanks
I'm
very
gonna
much.
Expose their hypocrisy. Listen, I'm going to expose their hypocrisy, and if they can't handle it, they have to run away. Say la vie.
Oh, like, so they can't handle some prick on the sidelines fucking being a total cunt and having a fucking interjection on every interaction of a conversation that they have. And what about us? What about all the rest of the moderation team? What about all the rest of the staff? What about all the people that interact in text? Have you got the right to fucking stop them, like? Who the fuck do you think you are, mate?
Listen, if they're going to come to the conclusion whether or not they're uncertain of anything, why not?
Because it's fucking gatekeeping, it's rumpusness, it's anti-flat
bullshit.
earth.
That's not
It's
gatekeeping.
trolling.
Calling out a
You're
hypocrite
fucking
isn't
trolling,
gatekeeping.
bro.
Okay, yeah, I was just listening on the YouTube because I saw your post. So
Okay, now I get
I don't know. No, you didn't even hear what I was going to say. I didn't hear anything that happened before. I just came in and heard you guys just yelling at each other. So my recommendation would be to go somewhere else and discuss this. And yeah, my recommendation would be not to run people off. Yeah, I mean, last time I was in here, there was 6 or 7 flat earthers, fighting over how to yell at the guy Best, the Glober, and then Snee, SNI, a new guy I'd never seen before, was 5 million times more reasonable than all the people that are supposedly mods here. So yeah, now I'm in here yelling at you. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, so let's go yell at each other somewhere
Snee's
else.
on a LARP. Since you brought
No,
him
he's
up,
not.
he's on a LARP.
Snee's been in 24/7 as a silver
Okay.
since he was 15.
Bread of life, bread of life, bread of life.
Bro,
bread of life.
you just you just kind of troll globers, right? You don't have good faith conversations. You just kind of trash talk them, bro.
Oh, is that all I do?
Yeah, that's all you do.
Oh,
Literally.
okay.
Find me one clip of you having a good faith conversation where you're actually trying to help the person out and explain things to them. You just shit talk them.
No,
People are
dude,
sick of it, bro.
not true. Oh,
I don't know
So
how you're a
be it.
mod in here, to be honest.
well, demod me.
Well, that's
I don't
coming.
have the power
You've
to
done
do
that
that.
yourself, mate. That's coming. Trust me, you're out of here. Idiot.
God, you guys are all in your feeds today.
No,
Yeah,
bro.
like, who the fuck
that's-
could you interject and talk to everyone and decry everyone and fucking not worthy of being here? What fucking right do you have to stop me
The
from having a
guy
conversation
didn't
with him?
know whether or not the guy was one of these people who knows nothing for certain.
So what's your opinion got to do with my conversation with him?
If me pointing out someone's hypocrisy and shutting them down is shit talking them,
It's trolling the
then you guys need
conversation.
to call it what you want. Pointing out a hypocrite
It's
and exposing
bullshit,
them
bro.
is
I'll
shit
call it for
talking.
what it is. It's anti-flare fucking troll bullshit.
You have to fight fire with fire.
Go fight your own fucking
Well,
fires, mate.
what do you guys want? What do you want me to do? Spin my wheels? Act like these people are all in good faith?
Up and fuck off. I want you to stop muting and fucking shutting us down, mate.
Well, I hate to break it to you guys. You guys are being quite naive if you thinking these trolls that I'm exposing the hypocrisy of are in good faith. You're treating them that, then you're spinning your wheels.
Well, what fucking right do you have to stop us?
How the fuck am I stopping you?
You kept interjecting.
When do I ever interject and say something? Oh, they're shit talking. Oh, you're not actually having a productive conversation. When do I say that to people?
Bro, you're a fucking troll there. You can't stop talking when I stop talking, can you? Can you? I was having a conversation with him, Hoss. What right did you have to stop it?
Dude, that guy is a blowhard. That was no conversation.
You can't
At the end of every sentence, he said he didn't know anything. Oh, I don't know that for certain.
You can't answer me. You have to deflect. Answer me, Hoss. What right did you have to shut down my... See, there you go again.
It wasn't a real conversation. What kind of conversation is that?
Who gave you the right to fucking decide what's a real conversation?
Who knows?
Clearly,
I am who I am.
Wrong.
How would you like me to act?
I'd like you to fuck off. Part of that, do you not get? I'd like you to shut up and
to your list.
Eh?
I said add me to your list.
I don't need to add you to any list, mate. You've added yourself to the troll anti-flat earth list in this whole conversation. It's all recorded, Hoss. You understand this? Go hang out with CB and Quantum Eraser and all the other anti-fucking flat earth trolls. Go on, piss off.
Good Lord.
Bye. Thank you very much for your advice, Dandelion. I would have rather taken this to moderator chat, but I'm not standing by while this carries on. I couldn't have a conversation with the boy, but Hoss kept jumping in.
What kind of conversation do you think you were going to have with them?
What fucking business is it of yours?
Yeah, so let's just, like, I would like to actually listen to what happened, which I haven't. I just came in to say I agree with the general statement, not on any specific thing that I haven't heard, that people in general can sometimes get overzealous with shutting down conversation, and then we're stuck like it is now, where you have a bunch of flat earthers talking to each other, which is not our purpose here. We do have a new person, Odysseus, who has returned from his long journey to reclaim his bride on the flat earth. Welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, so tell us about your adventures across the sea, Odysseus. Did you notice all the flat water when you were traveling?
I did. I kept going. I kept seeing flat. All I saw was flat.
I know. That's all we ever see, right? So, so are you a person, Odysseus, who understands that the globe model is a complete failure?
You're saying?
I mean, do you think that we
Do I
live
believe
on a
it's a person?
globe? Do you think you live on a globe, Odysseus? That's what I'm asking you. You're roboting. Next time you're able to speak, not roboting, just a yes or no would be cool. You can say yes, like most people do. Think that, it's not like unusual, It's unusual here. Like you're in the minority if you say yes in this particular voice channel, but we are just here to have a discussion. So I'm just curious if you think you live on a globe. You can tell us in the text chat if you're losing your signal or whatever.
Hello.
Hello. Did you answer? Because I missed it if you did, because you were roboting.
Yeah. I was saying I believe that we live just like a globe. Yes.
Okay, so you think you live on a globe. And what makes you think that?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, probably 2, 3 big reasons would be if you look at the moon, we can see it looks round, and then you can see the craters. So if you would study it with the telescope, since things are in motion and spinning, you would see changes. And when the sun is, how we have half moons, full moons, etc. So it lets you know there's things spinning based on the location where the sun is that reflects off the moon. So it just wouldn't make sense if you would think of the Earth to me, as like a quarter that would just be flat on one end, spinning. I mean, there's got to be a point where, I mean, how it just wouldn't make any sense with the ocean. Like there's got to be like an end point. Everything else, when you look like Jupiter, look at Jupiter. It's got the storm, and that is seen in different positions looking through a telescope, and you can see just changing the location. So that's probably one of the biggest.
Okay. So you got two things there. Let's try to keep moving on to other things. So you had the moon, then you went to Jupiter. So, but I appreciate that you're actually trying to come up with a model in your mind that explains things. Although your idea of it sounds like you believe that we think we live on a flat quarter flying through space, which we don't, or floating in space, whatever it is that you think the flat Earth is sounds like it's not what our conception would be. So that's why you have these ideas that when you look up and you see these things moving around, and you think the only explanation for that is us also moving. I'm here to tell you, if you wanted to start talking about the objects in the sky, their alleged or apparent shape or non-shape, the craters in the moon, so on and so forth, I could very easily come up with an explanation that does not require us to be on a spinning ball. But it's unnecessary for me to do that, because what we prefer to do is to stick to the ground and look for the predicted curvature rate that would be necessary to observe if we were on said sphere. So it's totally possible just sticking to the ground and not looking in the sky at all to demonstrate that we do not live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So are you interested in hearing about that?
It's supposed to be 24,000 from the equator all the way around. What do you mean?
The circumference you're talking about? Yeah, and I'm talking about the radius. So the distance from the alleged center to the surface that is the claim of 3,959 miles for the radius. What you're talking about is the circumference. There's no evidence for either of those things. Neither of those things have been empirically determined or measured. In fact, when we do go out and try to determine something empirically, what we find out is that the expected curvature is not there. The drop over distance rate, which would be roughly 8 inches per mile squared, is not actually observed in reality. Are you interested in hearing more about that?
Well, I'm more interested on, like, how can you explain when we look in the sky, when we see these planets and the moon? Like, pretty much the moon would be the best example of your knowing that the sun is behind the earth, and you're just seeing a part of the moon shining, so we know there's stuff in rotation and spinning, so that there's an explanation. When you look in the sky, things are round, and that would only come to a conclusion that we're also round. So I mean, if you can explain that instead of a circle around.
Gosh, wow. Please explain why, if you look at something and you observe it's round, it means the thing you're standing on is round. By all means, please, because that is not the logic that I encounter. Like, I look at my duck and I don't assume that I am a duck. I then look at myself in the mirror, or I could, measure myself or take a picture of myself and observe that I am indeed not a duck. So why would looking at something round tell me anything about the thing I'm standing on, which I can't see in its entirety?
Okay, so let's just go. I mean, do you believe in a god, or you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
Oh my. Well, I like how you
Oh,
correctly identified the Big Bang Theory as being a belief similar to a religious belief in a god or a higher authority. I do not believe in the untested, unscientific, unprovable, complete fairy tale known as the Big Bang Theory. Yes, you're correct. I do not believe in that.
okay. So
Just a matter of order, real quick, Odysseus. Dandelion asked you a direct question about how the things in the sky relate to your ground you're standing on, and you did not answer that. You avoided it and went to another topic.
no, I was getting
You
somewhere
answered
with that, because what I was trying to aim for was, if it was to say Big Bang Theory, then based on that belief, then science tells how everything exploded, and then particles and gas and everything came together and made things. Then you had things evolving around, etc. But since you said no, then I can't go that direction. So
Yeah, you
was that
can't. You cannot indoctrinate me into the heliocentric religion, because even though I was indoctrinated in it without my consent since birth, as most people living on the realm known as Earth today were. I have chosen to leave that cult, and I have just chosen to accept my reality the way it actually presents itself and to use empirical tests that can be repeated, verified, and measured to determine the nature of our reality as the classical scientific method taught us, and as a measuring tool has always been used throughout time when we want to make objective determinations regarding our reality. So yes, you're right. I am not going to rejoin the heliocentric religion. But thank you for that point of order, Sonny. That's why I kept asking if he was interested, because I don't want to waste my breath. But for anybody who, for anyone who is listening, who's actually interested in what I said, which is it's unnecessary to look at his sky daddy religion to determine the nature of the ground, because we can measure it ourselves. At 35 minutes after the hour, I have posted a link to a small sampling, which is growing all the time, of observations made by independent people all around the world, carefully documented how the 8 inches per mile squared predicted curvature of a sphere that is never found in reality. So he's not interested in reality. He just told you Odysseus would prefer to stay in the heliocentric religion. But if anyone else is interested, in the actual world where we live, and they don't want to keep their head in the sky daddy religion, there's a link there for you to look at.
Yeah, the another thing of clarification on my part. So Odysseus, did you notice how Dandelion asked you that question? Now she asked you about things that we actually observe and experience and see, and you immediately went to what you believe or what somebody else's belief is. So you did not stick to the topic. You changed the topic from actual experience to belief system. Do you notice that you did that?
Oh, it's actually relevant because there's an explanation. So if you, I mean, it's probably two beliefs. If you believe in God, things was created, bam, we're here, or Big Bang Theory, that things was developed through an explosion, and things comes together, makes planets and etc. stars that we can
You don't
see that
hear
look
how
around.
those two things have absolutely zero dichotomy whatsoever. It's just that in your religion, you call the original cause the Big Bang, and you have priests like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, another one of your priests. You might not have met him yet, but he's really important to your religion. His name is who's that fake astronaut, low IQ dude? Don Pettit. Yeah, that's another one of your priests. He's kind of a low level. He's more like a minister, like a kind of an evangelical minister. But he's still part of your religion. So your religion also says that something was just magically, spontaneously happened out of nowhere. Oh, look at that. And then there was light, and there was the Big Bang, and there was Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye to tell you about your world and your reality and dictate how you should think. So yeah, you're in a heliocentric religion. Thanks for demonstrating that, Odysseus. We appreciate it.
I do have one question about as far as observing. I'm not even talking about so to speak in the sky, but sort of relevant. How would you explain, since you believe flat Earth? How would you explain day and night? Because if it's a flat Earth, how they have the Earth would have to be blocking the sun to get night. Explain that to me, please.
No, that's not true. The sun
Explain.
moves away. It's a local light. See, you have this belief system that it's 93 million miles away. Yeah, it's local light, like your desk lamp. If you have a desk lamp and you move it away from the desk, then the desk is no longer lit because the light is out of that area. So
Well,
in addition, hold on. In addition to that, just real quick, in addition to that, the sun is always above the horizon at every location wherever you are. It never goes below the horizon. You can zoom into a sunset and you can see the entire thing, including space underneath the sun and the surface if you zoom into it. This is indubitably empirical evidence that the sun is not going beyond a physical curve edge, or else it would be blocked completely and you would never be able to zoom back into it and show space underneath it.
It just still. I mean, if you watch a sunset, if you're on an ocean side, you watch it go down, and it's like if it was to move around and you see flat, you should be able to see like the light all the way because I mean, light travels. It just I still can't wrap my head around that.
You have light attenuation. You have you have orders of magnitude that light, the light extinction. So these are things we know about light. Light, you don't see light forever, and so the only reason you're thinking that is because you're still stuck in this idea that the sun is way out in space, 93 million miles away. This is just not true. So
even if
you're using.
There's still like how does it? I mean, it looks like it's going into the ocean because it just disappears.
So just like an aircraft, like when you see an aircraft take off and it flies across the sky, and then it starts getting further out beyond your vision to where you're not able to. It looks like it's going down. That's due to perspective. So the sun works the same way. You have this vision. The way our vision works is when the sun is further away, it's low to the horizon. It comes up in the sky and moves across the sky, and then it seems to recede back down to the horizon. This is due to perspective. That's the way our eyes work.
It goes to the opposite end. When it comes up and down.
Opposite end. You mean, yeah, it goes from 180 at one point in the horizon, and basically 180 degrees from that to the other side, the other horizon. And what's your point?
If you want to go 180, it would only have to go forward and back. It can't do a circle because then at that point it would be a sphere, right? The Earth.
You know what the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn is?
No.
No? That's basically the track that the sun takes above our flat plane, or above the flat Earth. So
is there any documentation I can look at this and?
Yeah, you can look at it with the selenium, the selenium. What is it called? It's the sun. It provide. If you take a shot of the sun every day for an entire year, it creates this hourglass type. This is impossible on a spinning globe moving in 4 different directions at vectors at increasing speeds up to 1.5 million miles an hour. That's impossible that you have an hourglass figure of the sun. That clearly shows we're on a flat plane. It's stationary, and the sun and the sky and the stars are what is actually moving, not the Earth. Someone pull that up. Let me find it.
I'm sorry. I didn't catch properly the last 15 seconds. And then one more thing too, like seasons. Based on what we're told and what most people believe as being the Earth is a sphere. I'm sorry. You do have changes in daylight, and the explanation that is depending on the Earth tilting in the rotation, so the sun would appear less depending on where you live, like in the winter. So I just what explains why the sun is changing?
How does the sun know how to do that pattern or the Earth move around the sun to make the pattern in the driveway I just posted in the side chat? How does it know how to do that every single year in the exact same place, year after year after year? It's always in the exact same place in that driveway.
Yeah, so you have what's called the analemma. So the analemma is a figure 8 figure of the sun's motion through the sky. So if you look at images of the analemma, this is more proof. So you
I
asked
just
about,
wanted him
okay,
to
the
tell.
tilt
I wanted to see
thing.
if he could tell us how
What
that happens.
what you're talking about on the tilting is you're talking about the celestial equator,
Yeah.
not the Earth's equator, the celestial equator. So the way the sky moves, the way the stars and the sun and the planets move is at a tilt from our plane, from the horizontal plane. It's tilted at a certain angle.
Anyway, so if you look in that driveway, how it makes that same pattern year after year after year, how does it do that exactly the same way year after year if you're on a spinning ball in a vacuum?
Was this recorded for a year straight?
Yeah. Anybody can do that.
Well, I'm watching the dates. Hold on a minute. It's
Well, they might
going.
miss one day or two. That's why there's spaces in there. People do got to go places and stuff. Power goes out. It's probably just a regular outside camera, and he just went through the whole year, just clipped that time and hour and everything.
I mean, is there other things like this, or is it just one?
I mean, other things like that. That happens everywhere for everybody all the time, every day.
I mean, the shadow. Let's see. I don't know. I wish it would show like skipping months or something.
Why do you need it to skip months?
So I can watch the shadow and see. I mean, because it's just the shadow is in different places
Yeah,
throughout the
that's
year.
over a whole year because you see it's summertime, then you see it's fall, and you see it's winter, then you see it's spring because you see the snow falling, so you know it's coming.
I mean, it is interesting.
That's because the sun moves above us.
Give me a minute. I gotta say something. One second. I've been in this chat like a few times throughout, I don't know, 2 months. And I'm not saying I believe in flat earth, but I don't know. I mean, I'm open. I mean, it is kind of
That's
interesting
good.
to hear what you're
That's
saying because I never heard that perspective, but
that's
it
good.
just,
Odysseus, that's good because it's not about a belief, it's about an actual observation and measurement. So until you go out and test the claims of the globe earth yourself, like over water, do long distance observations to show that there is no drop over distance, you can see way too far. I mean, magnitudes too far. 4, 5, 6, 8 times further than you would normally be able to see if the globe was the size they told us. So even in a 10-mile observation, let's say oil rigs off the coast of California, 10-mile horizon would make the Earth's radius 264,000 miles. That's a 500,000-mile diameter Earth versus an 8,000. So put those numbers together: 500,000 miles or 8,000 miles. Okay, like what's your tolerance for error in the size of this globe? because I have pictures of island Catalina off of Huntington Beach, California, 30 miles away. You know,
Okay,
you know
so
how much that would be? 487 feet of vertical drop below my line of sight, and I can see all the boats and all the oil rigs going all the way out and upward in my vision out to the island. And the island's shoreline is higher up in my visual range than everything else before it. That's impossible on a globe. The globe is supposed to be dropping away in every direction at your feet, not rising up due to perspective, as it is on a flat plane.
okay, I don't know if you have an explanation to this, but if the Earth is flat, why then have we been lied to? Why? I mean, there's tons and tons and tons of people. I mean, intelligent people, like as the rocket ships, has put satellites and all these other things. Why would we be lied to? Like, what's
Yeah,
the
you're
what's the big
asking
secret
you're
about that?
asking a question. You're asking a question that cannot be answered. Why do liars lie? You would have to ask them, and if they told you, would you believe them? They're liars. So we don't have to know what the lie is about, who lied, and how they lied, and how they got all this out into where or whatever into the schools and all of that. We don't have to know any of that. All we have to do is go out into nature and look over water to determine, and we get the facts about our reality through nature itself. We don't have to worry about the lie. We know that there's a lie because the geometric claim that they made is not true. It doesn't exist in reality. So that's all. That's where we're coming from. The lie, you could look into the lie for 10, 20 years, which some of us here have done, about how this was propagated, how it began, but that's not going to answer any of your questions about what Earth is. It really isn't. That's a sociological question. So that's a different thing. It's okay to go down that rabbit hole like most of us have. But
Yes.
we just look at Earth itself. We don't have to worry about the lie. The lie is already shown to be what it is through what we observe in nature.
Do you come in here often? Do you come in here often on this chat?
I for the last, let's see, 8 years I've been coming. I've been coming on here since 2019. So I used to come on every single day, and I used to have a schedule. I actually used to do like a flat earth show when there was nothing happening a few years back. But like now I'm busy, so I take some time off. I take a month or two off time to time, a couple of weeks off here and there. But
Yeah,
like
we
lately,
haven't seen you as much lately, so it's good to see you again, Sonny.
yeah.
I was wondering where you were, and somebody told me you were still around. I'd seen you
I
once in a
started working.
while.
So I started
Yeah.
working. So that's caused like big changes in my schedule and
I do have to
and
go.
life.
I'm sorry to excuse
Well,
myself.
Odysseus, it's so great to talk to you. You should come back again. It's nice to talk to someone who can have a reasonable conversation about the Earth. That's what we like to do. So come back again anytime. We'll be here 24/7, like the name says, or we'll be in one of the other
I
channels
mean,
that we're in.
I was like a 200%. Like, yeah, the Earth is definitely round, but that number has dropped. Just I don't know.
Nice. What are you at now? Give us a
Crazy.
number.
I can't really say that because I'm still just thinking. It's
Okay, yeah, but if you got best, you said you were at 500%. Is that what you said, or 200%?
I'm like 200% saying
Oh
that it's
yeah, if you
severe, and
get
I would say
under
that percentage
100, we'll
went
be
down.
happy. Is it like
I'm just
97, 90,
I
89? What do we got?
I have
Just
to
give me an
think. This is
estimate.
a lot. It's the information to process.
You don't
So
have to
that's
wear a
why it's like
T-shirt that
thinking.
says 97% or anything. But if I even got you to
I gotta
97,
get there. I
if I
got my
got you to
work.
97, I'd be happy. How about 97%?
No, we're still above 100, but
Oh, we're
it's
still
not
above.
200.
Oh, never mind.
It's
Then
not,
I'm really upset. I'm still upset.
well, I
If
have
you're
to
above
process
100
this.
at all, then I'm going to
This
be
is
equally upset. So never
I have to
mind.
process this because this is crazy. It's just
Okay. I guess if we've lowered his irrational percentage, I mean, did we do anything? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
I mean, you definitely
Odysseus.
put a hook in my mouth. Like kind of like a fish. You kind of it's
So So Odysseus, here's a couple things real quick. I know you got to go. So as far as dropping that number, I mean, that's not up to us, but maybe up to you to figure out like, okay, what is the fundamental nature of water itself? That is a very big question here. And then I would say, do please come back, gather some more questions for us and present it to us, and we'll be glad to answer for you. And thanks for showing up.
Yeah. Well, oh, I gotta go. Thank you, guys.
Yep, bye-bye. Gosh, when he asked you if you come here often, Sonny, I was biting my tongue not to do the obvious homo joke. So are you proud of me? I'm sorry, I'm probably still not supposed to. I was going to ask him what his sign was. Oh, what's your sign, Odysseus? But I held back. Are you proud of me? I held back. Do you
Good for
come here
you.
often?
Yeah,
sorry.
really. That's funny.
Okay, I'm being bad. Yeah, you guys can scold me. It's fine.
You come here often? What's your sign?
No, you did a good job. Yeah, everybody. So it was good. We've got Cider Villa here. Hi, Cider. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. I don't know if anybody else new came in while we were talking to that guy. Yeah, well, that's interesting, Sonny. Yeah, you got to. Oh, he's gone. Oh, well, he's probably got to go to work, like you said. So, yeah, Cider, anybody else, if you've got a question about the flat Earth, now's a great time to ask.
Yeah, sometimes Discord just completely cuts me off, like stops and it starts cycling. I suppose everybody else has that problem too, right?
Morning.
Morning.
Is that sunny?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, where you been?
I know. Well, I've been busy. I started working, so yeah. Now I've been coming back the last few days. Like I've been home. I've been home, kind of under the weather for a while. So took a couple weeks off, and yeah. So I have lots of projects to do at home, and just been taking care of that stuff. And then I go back to work this coming Friday. How have you been?
Yeah, I mean, I've been keeping it real and keeping it flat. Keeping it real flat.
How's the weather up there?
Cold.
Oh, out there. That's right. You're way out there.
Yeah.
How much snow you got?
I mean, last week was more. It's above freezing today.
Above freezing? Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, way below freezing, almost negative last week.
Didn't you get a lot of wind? Didn't you get a lot of snow like in this last flurry of like the storms coming through the
yeah,
prairies
a couple
there?
weeks ago there was some pretty bad storms.
Yeah.
I don't remember when that was. Like, yeah, it basically like shut down the whole like. I mean, I was a little bit north of it, so I didn't get as much. But the Twin Cities area, they call it like a snow emergency. Like they were like complete gridlock. Like people were stuck in traffic for hours. Like literally.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine living in a place like I grew up in the Midwest in Missouri, but and spent a lot of time in Chicago, Illinois, and those places. But I can imagine living up there with that kind of cold. So what what possesses you to stay there?
I don't know. I'm not really sure.
It's, I guess it's more peaceful, right? I mean, it's probably you don't have the rat race of the cities.
I used to live in the Twin Cities like years ago, but yeah, it was like. I mean, now the place is just a dump. You know, I mean, especially the last like 5-10 years.
Most cities are like that, though. Right now, I'm not gonna say right now. They've been that way for a little while, but yeah.
I mean, they talk about like gangs and gang activity. I mean, it wasn't. I remember when this was. It used to be a thing called knockout game that these gang members would play. Like there used to be an area called Nicollet Mall, which was where people would walk. Like you basically just walk around, and it's all foot traffic. And what they would do is like these gang members would come in to those areas and kind of crowd the street and push someone kind of like into like a corner, and then someone out of nowhere would sucker punch them and like you'll try to knock their head against a building or something like that.
That's wild.
Yeah, and then like of course no one saw nothing and all this gang related activity. So of course, what happens then? Well, now you need more police presence, and the more police presence, and whatever. It just seems like it spiraled out of control because in these communities, these underserved communities, are like there's police everywhere, fucking with our teenagers. Dude, your teenagers are knocking out people minding their own business, just shopping at Nicollet Mall. And they're like, well, Nicollet Mall has all upscale designer, like high-end shopping. Like, we can't afford that. I'm like, okay, and? Therefore what? Therefore just start throwing violence around and you think it's not going to blow back on your own communities? It's like the dumbest shit ever. It's like they expect like the police to be, community driven and whatnot, but they're dealing with just a sort of like endless parade of just random acts of violence. And people are just like done. They're just sort of like done with it. Yeah, I don't know what the solution is. I don't want to make it sound like it's one way or the other, but it's so badly broken that I just don't see any reason to live in the city, especially when a little bit of snow. It wasn't even that bad of a snowstorm. They just were like, for some reason didn't stage any snow plows. The snow plows started late in the day. Like they should have been plowing right away.
Yeah. Wow.
And at some point in the middle of rush hour, like, oh, we got to plow. But now the plows can't get through because there's cars everywhere. And then people thought, like, hey, I'll leave work early to avoid rush hour. And everyone thought that shit. Everyone's like, yeah, let's all leave early. So there's already a bunch of traffic, going on. And then, people want to cut through neighborhoods and try to avoid, freeways. And that caused a bunch of bog down there too. So there's nowhere for the plows to go. It's rush hour
Yeah.
and it's packed. And I'm like, this is the type of dumb shit that happens when you've got like one party rule. Like the Twin Cities are completely controlled by Democrats. Completely.
That's the way it was up near Seattle. Like the roads are freaking terrible. And it's always raining and they're always doing construction on these roads and the streets and roads were never meant to like have that much traffic on it. So it's really a cluster. It's really bad. I can't imagine what it's like now. It's 30 years later. So I was up in Washington in the 90s and it was pretty bad. But I mean, there's real beauty up there, but 10 months out of the year you can't see it because it's freaking cloudy and raining. So
You should just look harder, honestly.
what's that, Alish?
You should just look harder. You just look harder to be able to see it.
Look harder.
Yeah.
Well, I moved away.
Well, that works too. Now, can you see the sky now?
What's that?
Yeah,
Can you see the sky now?
Your mic's really bad. Oh.
Hold on.
Yeah, well, I live in Southern California right now. It's like pea soup fog. Right, I live near the coast, so but it'll burn off.
All right, I just switched my mic to the other thing.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit better.
That's a little better. It's still a little fizzy, but we can understand you, I think.
Okay. I need to figure out why my mic doesn't work with my nice mic doesn't work with Discord. Every time I plug it in, my computer freaks out and doesn't want to use it.
Well, here's one thing. I don't know if this applies to you, but with my PC, every now and then, for whatever reason, it turns on my internal mic. And so then I'll be speaking and it's using both mics, the good mic I have going through my interface and the PC's internal mic, which is up full blast. Like I have to turn it off every now and then. I don't understand how it gets on, but that might
Probably
be an issue.
Windows.
No, I use Linux, so no Windows here.
Well, then that's just Linux. Linux decides to do whatever it wants.
Yeah.
It's like a little game. A game every single time you turn on your computer. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out I haven't been able to figure it out yet. Maybe I'll figure it out today if I have time. Why are there so many cops on the road right now? This is so weird.
They gotta get those end of year quotas.
I guess so. I don't know. There's one in front of me. There's one behind me.
You're about
and
to
they're
get
like
deported.
in plain. Oh my god! Thought it would never happen.
Also, they box you in. It's like no. I'm not like a. You're a mod on social media. That's it. We're pulling your card.
Yeah, right. I'm a mod. You can't deport me. Yeah.
Well, they did say that they're going to start doing that. Like anyone who's been on social media and who has silenced the free speech of Americans.
Oh, oopsies. Doesn't help. I'm one of the most popular Discord servers the most popular political Discord on the platform. Well, guess I'm going to be deported to where, I don't know, somewhere.
You're kind of a big deal.
I don't. Yeah, I wish.
I heard this this other server. This guy was talking. It has like this weird Q&A thing, and he identified as transcultural and transracial.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
It was like so weird. I've never heard it before. It was like they're like, dude, you're rage baiting, you're trolling. Like apparently, like he identifies as like a Viking, Pacific Islander, African American, something. I don't remember. Like it was like, dude, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like,
I mean, transcultural kind of makes sense. Like I can see people being transcultural because if you marry into a culture that's not yours, you'll
yeah,
start practicing that culture. So, or you or something, you'll start practicing that culture. So that makes sense. But transracial is an interesting dynamic.
yeah. I mean, I get that because like my dad is like German, Norwegian, and my mom is Pacific Islander. So I could be like I've mostly identified as white my whole life, but I could be like, hey, I'm Pacific Islander today, or something like that, like.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then why is everybody complaining about Kamala Harris being both black and Jamaican or whatever it is?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, look at that. Both
Islander.
cops.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The cops pulled somebody over, both of those cops. That's crazy, actually.
Yeah, they're probably following someone.
Well, they were following me for a minute because they were trying to box me in.
They found a better target.
I guess so, yeah. Well, I also left the left-hand lane because I noticed them. One was in front of me, one was behind me.
There's a video of like a state trooper from like Highway Patrol in California, and she's on social media. She's like, "Hey, if you're in the left lane, you see me behind you, just get the fuck out of the way. Get the fuck out of the way. I can pull you over at any reason for any time. I'm in a hurry. I can drive faster than the speed limit. You can't. So get the fuck out of the way. Don't make me ruin your day. Don't make me give you a ticket for being stupid. If I'm behind you, get the fuck out of the way." And they're like, what the hell is this shit? That's so gross. Like.
Yeah, I mean, it's rules for thee, not for me. But that's just how it works, I guess. The rules differ no matter no matter who you are, no matter where you go, the rules are different.
Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it goes. Yeah, Officer Brianna Stratus received a suspension from work after posting on TikTok a controversial video about telling drivers to get the fuck out of my way.
Oh, so she was actually suspended. Okay, that's
yeah. I didn't know she was suspended.
That's actually rare. It must have been like backlash.
Yeah, because she embarrassed the department.
Yeah, I bet if nobody would have said anything, they would have just let it go. Like that one girl who complained she failed her essay and then like got the person who graded her essay like fired or put on leave or whatever it was.
There, I sent you the video.
Oh, okay, I'll watch it when I.
Yeah.
I'm on hands free right now. So.
Yeah. When you check it out when you got a chance.
Okay.
Yeah, she framed it as, "Hey, PSA, I'm a police officer. I patrol the highways. I'm a highway patrol, like person. I can drive 90 miles an hour. You can't. So get the fuck out of my way."
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
wild.
imagine the hubris because you're never held to account for anything they do.
Yep. I mean, I used to know. My dad told me that he knew a cop And apparently that cop, when he would do drug busts, he would literally keep half of the drugs for himself and only file half of it for evidence.
And who's ever going to know?
Absolutely wild.
Like, no one's going to know. Yeah, I mean, there's a one guy from like Baltimore police, like a whistleblower, who said when they would like they would do like a no-knock warrant, kick in the door, and if they didn't find anything, they would just basically steal stuff from the person's refrigerator, like take a shit on their bed, like walk, like just jump on their bed with like muddy shoes, kick holes in the wall.
That's crazy. Okay, I can understand. Okay, no, I can't understand the stealing but like vandalizing their home, like that's crazy. That's
because the idea was like, hey, they got away with it, but they still got to face some street justice.
Yeah.
So here we didn't find any drugs in the house, but let's like smash their blender. Let's knock their picture frames off the wall.
Not the blender, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying like just random shit. Just go through the house and just like break shit.
Yeah, and it's not. That sounds like something that would happen too. I mean, you heard same place. There was a prison or a jail in Baltimore that was basically had drug mules and drug runners that was being run by the correctional officers. And the entire jail, I believe, was shut down because of how bad it was. Almost every single person was implicated in it. Have you had anybody interesting in here lately?
I don't know. Some dude this morning, I guess, was okay.
What was he arguing?
Besides
the obvious.
That he had like sort of like transcended dimensions and had seen the earth from like a God's eye point of view. Like
what? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I guess what depends on what you mean by interesting. He basically was like. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that certainly is interesting. So
yeah, it's basically like a modern telling of the Book of Enoch, or something like that. Like he had, but instead of describing like a flat stationary Earth, like somehow like a globetard.
I don't know what's worse. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you like what's worse. I don't think I would be able to.
It's just a LARP at that point, like he somehow thinks that we're all religious, like super right-wing Christian conservatives, when that's the astronauts. Oh yeah, here the other dude came in today, or the bot wasn't here, but he said flat earthers are anti-Semitic, and we're like, why? Why are flat earthers anti-Semitic? Because I'm like, oh, okay, because why? Why would you say that? Okay, why are flat earthers anti-Semitic? He came up with because we celebrate Christmas. I'm like, holy shit.
Oh, yeah. It's weird because it seems like people will use the word anti-Semitic as a weaponized way of saying they're anti-Semitic. So they're projecting themselves onto you, because I've been called anti-Semitic too. I can't remember what the reason was. Because I said I didn't like the state of Israel, because I disagreed with what they were doing. They called me anti-Semitic, and I'm like, I mean, anti-Semitism doesn't really have much to do with cultural or, ethnic Judaism. It has more to do with ideology. That would be like saying I'm anti-South because I hate the what is it called? The
Southern Baptist or something like that.
No, that would be like saying it's like I hate Southern people because I hate the flag. God, why am I blanking on what it's called? The rebel flag, essentially.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah. What is that called again?
The Confederate flag.
Is it just Confederate
Thank
flag?
you.
It has another
Confederate
name
flag.
for it.
Yeah, but it's
I don't
also
know.
called that's also called the rebel flag. I think that's also another name for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the colloquialism, the colloquial name for it. Although I think the Confederate flag anyway is not really the flag that people most often use because that was only used during a single battle, and the real Confederate flag is something completely different from what I remember.
Yeah, when I was little and we visited Alabama, we used to have a Confederate flag swimming pool rafts. You know what I mean? Those like rectangular inflatable rafts that you float on in the swimming pool. Yeah. It was a very popular thing back in the day down there. Yeah. I don't know if it still is.
I don't know.
I guess
Maybe.
it's called
But
like the Dixie flag or Confederate battle flag or Southern Cross, depending on who you ask.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So because there's different types of Confederate flags, and I think that one specifically, the one that people most often use, isn't actually the real Confederate flag because it only represented a single battle. This is actually representative. I'm about to post it. The Confederate States of America. This specific one. I just got to my home, so I can post this. Why is the image like 1 centimeter large? Okay, whatever. It's like a.
Oh yeah, no, that one. Yeah, that's different. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Floyd said it. Something Dixie. So yeah, the Dixie. What was it called? The Dixie.
Yeah, here we go. There we go. This is the correct size. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Better.
Like a smaller circle pattern. I mean, I should know this. How many states were there in the Confederacy? Wasn't that many, right?
According to that flag, I guess there were 7. Yeah. So, what's your position on the globe these days, Alish?
That it's a globe?
It hasn't changed then. So, what's your are you 100% certain?
Do you mean my position on the Earth or my position on the globe? Because there's.
If those are 2 different things, you could clarify. I was asking if you think you live on a globe. But yeah, if you want to give us more details, by all means.
Yeah. I'm still under the impression that we live on a globe. Hold on a
Yeah,
sec.
what makes you think that?
Why do I think that?
Yeah.
There's a lot of different reasons why I have that opinion, mostly because evidence would suggest, especially geodesy, that since we use those calculations to actually create an accurate representation of the Earth, that it would be round.
Can you post your evidence of this claim, such as these calculations that you discuss and this accurate representation? Can you post what you think is the most accurate representation of the place where we live?
Okay, let me run inside. I just got home, so.
All right, sounds good.
I was driving. My headphones might be dead too, so I might have to plug those in real quick. Today was a short day at work.
Yeah, my day was really short too. I didn't have to go at all because it's Christmas break. Schools are closed, so yeah, it feels like I was thinking it was the weekend, but it's Monday, right? I'm like, woo, I'm totally in vacation mode here. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I actually felt like that kind of last week because I kind of felt like that last week because I was like the week was so weird for me. Hi, kitties. Okay, let me grab my laptop. Ooh. Okay, let me print. Excuse me, my document. And here, and this is an example. Oh, that's a crazy looking link I just posted. What on earth? I'll just use a different one. So here is a page from a book on geodesy that basically accurately represents how we use measurements using the horizontal and then deflecting off of the horizontal.
How many horizontals are there?
What do you mean, how many horizontals are there?
Yeah.
Yeah. What? I asked you a question.
How many horizontals are there? Because I see you got a line drawn tangent to a whatever, another line, a curved line called horizontal. How many of those are there? Are they all around that curved line?
I guess it depends on how, well, it would be every 1,000 miles, wouldn't it? Because
So every 1,000 miles it's flat?
Well, no, it would be every 1,000 miles because the measurement for drop over distance is not really accurate after 1,000 miles. So it would essentially be every 1,000 miles you have to recalculate that
Oh
because
yeah, so you can't measure 1,000 miles straight out, so that doesn't really matter anyway, does it?
you can't measure. Well, you can. You're just using that formula that forms a parabola.
No, celestial navigation. You don't make parabolas.
It's interesting you bring up celestial navigation. Celestial navigation has an interesting table. It's an interesting table associated with celestial navigation that actually will show you that the let me find the actual table. That during different parts of the year, there's a different degree measurement for the different limbs of the what is it called? The altitude correction table has different things for the sextant. And the only reason why that would be is because due to the tilt of the Earth, you have a different angle up to the
No,
sky. Okay, so no, but you have to tell me why.
because you can't make angles on the surface of a ball.
I mean, you can. You can draw.
I mean, you cannot.
Why can't you?
You cannot make an angle from the surface of a ball
Okay, why not?
because an angle requires two straight lines intersecting, doesn't it?
You can draw an angle over top of a curved line, or draw a straight line over top of a curved line.
Then you're not using the curve, so you're not using the
You're
earth.
using. So what you're doing is you're using a single point. A
Oh
point is
yeah,
not a line.
yep, yeah. You
Right?
can't make an angle from a point. Correct.
So you're using
A point is just a point. That's right.
point to point.
A tangent point is just a point. That's it. You can't extend it.
You can. You can. I mean,
No, you need the center of a ball to be able to do that. So you don't have a center of a ball, so you can't do what you want to do.
What do you mean the center? Like the inside going out, or the
Yeah,
center?
like the center of a ball. You don't have one to work
Yeah,
from to make a radius or anything.
Radius. Okay. But you can measure straight out. But there seems to be an interesting phenomena between
I'm going to
October
prove
and
that
March.
you can't. I'm going to prove you can't get an angle from the surface of a ball.
But I'd like you to actually focus on the different altitude correction.
No, I don't need to.
Why? That's what I'm asking you to do.
Because you got to break
This
it
is
down
my evidence.
to making angles from the surface of balls first before you can correct for anything.
Are you going to actually interface with the evidence that I've presented and ask for an explanation on the flat Earth, why there would be a flat non-moving Earth that would actually
After you
be
tell me,
why?
after you decide that you know what's going on here with angles and triangles and celestial navigation and not curving and all that, we'll figure that out first.
You can
Because we've
still
been
draw
through
a
this
line.
100 times.
Yes, we have been through this 100 times, so we can just skip that part and we can go straight to you explaining why you can't. Why there's a difference in time of year between for measuring altitude correction for the altitude correction table. Since we're, so well associated with the idea of how an angle is measured.
So we'll look and we'll say, oh, an angle of elevation requires two straight lines. Not an angle of elevation is a curved line and a straight line like you want. So you can't do that.
It's not what I want.
That is what you want. That is exactly what you want to be able to do.
Okay, so then let's pretend for a second that the Earth is flat and that we're using straight lines. Why would there be a difference in the time of year?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so
I didn't write that part of the book.
So in other words, you don't really have an answer, and it doesn't really matter if it's
Correct.
curved or flat.
No, it's flat because there's my
So it
flat
doesn't
Earth
really-
model. I just posted my flat Earth model.
I thought you didn't have a model.
Yeah, I do now. I got one right there. I just posted it for you.
Right. So it was my understanding that there was no flat Earth model because
Oh well, you got one now.
So nobody has been able to actually prove
See how it
anything.
says ground plane on it, and it says horizontal.
Where'd you get the model
That's my
from?
flat Earth model.
Is this what you observed, or is this something that someone
No,
gave you?
that's how you measure it. It's all the different angles you can get from flat Earth. You can't get any of that from the surface of a ball, as you notice by the picture above it. You can't do any of that.
That's interesting because you seem to be drawing a circle, but from my understanding, there is no recognized measurement of.
Get your azimuth degrees. You have to draw a circle. You got to start somewhere.
Okay, so this is not a model. This is just a guess, is what I'm hearing.
Oh no, I can actually go out my yard and turn 360 degrees and look in all those directions. That's not a guess.
You can, right? But this is not. This is not showing.
I can look all those directions. I can look up. I can look forward. I can look up at the sun. I can measure those angles from a flat Earth. Those are all things you cannot do from a ball.
You can.
So now you understand.
You can actually do all of those things. You can look up on anything. In fact, it could be a triangle.
Yeah, we'll post this again since you obviously missed it. So we're gonna see if is that an angle on the bottom of that black thing with the ship by it?
Is that an angle on the
Yeah, where
bottom
the
of
ship
the
is
black
at.
thing?
Yeah, the point where the ship is at. This ship right here.
Yeah, it's a cute little cartoon star too.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, did you want it to be a sad face or a smiley face?
So what ship exactly is the entire size of North America? Because I'd like to meet that ship to see what it's transporting.
I don't know. You're going to have to go to the shipping companies and find out.
The answer would probably be there aren't any, or that
why are you asking me?
That it's
Then why are you asking
misrepresenting the
me?
position.
Then why are you asking me?
Why are you asking me about this if you don't have
I didn't say there was any ships that big. You did.
So I don't know why you're asking me about a position that's not being accurately represented by an
So there we
image
go.
that
So now you know what's going on.
I know what's going. Yeah, you just sent
I guess
me an image.
those corrections that you have are the same reason why every 4 years there's an extra day added.
Okay, right. Because every 4 years you measure the sky differently. You measure to the sky differently, or no?
There's an actual one extra day every 4 years.
Does the chart show that extra day? Because this is for celestial navigation
I don't know.
all
I
year
don't
round.
know.
Do you notice?
I don't know.
There's
I
no.
don't know what the chart shows. I'm just saying maybe it has something to do with the sun or angles to the sky.
Well, if you look at it, it says stars and planets. So we have the sun is in the furthest left-hand column. The stars and planets are in the middle column, and then it shows you different altitude corrections for different times of year, because the sun is lower in the sky during those times of year, or higher in the sky depending upon the time.
Oh yeah, because of this stuff right here. Yeah, we don't want to forget about this. So this must be why you need your correction table then.
What stuff?
I'll show you. If it ever shows up. Right here.
Yeah, so that's just the sun traveling, but that does that every day of the year.
Yeah,
So
I
that does
didn't
that.
think you would ever admit that the sun is traveling.
Well, yeah, the Earth and the sun.
No, you didn't say that. You said the sun is traveling. If the Earth and the sun were
Well,
moving at the same time, it wouldn't do that.
I mean, it would, yeah, because we're watching it happen. But
And
obviously,
you got some magical shit that's going on in your head to think that all that's just random chance.
yeah. So you can clearly see in this image, since it's taken over the course of a year, that the sun is lower in the sky at some point because the shadows are at a different angle. That's exactly what the chart is representing.
There's your reason why then. There, I answered your question.
The reason being that there is a tilt on the Earth, right? There's a tilt.
No, I don't feel it tilting.
Okay. You don't have to feel it tilting for it to exist.
Well, you got to have to prove it somehow.
I've demonstrated to you why that would be the case. You just choose to not.
No, but you know it's not moving. Earth is stationary. So you just saying, well, I have a chart doesn't mean anything to me.
Are you sure it's stationary?
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, so
these years, Alice.
every piece of evidence, every single piece of evidence I've ever shown you regarding gyrotheodolites has just gone straight over your head. And the fact that it uses a 15 degree drift per hour to calculate your exact position. You say no, but then you don't actually counter that position. Why is that?
Because you're just saying gyroscope. You don't have one to prove anything with, so I can say no if I feel like it.
Okay, that's a really, really concise, accurate argument. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Because you're just making up shit at this point.
I'm just making it up. Okay. If you were to use a laser, which has already been done in that video that you guys all hate, it would show you that there is a 15 degree per hour drift. This is further backed up by the fact that you have Foucault's pendulum, which ceases to operate on the equator, where there's not quite as much rotation, or at least you're not able to feel it as much or see it as much, because it doesn't really rotate as it would on the poles.
That's nice.
That's nice. Okay. So
how come the crane that's outside down the street, it's like, I don't know, 100 feet in the air, and it's got a steel ball hanging on it, just keeping the cables nice and tight, how come that's not swinging like Foucault's pendulum right now?
Why is it not? Because because there is no such thing as perpetual motion.
Oh, so Foucault's pendulum is controlled by a motor, by magnetism. That's right, I forgot. So you got to set that thing up. and you got to put your latitude and longitude or whatever you want to put in there, and then they tell you exactly how to set it up, where to put the magnets, how to make it do this, and you got to time it and you got to watch it, and if it's not right, you got to make adjustments until you get it just right, until so you can say, look, the Earth is spinning. But if you don't, it will never do that.
I'm sure that if you used that wrecking ball and you actually gave it motion and you allowed it to swing, it might show that.
No, it just stops.
It just stopped? Okay, well, that's
Yeah, it
not
swings
the
a little
case.
bit and then it stops. What do you think it's going to do? If I give it a big swing, how long do you think it's going to swing for?
Have you ever gone to this construction yard and asked to swing their wrecking ball for them?
No.
No. Okay. And I don't really know if you have a applicable example of you doing that.
Well, you can just
to actually
see if the wind blows it and it starts moving around, if that turns into some kind of weird pendulum. According to you, I should be able to see any of those wrecking balls moving that were pushed by wind and then the wind stops and they're still moving. I should be able to go over there real quick, draw lines on the ground underneath it, and then that'll give me my rotation, right?
No, it's not with lines, but do you normally have hurricane force winds blowing at all times a day?
You need a hurricane to move that?
I mean, you're certainly not going to get a light breeze.
Yeah, we
to
get
move
like
it.
70, 80 mile per hour winds here, yeah.
Like daily, constantly,
Not
consistently.
every day. If we had that every day, we wouldn't have houses, would we? We wouldn't be able to work in it. You wouldn't be able to work in that weather. So you never worked outside, so you wouldn't know that either.
It's probably the case that when there are winds that are that high, they generally do not. They take down that equipment because it's dangerous to have it up because it might fall over.
No, they just pull that ball in and stop it from swinging usually.
So the thing that you're telling me would swing is swinging, and then they take it down because
yeah, if it's going to be too dangerous, it'll be too dangerous. They'll just take that out, pull it back.
So in other words, a light breeze will not move it.
What?
So in other words, a light breeze, which you're describing, will not move it.
No.
Okay, so I guess you just forfeited your position on that.
So I was going to get it near the ground and give it a big push, and then hopefully that I should be able to see the spin of the Earth with that, right?
Yeah, easy. Go ahead. Can you demonstrate that?
I actually have one in my garage, and it doesn't seem to give me the spin of the Earth. How come?
You have a wrecking ball in your garage?
No, I have a pendulum swinging from the ceiling. How come it doesn't give me the? Yeah, a rope with a weight on the end. That's called a pendulum.
No, that's not. That's called a God, what is it called? It's not called that. It's not called a pendulum.
So how does a pendulum work?
A pendulum is something that's swinging back and forth on a fixed line. A plumb line. That's what it's called. You have a plumb line.
Uh-huh.
A plumb bob, I guess.
Uh-huh. What else do you get from when you hang something from a rope? You don't get a curve. You don't get a curved plumb bob. You get a straight line.
Yeah, that's.
You can't hypnotize someone.
Isn't that
with
amazing?
a plumb bob,
Isn't that amazing what you can do with just shit in your garage?
Sure. It is pretty amazing what you can do with shit in your garage, but that doesn't really prove the point because it sounds like it's just sitting there in your garage. You haven't actually done the experiment with it.
Yeah. So every time I push it, I come out like an hour later. It's just not moving.
Yeah, that would be the case because perpetual motion is not a thing.
Well, then I can't measure it doing what you're saying it's doing.
How would a motor actually control where it's going?
How does it control its swing? How does it control that? Tell me how it works. Tell me how it works. You tell me how it works.
When you drive your car, does the motor control where you're going, or does the steering wheel control where you're going?
How do you do that on a pendulum? How do you steer the pendulum?
That's a question for you to answer, not for me.
Well, you use magnets, coils in the side. And that's how you get it to move that direction. And then you move then you turn the coil for every 15 minutes, you put it on this one. Then it starts swinging that one. Then you put it on these two. Then it starts swinging that way. Then you move it to these two. Then it starts swinging that way. And then you do that over time, like a clock. And then people go, oh my God, the Earth is spinning. Because it's in a museum, weirdo.
Yeah, there's plenty of videos showing that there is nobody touching it for an entire day.
Because it's running by a motor.
Mm-hmm. And again, what is a motor used to move? What do you use to direct a motor in your car?
That's using magnetism. That one. That's electromagnets.
It's There are no electromagnets in those videos. There's just the pendulum and the
you
and the
better
motor
look up
making
how
it
to
move.
make one then.
Again, I'm gonna pose the question to you. When you have a motor in your car, does the motor steer the car? Does the
If
motor
you don't know how the pendulum is made, we're not going to be able to go any further. And talking about cars isn't going to help you.
It is, because we're demonstrating that motors and magnets do not cause directionality. If I have two magnets and I'm holding them away from each other,
I think a magnet doesn't cause directionality.
They will only go in a straight line. You can't make a magnet curve around well, maybe you can in some cases, go around a corner.
All right, so you can or you can't.
It depends. Well, I guess it would depend on the location
All right,
of the magnet,
so
but generally,
we can't use that either. All right, we can't use that either because you don't know either.
Magnet. You can't use a magnet to go around a corner. You can use a magnet to bring it towards yourself in a straight line. More or less, it would go around a corner if it cut the corner and going in a straight line. So it still, regardless, goes in a straight line.
That was easy.
What was easy?
Debunking your pendulums.
No, the only thing you debunked was the fact that you don't know how to direct or steer a car.
You need to set it up. It needs to be calibrated. It uses electromagnets. There's coils in it that gives it directionality, like you said it doesn't give it, in order to keep it in track with the spin of the Earth. Did you not hear it the first time I said it?
In order to keep
So that
it in track?
so it looks like it's working in the museum.
So, in other words, you just said that the Earth was spinning.
You're paying $20. Yeah, you're paying $20 to see that thing move back and forth because it's plugged in. You're paying $20. Yep.
Most museums are free.
Whatever. Then it's free for you then.
Right, but again, how does a coil steer?
No, most museums are not free. What world do you live in?
No museum I've ever been to is free.
Really? Have you never been to DC?
So walking
I've
around
been to
outside is a
Washington,
museum?
D.C., yes.
Okay, and those museums are free.
The Gallery of Art was not free.
So
Paid through the nose.
Yes, it was.
Well, you must have a special card to get you in.
I have been to every single museum in Washington, D.C. In fact, I went 2 weekends ago, and it was indeed free. I went to the Natural History Museum.
Is that where they teach you about evolution?
Is that where you got the idea of Foucault's pendulums on the poles?
No, that's in the Franklin Institute.
Is that where you got taught about evolution in the one you went to 2 weeks ago?
There are things on evolution, but
that's why it's free. That's why it's free. You're wondering why it's free? That's why it's free.
I mean, they also just showed animals and dinosaur bones and
dinosaurs. That's why it's free. Dinosaurs are fake too, dude. Yep, free. They'll make it free so you can't you say you're ripping people off. They just put it out there. You go look at it and go, wow, look at how cool that is. It's free too. Neato.
Okay. I mean, maybe since your tax
Have you ever considered, Alice, have you ever considered that you're actively participating in this indoctrination?
Yes.
Okay, well,
we already know that you are actively participating in it.
So which indoctrination campaign would you like me to participate in? Because this is not the only
one where you go
indoctrination
into a
campaign.
building and they told you that you're evolved from pond scum.
Okay.
You leave the building dehumanized.
They told you a bunch of lies. You need to get out of them
doesn't
all.
dehumanize you. How about that?
Yeah, you need to get out of all of the lies, not just pick one.
I don't know why you think the Natural History Museum is only about evolution. There's a lot of different things that encompass
dinosaurs.
Yeah, there's dinosaurs. There's
Meteors.
also history.
Are there meteors? Are there meteors there? Are there meteors there?
Probably.
Yes, there are, because I've been there 100 times.
You've been there 100 times and you didn't know it was free?
Ours isn't free.
Okay, so I'm specifically talking about the Smithsonian. I don't know which
I've never
museum
been
you
there.
visited.
I'm not telling you where to live.
Okay, I didn't tell you where I lived.
I've already figured out what you do.
What do I do?
I'm not saying anything.
No, go ahead. What do I do? Nothing.
So now we know museums are free if they teach evolution and dinosaurs.
So yeah, so you have to pay to learn
nobody-
religion, which
they don't
seems
need to pay
more
for-
of a scam.
Yeah, they don't need to
Actually-
pay for high dollar alarm systems in the Natural History Museum because nobody's going in to steal a dinosaur.
Do you assume that the museum doesn't close, that it's just open 24 hours a day and they have security standing around 24 hours a day? Because it does most certainly. I mean, you've seen the movie Night at the Museum, right? I mean, all of this anyway is
No,
obfuscation
things
from the
don't
fact
come
it
alive
kind of,
like that.
kind of
think
ran
things come
away
alive
from
at night?
the.
Do you think they come alive at night too now?
No, that was just an example of the way a museum closes. But I mean, I know you would love
examples like that.
I know you would love to approach my example from absurdity because it makes me look absurd, but that's not what I was saying.
Then
But
don't use
that was a good
absurd
try.
examples.
The example was to demonstrate that the museum closed, which was not the point of the movie. Well, it was actually the point of the movie, but that's only a small part of the movie. Anyway, so you're not going to actually approach the question that I asked earlier, which was how does a coil steer anything? I already demonstrated that magnets only go in a straight line. So if that were the case, it would only be going in a straight line. Something else has to be acting upon it. And then you also admitted that the Earth was rotating because you said that it spins within it goes within the rotation of the Earth. So it's a pretty huge dub for me. Thank you.
Magnetic fields are straight lines.
According to the
You just said they go in straight lines, but then you said they go around corners. That's weird. And then if you look at
according to
all
the compass, yes.
And if you look at the magnetic field for Earth, it's all squiggly lines everywhere, no straight lines at all. And that's weird that you say that when there's no straight lines.
So if you're looking at magnetic north, it's always pointing in a single direction that would lead you directly north, which is
I don't think
in fact
so.
a straight line. You don't think so? Okay. Well, it's not what you think, it's what you know.
Well, if I had the image, I would have already posted it, but I'm on my phone. But there's people in here that can post the magnetic field lines.
Since you're on your phone, do cellular information or cellular waves travel in a straight line? Do most waves travel in a straight line?
They bounce around in my house.
There
you go. There's your magnetic field. Now, which one is north? Which one is north in that image? So you tell me which one is a straight line, and then I'll be a globe earther.
Which one is a straight line? The one going from Florida across America. There's a couple of them that are straight lines. But in general, if you're talking about magnetic north, you're talking about a single directionality, or else if that were the case, you wouldn't have like north, south, east, west. It would just be all over the place, you know?
Correct, it is. Oh, it's all over the place. But they have to recalibrate when they're flying.
So you're talking about a gyroscope.
Compasses.
Yeah, compass, because you're
If they get
turning in
new
the
at
air,
it,
yeah.
they have to make corrections. So they're told what point they have to make a correction at because of that that little map there says, well, now it needs to be kind of pointing like this if you want to be more accurate. That kind of stuff. That's all. I'm trying to make it
Yeah.
simple for you.
Can you actually post the source of that image?
Source of what image? People adjusting things in a cockpit?
No, for the map you posted.
It's posted.
No, the source.
I didn't post it. I don't know where the source is.
Oh, somebody else posted.
We have all kinds of those.
Oh, somebody else posted it. Never mind. What is the source? Okay, there you go. This is the other one. Yeah, so it would be straight. That looks pretty correct to me. And then it's curving over the globe. So yeah, pretty straight to me.
So curved lines are straight lines.
It would be curved because of the Earth, but yeah.
So it's a curved straight line.
No, it's not a curved straight line. It's a
straight curved line.
Straight line. It's a
That's
straight
curved.
line.
That's curved.
It's a straight. Okay.
It's a straight line that's curved, or is it a curved line that's straight? I want to make sure I get this right for my notes.
Mm-hmm.
For my speech I have to give after I release my book on how ridiculous Globers sound.
Can you send me a copy?
Yeah.
Great. Still no word on how coils steer things.
How you move stuff around with magnets? You don't know how that works?
Yeah, they move in a straight line. We're kind of looping
I
now.
just
Kind of
showed you
going
the magnetic
backwards now.
fields are not straight lines. They're all curves, and you see straight lines. That's crazy.
But what is magnetic north?
Ask the magnetic north map maker.
It's not a magnet. You can go outside right now with your compass, and it will show you magnetic north. It will always point
Yeah,
that direction.
for me is different than other people.
Well, now you're just lying. Now you're just telling a fib because you don't want to talk to me anymore. And if you don't want to talk to me,
that chart. You can look at the map and see that it's true.
if you don't want to talk to me anymore, that's fine. I just won't. I'll just mute up, and you can talk to somebody else.
No, you seem to need to get your list of buzzwords out. So
Which
I don't know.
buzzword?
What are you going to bring up? Time zones next?
No, time zones are imaginary. Who would ever bring up time zones?
The same person who probably would bring up Foucault's pendulum on the poles.
Foucault. I like that. Time zones are entirely arbitrary.
Can we go back to that though? I mean, why did you bring that up?
Because we were talking about rotation.
Yeah, well, keep pulling the string on that. That's another thing that you don't know is a real thing. I mean, you're talking about pendulums on the poles, and then you're talking about rotation. When does it get real?
That's been real the whole time.
You wish.
I wish. Okay. I can make a wish.
You missed the ship on realness, Alice.
Okay, so back to magnetic north, does a compass always point in a single direction? This is something that you can do yourself, so it's not Okay. Well, I guess we're done talking. Thanks, guys.
Hello.
Oh.
That sounded very oozing. No, that's not a way to put it. That sounded very
Said
conspicuous.
oozing. Oh my. Yeah, if you want to ooze, you gotta go to different voice chat.
I don't want to ooze.
Nobody's oozing in here.
I don't know if I want to ooze in this server with these people.
Good.
And I mean
This is a
the
non.
people.
What did you say, old horse? Old horse.
What do you mean these people?
Where's my Robert Downey Jr. meme? Hold on. Do I even have image perms?
You're the guy
Yeah.
acting like the guy playing the guy.
That word held on our people for hundreds of years. Is Mr. Batman here? So, what's everyone talking about in here? What's the topic? Thank you, Hoss.
It's talking about how flat the Earth is.
That's what I say. What do you think? What do you think is the topic?
Huh. David Levy?
It's not a
Are
trick
you
question.
official?
It's on the channel.
Hold on. I got this. Give me a second. Tribal King Uluwase is working it out.
No, Lats gave you the answer though.
I don't know. Apparently, in the side chat, we're now discussing evolution, which I don't know what that has to do with flat Earth, but somebody asked me about it, so now we're discussing that.
You were talking about your museums. We're talking to tribal now.
Well, I don't think if you believe in evolution, you can believe in the flat Earth. I think it's like hand in hand that if you're a flat Earther, you kind of agree with creationism in a way. Like I have not met any flat Earther who thinks evolution happened.
Yeah, it's because you need the spinning ball ideology.
Like
yeah.
I have proof that we
I
came
want to hear.
from monkey.
Oh hell yeah! Okay.
I like eat banana yummy. You eat banana yummy. Monkey eat banana yummy. Now what?
Oh, what's the proof though?
Opossums also like bananas.
What likes bananas?
Opossums.
That's liberal propaganda.
Sugar gliders. Raccoons.
Yeah,
Bears.
flies like bananas too.
They do. Yeah.
Well, that's proof of evolution. We're all related. See?
Pigs eat bananas.
Genetically, we're actually very much like pigs. Most of our
speak for
anatomical
yourself.
Yeah.
Most of our anatomical structure is similar to that of a pig. So a lot of experiments are done on pig bodies because they are most anatomically similar and they decay at the same rate.
I'm not fat. You're fat.
Yeah, and
also, isn't that for rats? Isn't that why they do experiments on rats a lot?
yeah.
Dope. Thanks, Alice. I didn't mean number one.
I saw they sewed that human ear onto that rat or mouse. They fixed that guy right up.
Bro can hear a whole lot.
They do that to humans too. They'll actually sew parts of your body to other parts of your body to grow. They did that with my cousin's husband. I don't know what
They
you
do
would
that
call
with
that.
burn
No,
victims, where you take like skin from other places and regrow it, and actually grows the hair like it went in that place and everything.
yeah. They do that with, apparently they do it with like fish scales too.
Yeah, they do with fish.
They've started using like fish scales for skin grafts.
Yep, they do that too. They also made rats. They made the hair pigment come back in rats that lost pigment. They did that too.
Well, oh, you mean
like they
that's
regave it its
interesting.
pigment back. Yeah, so like if like a woman lost her hair pigment, apparently they can give it back. It's still in trial testing. That was like 5 years ago though. I doubt it's gonna come out ever.
I personally do not understand how they can not have figured that out already. They figured out hair regrowth, but not hair repigmentation. That's interesting.
Well, the only hair regrowth thing is minoxidil, and that was by mistake because minoxidil used to be pills, and they used to give it to people who had heart problems, and they started realizing that they grew hair because of it, and that's how they came to minoxidil. And a lot of people don't take it because it lowers your sperm count, and finasteride, which stops hair falling out, causes your pee-pee to not work, causes ED.
Not the pee-pee.
Yeah, the P and P, double P.
Oh my god, that's awful.
Yeah, minoxidil is a heart medication. I mean,
that happens a lot. It was the same thing with like Cialis and what was the other one that they originally used for like sustaining an erection, whichever that one was.
Viagra.
Yeah. So it was originally a heart medication.
How crazy is this? How crazy is this, Alice? Humans have been evolving for billions upon billions of years in your mind, yet they have to keep shoving pills in people's mouths to keep them afloat?
Not
Billions.
afloat. You could.
What the?
Well, I don't trillions. I don't know. How long have people been? How long has this evolution? When did it begin, Alice?
That's just.
You're the museum. You went to that section in the museum. Get your notes.
I didn't actually go to that section, but I was just in the museum just to kill time before I was meant to do something else. But I had a thread that I was following, and it took me off of it. Now I don't
Alice, are you a
what I was
flat
saying.
earther?
No.
Oh, you're a globetard.
I am a globetard, yeah.
Do you believe in evolution?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Wow, you probably believe in chromosomes and whatnot.
I do, yeah, I do believe in chromosomes. Oh, right. That's what I was going to say. I was going to say something about the human condition. About, like, we don't necessarily need to take pills. That's just how we sustain our life. Otherwise, the survival of the fittest would take over, and the people who are not fit for life would just die.
When does everyone get to evolve?
We're slowly evolving.
Sorry, wait, hold on. Didn't life expectancy like grow from like 60 to around like 90, even 100, 110 sometimes because of these pills and everything? Like we're the only species where life expectancy has grown.
No, it's most likely because of dentistry. But anyways, this is the medicine stuff's off topic. So Tribal, have you figured out what the discussion is about in here?
Yeah, so we're discussing why Big Time Rush is the best boy band of all time. And I think it's because the TV
Rush?
show incorporation. Yeah,
Rush is a boy band?
Big Time Rush.
It's a
It's
Big
mainly a
Time
group.
Rush.
Yeah, it's not really a boy
Big
band because they
Time
don't play
Rush.
instruments. Yeah, Google it.
Oh, goodness. No, thank you.
Owlish knows what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Owlish?
Didn't one of them die?
No. What? No. What's his name just died? Fucking do you see It Chapter 2? The kid who played like Eddie when he was adult, he just died.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of maybe I'm thinking of the Jonas Brothers.
No, they didn't die either. James Ransone.
No,
he
one
just
of
killed
them.
himself. No, none of them died.
I think you're thinking of the Bee Gees.
Do you guys know who James Ransone is? He was in The Wire. He was in It. He was in a lot of stuff.
Hey, chance we can get back on topic.
I like this topic though. It's very soothing and calm.
I'm sure there's a channel here. For TV cinema. I like The Wire too, but it's.
Yeah, so the guy took his life.
God bless him.
He's up in that flat heaven.
So you seem to be coping with the idea that we've realized the earth is flat. Is that what's going on?
I don't think it's flat.
I know you're coping.
Wait, hold on.
So are you able to enter into the discussion that this channel is for?
Sure. I would say less I know it's round. I would say I am unconvinced of the flatness. I think that's a better way to put it.
Well, have you never seen water out in reality?
Yeah, I drink iced tea though. But yeah, I see liquids from time to time.
Okay.
I'm not really big on the math. I'm not a mathematician, so I don't like. You can give me anything and be like, "Well, why do we do that?" Like, I'm not a, math guy.
No, that's why I picked the simplest thing of all, water.
I don't think this is simple stuff though. Like, it may seem simple to
Do you
us.
Do you find the phrase "water seeks and finds level"? Do you find that to be controversial?
Well, I believe in gravity.
That's fine, but we're talking about reality, the nature of water.
I would say that tends to be true.
So it's not controversial that water seeks and finds level.
I would say no.
What?
I would say it's
so.
Not
What did you say is true?
No, I said it's not controversial.
It's not controversial. How would you describe that water seeking level? If you had to describe, hey, I've got a vessel of water, let me tell you about the surface of it. Seems to be level across the top. Yeah. Would you be able to use the term flat synonymously with level in this case?
In this specific case, sure.
Okay. In the specific case of water.
Yeah.
Okay. So they say we're on a ball covered at its surface with 70% water.
Kind of like the human body, if you will.
No, that's a higher percentage. No, really? Yeah, because the human body is composed of a high percentage of water. The Earth is not composed. The Earth that that's on the textbook is mostly rock and stuff. We're talking about the surface coverage. Don't try and get back to the medical bullshit. So, anyways, you're saying you've never seen any evidence of flat Earth. Well, you and I are both in agreement on the water in reality.
Yeah, but doesn't stuff like work at different scales though?
Oh, okay. At what scale? At what scale is it not true that water seeks and finds level, which we agree is flat?
I would assume gravity. The force of gravity.
No. Yeah, but that's fine. Whatever the force of gravity you're wanting to chant, that doesn't change the fact that we've both acknowledged that in reality, water is level and flat. Correct?
Okay, I don't see the issue.
So it's not. You said it's not controversial.
No.
So all you're left with is a chant. Picture on my book is real because of gravity, but here we are in reality, and water's flat. Do you get it?
Well, yeah, water's flattened relative to its flat surface.
So you do see the flatness.
Well, yeah, if the surface
Okay.
is flat,
Well, why did you say you just didn't? Why were you belly aching?
Because
I don't want to talk about the globe. It's not that the globe is so convincing. I just haven't seen anything that's flat. Well,
because
2 minutes later, here we are.
Because water's shape is relative to what it's, I guess, attached, quote unquote, attached to in a way. Like if it's in a bottle,
that's
gonna
the
be the shape of the
surface.
water
Yeah,
still.
but that's the vessel. That would be the ocean basin. That would be the pond. That would be the pothole. The surface of that water is flat, regardless of what's. If you have a bucket of water, we have a bucket of water, correct?
Okay.
Can we measure the water across the bucket to see if it's flat?
Yeah.
Can I? Okay, now we drop a hammer into the bucket. What's going to happen?
Water go uppy.
Okay, but it's not relative to the hammer being in the bucket.
No, but the shape has changed of the water down below.
No, the shape, the flatness of the water remains. The water level just rose.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
How does this not work?
So your argument's void.
No, but how does that not work? Let's say right now, if you have gravity and there's water somewhere, how would it not appear flat to us? If we
Okay,
saw
you take the biggest ocean we have, what, the Pacific?
Yeah, and if we look at it, it looks pretty flat to us.
Okay, so you were bitching and moaning that you said you saw no evidence of flatness, but you've changed your tune. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Like we perceive it as flat.
Yeah, it means the Earth can't be a ball, because you and I are both agreeing on the nature of water doesn't make balls. It's flat.
Yeah, but it could still be round at a big scale, even though it appears.
But that's what I'm asking. So, what scale does the water? What scale? What point does the water magically start curving?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a mathematician.
Okay, so you don't know.
I'm not a mathematician.
So why are you telling me it's all about scale?
Because I can understand scale matters and not understand the math behind it, right?
No, not right.
I know what I know. Okay, I know what it takes to more.
I
or
mean,
less
you may be fooling yourself, but you're not fooling me.
What is not true with what I just said? You don't think scale matters to how you perceive something?
Well, I'm asking. I'm asking you to demonstrate that to me. At what scale does it matter?
I don't know. I'm not a mathematician.
Okay. Well, next, get back to it. Get back to me when you figure that out.
I don't think
so. Just put aside all your bitching and moaning that you're not convinced of flat. All you're doing is rationalizing why it's flat.
No, I don't think I'm gonna learn math to this level for a flat Earth. I don't think flat Earth's that important.
Okay. So are you finished? Because we're not going to start talking about The Wire now.
I don't want to talk about The Wire. I never even saw that show.
Oh, you missed it out. You missed out.
Seems like a mid show.
You probably don't have the attention span for it.
My attention span's fine.
Okay.
Why are you so aggressive?
Oh, dude. Your passive aggressiveness is aggressive to me.
I don't think I'm being passive aggressive at all.
How would you like me to speak with you? Is this good?
I want you to whisper.
Does this appease you? All I'm saying, dude, if it's strange that you guys you'll talk about it to a certain level, You'll say, "Yeah, I agree. I see this. Yeah, I agree. I can measure the water. Yeah, I agree that water finding and seeking level isn't a controversial take." But then you guys always have these excuses. You guys aggressively start scurrying to grasping at straws. Well, scale's an issue. Don't you agree? Okay, what scale does this occur? Well, how would I know? Well, I don't know. You brought it up.
I think it's okay not having an answer to these complex things if you're a layman. I think it's okay. Now, you shouldn't know everything about everything. I think that's fine. It's okay to say I don't know sometimes.
Well, when are you going to say that?
Right now, I don't
Because
know.
you gave me the answer of scale.
Well, yeah, but what goes into that, I don't know. Like, I can
So how did you know to bring it up?
For example, like I can tell you, like for example, if you read the Bible, like you need a certain like literary sense to understand the
Oh my
complex
goodness
stuff. But what
gracious,
they are,
dude.
I don't know what they are.
We're not talking about the Bible. We're talking
I
about a
know
bucket of water.
it's an example.
Bad example.
It's a good example.
No,
Got the
it's
science
not.
behind something. I don't understand the steps.
One is a story of something that supposedly occurred millennia ago. The other one is outside within our reach. Anyways, dude, if the conversation is too big for you or you don't think it matters, so be it. The next person will speak, or Alice will start babbling again.
Yeah, Owlish, start babbling. You and your 3 mutual friends.
But yeah, thank you for the tone policing. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Do we have 3 mutual friends?
Yeah, we do. I don't know who's Stone. Let me see if I have any messages.
You have Destiny as mutual friends? Interesting.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
I know him in real life.
In real life?
You guys share hair dye?
I actually cut his hair on stream before. You can Google it.
Well, everyone has to have a claim to fame, right?
What did you say, old?
I said everyone has to have a claim to fame, right?
Not really. I don't really care about him anymore. He's a weirdo.
I've met him in real life recently.
How was that?
It was fun.
Did he try to have sex with you?
No, we were in public, so it was pretty.
I don't think that would bother him.
I mean, I'm not really into that, so. He didn't ask, though. He was at a debate, so he probably was kind of interested in doing that instead.
The one with Dinesh?
Yeah, that one.
I didn't see it. How'd he go?
Dinesh, like, completely fucking crashed.
That's
Crashed and burned pretty fast.
Not surprised. It's
Dinesh who? Dinesh D'Souza?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dinesh.
Yeah, I hardly doubt that blue hair made Dinesh crash. I didn't know this existed. I'll have to. Come on.
He doesn't have blue hair.
Yeah, it's his mindset.
I offered a color.
He's a pseudo-intellectual wannabe wizard.
A wizard? Wait.
A wannabe wizard.
I didn't know you were a wizard.
I offered
no,
to color his
Dinesh
hair again. He said no.
So, anyways, back to the topic. What is it? Why?
I suggest you watch the Dinesh debate. It was really bad because
I will.
He cited a source, critiqued Destiny over not knowing the real number, and then didn't know it himself. So that's just an example of how poorly it was.
That sounds like a real dunk. So
I mean, it is a dunk in a debate, is it not? That is a dunk in a debate.
I'd have to see the context. What? Neither of them knew a number?
Well,
it was about.
If it was at the highlight of the debate. Neither one of them knew a specific number. Wow.
It was an estimation. It was more or less an estimation on tariff revenue.
Oh my lord.
So it was. He
Yeah, you
cited
guys
that it
are
was about
hopeless, aren't
20.
you?
Yeah, he said it was about $20 billion, and Dinesh told him he was wrong. So he said, "Well,
Can you
what is the
count to
real
a
number
billion?
then? Since you seem to know it." And he said, "Well, I don't know." So I mean, that was kind of embarrassing for him.
All right. Is anyone else interested
Can you
in the
count to a
topic,
billion?
or is it above their brain capacity like these two?
I came in midway. I don't even know what the topic is. What are we talking about? Are we talking about flat water or new?
Yeah, we was talking about the unraveling globe mythology. This guy agrees with this guy agrees that water's flat, but then he wants to tell me that it's curving a certain scale. Yeah, and then yeah, it is what you said.
No, I said the shape
You
of
know what's
water
weird?
is dependent.
Water does curve in a bucket,
No.
but it curves concave, not concave. So what do we got? Concave Earth now?
Yeah, we sussed that out about you're talking about water contouring. Listen, the water contours to the vessel. It remains flat at its surface.
So it seems.
So yeah, dude, you said flat Earth doesn't matter to you. Now you're going to chime in once Swole Dog starts speaking.
Yo, Tribal, I mean, what do you mean, so it seems, bro? So it measures, so it tests. When do we ever see
Do
the
I have you
surface of
turned
water
down? Wait,
curving?
I gotta turn you up. Wait, your mic is so low, dude.
That's okay.
Hold
Sorry,
on.
let me turn myself up as well.
Yeah, your
It's
mic's very
definitely
low.
my,
No, that was more of a joke, me saying so it seems.
Ah, okay. Alright. So you do understand that the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I got owned.
Okay. You got owned? What do you mean you got owned? What?
With facts and logic.
Yeah, I owned him.
With facts and logic.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what he owned
that's all it
himself,
takes,
and I
really.
helped him.
I was using feelings and pronouns, and this guy owned me with facts and logic.
I mean, would it be such a bad thing getting owned by facts and logic rather than indoctrination? You know what I mean? Like the pseudoscience that you receive from your teachers.
I mean, just because I go against my teachers doesn't mean I'm right.
Well, no, but being right means you're right. It doesn't matter what stance your teachers take, you know, assuming that you go to like a science school, right, or a school where you learn science,
Yeah,
right?
but
Your
that's what they
scientist
intake.
teachers. That's what they intake. Yeah, so that's what they put out. Why don't they test it for themselves?
I think everybody has
Why don't you test it for yourself?
Because if you're like a scientist and you believe in like the scientific theory and you like agree with all these people anyway, why would you have to go out and do your own testing for everything? Like, I don't
Scientific
think you
theory.
should.
Do you mean scientific method?
No, a scientific theory. Like, I don't think you should go out and test it for yourself.
Why not?
That's wild.
You're gonna test every single theory ever? Like what?
Well, you don't have to test every single theory ever. Just maybe the ones that they're lying to you about. You know.
How would I know if I don't go and test it?
I can theorize a lot
hold
of
on, Spider.
things, and it might be correct, but it's just like, you know,
No, I'm talking about a
when they're
scientific
feeding you this bullshit, and like they're telling you that it's, you know, it's spherical when we observe and measure no curve at sea level. Like what?
I gotta ask something. Right? Like, you don't have to go out and test every theory out there or every thing that's involved in science, right? But if you want to determine whether or not someone screwed up, like there's a method. Like it's perfectly fine if you want to go out and test the law of ideal gases. Like you're more than welcome to go out there and test that. If you want to go out there and test the law of conservation of energy, you can go out there and test that. It's a law for a reason. It hasn't been found to not be that way. But like you're still supposed to go out there and question it.
I mean, yeah, I don't think
It
there's
does
anything
help to
wrong
question it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning it, but I mean, just because like I go against, I guess, the establishment doesn't necessarily mean I'm right.
Okay, so then you question it, and then you go out and you find out that they were wrong. Now what?
It's about finding who's right, Tribal King. It's not about, you know, making an assumption based on, you know, this person says this and I say the other. Who's right, right? It's not about that. It's not about thinking about that, right? You need to be thinking. You need to be, you need to shift your mindset into a completely different place, and you need to think, who is right, right? Not
I know,
am I right or is he right, but who is right, right? So
It's
what
not even
is
about
the
who
right
is right,
answer?
Snyder.
Yeah, I get
It's not even about who is right. It's just about what is right. That's the most important.
Exactly. What is the right answer?
But I do that more like trivial stuff in my life than flat Earth. It's like so non-trivial to me, where it's like I just come in here like a once every like year maybe and talk.
Right.
Where
So
it's
you
like
just come in here just to make fun of it without having any actual knowledge
I don't think I'm making fun
or
of
discretion
anybody.
for what's going on, right?
I'm having a serious
Like
conversation with you.
this is silly. It's stupid. Why would we think
I
this
don't think I've
line?
ever said that.
Okay.
I don't think
Well,
I've ever
then
said it's
why are
silly
you
or
here?
stupid. I don't know, just to talk. I mean,
Let's
same
relate
thing.
to the topic.
Well,
Let's
we're
talk
going to
about
talk
the
about
topic.
the.
Oh, yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
what you're
we're going to
saying.
talk about the
I don't
topic.
think here's the thing. I can think your opinion on something is like, I guess, foolish, but it's like I'm not going to call you stupid or dumb for like having a different opinion. That's crazy.
Let's break
What
it down,
opinion?
right?
What opinion, dude? Yeah,
I'm saying in general.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
let's break it down. Let's go to the room topic, right? Ask me anything or make a claim to debate. Would you like to do either of those? Trouble King?
It goes a bit deeper than flat Earth, but it kind of relates.
Okay. I mean,
Yes.
would you like to address it? And
Okay.
we'll
If
see.
people are lying about flat Earth, what do you think their goal is? Why would they be lying to us about it?
World domination.
Why that specifically?
So this is
domination.
a very speculation topic, so I can give you my personal opinion on it, but it will be different to a lot of different people in here.
Yeah, I would assume
right?
it's like a personal opinion.
I'll give you my opinion. World domination.
I guess I'll just go one at a time. It's gonna be hard to like jump between the two of you.
I mean, world domination. Let's talk about that. So, what do you mean by that? When you say world domination, how is lying about the shape of the Earth an attempt to dominate the world?
Yeah, and by
And
who?
is it a physical domination? Is it a mental domination? Societal domination? Swole?
Well, you don't think world domination's an acceptable answer?
No. I think it totally is, but I want to understand why. I think it goes deeper.
Why?
Than that.
Why not talk to Tribal about it? He's the one in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Am I coming in too low, or can y'all hear me?
I hear there.
Well, no, I wanted Swole to give his sort of reasoning because that's his personal opinion.
You
right?
wanted to tell. You wanted him to tell Tribal. Okay.
Yeah. I want him to reason his claim.
Yeah, so complete and utter world domination. If you're willing to believe an absurd lie about the place where you live, then you're going to give up all of your faculties to a governing body, and they're going to control every aspect of your life, and you're going to be a slave to their system while they go out and play and have fun. Does that about sum it up?
Yeah, I guess, but then I would have to like, are all these like governments working together, or is it like a secret like cabal on top controlling them, or are
I
they
don't know.
also?
I don't know. I don't.
Secret ball. That's funny.
Like I don't know how else to put it other than like a secret cabal at the top. Like
they meet publicly.
Like who is doing?
They announced their plans for world domination.
Where? I haven't seen that.
Listen to Klaus Schwab, you will own nothing and like it. To listen to George Bush. Well, in our new world order, we will be.
Klaus Schwab? Isn't he the guy who made that book about the Great Reset? Who like they're gonna need like IDs for everything, and isn't that Klaus Schwab?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, they just want everyone locked into the same mind prison. The global, whatever you want to call it.
I have a question. Theoretically, I mean hypothetically, let's say I do look into this, but I come out at the completely different answer than you do. Would you say I'm woken up? Or would you say I'm still in the dark?
Go do that and come back and present what you find.
Are you talking about in relation to this question or in relation to the physicality of the Earth? Okay, so if you went to go and test the flat Earth and then you found curvature.
Round. Yeah, I found curvature. I'm like, hey, you know what? I did my own research and I see it to be round.
Okay, then we would ask you, we would strongly encourage, or at least I would strongly encourage you to present all your evidence, present the records, present the date and time that you did this, present the temperature that you of the environment that you're in, right? So if you're outside, the external temperature, right, the weather, right? If you were inside,
Just let
right,
him
what sort of
decide what he's going to
conditions?
do first.
Yeah, give us all the information for your test, and then we'll look over it, right? We'll look over it together and we'll see, what is right. You might change everyone's mind in here if you present something convincing enough, right? Something with science, right? The scientific method being followed in every one of your steps, right? You need to ensure the accuracy, right, in order to get results, right?
What about the guys that
Correct
went to
results.
Antarctica? What about the guys that went to Antarctica that are flat earthers? And then they
What
changed their
about
mind once they saw the
What about the
24-hour
guys?
sun.
Changed their
Why do
mind
we have to always
because they
speak for
saw
these
the
guys?
sun?
It's so bizarre. Whitset's still a flat earther, or he's not a globe earther. The megachurch pastor who set up the field trip, the glober, since then he's said that the sun has nothing to do with whether or not the earth is a ball. And he won't speak of the flat earth experiment anymore. The megachurch pastor who set it up. Epsilon.
So when they went
What
and
say
saw
you
the
about that?
So, I mean, I think that he was just over it after he proved that there's a 24-hour sun
No,
in
that's not what you think. You thunk wrong. That's not what he said.
What did he say?
I just told you.
Oh, you're saying that he didn't want to
He
talk about
said
it
that
afterwards?
seeing the sun has nothing to do with whether or not the earth is a ball.
That's not true. If you see the
Oh, it
24-hour
is
sun
true.
if you see the 24-hour sun in one place, and then when you go back to another place, right, and you don't see the 24-hour sun, that means that there has to be curvature. Just
That's
from that
circular
image.
reasoning.
What?
How is it circular
What?
reasoning?
How does it imply curvature, Epsilon? Can you explain in your model, please?
Because
Are you defending this point, or are you defending somebody else's point? I
no,
must
I
ask.
was just curious about like what you guys thought about that.
Okay, well,
The
what
one
do you
guy's a
think about it?
shill.
Do you think
Darrenism's a shill, and Whitsett still. And Whitsett, I mean, I'm not going to speak for him, but he's got
gets
his
it,
own
bro?
label, or people have labeled him such. But he's realizes the Earth is flat. That's the first thing he texted when he tweeted when he got
did
down
not
there.
say that. So because
The first thing he tweeted when he got down there was said, "Oh, I've seen all kinds of long distance observations."
So, Epsilon, let's go back to the point, right? You're talking about this 24-hour sun, right?
Yes.
Is this something that you subscribe to, or is this a claim that you're defending? Somebody else's claim that you're defending?
Because what we're doing is that we're understanding that the Earth has curvature and it's round, and it's a observable truth because of also including the tilt. I don't understand why you guys don't like get this. Why, like, what do you need to do for yourself to like believe that the Earth is round, or do you just not want to? If you don't want to, then there's no point of me even
Oh, I
giving you
used to be indoctrinated like you.
Yeah, Epsilon, we all used to be indoctrinated like you. Epsilon, please hang on. Okay, you've made a point, Epsilon. Epsilon, hang on. You've made a point, and you've said, "Why don't you guys get this?" Okay, right? You keep on using terms like "we" and "you guys" and stuff like that, right? Currently, it's just me having a conversation with you, Epsilon. Okay, and a bunch of other people are listening. Some people may chime in, right? Which is totally okay. I encourage that.
Sure.
But the point is, Epsilon, okay, right? It's not claim versus claim. It's not, like, oh, your guys' standpoint and viewpoint and mine, right? It's what we experience. What do we experience in reality? Well, we experience no curvature upon measurement.
Right.
Okay.
I hear you.
We experience laws of science. Okay, like the second law of thermodynamics being violated by your space story. Okay, it's ridiculous once you look into this. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Do you tell me your version?
Okay, do you know how gas pressure works? A simplified version. Do you know how gas pressure works?
Sure, but then you're talking about like you want to go into like the contained version of this. But I'm just saying, like, get to your point. Like, what are you trying to Like, what do you want to say about this?
What do I want to say about gas pressure or about the whole thing?
Gas pressure or the whole thing. The
Okay.
whole thing. I understand gas
Okay.
pressure, but the whole thing.
Right. Okay. So the whole thing is, when you're stepping into this room, right? It says on the room title, Effie, ask me anything or make a claim to debate. Would you like to ask me anything in relation to this topic, or make a claim, a positive claim to debate the flat Earth versus globe Earth topic?
One second.
Would you like to make a positive claim?
A positive claim. I would say, okay,
Or ask me anything about the topic?
I would say that I just don't like. Okay, so this is what I'm truly curious about. What benefit? I understand what like individual experience, but what benefit does you believing in flat Earth do for anybody? Like, where are you guys going to go with this concept or these ideas? Like, what model are you going to create? Are there going to be scientists that come out of this? Are there going to be like
A
flat Earth
less naive
scientists? Like,
society.
what's the point? Is what I'm saying.
A less naive society.
Yeah, so Epsilon, like a lot of conspiracy and a lot of questionable topics, right? Topics that aren't agreed on mainstream, right? Like, for example, aliens, right? Or maybe 11/9 but flipped. The people have their own sort of opinions on what actually happened and what's the reasoning behind it, right? This is just another one of those, right? Obviously, there are some people who know the main reason, right? Old Hoss Radburn shared a reason, right? I have a slightly different sort of what's the point in all of this, right? And for me, that would have to be intelligent design, right? It's evidence that we are, intelligently designed Earth, the way it works, the way that, the lights move above us, right? When you're talking about this 24-hour sun, right? It's
But
like,
why can't we?
this is.
Why? Go ahead. If you want to just
I was
finish
going to
this.
say that this is evidence of intelligent design, right? That we're not here by chance. We're not here by, a couple of cells, duplicating and whatnot, right? Whatever they teach you in science class. It's complete evidence. The way that we function as humans, right? The way that animals function, right? That there are some animals that are just, perfect, right? Where they are, right? And I get
Right,
adaptation
so-
and all of that, but like, are we serious? Do you think this is chance?
No, so I understand that yes, the likelihood that we are in the circumstance, even scientists know that it's like ridiculous, right? I understand where you're coming from when you say these things. My problem though is that it's that, it's almost like saying just because someone was born rich, they like they cannot make decisions, right? So they cannot understand like their circumstance. And I feel like that's what flat earthers do. And I'm not saying that you guys are wrong in believing that the earth is flat based on what you are able to experience day to day. Like when you look outside, you only see flat plains and these things, right? And then you guys,
Right.
when you're on a plane, the windows are they're weird, so you can't really see the curvature because the window is fucked up. All these things that you guys like claim, I don't mind that you do that, but the thing is that where besides intelligent design, are you gonna take this? Like what it like this? Where does this go? Where does this go?
Okay.
Like, are you gonna be able to create societies around this concept? Are there gonna be like scientific proofs that you guys can do? Are there gonna be like, will you guys be able to get us to the other side of the fucking
Could someone address that? Snee, could you address that? Him asking for scientific proofs when we're speaking of geometry.
Do not have any scientific proofs. You're completely wrong. Some guy
Well,
said,
it's a question of geometry,
No,
whether or not the
let's
Earth
go
is
over
a ball.
science.
Wait, hold on. This
One
guy
thing at a
mentioned
time,
that I was
dude.
wrong. Hold on. He was wrong about. He said, "Oh well, the flat Earth is proven by the second law of thermodynamics." But then the thing is that like I think that you don't have like a real claim.
Laws of outer space.
What?
Mm-hmm. I didn't say flat Earth is proved by the second law of
like really
thermodynamics.
trying to be kind.
I said
We're having a
I
conversation.
said epsilon. Alexa, stop. Sorry, my bad. I didn't say that the flat Earth is proved by the second law of thermodynamics. I said that the second law of thermodynamics completely ruins the space lie, right?
Incorrect.
The space story, right? Space cannot exist, right? Like a perfect vacuum cannot exist next to gas, right?
No. So
Like
you're
pressure, high pressure
misconstruing.
gas, right? You can't
So the
you
thing
you
is,
can't
you're
even have
misconstruing
pressure without a
because
container.
you don't understand what it's actually saying. You're like, okay, so if the problem though is that with you guys, if I say gravity and at any point you'll be like, well, ha ha ha, like gravity isn't a real thing, right? So
Well,
there's
yeah,
no
and
way that
then
I
we'd
can
ask you to
really.
prove it, epsilon.
No, I'll
Epsilon.
give it to you.
I'd ask you. I'd ask you to prove it, right?
I'll give
if
it
you
to
if you
you.
want to say that
I'll
I'm
give it to you.
lying,
Hold
I'll
on,
give it to
Snide.
you.
uh-huh.
I'll
Go for
give it
T-Dub.
to you, bro. I'll give you the gravity, all the gravity you want in the world. It's not going to change natural law. It's not going to stop entropy from occurring. Ever,
Okay,
ever,
do
ever, 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 ever,
do
ever,
you
ever,
think?
ever.
Okay, hold on.
You can dream about about this magical invisible force that you can't prove scientifically, being able to reverse entropy and violate natural laws, but it doesn't happen. It does
Okay,
not
so I
happen.
I hear what you're trying to say.
Gas. Hey, listen. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, bud. Do you know what gas does?
What does gas do?
Fills
Stores
available
pressure.
volume always.
Yeah.
I don't care
Forms a
how
gradient of
slowly.
pressure,
I
right?
don't
Is
care
that what
how.
you're trying to
Hey,
say?
listen. Listen. I'm going to tell you something, bro. I don't care how slowly, and I don't care how gradiated it is. It will do it. It will do it.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
not going to gas. Okay, your little gas
Okay. Have you
molecules
guys?
are not going
Okay,
to.
T-Dub,
I'm
let me
not
ask
going to.
you a question.
I'm going to keep talking until I'm done, right? And then I'll let you talk. Your little gas
Okay.
molecules are not going to go up into the sky somewhere and go, oh, I'm not supposed to go any further because there's a big ball below me. I better go back down now. No,
Okay. So,
they'll just keep fucking going forever and ever and ever and ever.
okay, T-Dub, have you ever? I'm sure you're like an outdoorsman, maybe. Have any of you like ever scaled a mountain or like climbed a mountain? Anybody?
Yeah,
Has
I said
anybody
I don't
climbed
care
a
how
mountain?
gradiated
Okay,
it is.
so
I said I don't
okay.
care how
No, but
gradiated
my
it is.
point
I
is,
don't care about your
no,
gradient,
but I'm
bro.
asking just a basic question. When
Yeah, here,
you
let me
scaled
get
that
this.
mountain,
Yeah, hey, Epsilon, let
did
me
you
or
feel?
let me
Did
get.
you feel the altitude?
Yeah,
Did you
Epsilon.
feel it?
Epsilon. Here, check this out. What's the highest mountain on Earth?
Right.
Which one is it?
Everest is supposedly, but there's
Yeah,
bigger
Everest.
in the
Okay,
ocean. There's bigger ones, but yeah, for the sake of argument, let's say Everest.
Everest. Okay. So now, what? How about astrophysically? What would be the highest mountain? That would be the mountain furthest from the core of the Earth.
Correct.
Which
Correct.
mountain would that be?
It would be, I don't know. I would still say Everest.
No, Mount Chimborazo. Mount
Okay. What
Chimborazo is like
happens
another
there?
5 miles further away from the core of the Earth than the top of Mount Everest.
Okay, so but like what's the standard of this? Like is it because that it's like sinking into the ocean and that's what I was
No,
gonna say, right?
no, it's not
So
sinking in the ocean.
there
This is
are
at sea
mountains that
level.
are
From sea
okay.
level, okay? So Mount Chimborazo is above ground. It's in Ecuador.
Okay.
The whole mountain is above ground. It's not under the water. So
Okay.
by your worldview, Mount Chimborazo should have a lower gas pressure gradient if the cause of gas pressure gradient is a inverse square law connected to the distance to the core of the Earth, the center of pole.
It
Mount
would, yes,
Chimborazo.
it would
Okay.
have it the pressure gradient, yes, would be lower at the peak of that mountain,
It's
correct?
not.
What
It's
do you
not.
say?
It's not.
Yeah, it's not. Not only
Okay,
would be
how is it
lower, it would be substantially lower, considering that there's another Mount Chimborazo has is on top of Everest. It's like another 5 miles on top. Mount Chimborazo, maybe a little bit more than 5 miles further away than the top of Mount Everest. So how
like
do you riddle me that?
okay. If that's true, I don't know about that mountain, so I cannot go back and forth on you with this because I don't have the knowledge, right? So
Well, just
I'm
think it
telling
through.
you.
Well, you have to okay, just think it through. Maybe just take it on that I'm operating in good faith. It doesn't have to be a trust me, bro. But hypothetically, if a mountain is astrophysically further away from the core of the Earth, would there be a higher or lower gas pressure gradient?
There would be a lower gas pressure gradient.
Okay, how about if you go underground? Would it get higher or lower?
It would get higher.
Okay, so what if it stays the same?
If it's, I don't know what that means. Like, where does it stay the same? You're saying where it's supposed to be higher or lower, it stays the same?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how
And
far
that's
down
like
you
an
dig. It's going to
inconsistency?
be about 14.7 or something like that, whatever it is. I can't, off the top of my head, what, 14.6?
I'd have to
Yeah.
I'd have to see this reference. If you can like send it on side chat, that'd be like great because I don't
Well, you
know.
just look up. Tyson wrote a book called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. He has
Okay,
a
can you
whole
send me
chapter.
this mountain that you're talking about that's
Yeah,
taller than Everest?
Mount Chimborazo.
Mount Chimborazo.
So this is a direct observation that
I don't even
hard
know.
counters the claim.
Oh, Mount El Sombroso with
No,
an Sombroso.
well, that could be local dialect spelling, but is it Ecuador?
No,
Okay,
no,
not the
that's
right
what I'm
one then.
saying. Can you send me the actual like mountain? Because maybe I'm not spelling it right or like something.
Just type in the highest mountain in Ecuador.
Okay.
There being less gas pressure, with altitude.
Oh,
Yeah,
Chimborazo. Okay.
Chimborazo.
It's not an example of a violation of the laws of entropy, anyway.
So if you see a video here, people climb Mount Chimborazo without any sort of oxygen assistance. That shouldn't be the case. So it seems like this gas pressure gradient starts at sea level, not at the core of the Earth.
Well, I was trying to tell Scott Mackey the other day, bro. I checked the weather. I do this often, right? I check the weather sometimes for here and the coast, right? Where I am in the mountains and on the coast, about 200 k's east of me. And often, the pressure at sea level is lower than where I am at 1,030 meters above sea level.
Here, who are we talking to again? Epsilon, right? Yeah, I tabbed back in.
So Everest is about 8,848.9 meters above sea level. Chimborazo is 6,263 meters above sea level. But because of the location, because it's closer to the equator, it is 2 kilometers further from Earth's center. But this does not mean that it has different atmospheric conditions, is what I'm seeing. So the atmospheric pressure is because where it's located towards the equator versus where Everest is. These are different circumstances.
So now the
Which includes
uniform
tilt.
downward pull of gravity, it varies all across the Earth. That should tell you something.
Right, but I mean, even this guy on the side chat said, like, look at side chat, right? This is a apologist for flat Earth. Yes, Mount Chimborazo is the highest point on Earth when measured from the Earth's center, but Mount Everest is the highest point above sea level due to the Earth's bulge.
It's not measured from the Earth's center.
So this is like it doesn't make your point.
Yeah, this nails the point home.
No, it doesn't.
This is a headshot to the globe model. This completely debunks the globe model. Completely.
Okay, interesting.
This would not be possible. There's only a sea level. There isn't
Yeah, I've never heard this argument, so I don't really know.
It's not an argument. This is an observation, a measurement that directly demonstrates gas pressure gradient has nothing to do with gravity.
Correct, but the thing is that what I would ask you though is that if you understand that at the equator gravity is a little bit weaker, how? But then if I say
That would make
gravity,
it
right? I
worse.
can't use
That
gravity,
would
right?
make it even worse then.
Right,
If
I
gravity
can't
is a
use.
little bit even weaker at the equator, that would push this mountain even further away as far as gas pressure gradient. So you're adding even more, like a contradiction here.
Wait, 13 kilometers or something like that?
I feel like if I use gravity, because we can't say gravity in your worldview, so
No,
I don't
your
know how.
worldview. Let's borrow your worldview. In your worldview, gravity maintains a gas pressure gradient. Gravity is a pull, a downward pull, starting at the core of the Earth and getting weaker
As
based
it
off
goes
the
higher, right,
yes,
right.
as
As
you
you
get
go
further
higher,
away.
yes,
Mount
yes,
Chimborazo is further away. The top of Mount
right. But the thing,
Chimborazo is
but
further
what you're saying.
away than Mount Everest, the top of
So
Mount
what
Everest.
I'm telling you is that because where this Shimbrozo is located, what happens is that at the equator, based on science, which I know you don't believe in, it's
Science doesn't require
weaker.
belief. Science factors
Hey,
belief
bro,
out.
don't tell people what they don't believe in or
Yeah,
do believe in.
science itself, if purposely factors belief out, that would be called a uncontrolled variable. So in science, if you add the uncontrolled variable of a belief system, you've already deviated from science. If anything, science has a lack of belief baked into it. You are starting from a lack of belief, then you demonstrate the cause and effect relationship via an experiment. The experiment would have no beliefs built
Yeah,
into
but
it.
then the thing is that we know, like based even on this photo on the side chat, we know that Chimborazo or whatever is lower above sea level,
Sea
right? So
level,
like I
yeah,
don't
not the core of
understand.
the Earth. So your gas pressure
So
gradient
it has
starts
more.
at sea
But it
level.
has more air above it, is what I'm saying. So it means that it has higher pressure, supposedly. Is that what you're saying?
Lower. It would
Yeah,
have
they
lower
contradicted
pressure.
again. Yeah, it's a contradiction again.
But there's no evidence that gravity starts at the center of the Earth.
Where would it start then?
Yeah, where would it start?
There's no evidence that
There's
that's the
no
center of the Earth.
evidence. There's no evidence to support any location.
Hey, you want to go there? You just want to go straight to the crunch? There's no evidence of a center of the Earth.
Oh, come on. Come on. Like,
Oh, come on, bro. Okay, then you've got a radius value, do you? You've got a radius value, do you?
So you don't
You've got a
think when
radius
we
value,
dig
do you?
into
You've got a
when you
radius
don't think
value, do
that
you?
hold on.
I'm going to keep
You don't
asking
think
you.
that
Do you
we
have a radius value? Do you
why
have
do
a
you
radius
talk
value
like
for
that?
us? Have you got a radius value for us?
I'm asking you, when people have dug
I'm
into the
asking
earth,
you. I'm asking you. Have you got a radius value?
you don't want to have a conversation. You just want to be a dick.
Yeah, I do want to have a conversation about the radius value.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I do. Because that's the crux of the matter.
You can't have a center without a radius. That's true.
Epsilon, do you not want to figure this whole thing out, or what's going on?
I just feel like we're not
We're
really
not
being
here with ifs, buts, and maybes, bro. This is
ifs,
not
buts.
about. This is not a speculation. Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat.
It is not.
If you're claiming there's a radius, I want evidence of it, please.
So okay, so you're saying but even if there was so if there was a person telling you that something exists and you don't experience this existence of said thing, is it only
I
in
want
existence? Is it only in
evidence.
no? I'm asking you. Is it only in existence if you are able to do the calculations and the measurements and the proofs yourself? Is that the only
He
way that
literally
you?
said we're not talking about ifs and buts, and you gave him like 12 ifs, but if you can do it, kind of thing. That was bad.
But you're using ifs and buts. I believe in the scientists that already have done the work, right? So when I say these numbers to you,
So
all you're
what
going to
did
say
they
is,
do
"Well,
then? So tell us what they did.
you
So
didn't
tell us what they
necessarily
did.
prove this."
So tell us what they did.
So we know the radius, we know the equatorial
How?
radius, we know the polar
What
radius, we
work?
know
How?
we know how
How?
GPS is used, we know how
How
aviation
do
is
we
done,
know
we
the
know how
radius?
satellites orbit. Okay, so the
This
communication
is
that we're
all
using right
circular
now.
reasoning nonsense, dude. Epsilon. You said you wanted to get to the bottom of this, so why don't start from square one?
And
What? Okay,
Epsilon
what is square one to you guys? Like, what would be square one to you guys?
Well, how are you so certain of this 3959 mile radius number?
Yeah, and just a pro tip, Epsilon, right? By you like shotgunning us with all these different factoids and shit, that's not having a conversation, bro. Start with one at a time, all right?
So that's why I was asking. I posed the question of, okay, so do I have to do the math? Like, do I have
No,
to
you said they did the
videotape?
work. We said what work?
Okay, so we know you mentioned radius, right? We know
You're
the
gonna change
radius.
again.
What is the radius going to do for you? It's just a number to you, right?
How do we know the radius? What do they do to attain the radius?
I'm not them, right? I never did it myself. So there I can agree with you.
But here's the interesting part, right? Not only did you not do whatever this thing in question is yourself, you can't even vocalize what they actually did.
No, but so this is the difference, right? I trust what they do. If I didn't trust,
right.
if
You
I
don't
didn't
know
trust
if they
what
did
they,
anything to be able to trust, bro.
At this point,
I
dude,
do know.
you're just no, check this out, right? At this point, because you haven't actually articulated anything that they did, you're just trusting the number that they gave you, and taking it on face value that they did something, no matter what that something is.
How
So
are
we're
we
asking you what
supposed
that
to? How
something
are we
is.
supposed to? I understand what you're saying, right? And
All
yes,
right,
in some sense, I do believe in science, right? I go
that,
forth with
That's
that's what
science.
I'm saying.
anti-science. That's the most
Yeah,
anti-science thing you can say. That
yeah,
you
Say
believe.
it. I didn't hear what you said, conspiracy Santa. What did you
Yeah,
say?
saying that you believe science or you trust science is the highest form of science denialism. You can't get any more science denial than
Yeah,
that.
but that's like saying
It's scientism.
anything. Like, for example, if I say, not to change the subject, but if I say, well, I want to be a good person because it's a virtue, when I do that and I enact it consciously, I'm also doing the opposite thing. We can say the same thing for even being virtuous, right?
No, that's a
No,
moral standard. That's subjective. We're talking about objective.
okay, but okay, so I see where you're going here with this, but the thing is that I guess we can use different numbers,
I know.
and then you're saying that science told us it's these numbers specifically,
That's
and we're using this
anthropomorphizing.
metric.
Science is not a thing. It doesn't tell. It doesn't speak. There's no lips. It's not an intelligent agency. It can't tell you what its favorite color is. It can't tell you if
Sure, but
pineapple belongs on pizza.
what
It's a
metric would be
method. It's a
what
method.
what right? But what metric would be feasible under this worldview? What would you like for us to use in order to make sense of the world around us? And if it is flat, how do
dude,
we measure it, and where do we go from that? What do we do?
Dude, check this out, right? Instead of going into hypotheticals, how about we dig into what they actually did, right? And
For
scrutinize
flat Earth?
that. No.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for you to find out.
Exactly, right? You so far you've said they've given us a number, even though you actually haven't even said the number for the radius. You don't know what they actually did to
It's like
achieve that.
6,000. What is it? Like 6,200 or 6,300 kilometers or something is what the radius is. I don't know.
Okay,
Like, it's like
now
around
you're
that.
saying
It's
it.
like around
Okay,
that.
cool. So now you're saying it before you did, right?
I don't
My
know the
point is,
number. Yeah, off top.
my
Like, I don't
point.
know.
That's cool.
It's not my
That's cool.
field.
That's cool. Neither it, we're not, professionals in the field either. We're just studying it. We're just looking at it, talking about it. Okay.
Okay.
My point is, dude, at this point in the conversation, now you gave us a number, but you haven't given us a way that they actually achieve that. You trust that number blindly, and we're asking how it was arrived at. So instead of going to hypotheticals about, oh, well, what would you guys accept? Why don't we just check this out and determine if we accept this or not. Right?
The
We don't
thing
need to
is
give you
that,
some
okay,
sort of
so the
framework or
thing
some
is that
theoretical template
the
of
I
what some
don't.
things are acceptable and
Okay,
some things are not.
I understand. Let me try to
Right?
explain. I am a software engineer by trade. I don't know what they did. The best
Thank you
that
very
I
much.
can say is that they did maybe like the radius by some sort of length and then some sort of like the angle
Yeah.
including curvature. I don't know, but that's my best guess.
So
All
here's
I'm
the
saying,
cool part, bro. Here's the cool part,
all
bro.
I'm
Just because you're like, no, dude, hold on. I got to cut
go
you off here. Okay. Just because you're a software engineer, it does not mean you can't understand this stuff. Okay. I write software for a living too, and I do understand this stuff. That's not. It doesn't matter. The point is, you did not look into it, and that's okay. Most people haven't. We didn't until we did, and once we did, we're like, holy shit, dude. There are some problems here. Assumptions left, right, and center, affirming the consequent, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So we're encouraging you to look into it. We're not like attacking you. Oh, you don't know this, therefore you're an idiot. No, it's more like you're coming off like an idiot because you're arguing for something you don't actually know. So in this conversation, it's more take
The
it
thing
more
is
like a nudge.
that there's
Like,
no
let's look
reason
into
for.
it.
Okay,
Let's
hold
look
on.
in.
There's
Let
no
me finish.
reason for
Let
me to
me
do the math.
finish, dude. Let me finish. Okay. Take this as a nudge of to say, let's look into it together. That's all.
Right. So okay. So if you are, I don't know if you are formally educated in software. So I am genuinely an engineer. What I'm telling you is, I can make a guess that people understand that there is a radius, and then we use this equation to divide based on length and some sort of something else. I don't know what they used. Right.
We
I don't
use it
know.
to we use it to
So
demonstrate that it doesn't exist.
right. So what I'm saying is that I'm willing to say that I don't fully know, but I trust that these other experts in scientific fields
Okay.
aren't lying to me, right? Like,
All right. Okay. All right.
why would I create a program?
It's not necessarily that they're
Okay, so
lying.
hold
They
on,
could just
hold
simply
on.
be
Let me ask you
wrong.
a question.
They could
Why
just
would I
simply be
create a
wrong.
program like Discord, for example, as a software person? Let's say I
Oh,
created
if the radius value didn't exist, right?
No.
Oh,
Why
how could
would
I
I
possibly
lie?
design
Why
software?
would I lie? But
Not
okay,
analogous.
just hear me out.
Not
As
analogous.
a software engineer, why would I lie to you about the functionality of this software that we're
Not
using?
analogous.
There's no
Not analogous.
functionality, right? They're not using the radius value for anything.
Not analogous.
Listen. I'm going to fast track you, right? Because okay, all right, fair enough, right? You don't know how they did it. You're just told that there is a radius value.
I know how to make
If there
Discord.
was,
I can make Discord.
if there was a radius value, that means the surface of the Earth must be curving at a specific rate, and we can approximate that to around about 7.98 inches per mile squared, right? And it also gives us a horizon distance of about 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I'm sorry, I don't know it in kilometers or in metric. But the point is, those two things don't exist. There's no geometric horizon, and there's no curvature rate to the surface of large bodies of water, or any body of water, unless you're talking about a dewdrop.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. When we use independent methods of understanding these things like geometry, right? For example, why would we why would a scientist lie to you about the same way that
They're just wrong.
I'm just asking you why
They're not lying. No one
It
has said
doesn't
they're
matter.
lying.
Yeah.
So you don't think that they're lying? What do you think that they're doing?
Dude,
Is it like tricking you into thinking that
They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything, bro.
Dude, people are fallible, right? People make mistakes. People have ideas, get fucking neck deep into them, and then say, oh shit, we're wrong. It happens, right? We've all been there. For all we know, this is one grandiose, giant fuck up.
But like, okay, so I understand what you're saying.
My point is, it's a possibility. The other possibility, as you're hinting at, is somebody could be, or some group or whatever, could be deceiving. At this point in the conversation, we don't know, and it doesn't matter because the real point of discussion is the fuck up, is the geometry.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I
What we
understand where you're
witnessed. Let me finish. Fuck me, man.
You're kind of
Okay.
rambling.
Point of discussion. Shut the fuck up. Okay. The point of discussion here is is to look at the contrast between what we experience and measure and what we're told. Point final. End of story. Why?
So I understand this. Okay, I understand this, but my question to you would be, and I understand how you're extremely skeptical and you want to know these numbers for yourself, and you want to understand
I know
for
the numbers.
Right. Well, if you knew the numbers, then you would agree that the
Yeah.
Earth is a ball. Right? So what I'm
No, I
saying.
know the numbers that we're told, doofus. 3,959 average radius.
So
Okay.
if you, I
Like,
understand.
Can you understand
Let me
something and
talk,
not
let me
believe it?
talk.
Or do you think
Yes.
understanding and accepting are like linked? Like, so nobody can understand something but also not believe it. Do you think
Correct.
that's a possibility?
I believe that people can. That's I feel like what's happening right now. You can
Well,
understand the
hold on.
numbers.
Wait. No, that's not. No, it's the opposite, right? They understand the ball. They understand it. There's nothing they don't understand. They just don't accept it. Now, you think
Yeah,
you
that's
were saying,
fair.
well, if you understood it, you would accept it. No, that's not how things work. You think
I mean,
if
I
the
guess
only way to
from your point, RTH, you're correct. You can understand the numbers and not accept it. I agree with you.
Okay, so all I'm saying is don't use that argument, right? Don't say, oh, if you understood, then you would believe, because that's like saying, oh, well, read the Bible, then you'll become a Christian. Well, I
Therefore,
read the
you're
Bible.
Christian.
Well, you must have not read it good enough. Okay, so
Correct.
that's all I want.
Correct. I see where you're going, but that's my kind of where I want to see where you guys want to take this. Where do we go from here?
To the surface geometry, bro. That's where we want to take it.
Yeah, we compare empirical evidence now. That's where we're up to. Okay, so actual real world tests to try to find that mathematics that goes with the globe in reality, make sure it's actually there. That's been done, okay, and it's not there. Now it's a matter of you actually sitting down and having a look and putting on your critical thinking cap and just genuinely analyzing the evidence that we can present to you and
So
maybe
where do you think?
presenting
No, I
some of your
understand.
own.
Where do you
Sorry?
think? Where do you think the sun goes? Like, let's say I live
But
in
we're
New
not
York
talking
City.
about the sun, we're talking about the
Where does the
surface of
sun
the
go?
earth. We're not
Right,
talking
but like,
about the sun.
where does it go though? In
And we're
your
not talking
opinion,
about
like,
the sun. Would you agree to this? If the surface of the earth isn't curving, then whatever the sun's doing isn't going to make the surface of the earth start to curve.
so maybe the sun goes from like left to
I don't know what
right,
the
and
sun
then you
is.
don't see it.
I can't validate what the sun is empirically. Okay, it's a big mystery. I don't know what it is. I can't validate
Okay,
it.
why is it
You can
okay,
parrot,
why is
right,
it
what you've been
colder
taught
at
about
night?
it, but you don't
Okay,
know.
I understand what you're saying, but why is it, let's say, colder at night than it is during the daytime when the sun is not there?
What
Because the sun's there.
Do you
Because the
realize you're
sun's
asking
there.
why reality is the way it is? That was
No, I just want your
you
opinions
might have
because I'm
not you
trying
might
to
not have
learn about your
realized it. Hold on.
worldview.
Well, but hold on. You're not asking about our worldview. You're asking about reality. In reality, at night it gets colder, and you go, "Why does it do that?" Ask reality. How the fuck? I didn't make reality. Nobody in this room made reality so that they can go, "Oh yeah, I programmed nighttime to be." So you
But
got to
can you at
understand what
least?
you're
But
asking.
I
You're asking
understand what
how
you're saying.
reality
But
works.
I understand what you're saying. But can you at least like say? Can you
Yeah,
you
I'll give you an
concede
answer. I'll give you an answer
What, you want me
quickly.
to make something up?
when the
I'll give
sun
you
is
an
here,
answer.
it's
Okay,
warmer,
when the
and when
sun
the sun is
when the
gone,
sun
it's
moves
not warm.
away, when the sun moves away, it takes its light and its heat with it, as far as we can tell. Okay, we see it
Correct.
moving across the sky in cycles. As it gets further away, it's taking its light and its heat along with it. Okay, it's not able to propagate back to you.
We should have taken
Right, it's going to be
So
back the next day.
what is
Right?
the sun? What is the sun made up to you? Like
I'm
what
not
is the
sure.
sun?
We're not making claims about the sun. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the earth. Okay, we're talking about testing the surface of the earth and trying to find that curvature that would have to be there for the earth to be a globe. Right? That's
Correct.
the
But okay,
starting point.
so okay, do you agree? Do you agree that the sun is a ball-looking form? Like it's
let's
a
not.
Yeah, it's
ball-looking
like
I'm
it's like
talking
a
about the
round
sun,
looking
bro.
light in the
made up of
sky.
hydrogen, helium, and other metals, right?
Hey,
Do you
can I just help you out here? Flat Earth is not about the sun.
Okay, but why is the sun round in your perspective?
I don't care.
Why
I
is
don't
it
care.
round?
Not sure.
Bro, it's round because it's round in reality. Like
Yeah,
that's
dude.
why the
What
sun
does
is the
that
way it
mean?
is, because it's how reality is. Like,
Yes,
I don't.
correct.
This is crazy, dude. You're asking these
No,
guys.
no,
These are
correct.
just
I think,
people like you.
no, no, no.
I know,
We're
but you're.
getting to a
It's
deeper
almost like
concept.
you're. Hold on. It's almost like you're putting some kind of godlike burden on these people because you have a story about what the sun is, and since they don't believe it, you're like, well, you got to
No,
give
I'm
me
not
some
forcing anybody.
godlike.
We're just having a conversation. I'm not forcing anybody to believe what I
Well,
believe,
how
right?
would
I'm just
anybody
trying
know
to
what
figure
the
out.
sun is? How
Yeah,
would
that's
anybody know what it is,
what.
dude? We're
So
all
what do
just
you
looking
think
at it.
chemistry?
Me, you, them. Me, you, and them. We're all just looking at the
Okay.
sun. How is
Do you
any
think
one
the
of us
sun?
going to get more information?
Okay. Do you think the sun has chemical compounds at least?
No, we don't have the answers for you, bro. We
Can
don't
I
have the
see
answers
that?
for you.
Can I see
Can you
chemical
agree
compounds when we
chemical
look up at it?
compounds?
Well, look,
That's
dude, we're all just looking at it. What information can you get from the sun by looking at it? Because that's all we're going to get. And you're
This is
saying,
what we need to do. Okay, we're trying to talk about the Earth, and what the globe Earthers try to do is they try to avoid talking about the thing that's in question, and they start talking about things in the sky that none of us can empirically validate. That's what happens every day. We see it happen. Okay, why are you worried about talking about
Because I
the
want to
surface of the Earth?
the reason is because I want to understand the worldview because I don't think you guys
It's not about the
understand.
sun. It's
Okay,
not
so
about the
okay,
sun.
what do you
We're
think?
not
Okay, what do you
providing you a
think?
cosmo. We're not
Okay,
providing you an
what
alternative
heat to you guys?
cosmology.
What's
We're
heat?
not.
What does heat mean?
We're not providing you an alternative cosmology and answering all the fundamental questions of the universe, bro. We're telling you that the surface isn't curving, so it can't be a ball.
We kind of know what the sun is made of, considering the rays that come off of it. We
See,
can
the
measure.
globe is just continuously
Come
talking
on.
about things in the sky and just doing whatever they can to avoid talking about empirical surface measurements.
Okay, what do you guys think? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so when the weather changes, what do you guys think is happening? What in a flat Earth
What do you
model,
mean? Like
like
what
for
weather? Are
example,
you
right
talking
now in
about
New
when it
York City?
rains? When it starts
No, right
raining?
now. No, hold
Or
on.
when the
Right
wind
now in New
blows
York
on my
City,
face?
right now in New York City, it's about to be winter. But if I go to Australia, it's gonna be summertime. Why
Yeah, so
does
the
that happen?
sun, the sun is taking a different path over, right? So at midday in Australia, the sun's going to be pretty much directly above your head at midday. Okay, 6 months later, right, it's going to slowly get lower and lower in the sky. And someone in Europe, for example, 6 months later at midday, they're going to have the sun roughly above their head, and it's going to be much lower in the sky for people in Australia because it takes a particular cycle above the surface of the Earth, right? That's something that we can observe. Now, how does all of the mechanism behind that work, and what exactly is the sun? And could there be things that are far beyond our comprehension about it? Yeah, possibly. That's why we're not making
this
specific. Hold on, let me
phenomenon.
finish. Just you gotta let me finish, man. I was just almost done.
I'll drink my Red Bull. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So we're not claiming to know things that we can't validate. Okay. What can we validate? We can go out and test the shit out of the surface of the Earth. Most of it's covered in water. And for gravity, for the globe, all of these things to be true, the surface has to be curving at a specific rate. Okay, and it's more than what most people think. Over 20 miles, it would be about 266 foot, approximately. Okay, we can go and
Okay,
test
so
for that in various ways because there's byproducts of that curvature, such as a geometric horizon and things obstructed in the distance. So we can go and test and test and test and test, and that's been done, and every single test shows that the curvature isn't present. So it cannot be a
So
globe.
what I understand where you're going with that. My thing though, so you mentioned something really unique, right? You said, "Oh, well, because it's summer in Australia and it's well, let's just say northern and southern hemisphere." You're saying, "Oh, well, the sun is closer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera," which is true. But what you're pointing to is how we were able to figure out that there's a tilt or a rotational
No,
axis
we're not
of
talking
the
about
earth.
a tilt. That's how it would be explained on a globe.
A
Okay, so
globe earth, right?
you would
Yeah.
say that during, okay, so when it's summer, right, just say you're in America. Okay, when it's summer, according to the globe model, the sun's like 3 million miles further away in summer, but it's because of the tilt and whatnot. There's explanations for all of these things on a globe. Okay, there's also explanations for how they could work on a flat surface. But we're not
Okay,
worried about
what
explanations because when
can you
we
educate me
ask
on those?
people, hold on, let me, bro, you keep cutting me off just before I finish. Okay,
Go
just
ahead.
because there's an explanation for something, what we're trying to dig into is like validating the prerequisites for the explanation to be able to be used, if you know what I mean, right? So if you say, well, the Earth's a globe that has a tilt, okay, so what's the prerequisites for that claim? Okay, you're gonna have that right? That radius value. So how was that measured? Who validated that? Okay, because we don't want to just go off a theoretical mathematical concept or anything like that. We want to go off what we can actually validate.
So when you talk about actual validation, this is where I get confused, right? So that's the tilt is the reason that the Arctic Circle, for example, you guys went over to experience the 24-hour sunlight in the summer, and the 24-hour darkness in the winter. I think they did both, or they're going to do both. Um, how do we how do I, if a mathematical theorem doesn't explain it, what can? What do we do?
Yeah, so we just go and test the surface of the Earth, okay? Because if your prerequisite to your claim is the Earth being a globe with X radius, then we can test that in reality, because we can test it over and over again, and then you don't even have to believe our results. You can go and test it yourself as well. Okay, so
Correct.
that
So
alone would just
we
completely
already
debunk your entire heliocentric model.
no, but the thing is that we've already done that, but you
No,
refute
you
that
haven't.
point by saying
That's
that
what I
no,
thought, and that's what
we
most
have
globe earthers think. Yeah, that's what I thought when I started looking into this, and that's what I hear every day from globe earthers. And then when we say, look, let's compare empirical evidence. Show me anyone throughout history that did validate that radius, that drop over distance. Okay, and then we compare evidence, like I said, and we go over it in good faith. Okay, and analyze it and come to a logical conclusion based off whose evidence stacks up. Perfectly reasonable request to do that. Okay, that's the
I don't
prerequisite to
know.
the
I
globe
don't know
curvature.
if anybody has quote unquote, based on what you're saying, quote unquote, validated the globe Earth, but we've been able to come to a consensus that it is the way that we kind of perceive it to be
That's great.
outside of our individualistic,
Fantastic. So there's a consensus on
empirical.
radius value existing. Right? Earth must be a globe. It has a radius value, 6,371 kilometers, 3,959 miles. Right? Okay. Then that means that the surface of a large body of water must curve at a specific rate. Right? Having a drop over distance and giving you a geometric horizon based on those values.
But
Doesn't exist.
so
This is what I'm saying, telling you.
we
People go out and look for that. It's not there.
What about, I remember a long time ago I saw these guys that were they shined a light inside of they tested this by the distance but they did I think it was 10 square miles. I'm not really sure how far they were. But they tried to see if the light was shining. It was flat earthers. And they had to they couldn't see the light, but then when they moved the light up a little bit up, then they were able to see the light because of the curvature. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah,
Like
that's
flat
from
earthers
that's from a
wrong.
guy. Listen to the response now. I heard we all know what you're talking about. It's from a hit piece that was on Netflix against flat Earth called Behind the Curve. Okay, absolute moron stoner flat earther in that. Right, they kind of got tricked into going into a hit piece video named Jaren. Okay, and what you're talking about is a 52-second clip out of the documentary. It doesn't show the setup. Okay, it shows a few shots of Jaren carving some holes into some cardboard at nighttime. Okay, and then it doesn't show the setup. It doesn't show confirmation of the heights. It doesn't show anyone measuring anything. It shows a bunch of close-up shots of Jaren's dopey-looking face, right, to sway the audience into thinking flat earthers are morons. Okay, and then they screw up the math, right? And then they don't show any of the actual test. They just say this was the result. So what was supposed to happen was that it was supposed to be a laser test, and then Jaren, right, dopey Jaren, stoner Jaren, he left on the laser and melted the collimator or something like that, and completely broke the laser. So rather than just tossing the whole thing away because they had it all set up, right, they decided that they would just use a flashlight because they had a flashlight. And they did it with a flashlight. Apparently, everyone walked away from that saying, "Oh, that didn't prove anything. That was ridiculous." And then later on, in post-production, right, they edited it in a way that made it look like the flat earthers debunked themselves because the guy that made it hated flat Earth, and even flat Earth debunkers call bullshit on the way that it was edited. But yeah, it doesn't really show anything. We have almost done. Okay, we have proper tests that have been done, right? And obviously, not using a freaking flashlight. and using high-powered lasers, right? For example, like a $30,000 laser, a bunch of engineers going out, setting up a highly controlled tests over huge distances with professional equipment and documenting everything. Okay, we've got hundreds of these tests that are being done like professionally, not some like little Netflix hit piece.
So when you do you agree? So do you think that the stars in the sky
Back to the
change?
sky again.
No, I'm just because we have to
No,
understand.
we don't think the stars in the sky anything. We don't think the stars in the sky anything.
What are they then? Are they like dots? Like
No
kind
idea.
of like what's that fucking movie from
No
Jim
idea. We
Carrey?
have no
where
idea what
it's
stars are.
like we're in this like dome. What's that movie?
No. We didn't claim a dome, and we say we have no idea what the stars are. Okay, we can just observe what we see them do from each person's perspective, right? That's what we can observe, and we can use them actually for certain things like creating coordinate systems and that kind of thing. But yeah, we're not concerned with things we can't validate, because if you were to ask us, if we made a positive claim about a star, you're going to say, oh, can you prove that? Right? Can you validate that claim? And we're going to say, oh, of course we can't, right?
I own a telescope. What about? But then the thing is, you
Yes,
guys aren't
cool.
talking about things in the sky. What
You
if
think
I
flat
got one of
earthers
my
don't own
friends?
telescopes?
Maybe you should have pointed it over a body of water.
What if I have a
do that
friend
with
in
the
Australia?
telescope.
We create a video and then we see how the stars are different. What would that prove to you?
That you see different stars in the sky depending on where you are on the Earth.
And meanwhile, the Earth still measures flat, so you got a problem.
I got to bring something up real quick, okay? Remember earlier, Epsilon, when you were like making claims about things and then you said, I don't know how it works. See, we're not even making claims about the things in the sky. We just say we don't know right off the bat, because that's what's being honest is really all about. Right?
No, I get what you're saying. You're right about that. Correct. Because I am kind of it's like what you guys call the scientism or whatever. I believe what other scientists have said. I am not a astrophysicist. I am a software engineer studied.
Good little follower.
Right. So I trust their word because they
No, you
trust me.
appeal to authority. You just appeal to authority. That's it.
You appeal to authority in the same way because what you're doing is you're using Discord and you don't know how it works. I can tell you how it works, but you don't understand how it works. You're appealing to authority.
What a
Hang on.
straw
Making a claim about it.
Hang on. Absolutely. I want to point something out. Okay. What's going on here in this conversation is akin to say, okay, you're writing some software, right? And we ask you, okay, how does this work? And you say, I don't know. And we say, okay, well, here's the source code. Can you look into the source code, analyze the functions, blah, 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 blah. Okay, right. And get back. And you're like, no, I don't understand it. Or I don't want to. Or I don't know. Or whatever. I just trust that the source code is doing what it's saying because, I see some outputs on the command line and it says certain things, so therefore it must be doing what it says on the thing, as opposed to actually scrutinizing the actual instruction set.
Okay, you're
trusting them. You're trusting the outputs of the stuff without investigating the inner workings because you're lazy or you just want to, or these guys seem to have some sort of authoritative badge on their lapel or whatever, and you're like, oh, that's good enough for me. I'll take it at face value.
Let me
dude, come on, man.
No, I understand. Let me respond to what you're saying. So I love that you're able to create an analogy using software, right? And everything that you're saying is correct. I understand though that I understand the computing of, let's say, the output that comes out in the command line. I know that I can go into the source code wherever it is. Maybe it's on GitHub, maybe it's like wherever it is, right? Or maybe I have it privately. Maybe I have VSC opened up and I created this thing. I'm saying that why would you not trust my output when you're able to use it the same way that we're using something like Discord?
Okay.
Why would you not trust it?
So how is it being used?
Yeah, it depends on how.
We're doing it right now by being able to speak.
Yeah, that's
over
Discord. Yeah, that's Discord. Okay, how is this other thing being used? What are you using it for?
We're using it for communication.
So, for example, let me point something out. Right, Epsilon. Right now, okay, we've got a bunch of different cell phones and computers and shit, all linked up to Discord, and voice is going back and forth between all of them and some central server or whatnot, group of servers, right? If I were to ask you, how do you know, right, that there is also not a parallel stream of our voices from that server going to another server where it's being logged and cataloged and analyzed? You would not be able to know that, right? Because all you see is the voice coming in and out. Hang on. All you know, right, is the voice coming in and out, right? So we know, at best, we know that we're communicating, okay, but we don't know what's going on the inside. But if you were to ask that question, you couldn't know unless you had access, right?
Correct. But the thing is that I know that
that's all we're doing. All we're doing is asking those types of questions. Let's peer into the box and see what's going on, right? That's it.
Let's keep it analogous. This is completely, it's not analogous to the topic. Okay, we're talking about a geometric claim here.
It is analogous.
Right? We're talking about certain characteristics that would have to be present in reality if the Earth's a globe, and then testing them.
We do know
We're
that
talking about the inner workings of Discord code or anything like that. We're talking about reality, the surface of the Earth. That's the topic of the channel. Let's try to keep it on topic.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, DJ. The analogy was more like, okay, he's getting some numbers, right? So from some calculations and shit, and he trusts those numbers. Unless you look at the inner workings, the math, and where the measurements came from, et cetera, you don't really know the validity of that output. So I just wanted to kind of contrast that with
It's not analogous though, because the values for the dimensions of the Earth, he's not using it for anything. He's not going, here, input this value here. If I didn't, then I wouldn't be able to achieve this thing. I wouldn't get this specific result.
I use our idea of time. I know, because I travel from New York City to France, I know the time difference, right? I live both in New York and I live in France, and I know that there's a difference in time. Why would I need this difference in time? Is someone just lying?
Epsilon, man.
That's fine.
Let me ask you this: Do you think that the distance?
What?
Can y'all hear me?
Now
Epsilon,
you're good.
Do you think the distance between whatever city you said in New York is based off of the distance from that location in New York, or is it based on the globe?
It's based on both. It's based on both.
Well, you're gonna have to prove one, right? We
So
know.
I know right now, if I call my girl in France, right, if she's there, I know that for her it's nighttime, and for me it's 12 o'clock. I know she's already reached close to 7 now, but for me it's close to 1, right?
Right.
I know
that just means that the sun moved from their location to our location. That's all that
correct. The sun is over here more than it is over there due to the tilt and the spinning globe.
Now you're claiming the tilt and the spinning globe. You could easily get this on a flat surface with the sun moving from one location to another location.
I mean, I just have to see what this looks like. I don't know what this looks like.
If I may just point something out quickly, okay? Just to brush up that last thing about why I brought in the software analogy. Okay, this is a good example, and similarly, earlier when we were talking about the radius and all that, you have the numbers that they give you, but you have no way, unless you scrutinize the inner workings, of knowing how you got those numbers, right? What assumptions were laid in, any inferences made, rather than strict calculation from measurements, et cetera, right? This tilt thing, okay, is an example of just that. It's an assumption. They have to assume it's tilted to kind of work to make the math kind of fit what they previously thought, or something like that. There's no measurement of a tilt. It's inferred, right? So unless you know that, right? You don't really know. You're just taking it at face value, and that's okay.
I get where you guys are coming from. It's just difficult to be able to build upon anything if you're always needing a I guess your
validation
own,
for positive claims. Yeah,
that's
epistemic
why.
It's going to be difficult for you to support something that you can't validate to be true, or explain or describe how someone else validated it to be true.
That's fair. By the way, is this a conspiracy Santa guy? Is that Dave Weiss? Is that guy?
No, that's Crit.
Oh, so what happened to that Dave Weiss guy?
Well, he still does his thing. He just does interviews. He's never been a member of our server, right? And we probably would give him. He would have to probably get a bit of an earful if he did come in here, because while he does make a lot of good arguments and he's quite good at presenting, right? He's a people person, but he's got like a flat Earth map and model that he sort of subscribes to, which is absolutely ridiculous, right? Being that it's a globe projection, and then he has his little app, and he'll make arguments about outer lands and a lot of speculation kind of stated as fact and things like that. Yeah, I know
So
a
how?
lot of
Okay,
people
so
in here
are you
don't really
guys
rate Dave Weiss that highly.
are you guys building like a new model, like a model
No,
for the
we're
flat Earth?
not trying to model, like, yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're not trying to build a model, and there isn't even a globe model either, unless you're just talking about a miniature version of like an object, right? But if you're talking about a scientific model that explains how everything works, that's not possible. You could model out bits and pieces here and there, right? How this works, how that works, and then you could make a model. But yeah, we're not trying to make like a be all end all flat Earth model when we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Mostly testing
Even
the
if
globe, and there's no curvature
Okay,
found.
that's fair.
exactly, and
Do you guys
even if
believe?
hang on a second, even if any one of us were working on such a thing, we wouldn't be presenting it to you as some kind of evidence proof.
So okay,
You think you could
okay,
answer
so
that question, Epsilon, that I asked in the chat? Like, just because it seems like you have a lot of info on time zones and tilt, etc. Could you
what
maybe
will
tell me?
you use to establish orientation?
Yeah, how would you do that?
What orientation?
Yeah, the orientation of the Earth, the tilt, whatever it is that you have. What are you going to use to establish orientation?
Well, I think we already covered this a little bit earlier when we were talking about like representation using mathematics, and then DJ was explaining that, well, that's just like one person's way of saying something that may or may not be existing, and we don't believe in it, essentially, is what you guys already said, right?
I don't know. I don't know if that followed. What would you use in reality to establish an orientation so that you could measure tilt or deviation from that orientation?
What I would do is pretty much what I said earlier, where I can call up a friend of mine in Australia and then look at the stars. But then the thing is that you guys also reject that because we're looking up at the sky and it's not necessarily my like physical on the ground idea of
How does that prove
know,
tilt, though?
how does that prove tilt?
Yeah, like what are you
Because
referencing?
because
What
because
are you
because
referencing
when
there?
we go, so this is why even earlier I said when they went to the North Pole, what they were able to see is that there's a 24-hour sun, and then what happens is that when we look at Polaris, right? I forget the exact number, but it's like 1 degree for like however many miles, and then when you travel north, it becomes north or south, it's either negative that degree or positive that degree. And that's how we're able to see that there is, or observe that there's a tilt. That's
Okay, all
what
right.
the
So you're,
science says.
I hear what you're
That's
saying
what the
there. So
science
you're referencing the sky for a lot of these observations. Would
That's
is
not
the
correct.
that's
Earth
not
is
how
What
the
you
you
Earth
get
guys said,
tilting?
tilt.
correct. What you
That's
guys
not how
said,
you get tilt.
no, we can observe the tilt because of what I explained, like the degrees that things move,
It's
right?
not how you get tilt,
When you
though.
go more south, the linear way that it moves is
Tilt is to do with
conducive.
the tropics of the sun. God, you're an
But
idiot.
you guys don't want to use the it's the latitude and that's why we have latitude and
Yeah,
longitude.
but we
I don't know.
understand how these things were derived from by looking at the sky to infer that the Earth is a sphere. You don't.
You don't. You don't. I have a
Yeah,
better understanding than you
like
do.
Epsilon. Would you is the Earth
Oh
tilting in
my
reference?
God, he doesn't.
Yeah,
This is
the
just.
earth
This is
the earth is
such
tilted.
fucking Dunning Kruger and arrogance,
Okay,
man.
what about like when we send out satellites? What do you guys think about satellites?
Well, we would need a globe in the first place, right?
What?
If you think about it, right, you're gonna send a giant fucking like refrigerator-sized machine up in the sky, and you intend it to stay up there for whatever period of time, orbiting this giant ball. Well, you would have to prove there's a ball in the first place, right?
Epsilon, like just for Tito, I think Tito wanted to get into it with you, that the elevation angles that people take in reference to the orientation of the Earth being one thing, and then an angle to the sun being the other thing, that's where you get your tilt. But you establish your orientation on Earth, and then an elevation angle from
Right.
the horizon. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I
After
don't disagree with you. You do establish how the tilt works on Earth. We can't. Where I'm not like a fucking god or an angel where I like go up and then I'm able to see like the Earth's rotation and I'm just hovering
Well,
like
that's right. Well,
Superman.
that's listen. I hear that whole powerful thing, but what I was asking you was: is the Earth in one single orientation then, and the sky is in another? Therefore, and then you're just kind of interchanging both of them, or is the Earth changing
So,
orientation
well, the
from
thing is
location
that
to location?
we already established that we cannot bring up gravity. So I don't know how to. The
Doesn't
sun
even
and the
follow.
Earth have different orientations.
I
Hence, why
gave you
we can see
gravity.
other planets. Right? Other planets have different
All right,
orientations.
Epsilon. I'm asking you to do away. I'm asking because you cut me off again. I'm asking you to do away with the sky. Is the Earth is one area of the Earth in a different orientation than another area of the Earth?
What do you mean by orientation, though?
Yeah,
Like
orientation. Is it all in one orientation? The Earth as the reference frame to then measure to the sky?
we are on the same object, experiencing different scopes of the object.
Yeah. So you're saying the object like a single object can only have one orientation?
No, because there's different scopes. So if I am here in America and someone else is over in Australia, we are on the same object, but the scope of how we're experiencing the object are different.
Yeah, we're just on. So we're not going to look at the sky anymore. We're just on the object. You're taking the position that one single object can be of multiple orientations relative to itself. You're taking that position.
Can you say that again? Can you say that again?
Can I give it a try? Like Epsilon,
Yeah.
if you're standing at the alleged North Pole, right?
Yeah.
You're standing upwards, and then some dude is like, I don't know, in Ecuador or something, right? Somewhere at the equator. Are you guys at 9 degrees with respect to each other? 9-degree angle.
I would say there's a linear path to get to where they are. It would be a straight line.
Unbelievable.
Or a straight,
That was not the
straight-ish
question.
line.
What?
There would be a straight line for me to walk towards that person, correct?
Yeah, and a straight
That was
line doesn't change
what?
orientation,
That
right?
was not the question at all.
Okay, so what?
Are you guys at a right angle to each other, a 90-degree angle to each
We
other?
are not at a. We are technically not at a right angle to each other. No.
In free space.
Then welcome to Flat Earth then.
I mean, I'm talking about in free space, not with respect to the surface. Because if the surface is the reference point, both of you guys are quote unquote 90 degrees to a tangent line to the surface, right? So it doesn't change, but not to each other, right? I'm asking to each other. Like if you draw a line down to the center of the ball from one guy, head to toe, and then through the ground, and the other guy head to toe through the ground.
Okay, tangent
right?
to the equator, yeah, or the core. Yes, we would be technically at a right angle.
Okay, that's what I think. No Tanks is getting at by orientation, right? Because each of them are
technically we would be at a right angle in that case. Yes.
Okay. Was that helpful?
Well, it depends.
No Tanks?
Yeah, at the equator versus someone at the top. Yes, it would be right angle. Correct. Yes.
Right. But no Tanks. Was that a fair kind of like elaboration on what you were trying to ask him? No Tanks.
Maybe he's over it. Anyways, well, it was good. It was good talking to you guys. Maybe I'll go see if I can do some research on this. You guys are very interesting people.
You didn't ask us for any information. Where are you going to get your information from?
To give. There's no information. You guys are saying that you need
Sign up
someone needs to know.
Listen, sign up online. I'm offering a discount right now. No, you should ask where can you find more info.
Hold on just a second, no tanks, right? So yeah, look, we're offering to show you tests that have been done, right, in the real world.
Okay, where are the tests?
that disprove the Earth to be a globe.
I would love to see these tests.
Yeah, so do you want to see one now, or do you want to come back another time and go over them?
Let me see one. I'll see one now. If it's on the side chat, I'll watch it and then I'll come back. I'll stay in the room too. I want to watch something that you guys have.
Yeah, I can present you with an example quickly now. right? So this is a horizon test. Okay, on a globe, the horizon would be a geometric horizon. Do you know what I mean by that?
Correct. Like at some angle. Correct.
Well, yeah, it would be at a certain distance from the observer, depending on the height of the observer, and it would be the physical cutoff point, right, caused by the curvature of the Earth. And then anything that goes beyond that would start to become obstructed behind physical curvature. You wouldn't be able to see a portion of it, depending, like for example, if you're looking over the ocean, you wouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon line.
Right. Are you going to do like someone like zooming in a camera type thing?
Yeah. This is a really good zoom test, and it's followed up with a laser test as well. Okay, and it's also zoomed during the day and then again during the night. Okay, and it's over a huge distance, and we don't have much wind. Like, it's crystal clear conditions, really good visibility. Okay, so I'll just show you it quickly. Okay, so this is some clips out of it. So this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. We have a 21-mile distance across this portion of the lake. So here's just a small clip out of the full-length video. Now, this is the camera setup. So he's set up a Nikon P1000. And if you can see the Google Earth screenshot there, he's standing at the top of where that yellow distance marcation line is. Right just under that, you'll see the camera set up on the tripod at 1.5 meters height. I think it's 5 foot height. Okay, so just some quick basic Earth curvature math.
So can the guy? I understand. I see it, right? But can he see like the bottom of a building, for example? Like
yeah. If you have a look at the rest of the observation, that you'll see. Right, so let me present it, and then let me know if you have any questions after it, because that will be answered during the
GIF is kind of
presentation.
hard to. The video quality is kind of.
Yeah, so this is all out of a full-length high-definition video, so you can go and watch the higher quality version. Okay, we need to shrink things down just to be able to present them in Discord, right? Because often there's a size limit for uploads. Okay, and it's when you're looking over 21 miles, which is like 34 kilometers, right? It's very difficult to see that far. It's actually far beyond the average extinction rate of how far you could actually see, like the max visibility. Okay, so this is a very clear day. It's a place that's very dry. It's not very humid, so you can see really long distances. Now, there's things that we can see very clearly here in the distance. Okay, so let me finish the presentation. I've just posted a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so the first thing we would put in is the eye height, 5 foot. Second thing would be the target distance. The target is the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, that's 21 miles away. Then when we hit calculate, it comes up to the D1 distance to the horizon, which is 2.73 miles. Okay, that's the distance the geometric horizon should be on a globe. Okay, and then we've got the target hidden height, which is how much the shoreline on the other side would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. That would be 223 feet. Okay, now let's have a look at a few close-up still shots. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like where he's zooming into up close, because he's got a buddy on the other side, and he takes some footage in the video just so we can see what it looks like clearly on the other side, and then make a comparison from the distant footage. So this is what it looks like. TW got some background noise.
Sorry, just one thing quickly. You can also take, because you've posted the coordinates there. You can actually take those coordinates, plug it in Google Earth, go to Street View, and have a look around that way as well.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. Okay, so here is the target shoreline. So it's like a big beach basically, and then we can see a big smokestack in the background. Okay, and then this is a shot, like a still shot from the zoom footage from 21 miles away. And then just below that one is from later on in the evening, because he wanted to do it again during the night. So we can see that from 21 miles away. We can still see the bottom of the smokestack. We can still see the shoreline on the other side. In fact, we can even see the lights reflecting on the surface of the water from the little little town that's around the smokestack there. Okay, and now we have here's a close up of the shoreline. A second. Okay,
Yeah,
here
it
it
looks
is.
like as if we can see pretty much the same thing. We can see everything. Like nothing
Right.
is
Yeah.
nothing's gone.
So look, here's like just a bit more of a zoom in. This is like not from 21 miles away. This is from close up. Okay, just so you can see the little embankment, you can kind of see the little pipe at the bottom of the
You
smokestack
can sort of see the
and the
base.
beach.
That blurry
Yeah.
footage from the camera, you can sort of still see the base. Yeah.
Yeah, so here's the footage. I mean, obviously, it's going to be kind of blurry looking through 21 miles of air. But yeah, look, this is what we can see. Okay, and it was repeated. And then what they did is they both set up a laser, a high-powered laser at the same height, 5 foot, and they shot the laser across the lake towards each other as well, as an extra confirmation, extra test. And that's more what the actual video was based on, was the laser test. But what we're noticing is that the geometric horizon isn't present at all over the entire 21-mile distance. And the shoreline should be obstructed by 221 feet, which is about a 22-story building. So just say there was a 22-story building sitting on the beach on the other side, you wouldn't be able to see it. If it was 23 stories, you'd just see the top popping out over the horizon. Here's another way of looking at it. Let's say we had the Titanic. Okay, that's a 175-foot tall ship. If that was where the cameraman was and the Titanic started to sail across to the other side of the lake, right, at 2.73 miles, it would reach the horizon. And then as it went beyond that, it would start to become obstructed bottom up. By the time it got to 10 miles, it would be 66 foot missing at the bottom. By the time it got to the other side, it would be completely hidden. You wouldn't even be able to see the Titanic if it was parked on the other side of the lake, right? That's how much of a discrepancy there is here. And what we're finding is that we have tons and tons and tons of different examples of this happening. In fact, whenever anyone goes out and does observations in nice conditions like this, we're seeing orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth's a globe. And those characteristics, like the geometric horizon, that curvature, they have to be there, right? That to have gravity, okay, to have the radius value, these things have to be there in reality. They're like physical characteristics of the globe.
So I mean, I hear you. The only thing that I guess being like a glober, right, is that I feel like at 21 or 22 miles away, it's not that far, right? I know it sounds like a cop out, but I'm just saying it's there could be a
It just
lens
went through the
distortion.
geometry with you, bro. Did you not hear how much that shoreline would be below your line of sight by 100 to 220 something feet, wasn't it?
The thing is that he's talking about horizon distance, right? Like the square of horizon.
The square of the horizon?
Yeah, so it's like I don't know the math, man. I can't do math on hand. But he was talking about horizon distance. There's an equation for this, but uh, I'm saying
And
it
how
depends
much
on
drop there should be. So that shoreline should be
not even two. It's not
223
even. It's not
feet
even. It's 2 miles.
below.
Epsilon, let me
Just
help
a
you out.
second.
Oh,
Yeah,
go
just
ahead.
a second. One second. I just want to just have a look at the. I did like a little line on the map here, the top view map from Google Earth. Okay, so that black line, that's where the horizon should be. You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond that line. Okay, and then anything that's beyond that, we can calculate how much it should be hidden behind. Does that make sense? That's why I gave the example with the Titanic, because it's not too small of a distance. In fact, the raw curvature over 21 miles is 293 foot. That's like a giant skyscraper. That's a huge amount of curvature, and it has to be there, okay? Unless you want to throw gravity under the bus and the radius
Few
under
stories
the
on it.
bus.
So 10 stories. How many stories is that? Like 15?
30 stories. 30
DJ,
30
stories.
stories.
Yeah, DJ, there's a whole video, right?
Yeah. I'll post the video for you. I'll just grab
Post
it.
the video?
Yep, sure. And we've actually got clearer observations than this as well. I could show you another really good one done by a guy named Dr. John D, who's actually a PhD, who went out to try to debunk flat Earth. and he's got a really crystal clear one over the ocean.
Can you send both of those? I'll
Yeah,
watch
I'll
them
send
today.
both of those. Yep, sure.
And this is DJ, right? DJ and
Yeah.
20. You guys. Okay. I'll talk to you guys when okay. And then T
Yep.
Dub.
So here's the first one. Here's the first one, and I'll just bring up the Dr. John D one as well. Because the Dr. John D one's very good because it's like an hour and a half video. He goes over everything in extreme detail. And I forget exactly what field his PhD's in, but it's something to do with optics. And so he goes over everything, very technically.
Okay.
Right, so I'm just finding his video. Won't be a second.
If you've tried every anti-aging cream,
the fuck is this? Some weird ad.
I thought for a second I thought that was Alish coming in.
I clicked the video and it's some weird ad.
Yeah, that's cool.
Some weird
Right, here's
ad.
the John D video
We know
underneath
what
it.
you've been up to.
Okay. All right, I got it. And then you're saying Dr. John D is the one he's a PhD that went and tried to disprove or prove?
Yeah, he originally got into flat Earth trying to debunk flat Earth, and what he does is he goes out and he does really long distance laser tests using different spectrums of lasers. Okay, because they react differently with the air, with the temperature gradient and things like that. So he's using different spectrum lasers and shooting them horizontally across the surface of the water over huge distances. And then he also does this like high zoom footage as well. Right, here's just a clip out of the video, the Dr. John D video, just to give you an idea of what's in it. Okay, so he's at the beach in the UK, and he's looking out at the horizon. It's another horizon test or curvature test, and there's a wind farm that's out in the ocean when he zooms in here. Okay, so he's just set his camera up at 1 meter height, which is 3.5 foot, and then we have 6 windmill towers at Rampion Wind Farm. Okay, the furthest tower is 11.2 miles away on the right. Okay, so with the math behind this one, the geometric horizon should be at 2.3 miles, and then the bottom 52 feet of the windmill tower number 6 should be hidden behind the horizon. And then we can see a boat off in the distance that was tracked on shipping radar called the Shetland Trader, and that's 12.4 nautical miles out, which is, I think it's 14.1 normal miles, and that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth as well. So he does quite a few observations on different days from this place as well, setting his camera up at different heights and doing a whole bunch of different tests around this area. So yeah, there's another cool channel to check out. But yeah, check it out. Critically analyze it. Try to debunk it, whatever, and come back and have a chat to us about it next time.
I'll do that. I'll watch both of these videos and I'll let you know.
If I may quickly,
Right,
Epsilon.
go ahead.
If I may just quickly, if you're curious or what about what we're talking about when we say when we give all these distances based on the height, if you go to 15 minutes past the hour, put a little bit of a little rundown on how that was derived.
The hour?
15 minutes past the hour. So for me, it's 1 o'clock, 20 minutes right now, right? But you might be in a different time zone, so it might be 1:15 or 2:15 for you. But 15 minutes past the hour, basically. Yeah. See, there's 3 snapshots of a paper there. Okay. Yeah. If you don't trust where that value comes from when we're saying, oh well, the horizon should be this distance based on this height, that's how the calculation is derived from. Okay. So if you're at all curious about that, you can check that out.
All right, I'll check it out. I'll talk to you guys soon then.
Cool. Peace out, man. Good shit, DJ.
Yes. I don't know how you guys do it.
It's a team effort. We went through like lots of different speakers and just gotta go through it. Someone's gonna resonate.
Especially the part like where you guys go, well, who did that, and how did they do it? That usually will stump most of them.
Clipcord says he has a clip of Epsilon from 2023.
Especially like when they say, well, the stars are different in the south than in the north. And he goes, yeah, because human vision is terrible and we cannot see very far.
Yep, maybe last time he was here, he's left without having had anything presented to him or something like that. Or he did have it and he didn't bother to look into it. He's gone away and done some TikTok research about flat Earth, and he's returned with all that stuff. So I'm glad that he absolutely definitely has no excuse now. Right? The DJ's done a presentation with him. No excuse.
Yo! Hi, guys.
What's good, Grim?
How you doing? Are you a flat earther?
I mean, sometimes. The Earth can be
Sometimes.
flat.
What do you mean?
I mean, the Earth can be flat.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like
Yeah,
when we
what
look at it,
scope are you
like,
talking within?
from far. Well, I'm talking about like long distance observation. Like when you get to the beach,
Long distance.
like you look out, it's pretty fat. Pretty flat. Sorry, it's pretty flat.
Actually, I wouldn't even agree because the terrain is pretty. The terrain is pretty rigid, right? So it has like
Oh no, I'm not talking
differentiation
about
within it. So I
terrain. I
wouldn't even
said
say.
sea level. Yeah,
Boy,
like
I'm
if you're
not
standing
even
at the
sure that it
beach.
would be flat then. Even then, like you'd have waves, you'd have different things, right? So I don't think it ever is instantiated as flat. I'm not even sure
Sure,
what you
but
mean by flat
water.
if you're talking in that sense.
I mean, water measures flat, right? Like the physicality of it at surface level. It's
Oh,
always
I
flat. We
don't
never
think
see any
maybe
curving.
maybe on a pragmatic level we can say it's flat, right? I don't think
Large
outside of
scale
that
and
any
small scale,
flatness.
it doesn't matter.
Wait, I said pragmatic level. I don't even think a
Okay.
true flatness is possible, but okay.
Yeah,
Right,
so in this context, we just mean flat as in not curving, right?
Well,
Like
I
it
thought
should
we were
on a
being
globe.
pedantic. I thought we were being
No,
pedantic.
we're not.
Right?
You're trying to, but we're not doing
Well,
that.
that's what you guys are trying to do. I'm just trying to have
No,
a
I'm
good
telling
faith
you that we're
discussion.
not doing that. I'm just saying like that's not what we're doing. We just mean
well,
in the
let's not do
context of
that.
it not dropping over distance like it would on if the Earth were a globe. Very simple.
Dropping on it doesn't drop on a
Dropping,
distance.
yeah, like if you were standing on the top of a ball and you looked out, right, it would be like going away from you, like dropping over distance, dropping away from you. Because
Well,
of
it
the
depends on
curvature.
how big the ball is, no?
Well, any size ball would happen over
Yeah,
if
you
you're
would
looking
have
out
like
over the water.
Well, no, that's gonna go more into your perceptions and how fallible they are.
No,
to
this is
even,
just basic geometry, right? It's a ball, so it's curving, yeah, and then depending on what the radius of the ball is, we can calculate how much drop over distance there would have to be for it. Yeah, and then when we do
maybe
that,
with some like empirical means we can determine
yeah, exactly.
what the drop
Think about
buffer is
this.
going to be. Well, but we were talking about perceptions just a second ago, and given that our perceptions are fallible on a big enough ball, we could instantiate that, hey, we're not going to actually see any differentiation in the curvature itself.
Let's check that, right? So let's say we're at a 10-mile lake, okay, and we calculate how much curvature there should be over that 10 miles, and then the answer is approximately 66 feet, okay? Then, how would we detect that it's there? Okay, you should have a geometric horizon would be a byproduct of that curvature, and then things beyond that geometric horizon would also be a byproduct of that curvature. So we can test using those two things that would have to be there if the curvature was present. And we can, test and repeat using different types of methods like long distance zooms, right? We could use telescopes, we could use laser beams, we could shoot radio waves, we could use mirrors to do like mirror flashes, all sorts of different methods can be used to try to detect that. Okay, even just visually zooming in and having a distance marker and seeing if that horizon's where it should be for the Earth to be a globe. So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles across that 10-mile lake. And then you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond that 3-mile horizon. But what we've found is we can zoom in across the lake and we won't see any horizon, and we can just see the shoreline on the other side of the lake with 0 curvature and 66 feet of curvature missing. And
okay, I mean, you've made some like pretty strong empirical claims here.
Yeah, and then we could go to go to a 20-mile lake because it's like exponential drop over distance. So a 20-mile lake would be 266 foot of curvature. And then once again, we can zoom.
That's fine. All I'm saying is that you've made pretty strong empirical claims, right? Can you substantiate those? Like all you're giving me is like an account. I'm not sure that's actually going to be the case.
I can show you.
I'm not even sure.
Being done.
I'm not even sure. Honestly, I'm not even sure the expected curvature rate on a globe model.
Yeah, so you can look that up. I mean, you could just look it up, and you could just validate that what I'm saying is correct. I mean, I've been looking into this topic for a long time, and I know
that's
that,
fine. Can you put your
what I said
major claims in chat?
Yeah. So here's an observation, and here's a Like, you could just go onto an Earth curvature calculator as well. Save having to learn doing the math. Just go to Google, type in Earth curvature calculator. Here's a screenshot just from one of the Earth curvature calculators that came up on Google. I could tell you the formulas as well if you want to do the math yourself.
That's fine. I can look it up. So you're using miles, 20 miles.
Oh, so there's an observation in the side chat. So it's a height level of 3.5 foot, and then the target is 11.2 miles away. It's like a windmill farm that's out in the ocean.
Distance to object, 11 miles. Eyesight level, 3.5 miles. Distance to horizon. Which Earth curvature calculator are you using here?
This is from Omni Calculator. It's one of the easier ones to use. I can give you a link to it if you want.
Omni Calcu.
Yeah.
What this means is that the distance to the observed horizon should be no more than 2.29 miles away. But as we can see up to 11 miles away. So, you know,
so distance to horizon, distance between the observer and the horizon. Eyesight level, distance between the observer's eyes and mean sea level. If the observer eyes are at sea level, assume this value should be 0. Distance to object, distance between the observer and the observed object. This the obscured object part, the height from the ground to the lowest point of the object that is visible to the observer. Okay, so the distance is 11.2 miles. Eyesight level is, what'd you say?
3.5 foot.
3.5 foot. Let's do 6.2. Why not? Oh wait, no, you're doing
3.5.
3.5 foot. And then distance to horizon is 2.29 miles.
That's how far away the horizon should be. But as we can see, we see a lot.
Why should it be that far?
It's just because of the
radius.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, according to the number that you guys have made up, right? This is how much the Earth should curve. This is how much physical obstruction we should see at this point.
So Earth's radius is
2.29 miles. We should start.
It's 3959.
3,959 miles, which is still unproven. Yeah, 6,371 kilometers too.
So 3,958.8 miles.
Yeah.
3,958.8. This is what I just found.
Sure. Sure.
And then, wait, let me Google distance to horizon, how this is calculated. How is distance to horizon calculated? This is how to use your height above the Earth's surface and the Earth's radius to determine how far you can see. Typically using the Pythagorean theorem or simplified formula. Okay. Pythagorean theorem. Imagine a right triangle at the center, your eye, and the horizon point. Hypotenuse, Earth's radius, r, plus your height. So it's like sending out a straight line. Okay. So then from a D2, which D2 would be the line from your eyes, I guess. R2. What the fuck is R2? Hold on. Oh, that's radius. R squared. So D squared plus R squared. R plus H, height is going to be the height of the observer. That's squared minus radius squared equals radius plus height squared. Wait, no, 2 radius height squared plus height. Okay, so height, we have D, which is going to be your view, aka the distance between what you see and the... Okay, cool. Let me see how to calculate this then. Actually, wait, I'll just use ChatGPT. ChatGPT. So use this formula to calculate the, what's it called again? What's it denoted as? Distance to horizon. Distance to horizon given the variables, which is
3.5 observer height, 3.5 feet observer height.
Feet observer height.
Distance to object 11.2 miles.
Distance to object 11.2
Earth
miles.
assumed radius 3,958.8 miles. But they should already have that.
Earth radius. I have it here. Okay. And let me give it the thingamajiggy. Actually, should
There's
already
also
have
a,
the calculation. Do I need to even put it in? No, I don't think I need
Not
to.
really, you'll get the same answer. The
Yeah.
calculation isn't the problem, it's the claim of a 3,958.8 mile radius.
Distance to horizon.
Yeah. Because distance to
I mean, I just
horizon
want to fact
changes
check
depending
that.
on optical instrument used.
A lot
Distance
of
to horizon
globalists claim a
formula.
physical horizon. Which is like, if it's physical, how do we see beyond it sometimes? Sometimes we see it higher and lower. It's definitely not physical, a physical point.
Well, it would be like an epistemic. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to philogebrate. 2.26 miles. Okay. Distance to horizon 2.26. Okay, you guys have 2.29, but whatever. It's here and there. So obscured object part is gonna be 4.4889 meters. Let me convert that into
Convert that to feet.
feet.
Should get around 50.
14.7273 feet.
No, that's not correct. It's
Yeah,
about
that's definitely not
52.
correct.
Yeah.
These are the. Wait, I can't post pictures in here? How do I post pictures?
You have to get up to like a level and then you get it automatically. It depends how long you spend in the server. It's not something
It's
that we
level
control.
3, right?
Level 3-ish.
The height from the ground to the lowest point. The height from the ground to the lowest point of the object that is visible to the observer. Yeah, 14.7273. How do I check what calculation it's running?
Well, I'm not sure. You could
Say
ask
prove
it.
it.
I mean, if you're relying
Yeah, type
on
prove it.
like an
Oh
AI.
no, I'm
but-
using Omni Calculator.
Oh well, did you put it into Omni Calculator? It has the formula if you scroll down on the page. I think.
Wait. Oh wait,
8
fuck.
inches per
I'm
mile.
retarded. Wait, I'm retarded. I had it at kilometers for distance to object. Hold on. I am a
Oh
retard.
yeah, that
Give me
would
a
make
second.
sense then. Yeah.
Give me a second. Human error. Okay, how do I get it to recalculate?
Just
Reload.
change it from
Reload calculator.
Yeah, it
At
doesn't.
the bottom.
Okay, fuck. I have to redo all this shit. 0.2
Okay, distance to
miles.
object 11.2 miles. Eyesight level 3.5 feet.
No, I have it. Don't worry.
That's
I have
all you
it
need to put
saved.
in.
Hold on. 0.8. And then I have it here.
This
Last
is
thing,
the new globe
3.5
killer, DJ.
feet.
I can save it as a GIF as well. It's brilliant.
Very nice one. Yep.
Obscured object part. Okay, why is it not calculating? Calculate. Wait, what the fuck? I calculated the eyesight level. The eyesight level is at feet. So 3.5. Okay,
Alexa.
distance to horizon 2.9.
Alexa, quiet.
Alexa, stop listening to me.
Okay, so obscured object part 52.931. Is that
Correct?
Okay, it is.
That's correct. Yeah.
And why is this problematic again? I forgot. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, because there's zero obstruction. Okay, so the object obstructed part is 0 in reality, and the distance to horizon isn't 2.29 miles, which it would have to be if the Earth were a globe.
Why would it be
in
0?
fact, well, it's 0 in this, right? I mean, okay, so we can see the object, which is the windmill tower number 6 on the right-hand side, and we see 0 obstruction. Okay, so that should be 52 feet, which is kind of like a 5-story building worth. But it's actually zero.
The GIF you sent?
Yeah.
Where's this place?
It's I forget the name of the beach, Worthing, but it's called Rampion Windmill Farm. I can give you like a screenshot from Google Earth if you want to see the exact location. It's in the side chat.
Sure. Wait, what's okay? Wait, hold on.
Here's
Rampion
some
Wind
information
Farm.
about the site. This is actually the
Rampion Wind Farm. How would I find this study on the flat Earth proof? I guess.
Maybe not. Maybe long distance observation, because that's what it is.
No, I want to find flat Earth sources.
Well, I can give you the source video from the Dr. John D, who's the PhD that actually did this observation. It's an 1.5-hour video. He goes over all of the technical details and the location, coordinates, everything, weather, everything in the video. This is just some screenshots that I took and GIFs that I took from the video just to present it. Do you want that now?
And the video, hold on, yeah, send that, please. So the video he took is these 11.2 miles,
Yeah.
3.5 feet, distance to horizon 2.29.
Yeah. He did it from 2 different eye heights in the video, right? Just because it's good to repeat things. So he did one from 2 foot and he did another one from 3.5 foot. But yeah, we're just focusing on one of them. You can see the same thing basically in both of them anyway. So here's a screenshot from the video showing both of them.
Wait, so the screenshot you sent me says that it's 8 miles away.
Oh no, so you can see 6 towers. Okay, so if you have a look at the screenshot I just put, it shows the distance to each of the towers. So each of the towers is a little bit further away. So it would be here's like a advanced Earth curvature calculator where he's actually put in how much should be hidden from each of the towers. So it ranges from about 25 foot up to a 52 foot that should be hidden from each one. But we're just focusing on one for simplification.
And what better to focus on the one that's furthest away, the one that should be most physically obstructed by the alleged physical curvature of the Earth.
Video looks so weird. I don't know why.
You can do this yourself. I mean, go into Google Earth, use the pinpoint tool, right? You can pin one location and then pin another, right? Go to this location on Google Earth. You've got the coordinates in the top left of the screenshot in the side chat, right? You've got all the information there, right? You can go to this in Google Earth and then figure out how far these are. And if we can see them, why can we see them? Is it because the Earth is a sphere? Or is it because it's flat enough so we can see further out? I mean, if you ask me, there's only one correct answer to that. But my food is here, so I'll leave you guys to it. Take care. Good luck.
Enjoy. Catch you later.
And yeah, keep on researching, Grim. It's an interesting topic. You'll learn a lot from talking to these folk.
Peace. What's this called again? Peace. What are these windmills called again?
It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. I'll post you a diagram of the windmill farm. Here it is. And I'll show you a close-up photo of what the windmill farms look like close up as well. And you can compare that to the distant shot.
I found some. Yeah.
So it's low tide here. Okay, so when it's low tide, we can see the black stripped paint at the bottom of the at the base of the windmills.
Amy breathing heavy. So the last windmill is 11.2 miles away.
Yep.
The distance between the first and the last windmill is 2 miles.
Yeah. Yep. Something like that.
Why is there only 8 windmills? Or 5?
Well, it's a
Actually,
huge. Like those things are absolutely giant. So when he zooms out, you can see like there's a whole windmill farm. If he pans the camera around, he's got lots of videos of that location. So those things are actually giant. Even though because they're so far away, they look kind of small. But they're even though they look close together in the diagram, but they're really far apart from each other in reality because they're so big. So you can only see 6 of them in that zoom from that perspective. Tons more footage of them in the full video. Like here's a different like when he pans the camera, here's a different section of them. And in this one, we can actually see a platform out there, and the platform is 8 miles from the observer, and we can see also the base of the platform.
Are these
touching
the
the water.
same windmills?
Yeah, same windmills, same location. It's
No, I
actually
just
from the
sent you a
same.
video. I'm asking if that's it.
Oh, just a second. Yeah. I mean, it looks like the same windmill. Yeah, same colors, same. Yeah, man. Cool video, actually. I'll add this one to my folder.
Would a tide impact this?
No, because the camera is just 1 meter above the surface. Depending on whether it's high tide or low tide, you're just measuring 1 meter above the surface, and the tide is going to be the same height, at say 1 mile as it is at 10 miles. It's not like you're going to all of a sudden have 66 foot or something of drop just because of the tide over that distance. You can look that up as well if you want to like check all bases, check all of the
I'm doing
little
it
things,
also.
but yeah, all of the water, like over that distance, all of the water rises and sinks at the pretty much the same rate. So this is just one of countless amounts of observations. Like we've got them done from lakes, from different countries. Oh, like there's tons of, like I could keep presenting these all day long, where we can see just orders of magnitude beyond where you should be able to, and you're not going to find any that match up with the globe.
A lot of people in here for not much talking.
Yeah, we were just having a conversation with Grim, going over a long distance observation, and he's off doing some research to try to see if he can work out how that could be possible on a globe.
Fun.
And then we had a similar chat with a guy, some math guy, before that as well, which was a good conversation.
One of my favorite execs resigned today over at United Lodge Alliance, Tory Bruno. He's been the CEO for I don't even know how long, like 15, 20 years.
Damn, is that good or bad for you?
It doesn't affect me much. The statement he put out was like kind of interesting. Like he kind of alluded that he had another thing going on. And ULA is sort of, I don't know how long they survive. They're basically, ULA is the government sanctioned monopoly where the launch business from Boeing and Lockheed got to merge. This is like in the mid 2000s before SpaceX was a thing, because they needed assured access to orbit for military intelligence payloads. But since SpaceX is a thing now and they can reuse their rockets, ULA is just getting beat hand over fist on costs. So I'm not super optimistic about them sticking around long term. But Tori's a good guy. Like he's been super transparent. Like you can just like add him on Twitter and he'll answer most questions you have. So he's like a good dude, but the company is, I don't see a bright future for the company.
Can you send the location of where this is as well? Or like on Google Maps?
Yeah,
I
sure.
can't find it.
I posted some screenshots earlier.
Just the
I'll
link if you
repost
can.
them.
can't
I think
seem
he
to
has
find
the
it.
exact coordinates in the video, but here's like the approximate coordinates. It's just a screenshot from Google Earth.
We don't have the link. Okay. What's the place
Google
called?
Maps. It's called
Rampion Wind Farm.
Worthing.
Okay, that's fine. I'll find it.
Worthing Beach. I think Rampion Windmill Farm.
Was the quote unquote hot pipe shrine the place of observation, or where along the beach was this exactly? Wait, is there coordinates for that? Let me check. Oh.
He shows you exactly where he's standing in the video, and he shows the coordinates. Another thing you could do is just go to Google Earth and stand exactly where he's standing, just based on the landmarks, because he pans the camera all around so you can see what's behind him as well. So you could stand there and you can basically get the coordinates that way as well. But I think it's in the video. He's very, very detailed in the video with the information.
Like I said earlier, there's actually Google Street View.
Trying to find the video.
Points on both sides of the lake.
The Black Swan observation and its
Oh no, we're doing a
implications for
different
globe.
one now. This is the John D one.
Oh,
This
sorry,
one.
man. Sorry. All right.
That's
My
the
bad.
video?
Yeah, it's the it says Black
Okay,
Swan.
bet.
Yep.
I just that might be worth having a look at too, because often there's street views. I don't know why, but like sometimes there's this like spots that you can go to. I guess it's just maybe people have submitted photography from those locations to Google and they've accepted it or something. Put it into their street view. I know that like you can even almost get right down to the beach in BMLS B69's footage,
Yeah.
right? On
Yeah.
Google Street View.
Google Earth's pretty cool. You can just like if you're on a computer, you can just like use the mouse wheel and just like kind of like place the virtual camera or whatever it is exactly where you want, anywhere you want. You don't need to even have the street view thing.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah,
must
it's pretty
must have
cool.
gotten better since I've used a PC. I haven't used a PC in years. So.
Yeah, I'll show you a view from that, from the Great Salt Lake observation. Yeah, have a look at this picture teed up, so you can just cruise all around the lake, like you're like a drone kind of thing, and you can just cruise anywhere you want. But you can go right down to where he's standing or whatever.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
tell Amy that actually I'm not.
Yo. Yo. Hello?
Yeah. What's up, man?
I'm confused. Why can we only see 5 turbines in the video?
Because
Like if the
because
distance between
left to right, they're really spread apart. So he has tons of videos at this same location where he actually pans the camera around so you can see how sparse these things really are. Yeah, so I think even in that video you can see the other platforms. Sorry, the other windmills. You can see the platform. So yeah, if you actually go and have a look at it, right? So in the little diagram, I did explain this before, but in the diagram, it looks like they're kind of close together. But in reality, these things are freaking giant, huge things. So you can only see that many when he zooms in. So you can see the right hand side edge row on the right
I
hand
found the
side.
part where he pans around.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Ooh, are we doing containerless vacuum now?
Containerless vacuum.
Oh, I saw old dude posting some
Oh.
gas pressure next to a vacuum, breaking laws of physics from that point of view. Damn, old dude's not a fan of wind power? That's sad.
No, it's a joke. That's what it is.
A joke that he's not a fan, or that wind power itself is a joke?
Wind power, their ambitions with wind power is an absolute joke.
So? I was gonna say renewables are pretty lit. I honestly would prefer that we lean a little bit heavier on nuclear, but as a whole,
Yeah, well,
anything.
put the pressure on Australia for that, please, so we can have some cheaper electricity, please.
Okay.
If you got any influence with the UN, raise that as an issue. The cost of living is very high, and we're about to lose any assistance whatsoever with high electricity bills from the government. And people of lower income are not going to be able to afford their power bills.
Well, the issue right now is we're in a second gilded age. There's no the safety net on the bottom is not strong enough, and the limiters on the top end are not strong enough either. So you just have runaway accumulation of wealth in very, very concentrated areas. So the everyman is getting left behind. Very, very similar to what happened in the late 1800s.
Oh, 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 America,
He's being possessed.
America.
He's
I
feeling
love
feeling feeling the spirit of the
America.
globe.
I love you, America. I love you very much. I love you, America. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. So why are y'all sitting in silence? We must debate the flat earth. I, for one, do not believe in the earth.
It's the moment of silence for the deceased globe.
Oh. Man, well, fuck that deceased globe,
Damn.
bro. I don't believe in that shit anyways, bro. We definitely in some simulation, bro. This shit ain't adding up no more, bro. I'm going insane, and it's insane to fucking think about it, bro. But I think I'm gonna be okay at the end of the day. But I don't fucking know, bro. But either way, I think you's a pretty cool person, and I hope you
Damn. Y'all attract trolls like nothing else.
Hey guys, any Globers today?
Oh man, after all of that, I guess he couldn't find an explanation for the long distance observation. He just left.
What happened, guys?
Oh, nothing. Just showing the Dr. John D. windmills long distance observation, and he was trying to debunk it, but I guess he gave up and left.
Who was he? Scott Mackey?
No, no, not that guy. Just some other random guy.
Baby Glurf?
Yeah, yeah, I guess so.
The funny thing about baby Glurfs is that they couldn't prove the globe even if the Earth was a globe.
Oh, the guy before him felt that he didn't have to do that because somebody else did it for him. He doesn't even have to know how. You just put your blind trust and faith in science.
What does a grown-up glove do? Do they just keep making sure that they steer the conversation back up into the sky?
Pretty much.
Or
I mean,
something?
some. I used to. When I was an advanced glober, I used to do the curvature measurement thing.
Yeah.
But most of them go straight to the sky.
Yeah, we spoke to a guy before the last one that was doing that.
We should call them sky earthers. Not globe
Mhm.
earthers, but sky earthers. Hey, T-Dub, there's something I wanted to share with you. I was talking to my son the other day about how far they are willing to go to kind of prop up the globe myth. And we were talking about Australia, how when they were setting up Australia in the, whatever, 1800s, right? They did everything there to prop up this story that Australians walk upside down. Like, you guys drive on the left side. Everything's opposite. You drive on the left side. You celebrate Christmas in summer. What else is strange about Australia? Well, that's about it. But like everything's supposed to be the opposite, like a reflection of reality. You know what I'm saying?
Our cyclones go the other way, etc., etc.
Toilets.
Yeah.
Don't forget about the toilets.
Yeah, but it's the summer and Christmas that really does it.
The toilets. Oh, really? that's what your son was interested in.
Yeah, he was like, look, Dad, they made him celebrate Christmas in summer just to make the point. We went to the Museum of Flight here in Seattle yesterday. They have a whole, space exhibit there. They have a full-size shuttle trainer and all those artifacts. So we were looking at that, and that's why, this conversation came up.
I'm Daniel. Tell me, Daniel, what brought you in today?
I was just watching some videos. This topic.
Like what?
Flat Earth.
All right. Were these videos from YouTube?
Precisely, yes.
Did we give you those videos?
No. I was watching
Yes.
like a pilot
No.
and explain why the Earth is flat.
So they didn't come from us.
No.
Okay. Now, are you expecting me to jump through hoops to try and defend the questions that's been given to you that's not what we're about? In other
Sorry,
words, are you expecting me to defend that straw man?
are you a flat earther?
Yes, but I'm 9, 10. I'm fucking 10 of 10 convinced that whatever it is that you've got questions lined up for me based on the content from the videos that you watch from the internet, it's not going to be what I'm going to talk about.
Right. Okay. First question, right? So, oh, first of all, I'm not even sure if you're a flat earther or like a round globalist. So, do you believe in flat Earth or you believe in the round Earth? But I can't understand.
All right, so then let me put it down so you can understand. Um, no, I don't believe the earth is flat. I know it's flat. Just like you know
Oh,
your shoe size. Listen, you know your shoe size and you know how tall you are because you've taken measurements of your foot to get the right shoe, and you know how tall you are because you measured yourself at some point.
right.
Yeah.
So you kind of measure like, I mean, you guys have like a system that measures the world, and it can kind of give you the indication that it's flat.
Yeah, facts. So they told you, right? Wait, before I get into this, do you know what the radius of the earth is? What they claim?
Um, no.
Okay. Well, I can talk about this topic without the use of Google, and I'm pretty sure you're going to need the use of Google in order to have this conversation. So I'm going to put it like this. There is what they've told you in school. There is what they claim to be true, right? And that is what I'm going to take and then compare it to reality, the world around you. Okay?
Mm,
I'm not going to compare
okay.
it to a model or anything else, right?
Mm,
So they say that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. It's got an average radius value because the radius is between the North and South Pole and opposite ends of the equator. 3,959 miles is the radius that they claim. Okay?
right.
Now, the distance that you can, the distance to the horizon.
Tactical. Your volume just went from like 200% to 1%.
My wife's calling.
Is he gonna come back? Dr. Jordan Peterson is here as well.
Who was that guy? It sounded like a baby Glurf too.
The guy who just left to speak with his wife.
I don't know. Maybe that was you. The guy who watched YouTube videos and has questions. Who was that?
It was
You
me. It's
talking
me.
to him, Peter?
Oh, okay, then you're the baby Glurf.
Hey.
Are you undergoing like early stages of cogdes when you're doing your research?
No.
Would you say you're a seasoned glober? Been in the arena for a while?
I mean, I believe it's a globe, allegedly. Yeah.
Yeah, many people believe that.
But you know it's not.
We do know that it's not, yes.
Why is it you always say we, Peter, instead of I? No, it's a globe. It's a globe. That's what you'd be saying. He's gone
I don't think
quiet.
I would have ever said that.
You said that many a times, Peter.
I said I thought it was, or I believed it was. You know, I still think science doesn't prove things. You know what I'm saying?
Science doesn't prove things.
It adjudicates cause and effect relationships.
Only if you decide to
Follow the
stop asking
scientific method
questions.
correctly.
No, really. If you keep asking why, you never get the ultimate why. In physics, you can always dig all the way to the bottom, and then the answer will be we don't know for every single thing.
We're not using science for this. We're not trying to
That's
figure out
exactly
why.
the point. That's
Trying
exactly
to
the
figure out
point.
what.
No, it's
Trying
not.
to
The
figure out
point
what.
is it's a category error. This is geometry, not science.
Exactly.
That's
Why
not your
were we
point,
talking
Peter.
about science?
We have figured out what. But yeah, it's like, then why bring it up then? Why mention science?
He did. I was just responding to his prompt. Jeez.
Right, I'll be
Guys are
right
tense.
back once that guy. I'll be back once that guy that wants to explain it to me comes back. So bye.
Yeah, guys, let Peter explain the guy. Come on, guys. Why are you
Okay.
interrupting Peter? You're
He
messing
left.
around.
He was waiting for Jimmy to
Tactical
come
to come
back.
back.
Yeah.
So I reckon that one of the most valuable things that I ever took away from the FED crew and spent time with them. Not that I hadn't come across it before, because I remember it from high school. Is that when the scientific method is applied, you're left with one of two outcomes if it's applied correctly. And when it's repeated, if it was done correctly, well, you should get the same result, right? To me, that's proof. That's proof.
I don't know, man. It's I think it's more like a correlation, a strong correlation that you establish, but the cause and effect you can never really tell.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what, if you think that it truly establishes a cause and effect relationship or not. The fact is that in that setup, with as many variables accounted for as possible, all known ones, and it's repeated, you get the same result in that environment, in that setup, you get one of two results. Always. Right?
Yeah, but then when you dig deeper, for example, you find out that's never true.
Such an example would be?
Such an example would be which way will an electron go or a photon go? The answer is in a random way.
In regards to what? What is the parameters that you set in the first place?
Which way? That's not a how, why question.
It is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, when you experiment with light, for example, you notice certain patterns, and then when you dig deeper, you notice that these patterns don't really exist in this such
But
simple,
what cause are you
predictable way.
trying to establish? What?
Exactly.
So you're not. So it's not the same. It's not applicable. It's because, like in a scientific experiment, with the scientific method applied, you will propose if I do this to that, X will happen. If I do this to that, X won't happen.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that if you do your research a little bit deeper, you'll find out that
Yeah,
at the
Peter,
low
you're just
level,
talking
that's not
shit,
true.
mate. Fucking stop it. What scientific experiment are you talking about instead of philosophical bullshit?
Shooting light.
Cause and effect relationships. That's what we're setting up. X reacts to this, giving the effect of what? You are talking about, if I keep asking why, fucking 2-year-old kids do that, mate. But why? But why? But why? It's a loop. Well, that's not what is happening in a scientific experiment.
In the end, that's what happens. That's where physics arrives.
He's just a broken record. You're fucked in the head, Peter. You're never going to learn.
So if you do this to that and X happens, that's why. Because you did this to that.
I don't know what any of this has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yep. Paddle in, backwards,
responding.
backwards, backwards.
I was responding to your comment about science not proving anything.
Let's agree to disagree then.
Welcome to the new person that dropped in.
Yeah, it's all right to use correlation when trying to come up with a hypothesis. It's perfectly fine because that's investigation. You're looking for a potential reason, right? Before you conduct an experiment, because you're gonna have to propose that something is causing something else to happen, right? So you'll do some investigation, make some correlations, and go, well, maybe it's that. Let's test it. Like, what caused that plant to die or wilt or whatever?
And that's when you start eliminating your variables. But I've been watering it.
Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, you're gonna. That's right. You're gonna. Yeah, note down all the the conditions that this plant may have experienced over time or whatever. You can maybe do a soil sample analysis, check the pH levels, and you're gonna investigate. You may come up with an idea. Oh, maybe it was that. Let's test that. Oh, it wasn't that. Damn. Okay, something else. I've got to do some further investigation. I mean, even if you took it into the weeds and they're like, even if you gave them observational science, right? It's a joke, right? But even if you did, well, that doesn't prove anything, does it? Oh, okay. So you didn't see something? You can't prove you saw something in nature occurring? The existence of something isn't proof of itself?
I mean, if there's no proof of anything, what exactly is it you're even attempting to investigate? An illusion? I mean, how does someone that that's solipsistic and it doesn't even think that you can, that you can even prove reality is real? And what do you even? Where do you even start? It's just
you start by ignoring those people. That's where you start.
You don't really have to reach every solipsistic person in the world, and honestly, if it's a brick wall that you have to push back against, well, why bother? Walk around it.
Yeah, exactly. Just go do something else. You don't have to talk to them.
Good advice.
Excellent, Scott. So you got no problem with us muting you and just walking around you?
Well, I'm not a solipsist, man. I believe the world's real. I'm with
Real
you.
what? Real flat?
Real.
You agree there's fact, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I exist. You exist. We all exist. This earth exists. The everything exists. Yeah. And that's
Okay,
not even a
so what
probability.
about
That's 100% absolutely certain.
hold
I
on,
exist.
Scott. What about things that you can't confirm visually with your own eyes?
Like what?
Well, like things that are too far away for you to see with your naked eye, and things which are things that you can't see with a telescope that you could buy at a shop, you know?
What? I'm still waiting. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like I look at the moon, right? I know the moon exists. 100% absolutely certain that moon exists. What are you talking about? Maybe I'm not
Okay,
following.
look, here's the problem. I've seen something that you haven't seen that I know exists. You've seen things that you believe are one thing because you've been told they're one thing, and they've shown you things that you can't see with any kind of telescope outside of, going to space and programming the telemetry yourself. But those things that I've seen confirm that the rest of the things that you can't see are entirely fake.
Okay, so what are those things you've seen that I haven't seen that confirm that the things I've seen are entirely fake?
Did you not get the premise? I can run it by you again.
No, I
There's
just want to know
things that
what's an example of something you've seen?
Okay, so heaven, the portal into heaven, I can see that in the night sky. It's behind the North Star. If I can see that physically, it means they've lied to you about everything they've told you is beyond the earth.
So you can see a portal into heaven?
Yeah, I saw it one time. It flashed at me and then it went dark again. But I know for a fact it's there because I've seen it physically with my eyes. So, yeah, I'm not trying to put this experience inside other people's heads and ask them to accept what I saw. But my position on this is never going to change. And I'm never going to go back to the other side of the argument or the fence because I've seen that space is a cloud. It's not a void. It's not a vacuum.
Well, if that's the case, then I don't think you and I have anything to talk about. Going back to what T-Dub was talking about, what do you do with people who just don't share your universe? Yeah, I don't know. But if you tell someone that, they're going to think you're crazy, right?
Well, look, I don't care if the entire human race thinks I'm crazy, up until the point that somebody else repeats the experience that I had. Because things tend to go like one sheep jumps off the truck, and then maybe a few seconds go by before another sheep jumps off the truck, but eventually all the sheep are jumping at once. So I saw this thing in the sky. I think other people will start to see it because I'll continue to explain how it happened for me, and eventually it'll recreate itself in somebody else, and then it'll mass recreate itself, and the whole system will come down when people can see where we're all actually from is more beautiful than the whole world.
Really? Tell me more about that. No, I guess not. So do you think other people are going to start seeing this portal soon then? Or at
Well,
least
yeah, I
glimpses of it?
do.
You don't see it every day, right? You just said that.
No, I do. I think on any clear night where you have a clear view of the North Star very late
Uh-huh.
at night, like sort of in the latter half of the moon's traverse, at that time of night is when I saw it. And yeah, I do believe that other people will come to see it very soon as well. And yeah, sorry, what was the second half of your question?
No, that was pretty much it. So you think other people are going to start seeing this? Has anybody else other
Yeah,
than you seen
I
this so
really
far?
do. Sorry?
Has anybody else other than you seen this so far?
Well, if you go back into the historical record and look at accounts in things like the Bible, yeah, people did describe it this way. And I now understand why it's so hard to put into words what people must have had this experience in the ancient world. Because for some reason, like life on the earth is meant to be, you can't see it all the time. There's a veil that they call the night sky. It's like a thick cloud, and occasionally you get a cloud break and you can see through it. It's much less complicated than trying to work out cosmic nature and the void and the vacuum and all of that. It's just when you have a storm at night in the distance and suddenly you can see the dark cloud in the distance because there's light inside it for a moment. That's exactly what space is, just over further distance.
Do you think other people in this room right now go with you on this? Or do you think they would find, yeah, that's not mine?
Look, I don't really care because the first thing I had to say to people was 100% honesty. I was never a bought and sold flat earther, even though I presented myself as one. I was more of a fence sitter. And by the time I left this community for literally most of the year, I was kind of more on the position that it didn't matter at this point and maybe space was real. I was just going to go with whatever was going to develop into something that I could work with more than argument. And now I have that through not expecting it to just pop out of the sky and into my eyeballs, but it did. And there's never been a recorded account that I'm aware of somebody hallucinating further distance than you know that you can see with your eyes. Do you see how that doesn't really make sense? Like you can hallucinate in the room, you can hallucinate inside your own head, but when you see something physically, it's a different register of sense.
I think this is more for speculation Sundays, personally, Scott. I don't think most of us here would agree with this sort of approach.
Yeah, but I seem to recognize there's been millions of people who've lived on this earth who have seen things that just aren't there, right?
Well, where are they seeing them? This again brings me back to my point. There's seeing things in your standard frame of reference where you know things are, but I saw a thing, very, very large thing, beyond where you're supposed to see any kind of thing at all existing, as in a vacuum, as in a void. So if there's a stable structure in that thing they've told you is a vacuum and a void, and it looks like a giant hollow tunnel of clouds full of light that you see at the center of a galaxy on like a space picture, yeah, that's actually what heaven looks like. So they've been up there, they've taken a photo of it, and they've turned it into CGI galaxies for reasons of grand deception. Sorry that you have to accept that, but it's the only truth when you see what they've done to what you can see.
All of the deception then.
Sorry, did you say it's not a deception?
And I said, what is the end goal of the deception? Why are they deceiving us, and who are they that who is deceiving us?
All right, well, here's my theory on that, because I can't really give you more than theory. But because I saw physically heaven is physically real, and I didn't see physically hell is physically real, I think maybe hell is an illusion. And the whole thing about the devil, probably a real being who's not allowed to go back to heaven, but there's only heaven and down here. So down here is run by lies, and the more lies that you have, the more power you can give to the liar. And this is all about preventing people from realizing that if they live a harmonious life, everybody does well and we all go back to somewhere much better. If we don't do that, we have to keep coming back here until we live a whole life without being a total piece of shit. That's my read. Can't really give you more.
And so we're self-deceiving then, in some way.
Well, I think it doesn't matter what you do in your life, even if you're like Super Hitler, you'll still see heaven when you die and you'll still know that it was real. And I just don't believe in getting chucked into eternal hellfire anymore. I think you just have to repeat the life experience and hope that you don't do it as bad as you did the last time. But I don't think there's any guarantees. I think if reincarnation is a thing and you're a piece of shit in every life, then you just never go back to heaven. But maybe that's who the devil is. Do you get me? Like it's just banishment from where we're from, which is so much better.
But you mentioned a second ago something about power. You said, I think you used that word. How does the power work into this whole thing?
You mean the power structure in the world, or do you mean like a supernatural concept?
I thought I heard you say something about power and lies. And that's why I asked you who's doing the lying, who's doing the deceiving in order to achieve the power.
Well, like I said, anybody who's talking to you from authority about what the nature of space is, they're all lying and they're all doing it for a purpose that compels people to think that heaven's not real, therefore they can be a piece of shit. See, it's not to me that the goal is to convince people to be pieces of shit so they never go to heaven and they go to hell forever. It's just to stop people working out that if you live a good life, and like see the world as lesser value than where you go after you die, there's no reason to do these things of like lying and dominating other people and cheating and all these other things, because it's like fighting over scraps as a bunch of dogs is who we really are as human beings. The master sits at the table and he throws the scraps of food off this way and that, and they land wherever they will, but it's closer to this dog, so he says, oh, my fate is good. And the dog near him goes, well, my fate sucks. And then they bark, and then they fight, and then they die. That's the whole world. It doesn't matter if you're fighting over Fabergé eggs or a country or the right to like live forever. Nothing ever is going to last or compare to where we're from, and that's the deception. They want you to believe that the world is all there is.
I have to say, Fabergé eggs was in the top 3 things I did not expect to hear.
I did not expect that either. I got to go. Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, you guys don't know me very well
We'll
because
get you.
Fabergé eggs are my whole thing. Like my whole
Oh, okay.
thing.
Thank you for sharing your manifesto with us.
So, what do you think put this all in order? I mean, what started this whole process of people being down here and having to live a good life, at least one iteration of it, before they can move off of it forever? Who do you think would have designed something like that?
Well, like I said, this world that we're living in has been separated from where we're really from, and it's been made into a lesser imitation of where we're really from. So I don't think it's a punishment kind of thing that we're all cast down from heaven to have this toil existence. It's more like if you could take a drug that made you suddenly forget your entire family, what would it be like to live with you for that one day as a stranger, where we're just judging you on who you are and how you relate to strangers? And that's what it's like. We'll see who we are without knowing where we're from, without knowing that everything is grace and beauty. We'll be judged on just what we have to work with. That's what I think the goal is. It's just kind of like being bored over millions of years, so then you decide to do this Earth experiment. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just spitballing.
Okay, but you said it's separated, or it was separated. Who separated it?
Well, like I'm saying, my only inclination for an answer to that would be God. You know, that it's a goal to see how we do without knowing that there's there's an infinite get out of jail free card and an infinite Disneyland pass called dying. But if you know it's that, you won't even try to do anything. But the world's like you can create in the world. You can create new things that didn't exist before. And maybe you can't do that up in heaven because things are a little bit less physical. I don't know. I don't think there's great answers for this question, but there are good reasons to be a good person. I just have a confirmation of that I can give to people if you know, all things being even.
If I can try to paraphrase, you said, I thought you said that God got bored. Is that the crux?
Well, yeah, more like creation got boring. Like we
Oh, okay.
existed for an indeterminable eon before we decided to do this separation agenda where we give ourselves soul amnesia and work out how to be a new identity.
We did it to ourselves then. It's kind of
I
like
don't
the
know, but
Brahmin
I
thing,
think
isn't
you can see it in our own developmental
I think
psychology. Like people love reinventing themselves sometimes a
I
dozen
think I saw
times.
that movie. Yeah, it's called Vanilla Sky.
Oh, yeah. That's a pretty good movie though.
You know, it's a Spanish movie originally, right?
I don't care.
No, I'm just saying, if you like it, watch the original too.
Then I got to read subtitles.
Well, you're from California, you understand Spanish.
Yeah, a little bit.
You've never watched Mexican soap operas? That shit's amazing. I don't need the translator. The drama's awesome.
Telenovelas.
It's not Mexican, it's Spanish from Spain, so it's harder to understand. Abre los ojos, open your eyes, is the title.
Oh, really?
Yeah, now I started watching The Equalizer 3 last night, and the whole first 10 minutes of the movie is like in Spanish or something. And like, there's no subtitles. I don't know if it was a glitch on Netflix's part, but I actually had to put English subtitles on so I could, and then it translated what it was saying for me. It was like,
Really?
no, this should be inbuilt into the movie. Like, they
Wow.
should
Yeah, it
be
should have
allowing.
been. Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't understand a word they were saying.
Yeah, but that
First of
whole
all, you put
movie
on
is a little
Australian
bit like
subtitles.
I don't know. It was very slow moving. It wasn't like the first two at all. It was good in a way, but I think the way that he fucks up the gang when he gets there is better than what he does to defend the town.
I have a question. If the Earth is flat, wouldn't there be a lot of ways to like monetize this and become like really rich?
Essentially, yeah, you could monetize anything.
Because you have like the the information that no one else does, right? Or like most people don't. Seems like you'd be able to leverage this
Yeah.
and become really wealthy pretty quickly, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, all they got to do is go outside and look around. And, there it is. Can't really gatekeep fucking reality
So if that's the case, why are you guys not all exceedingly wealthy?
because I don't give a fuck.
I mean,
Why
there
is
are
it the
people
case
who
that
make money.
I have to become wealthy off of this fucking topic? What would be the point of me trying to make money on this topic? Because at the end of it, like, if somebody really just wants to make money off the topic, then they're only going to make content based on shit that's going to make them money. And when things stop making money, then they're going to come up with something new. And then you get into, like, weird shit. Because then it's just sensationalism, and you turn into the fucking CNN all over again.
But look, here's a good way to reverse the premise. Do you think Elon Musk would tell you that he's going to Mars if he had to do it for free?
I mean, it's a pretty silly question. I imagine yes, he still would.
Well, I think
So
that's a pretty silly answer, but
in a
that's
way
just
that the
me.
whole story doesn't exist, and he says, "Yeah, we're going to go to Mars," and then he's just going to spend his own money to go.
I mean, he has a company that's about to go public. It's soared his net worth billions of dollars, right? So he's not doing it for free,
Yeah.
right? He finances it and then sells equity in the company.
Nice. I appreciate the explanation of what's happening. However, my point
When you
was
frame it as he's just doing
outer
it for
space
free,
being
it's not correct then, right?
follow along. Outer space being faked means he's not actually doing what he's telling you he's doing. Now, if he had the dream to go and do the thing that he would never be able to do, and he had to spend his own money and then realize he can't go and do the thing, would he keep doing the thing if there was nothing to feed him?
You
Would a
think he'd
stray
have
I
dog
imagine
go
he
sentient
to a
wouldn't
house
kids?
know.
that was issuing
I
no
imagine
food?
the investors giving him, billions and billions of dollars wouldn't either.
Yeah, well, if the investors are feeding him money to go and do the thing and play pretend, then yeah, he would keep doing the thing. Right? Because that's where the money's going. A stray dog is not going to keep going to a house that doesn't offer him food. He's going to go to the house that's going to offer him food.
Yeah, I think you have it backwards, right? Like you're not
I
going to
think
have all these people
I think
independently giving
you
him billions
understand
and billions of
correctly
their
what I'm
money.
saying,
This is
and you're
all a lie.
ignoring it because it actually slaps you in the face.
I definitely feel slapped for sure, buddy.
Yeah, that's why you want to ignore it. Instead of actually,
I've addressed it head on. What
why
question
is
have I
the Earth
ignored?
flat, guys? What did you do to identify if the Earth was flat or not?
You tell me
No,
just one question I
immediately jump
ignored.
into the meta, and we'll talk about the not proof of the Earth being flat. We'll talk about what a company's doing and how they're making money, and the individual that runs the company allegedly. We'll talk about that because that actually proves the shape of the Earth, not actual measurements of the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to the point you were making there, Kiko. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Like, if somebody were to ask, well, why would this guy lie? To then, that's like the best thing. That would be like the best money making scheme ever. Like, if I could just lie and tell you guys I went through a magical door, and you should pay me, billions of dollars if I can just go through this magical door that you can't go to. That's the best reason to lie. You can't think of a
Yeah,
better one.
Yeah, I'll give you even more money when you take this camera through the magical door and you show me what's on the other side.
Why do you think the people giving him the money would give him the money?
To see more
I
ice
don't
walls,
know.
bro.
I don't know.
Well, what do you think? Come on, you guys can
I don't
think of
know.
something, I'm sure.
Why would people lie? I mean,
No,
how
I didn't
many
say
Why do
why
you
reasons
think
people
can you
lie.
think
I
of?
didn't say why people would lie. I asked why would
How
people
many
would give
reasons
them
can you
money.
come up with why people would lie, Mac? How many reasons?
That's not the question I
It's the
asked.
same. It's the
Come
same
on, man,
because
you
he
can do
lied.
this.
They're giving him the. It's the same questions, guys. You're not like
But why
shifting
would
left on
people
it
believe him? Why would people believe him and give them their money?
because he sold him a good lie. That's all. I mean, it's just hypothetically, right? It's just a great
Okay.
money making scheme.
Look, Scott, have you heard of the Church of Scientology? Yeah, you know how much fucking money they have?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't
But
ask a new question. It was the same question. Like, why would they give him the money? If he lied, he could get them to give him money. But why would they give him money? Because he lied. I mean, that was just you're just in a circle right there, Scott. But what else you got?
Okay, so what you're saying is all
Why
these
would he
people
lie?
giving him money are just stupid then. All right.
It is stupid.
They,
Why
they, would-
would
they
they
would have
lie
to
if
be,
they're
right?
just giving you money?
No,
Yeah,
Tanks.
they
What
would,
was the question about? What was the
they would
subject?
have to be really stupid, right?
Yeah.
No, Tanks.
What's up, boss?
What was the question about? What was the subject?
Well, I just jumped in. I was hearing them talk about what would be motive to lie, and would it be a good way to make money to lie about going to outer space? And then Scott thought it would be like kind of like it would just be eye opening if he could just reverse the question.
No, I didn't. No, I'm just curious what you guys thought about it.
Yo,
But
guys.
you asked why they would believe the lie. Well, you should think
Yeah.
about that because you believe it. You're the one who believes it. So
Well, I can tell
you
you
have the
why I
answer.
believe it. I can tell you why I believe it. It has nothing to do with that because it's not a lie. It's obviously
Mac,
true.
Scott,
your
tell us
But
one
how do you know it's
argument.
true, Scott?
Yeah, Scott, tell us one argument that isn't fallacious in defense that proves the glurf.
One what?
Tell us one argument that is in defense of proving the glurf that is not fallacious.
Is this Gregory? Wow. Yeah, we've measured it.
Lie.
That's
Okay,
just
let's try
not
again.
true.
Okay,
No.
okay. What do you mean
Oh
no?
my
I'm
God,
trying to
that's
reply to you.
Gregory. Hey,
It's
Gregory.
Gregory. Yeah.
Okay. So you think you've measured it? Okay.
No,
So you've
people have.
measured the
We collective.
distance with the geometric proviso, correct?
No, nobody would do that. That's stupid. That's some flat earthers
So
do.
you would not. You said wouldn't. You said would
We
not.
would
So
never.
you
Yeah, we
wouldn't.
would never do that.
Okay,
Why would we ever want to do that?
okay, okay, let me reply.
Okay.
So you wouldn't do what's logically necessary to break the symmetry. Great.
That's not necessary.
It is because the obvious greatest entailment is of your glurf, your SE, spheral Earth,
Mhm.
is that the horizon is that location on the Earth that is that peak of the curve, as it were. That's what your SE entails. That's why you people have been talking about things being obstructed behind it, bottom up, for centuries. But you
Yeah.
think it's stupid, and no one even would try to prove that what they say about the horizon is indeed true.
That's correct. Nobody would do that.
Okay. So you wouldn't do what's necessary to prove what you people say about the horizon, which is the entailment of your SE. Great.
No, we don't need to prove the size of the Earth by doing that. There's much better ways to do it, and that's what we've done.
I didn't talk about the size of the Earth.
Yeah, like things in the sky, right, Scott?
I didn't ask you about the size of the Earth.
Okay, what are you asking about then?
If I said exactly what I'm asking about, you just distorted it.
Well, how would
So
the
how
distance
confident do you think I am that you're going to track the reply?
how would the distance to the horizon matter if we're not caring about the size?
You got to verify. I didn't say you're not caring about the size. I just didn't ask you about the size.
Well, if you're asking about the distance, you're asking about the size.
No, I'm not.
Yes, yes, you
Asking you
are.
about. No, I'm not. Stop
Yes,
cutting me
you are.
off. Stop cutting me off. Be quiet.
Oh, sad already. Go ahead.
So, no, I'm not. They're two different propositions. I asked you about measuring the distance to the geometric horizon. That doesn't entail that I don't care about the size of the Earth. I'm just not asking you about that. It's very simple. How do you
Why would you
conflate the
measure the
two?
distance? Okay, why would one measure the distance to the horizon?
Why would you do what's logically necessary to break the symmetry that's exclusively indicative of your glurf?
Why would I measure the distance? Come on, just answer the question, man.
So not grasp my rhetorical question that answers your question? Just refuse to engage it?
Rhetorical questions don't have answers. That's why they're
They do
rhetorical.
have answers.
No, one does not answer a rhetorical
Yes.
question. They don't.
Like, so you're just refusing to like extrapolate the obvious answer that's being conveyed by the rhetorical question. You just refuse. You're just playing stupid, right?
Okay, so
Obviously, I just told you the answer in the rhetorical question, but you're just being dishonest.
no, we don't care about the distance to the horizon.
So you don't care about what's logically necessary to break the symmetry,
I guess so. Then, yeah, you're right. You got us.
right? So you don't have what's necessary to prove
Who is this
your
us?
doctrine.
Is this we and this us in the room with you right now, Scott? Are you okay?
That's humanity. It's the collective we. You know,
Oh,
it's
geez. Just Stefan.
Since when do you speak on behalf of the human race? Like, are you that delusional?
we do
What
it all.
convinces you you're the
Hold on.
ambassador of the human race to me in this conversation?
You know, when we use the phrase "we've been to the moon," doesn't mean every last one of us have been, right? It means some human
Right. So
being
why
has
do you
been to the
talk like
moon.
that then?
Well, because that's how we use the language.
But how about you speak better? The problem with you scientists, you adherents of scientism.
Huh? Oh, there's the scientism. 'Cause I'm not a scientist, right? But there are scientists in this world, but I'm not
No,
one
you
of them.
adhere to scientism, so you're a scientist. It's a very succinct and convenient way to refer to you people.
Well, if you can tell me what you think scientism means, then maybe I am. I don't know.
I can show you. You have a worldview, and you have basic distinctives, primary distinctives, and other distinctives. I'm gonna show you.
It's really you just never use simple language to have a conversation with another human being.
Well, there's
Yeah,
words for
Scott, it's
things,
a
Scott.
sign
You
of
just
low
don't
IQ
know them.
if you can't describe things in layman's terms.
Yeah, there's words for things, Scott. You just don't know. You gotta learn. Learn your
Oh,
lesson.
I'm
So there you
talking about
have it.
hard.
There you have it, Scott, in the bottom of the open chat. All right. This is an analysis of your worldview to identify, by some label, the distinctives of the common worldview that we've been taught in the state indoctrination system, which you've also been inundated with.
I don't think scientific anti-theism, possibly medical quantumism. Don't even know what that is. Mass attracting
So-called
mass is
quantum
something that
theory.
we've seen.
No, you haven't. I can go through the refutation very quickly if you want to subject yourself to that.
Yeah, you can pretend you do, but
So you don't want to accept my challenge?
yeah, you're telling me I got to ignore things that I've seen with my own eyes, and I'm not going to do that. So you can
That's not what I
try.
said.
You
That's
can
not what I
try.
said.
All right,
That's
tell
not
me
what I
how the
said.
things I've seen I haven't seen.
Right. So you
Go ahead.
acknowledge, to be very precise and very, very clear, you acknowledge your proposition is concerning MAM, mass attracting mass. Your proposition is that you believe if mass or matter exists or is matter, then that pulls matter to other matter, correct? You acknowledge that?
Yes, and I've seen it.
Yeah, that's a false cause. Right? Matter being material, matter being matter or existing is not a cause of any motion. You have to actually do something, not just be there.
What does that have to do?
What do you mean? What does that have to do? You don't
Said it has to do
understand what
something.
force is.
What does it have to do?
So you don't understand what force is? Is that's what it
Just tell
seems
me what
to
it
be
has to
conveying by
do.
your question? Yeah. So do you understand what force is?
Yeah, sure.
What's the formula for force?
You mean the MA thing?
What do you mean? Are you going to answer my question?
I'm just if I assume you mean force equals mass times acceleration.
So not just
Oh,
math.
yeah.
Math has to actually do something, aka accelerate. Has to do, not just be there. Right? So the cause of matter moving is not matter existing or just being matter. So your premise is false.
Well, your understanding of it is false. That's
Hey, Gregory, what's the cause of the electrostatic force?
That's a deflection.
Your
So
microphone about
Well,
being
help us
muted, Peter. You being muted in a second. That's the cause.
yeah,
understand what force is by explaining
yeah.
using
he
electrostatics,
just
and then
told you
we
what
will
force
try and
is.
apply it to mass.
Did you mute him
You should
because you're
interact.
scared or because you're retarded?
So let's focus, right?
Because you're
With the
scared
hand
and
point.
retarded.
So let's focus, right? So that's the clear refutation to your doctrine. You agreed, you acknowledge your premise is if mass exists, matter exists or is matter, then that pulls matter to other matter.
Yes.
Then I refuted that proposition by exposing the clear fact that given your concession that force is mass times acceleration, F equals ma, not F equals a, not F equals m, without the a, without the matter doing something, then the proposition you affirmed is obviously false. Very
The thing
simple.
that causes the force was the mass with the existence of space time, which causes an
Oh,
acceleration.
so now you switch it to TGR, which would be consistent with scientist orthodoxy because MAM is abrogated by TGR. You know, just like the Mohammedan doctrine, abrogation, right? Your scientist clerics teach that TGR, theory of general relativity, is the correction or the update. Right? It's correct. You listen to Michio Kaku like you've heard several times. Gravity does not pull, right? Space curve. Okay, that's the latest orthodoxy. That's the latest orthodox doctrine from your clerics that abrogate the false doctrine according to them that is MAM, master objective mass. So it's the same false cause. Well, let me just ask you. So do you acknowledge that basically the proposition that is TGR is if matter is matter or if matter exists, then space time curves. You acknowledge that?
Those two are not related to each other.
Say again. You didn't come through clear.
Scott, are you making up your own globe as you go? What's going on here, man? Stay on track. Like we don't do it this way. Mass attracting mass is no good. Matter and space-time gravity, they don't go together.
I know, Tank. You know we can't stay on track when Gregory's here, right? He goes in all kinds of different
Okay,
directions.
concentrate. Don't start getting into your notions.
I'm trying to stay on track, but he won't let me.
All right, so do you acknowledge that's what the premise? Like, if you were to succinctly articulate in the best form what TGR means, it means the proposition: if matter exists or is matter, then space-time curves.
That
You
matter
acknowledge that,
curves
right?
space time. Yes, matter curves space time.
Right. So it's the same false cause. Right? Matter just being there doesn't cause any effects. Doesn't interact with anything. Matter just being there doesn't cause any locomotion or
It
warp the
interacts with
shape of
space
anything.
time. It interacts with space time.
Matter just being there does not cause any motion.
Well,
It
it
can't just
does.
be there. It can't just exist.
I didn't say cause
You
motion. I
can't
said
cause
it
things just
warps
by
space time.
existing or just being what you are
It
or to
warps
do
space.
something.
It warps space time.
By just being there, allegedly. It's not if matter does this, then matter space time warps. Just if matter exists. If matter is matter.
Where are you
It's
trying to get
fallacious.
to? Let's just get to the
I
end.
said what I'm getting to. Your proposition is if matter exists or if matter is matter, then space time curves. That's not a cause. Just
That's not
being
what I said,
matter or
though.
just existing is not a cause of locomotion or changing the form of anything.
Well, you don't understand space time then. That's okay. You don't need to.
No, it's not that I don't understand space time, because I
No, it is.
do understand the doctrine. That's why I'm refuting it.
So what is the doctrine then?
I just told you what the doctrine is.
You got it
Now, to
wrong.
expatiate furthermore on the doctrine, space time is only one of two things, right? Because depending on who you talk to, especially in the debate, they want to bait and switch back and forth between the two propositions. So Do you affirm space-time is a concrete entity or not?
I would say it is. Yeah, it falls into that category.
Okay, so you affirm space-time is a concrete entity.
It's a thing. It's a
So
thing.
let me help you because I know you're not going to track with this just by word of mouth. I'm going to help you track these replies. Hold on. Let me help you. Hold on. I'm sorry for the delay. I'm getting this message, this text body for you so that you can track, so that no one is lost. But to fill the dead air for now, right while I'm scrolling.
All right, guys,
this,
what's going on in here?
Not you.
All right.
Gregory is.
So,
hey guys.
So, if you affirm space-time is concrete, right?
It is.
Then you're either reifying space and time, or you have a misleading misnomer for the spatial plenum, aka the ether.
All right, bro.
But you
What is
deny the
quantitative?
ether is real. There it is. I got you there. I got you.
Okay, why don't we just get back to the original thing that I saw with my own eyes, and that's I saw a mass attracting mass. Why don't we get back to that?
So switch back to what I just refuted.
But you're not refuting it, right? Because then you need an explanation for why that one of those masses moved.
I just said the deductive refutation. It's a false cause.
Okay, so what moved the
doctrine, the premise contains
what
a
moved the
false
other thing
cause.
then? What moved the little mass?
Me substituting your doctrine is not logically necessary to
That'd be a burden
falsify
of
it.
proof reversal fallacy.
Okay, well, yeah,
Right.
I have an explanation for it that I've heard from other people, and I think the explanation is a good explanation.
Oh, that's
So what?
that's
It's
all nice and
irrelevant.
well and good. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do?
What you believe is false.
Just ignore it?
Please stop verbally wrestling. No one's just ignoring anything. You're going
But
back
you
to
are.
what I already refuted, and then you just assert that I didn't refute it after I explicitly refuted it, and everyone heard me say the deductive syllogism that does refute it. I'll say it
nobody
again.
cares,
We'll
Gregory.
see if you pretend.
Well, just before
This
you
is-
do, I just want to point out that his refutation to yours was you just don't understand it. He didn't pass out how.
Right.
He just used an ad hominem.
Right. So we'll give him one more try, and let's see if he just hand waves and pretends that I didn't say the refutation.
And
But
I
your
didn't come here
proposition
today to
is,
argue about general and special
why are you cutting
relativity.
me off? All that can be true while you be silent. You don't have to talk to me to be that. All right.
Okay,
Great.
go ahead.
So your proposition is, like you've already admitted, you can wind back the live stream. It's on record, so I'm quoting you correctly. You already admitted your proposition is, if matter exists, or if matter is matter, then matter pulls other matter. Okay, that's your proposition. It's either true or false. Right? The type of proposition is a conditional premise. Okay, so in the antecedent, which is the if part, is false. Right? That's not a cause. Matter existing, matter just being there, it's not a cause. Right? I directed your attention to the equation for force, right? Force equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration, not F equals m without the a or anything else. Not force is matter just being there. The matter has to do something. So your doctrine asserts a false cause. That's ontologically erroneous. That's the category of your error. It's an erroneous ontological notion. It's not a cause.
You done? So I saw the mass. I saw the little ball move.
That doesn't entail the ontologically erroneous notion I just refuted.
What does it entail then? What caused the little ball to move?
It entails that something actually did what F equals ma means, not your denial of it, not your premise that contradicts that.
So what do we do with the little ball moving? Do we just ignore it?
Who said anything about ignoring it?
So what do we do with it then?
Who knows what you're doing with this lazily formed reply about this vague ball or thing that moved?
And so if I want to do an experiment where I put one little mass of a thing next to another little mass of a thing, and I watch one of them move, Can I conclude anything from that?
You can conclude all sorts of things. That doesn't
What
entail
should
that
I
your conclusion
conclude?
is true.
You can conclude that they moved.
Okay, well, what caused it to move, right? That's the question we have to ask
It's a great
ourselves. I
That's
question.
think.
You have to do the test
go
that
for it.
proves
Go
the
for
given
it.
causation hypothesis.
I would say, because we can see it moves directly in proportion to the mass of the other object
So
and
you
the
don't see
distance
that.
from
You
it.
haven't tested that.
Sure, we have. Yes, we have.
Oh, no, you haven't. The test
Yes,
is
we have.
your proposition entails that the test is that that the independent variable is the matter being matter. Okay, the if part is the independent variable. You have not manipulated that.
We can measure the mass of an object very easily.
That's not the independent variable.
It is. It's the
No, it's
mass of the
not.
object. It is.
No, it's not. Right? The
It is.
quantity of matter is not the independent variable. Now, even if you want to switch that to be the independent variable, quantity of anything, including quantity of matter, is not a cause.
Doesn't matter. The little mass moved in
Just
direct
wave your
proportion to
hand.
the mass of the thing.
Just wave your hand, right? You're
Uh,
asserting a cause of the effect. Now you're asserting the quantity of matter is the cause. Quantity of
yes.
anything, including matter, is not a cause. Quantity is an immaterial, abstract universal.
It's because we found that when we doubled the mass, we doubled the force.
Right? You're just repeating the thing I just refuted. Quantity is not a cause of locomotion. It's an
Doesn't matter.
immaterial, abstract universe. And just wave your hand, it doesn't matter. It's a
We
fallacy.
know
Waving your
we
hand is a
we ha-
fallacy.
we have an independent variable, which is the mass of the object, and we can change that, and we can watch the effect on the other
Mass in
object.
what sense? There's at least 3 senses of the word mass in your
No,
worldview. Pick
there's only
one.
one. There's only one.
What sense is that? What sense is that?
The number of grams.
The quantity and or number, right?
Yeah,
Both of which are immaterial. Both of which are immaterial, abstract entities. Quantity and number are immaterial, abstract entities. They don't have causal power, so they're not causes of locomotion. You're asserting a
Well,
false cause.
but just because you don't know the power, the cause of locomotion doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Which is entirely irrelevant to what I just said to you. I didn't say because I don't know, no one knows that there isn't a cause. So it's not as though your latest reply refuted anything I actually said.
Mm-hmm. Gregor, do magnets attract each other?
They sometimes repel each other too.
I know. Do
You
they?
sure you want to appeal to them?
What's causing that?
Who knows? So what? What does that have to do with my refutation
There we
of your
go.
doctrine?
There we go. There we go. Who knows?
They're being
What does that
pushed
have to do with
towards
my
each other,
refutation
not
to your
pulled.
doctrine?
What's
Answer
pushing
this
them? What's
question.
pulling
What does
them?
that have to do with my refutation? What bearing does that have on my refutation to your doctrine?
Because it shows how your reputation is just stupid.
Right. So just that's not even ad hom. It's worse than ad hom. It's just insult.
Well, there's some invisible force pulling magnets together, right? Is there?
I guess so.
Well, we all agree that magnets are pulled together, correct? I don't have to make that
Sometimes they
case.
repel
Right?
each other too.
No, you haven't proven they're pulled together.
They repel also.
They do both,
sometimes they
right?
repel each other too. Are you sure you want to appeal to them?
Yes, I do. Yes, I want to appeal because either of
Okay.
them, either of
See what he
them works because we either have to come up with an explanation for why they're attracted or why they're repelled. But we know
You
they
don't
do
have
both,
to
right?
come up with anything. No, you don't.
Well, the curious
It's not a
among us do.
necessary thing to do. It's not
The
like
curious among us.
it's not like it's impossible to not contrive explanations. That's not
I
something
know.
we
I
have
know.
to do.
I know.
Okay, so then you know I'll just do that.
You are intent on not knowing anything. I get that.
Who said
Some
about
of us.
not? Who said I want to not know? Who said that?
Do you want to know what causes a magnet to attract?
Sure, that'd be cool. It's not really one of my top priorities. That'd be
Do you think we can know?
That was never even on my list, Gregory. I don't know how you got
Right.
that one. That's never
It'd be neat
once
to
was
know.
that on my list to figure out how a magnet works.
I'm not yearning to know that. Okay, so
Yeah,
He's
why
just
not?
sliding his way out of his gravity claim right now. Just trying to
exactly.
change it
Just
to
wandering
something.
away into the
No,
wilderness.
gravity and magnetism are very similar forces.
Yeah. So what you do, right? In order to rescue your doctrine, you have to draw this weak analogy between magnetism and that, right? That's what you're doing. You're just drawing. All you're doing is making an analogy that's incomplete, right? So you have magnets which are empirically verified, right? And then you have your doctrine, which is a false cause fallacy, first and foremost, among other errors. But we just focus on one error at a time.
how did
It's a
we
false
impair? How do
cause, right? Why are you talking to this? Okay. This is what you're doing right now. You're making a weak analogy that's incomplete, where you just talk about, yeah, there's magnets, great, cool beans, and then draw this arrow from the magnets to your false cause doctrine, and don't even specify what that's supposed to be analogous to.
Okay, let's try the different tactic then. Okay, so we have this. You guys have all seen the Cavendish experiment apparatus, right?
That
Not an
operation. If
experiment.
you're saying experiment in the sense of causation verification, that's not
I'm just
that.
asking.
So if
I'm
you're
just
saying in the
asking guys.
sense of measurement,
Have
then
you
it's
seen
that.
the apparatus?
Sure.
No, there's like 20 different kinds right now.
Yeah,
But you've
sure.
seen
What's
one
next?
of them, right?
Sure. What's next?
Okay, let's say we're sitting there in that little meter that's on a deflection of how far those little balls are deflected off their resting point. Let's say it's sitting at 0. And since the balls are iron, if I start moving a magnet towards one of those balls, and I can see there's deflection on that little instrument, and it's deflecting harder and harder the closer that magnet gets. Would you guys agree there's something pulling on that little ball?
Not necessarily. Could be something pushing it, not
No,
pulling it.
it's not agreed that something is pulling on it.
Okay,
Right.
what's happening then? Why is
But
the
it being pulled.
deflection happening?
Yeah, okay, I'll
Who
agree that
knows?
there's little tiny gnomes with ropes pulling on it. They're
Right.
invisible. They lasso the thing and then they pull it towards them. Now, are you happy?
Right.
No,
So
I'm
no,
not
it's not
happy because
necessarily the
you
case
guys
of
are
being
just
pulled.
resisting again for some reason. Because if you accept what you see with your own damn eyes, world's gonna fall apart.
Okay, you're throwing a
It's
tantrum.
a
Okay.
team of
Let's,
invisible unicorns pushing things around, pushing the balls around. How's that?
Let's not give an explanation yet. We'll just say we do see this thing move, right?
uh-huh.
Not the
Right?
same way every time. All different ways.
But
Okay, what's next?
there must be an explanation, even if we don't know it. But there must be an explanation why
Okay.
this ball moved, right?
Okay, man.
So we're on the same page so far. We put the magnet next to the iron ball, and it moved. We agree so far, right?
And what's next? It's
Well,
boring as
no, I need
hell.
an agreement first.
Well, no, let's start whining. Hurry up. Like, what's
No, I need an
next?
agreement. No hurry ups. I need an agreement.
We already said yes. Go.
Okay.
Just being annoying now.
Okay, so there must be a cause for that, right?
Sure.
Okay, so now let's say we remove the magnet and it goes back to its resting point. Instead of a magnet this time, we place something simply with mass and no magnetism whatsoever. And that little ball moves again, deflects on that reading. Can we then conclude there must be something causing that?
You already asked that. Is there a cause?
Is there a cause?
Okay.
Okay, so there must be a cause when
Yeah.
the mass is put next to the other thing, right?
You already asked that. There must be a
I
cause
just want to
again.
point.
Yeah. Space time's being distorted.
No, we don't care about what's happening.
I just wanted to point out, Scott. I just wanted to point out for you real quick about the magnets. Right. What you can do is you can take some iron filings, kind of sprinkle them down, and what you'll see
That's nice.
is you'll see these divergent field lines that wrap around the magnet and then push them back.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I know.
Don't we want the cause? We just want the admittance of something moved.
And so if we put this massive thing next to this other thing,
We want the
the
cause. Do we
little
just
one.
want the admittance of the observation, Scott?
What's that?
Fuck, see, it's the third time I'm going to have to ask you now. Is it just the admittance of the observed phenomenon, not the cause we're interested in?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that for now. Sure.
Because I just
Okay,
gave
so you just abandon the issue. You just abandoned the issue.
Yeah, sure, Gregory.
Like, dude, you were supposed to be proving the alleged cause, and now you're saying no, we don't care about what the cause is.
That took one fucking question, Scott. You tripped yourself over. Well done.
What did I trip over?
You were supposed to be proving what the cause is. That's what the whole series of questions, the whole series of your replies was supposed to build up to. Then you just concluded with, we don't care about what the cause is.
Yeah, we showed that the mass is. We showed that the existence of the mass and location, and proximity to the other mass causes the smaller mass to move. We can see that with our own eyes, right?
What's the cause?
No, we cannot tell that that's the cause.
Wait. Let's try again. Wait. Let's be clear.
Could we tell it's the
Wait.
cause?
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. What's the cause?
The mass.
Define mass again. The only sense you said earlier.
The mass is the amount of grams the thing has.
Right.
So
Quantity, which is an immaterial
1,000 grams of
universal.
feathers is the same as 1,000 grams of lead. So if we put them in the same room, feathers and lead go towards each other too.
I thought mass is a resistance to acceleration.
Yes, they would, but part of that
Everything goes towards each other, no matter what you do. Then
yes, but part of the equation is the
His answer
distance from,
is
and the distance of the feathers should be greater than the distance of the iron.
Scott. Focus. Your
I'm
answer
focused.
is quantity, right? Quantity is an immaterial universal that is immaterial and it does not have causal power. Quantity doesn't cause anything. You don't ever go around in the world at all. You don't look at the car crash into the wall, or you don't look at the billiard balls crash into each other and think quantity itself caused the billiard ball to move, or caused me to move my arm to push the door open, or caused a tree to fall down, or caused the volcano to explode, etc., etc. Quantity is not a cause of locomotion.
Yeah, I
So you're
don't need
asserting a
that.
false cause.
No, it's much simpler than that. I take a ball bearing and I put it on a scale, and it reads a certain thing. It reads 3 grams, or it reads 30
Just totally
grams.
deflects from the issue. That doesn't even follow the issue.
That's all I'm talking about. I don't know what you're
So that
talking
doesn't
about.
even follow the issue, right? You're supposed to be proving the doctrine. The doctrine is if matter exists or is matter, then matter pulls to all other matter anywhere in the black void. That's what your doctrine says.
Yeah.
I've read the citations. I've read the quotations. This is what your clerics say. That's what you're
And
supposed to
how
be proving. And then you
and how would I
concluded
go?
with this.
And how would I go about proving that to your satisfaction?
And then you concluded with this irrelevant conclusion, which is things exert pressure down.
Mm-hmm. No, I didn't say anything about pressure. That word never left my
You
mouth.
talked about weighing things.
Yes.
Right. That's irrelevant to the issue.
No, that's how we determine what a mass is, or how much mass it has.
You're not tracking. You're not tracking. You
I
are
am.
supposed to be proving the doctrine. The doctrine is anywhere in the universe, all materials being matter causes all other materials to pull together. That's a different premise than what you're irrelevantly concluding with that we can weigh things. Those are two different propositions. You're concluding with some other proposition than what you're supposed to be proving.
So how would I go about proving the thing that you're talking about?
So you don't know how to prove your doctrine. That's why you're asking that.
Do you know how to prove it or disprove it?
You can't prove false propositions, Scott. Welcome.
Yeah, but my proposition is not your proposition. Because the way I do it, I just take a ball bearing or something and I put it on a scale and I say, oh, that weighs 30 grams. And I put it next to this device, this Cavendish device, and I watch the deflection of that little ball bearing. And then I measure, if I put something that's 50 grams.
Repeat everything we just went through, as though we have to hear that.
I'm just telling you what I do. And you need to tell me what's wrong with it.
Repeat everything we just went through inanely, rather than not doing that.
What's wrong with what I did?
So
Well, it
just
doesn't prove
try to
anything
push
for
this
one.
endless circle
Well,
of just repeating the things that have been refuted.
it proves that when you put the masses next to this other thing, we can predict the deflection.
So you're just going to continue repeating the things you've already been through.
Maybe the doctrine is the doctrine that mass warps space-time. Is that the claim?
No, not at the moment. No.
But you brought up space-time earlier.
No, that's only
abandoned
because Greg. That's only because Gregory went down this rabbit hole.
Oh, so it's not space-time now.
Dude,
It doesn't matter.
He then deflected
Now it
to
doesn't matter.
TGR.
It never has.
Yeah, he deflected to TGR, and then he deflected back to MAM. That's what he did.
Sorry,
no, I just want to get some agreement that we can put these masses next to these other things and we'll get a deflection.
Okay, and
Can we agree?
Let's agree. Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that the deflection will be in proportion to the mass?
Man. We've been through all this.
Hold on, Scott. Sorry, Greg. Yes, and
so can we not then conclude that the one mass is somehow pulling on the other mass?
We could do, yeah, if you want.
All sorts of things.
And
that's all. I'm good. That's it. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it. You just want to assert conclusions?
I can conclude that they're being pushed towards each other.
Okay, I can go with that too.
So what's causing them to push towards each other? Mass can't be causing it.
Why not?
Well, how can it cause it to push and pull?
I just told you why. I just told you why. I told you why. Right? I'll say it again as you just keep pushing this stupid circle.
You didn't.
Right? We just went through all these replies. Mass, in the way you define it, as you said, is the only sense of mass when it's not. But let's go with your notion that's the only sense of mass, which is quantity of matter. Quantity is not material. It doesn't have causal power. Quantity is not a cause of locomotion. So you're asserting a non-cause as a cause of locomotion. That's an error. That's false.
Okay. But nevertheless, there's deflection that we can see.
Yeah, but that's because of the invisible fairies that push them together.
It doesn't matter. You guys keep wanting an explanation. I just want you to agree that.
Well, I just gave you one. So it's magical invisible fairies that push the balls together. That's the cause.
Yeah, and I won't agree with you that they're being pulled together. So you lose.
Does this mean
that's a deflection, right?
Does this
I
mean
think
the
it's actually the case that the distance between the two objects is just disappearing because time is causing them to come together, because the space between it is disappearing. They're not being pulled or pushed.
Now, to break this stupid circle that he just drug us on into, right, to make it clear that he
Yes,
doesn't
you're
know
the
his
one who went the
doctrine.
circle, man. I kept
We
it
got
very
onto
simple.
this. We got onto this. We got onto this because his initial appeal to answer my initial question was, let me remind you my initial question, right? My initial question was, what is the sound argument, the non-fallacious argument that proves the SE, the spheroidal Earth? And then he immediately took refuge in, we all know this, right?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand, Greg.
Space. Yeah, the supposed photos from space, right? But we know that under that whole lore, under all that lore, is the foundation. The foundation is TGR, because MAM is abrogated in his orthodoxy, according to his clerics. So underlying all that is MAM, which is now abrogated by TGR. So if TGR is refuted, then the whole necessary precondition for his whole pseudo-historical lore of allegedly getting these photos, from the cosmic void of the ball is falsified. That's why we talked
This
about
all
it.
started, Gregory. You forgot the very first step. What was the very first thing?
I didn't forget a thing.
You did. What was the very first thing you brought up?
I didn't forget a thing.
What was the very first thing you brought up in this conversation?
I didn't forget a thing.
Oh, this is going to go around in circles for weeks. Can you just tell him, Scott, please?
Yeah, it was distance to the horizon.
Distance
That's
to the
why
horizon.
That's what I just said. I just talked about that.
He's saying I needed to measure. He's saying I needed to measure distance to the horizon in order to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, we need to measure the curvature. We need to measure the curvature of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. This was my contention and why I was agreeing with you. Okay, things appear to be going down in your example. Awesome. Does that prove that the surface of the Earth is curved? No.
right?
Well,
So
I
he's
would say
acting
it
as though
does.
I committed an error, right? The issue about what I said about measuring the distance to the geometric horizon was after I asked him the initial question, which is, what's the non-fallacious argument that defends the globe? And then I went into that. He's acting as though he exposed that I forgot the beginning. No, I didn't forget the beginning.
Yeah, the shape of the Earth is not an argument. It's something we can just see. It's not a
Who said the
philosophical
shape of the Earth
argument, man.
is an argument?
It's not a
Name the
philosophical
person who
argument.
said? Yeah, name the person who said the shape of the
You
Earth
say
is an
give a
argument.
non-fallacious argument. That's what you said. Give a
Right, that's
non-fallacious
something different than what you
argument.
just said 2 seconds ago. You just said the shape of the Earth
It's not an
isn't an
argument.
argument, as though anyone said that.
You just did.
No, I
What?
didn't. No one ever said the proposition,
You,
quote, the shape
you
of the
say,
Earth is an argument. No one said that
you,
except you.
okay, so why did you ask for a non-fallacious argument then?
Why else would I ask for a non-fallacious argument to see if you know what you're talking about?
Well, if I were curious about the shape of the Earth,
I'd
could
measure
just
the
go out and look.
surface. Yeah.
Yeah, but how would you measure it? I agree. We should we should measure the
Well,
surface.
we
What would
use
we do?
surveying tools. You know that, Scott. We use surveying tools, don't we?
I agree. I agree.
So why
And
do
how
you
would you
ask?
use? And how would you use those tools?
We'd measure a deviation from horizontal, rate of change of slope over distance,
How would you
deflection of
do that?
tangents.
Would you do that?
Pardon?
What actually would you do?
What actually would you do? You'd
Yeah.
use theodolites or laser leveling tools to measure the rate of change of slope over distance between total stations.
Okay.
You survey the land, basically, Scott. I mean,
I,
come on.
I agree. That's
Okay, cool.
exactly what we should do. Did you guys
Yes,
do
we
that
should
yet?
do.
Did you do
Yeah,
that yet?
you just don't
What
like it when we do it because you say
what
refraction.
did you
And
do?
you give
What did
Scott, shush, calm down. All right, we'll have a chat. We don't have to inject ourselves with caffeine, dude. All right, when we go out and measure the surface of the Earth with lasers, you say refraction. Then when you give us measurements of Earth curvature, you deny refraction. We had this conversation the other day.
You just changed it though.
No, you didn't acquire
You didn't.
refraction values within your measurements. You said they were irrelevant.
A second ago, you were saying we should get some theodolites and go measure. Then you change it to lasers.
Yeah, I said
Those
I didn't
surveying
not the same
change
tools.
anything,
thing.
dude.
Scott. I
Didn't
said
change
surveying
Lasers are
anything.
not
tools.
surveying tools.
Scott,
La-
please, dude, I don't want to get pissed off with you. I actually, in the beginning, said surveying tools. That's plural, more than one.
okay.
The first one that I mentioned was theodolites. The second one was lasers. Do you
So
know
have you
how
ever done?
English works, right?
Sure. Where are
Good. So
lasers used?
fucking follow along, Scott. I don't want to get frustrated with you. It's too bloody late in the day.
Okay, so who uses lasers for surveying tools?
The engineers and surveyors who surveyed across the English Channel to survey for the Channel Tunnel.
How do they use lasers? I'm not familiar
Yeah,
with
they
that.
use lasers and other EMF signal frequencies, or frequencies, sorry. So visible and
They use
non-visible.
them down below, Scott. That's where they use the lasers when they're shooting a tunnel. You might want to go and find out since you don't know, but that's how you use them.
I'm just curious. What would they do with these lasers? I honestly don't know.
Measure across the English Channel. That's like distances from 23 to 35 miles.
They used to find the distance.
The level, the distance, everything. Yeah.
I'm not
Everything.
sure they used them to do level.
Really?
I would think they would use some either total station or theodolite in order to find.
Well, Scott, don't take our word for it. You go research this on your own if you're not sure.
I don't think you have though. You haven't done it.
Oh, that's fine. You can think whatever you want.
I have. I was very interested in the Channel Tunnel when it was being built. The Channel Tunnel link was going through my fucking village, dude. I was really interested in it, yeah.
So then tell me in detail what they did with the lasers.
They measure from point A to point B, actually thousands of points on the coast and on the water, using buoys on the water and getting reflections and signals from those distance markers. You know, the usual thing that we do when we survey the land.
And so they measured distance with the lasers.
Distance, level, all sorts of things, dude.
How did they use them to measure level?
Because that would be a rate of change of slope, dude. All right,
but how do they use the lasers? What do they do?
Let's put it like this, Scott. We're going to be using surveying tools, aren't we?
Yes.
Good. That's all the tools that we need to use, isn't it, Scott? The surveying tools.
Okay, so what surveying tools can you use to measure level?
A laser level.
How do they do that?
Oh, a laser level. You know how a laser level works, Scott?
Yeah, but that's in construction. That's for little tiny
You could
distances.
use a laser
Okay.
theodolite. You could use a laser theodolite. I mean, they're pretty common, right?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, just look up laser theodolite.
Wow.
Yeah, look at the side chat. Right, that's just
okay,
like that's a laser theodolite there.
What does the laser do on that thing? What does the laser do on that?
Milo, why are you doing that, bro? Come on, bro.
Hello? What does the laser do on the theodolite?
It provides a visible, perfectly collimated line. The laser creates a straight, narrow, highly visible line of sight. This makes aiming at a target far easier than without a laser. Laser theodolites usually are more accurate than regular theodolites. They usually cost a lot more and also have better components within them. I don't know. Do your own research on that. You just heard of these things, and I just heard of these things.
Okay.
Just looked it up.
Milo, sorry, by the way. It was his accent.
So do you guys use one of these laser theodolites then to take a measurement of something?
You use them to like make things on the same horizontal, right? Like if I was doing a fence post and the ground is irregular and I want the top of the fence to be a nice straight line, I could take the laser, I'll put it up at 10 feet, shoot it across the top of the fence. And now regardless of what the bottom looks like, I could just get my boards to go an inch above the laser and then cut them. And then now I'll have a nice looking top to my fence, regardless of what the bottom looks like, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if I keep doing that, we're never going to make an arch with these lasers. Lasers don't make arches.
You will, though.
You think? You ever make a deck that's laser leveled? You ever make anything that's laser leveled and it's curved? I've done a lot of carpentry. Every time I laser level something, it's flat as a fucking board.
Yeah, no, because you're working in terms of 10, 20 feet. We're not working in terms of 10, 20 miles.
100 foot. I did a 100-foot deck. It didn't curve.
That's still not 10 or 20 miles. It's not even a mile, right?
Where does it start curving at, Scott?
It starts curving immediately.
All right. So
Hold on. The line doesn't. That line will go straight. But if you move that leveler 100 yards down the path, it will create a different line than your original line.
No.
Yes, it will.
I'm still confused. Do we
It'll
still
be at an
use?
angle.
Do we still
green
use?
laser you can see from like 300 feet. That thing
Do we still use light for
move.
leveling? Do we still use light for leveling?
For short things, sure.
Okay, cool. So we use light surveying tools for leveling. Awesome stuff. That's great. So that's how we survey the land with surveying tools.
Okay.
I don't have to self you.
Back to the original question. Did you guys actually do that?
Just go
Did I do that? Did I do that? No. I've seen multiple that have. I'm still going to try and answer your question. Not me personally, no, but I've seen many that have been done.
And so what did they do? Did they just point lasers at things?
It's like you with Jesse, right? You haven't done it yourself, but you just trust it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So here we go. Here's something that I trust that I haven't done myself, but I've seen performed. Okay.
What is it? So you saw someone point a laser at something.
I've seen many people point lasers at shit. I've got a laser pen myself.
Yeah, and across the water, right? That's the experiment you're talking about?
Yeah.
Has any of the people in your community ever just repeated Jesse's stuff, where you take two theodolites?
No.
No, because we can't duplicate. Yeah, we can't
distance.
duplicate Jesse's temperature that day.
Well, just do it yourself and see what numbers you get.
Well, he didn't even account for the things that you're claiming make it inaccurate.
Yeah, we can't do anything that he did because he didn't give us any information.
Yeah. And also, we wouldn't want to use things that are way out of their specs, right? Their recommended range limits and that kind of thing. Otherwise, you could be orders of magnitude off, just like the manual says.
Okay, so what's the range limit on a laser beam then across a lake?
A range limit. They don't have a range limit, right? They have other limitations, right? Like they have limitations due to atmospheric conditions and things like that.
But Scott, you verified it, right? Jesse's claims, since you're the one claiming it.
No, I just trusted him.
Okay. So pretty pointless.
Admission to ignorance. It's over.
Yeah, pretty pointless, Scott. I don't even know why you're talking, Scott. You're just like continually embarrassing yourself.
Wait, so is the Earth flat or round?
Flat, dude.
Yeah. Let's go with this, Scott.
I don't know.
It's all right. We can move on from Scott. Scott lives here. We can
Scott,
talk to the next guy.
We've got another brain dead globe
Yeah,
believer.
that's fair. That's fair.
I literally don't
Thank you,
know, bro.
Scott.
Don't call me brain dead. I just don't know.
Yeah, I'm just
It's
joking,
flat.
bro. I'm
You
just
asked the
joking.
question. We answered it. It's flat, dude.
Oh, but like, I'm curious. I'm not trying to be like a contrarian to you guys, but like, can you explain how to me?
How?
do you mean by
Water's
how?
measured horizontal on the surface, right? You know what water is? When it's contained and at rest, it forms a horizontal surface.
Yeah.
70% of the surface of the Earth, we're told, is water. So if water forms a horizontal surface, the Earth can't be curved.
That seems fair enough.
I guess that's what you meant by how.
Okay, well, that's it then. Good job.
Wow.
Milo, bro. Milo, noise, bro. The hell?
He's noise bombing on purpose. That's why he got booted from the other room.
Milo, don't please say you're not doing that on purpose, bro.
He is doing it on purpose. I'm telling you. Can tell just what he did when he came in, and it's just what he did now.
It sounded like a crappy mic.
Maybe so. He just said he's not.
Maybe it's a bad connection.
I'm trying to give
or
you like
something.
credit. Yeah. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Let's see.
I'm not. I have a
Lost
shitty.
it.
My mic is being held together with tape. I'm getting a new one in a few days. I promise you, I'm not like being.
It does sound something like that. You got like a phone or something you can use, Milosevic?
I'll just mute myself, and I'll just listen to you guys because I don't want to interrupt.
All right. Well, you can ask your question because it's sounding okay now, but just don't leave your mic open when you're not talking because then static comes through.
Yeah. My question is like, what? Because I'm religious. What's the religious explanation? Like, can the Earth be flat, like through Christianity?
Yeah, all the scriptures, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, they all describe a flat, motionless, contained Earth, which doesn't contradict anything that we're talking about. We're not saying scripture proves it, but it certainly doesn't disagree with it. So yeah, read the scriptures about what it says about the Earth, and it describes it as generally flat, motionless, and contained.
Yeah, Milo. Yeah, the scriptures, it teaches the truth about the cosmos. It's not about he sits above the circle of the earth, right? It's a horizontal surface. Isaiah 40:22.
Fair enough. Sorry, I had to move my mic up so that it wouldn't do the static thing. Is it better now?
It sounded better in that.
Oh shit. Yeah, sorry. I can't control it. Randomly just starts doing it, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I remember that struggle.
Yeah.
Get you a new mic, bro.
My girlfriend's getting it for me for
mic.
Christmas. My girlfriend's getting one for me for Christmas, so I'm pretty blessed in that way. Yeah. Oh shit, it's doing it. Oh!
It's doing it now. It's doing it right now.
I'm super sorry. I'm gonna mute myself, Craig. What was the Bible verse? Could you post it in the chat and I'll go look at it?
Yeah, just one of them. There's many, right?
Yeah.
Look up the image made by Logos Bible Software. Now, the scholars who made that image to illustrate the cosmos, given all the descriptions of the cosmos in the scriptures, they also don't acknowledge that. They still believe the globe Earth lore, right? But they acknowledge that all the passages, many passages, describe the cosmos in a three-tiered system, with the surface of the Earth being horizontal, the form of the surface being horizontal. The one verse that I mentioned is Isaiah 40:22. He sits above the circle of the earth.
Seems fair enough to me.
I'll just say the globe Earth lies, not globe Earth law. Otherwise, I agree.
Yep. And ironically, Milo, Isaiah 40:22 is ironically used most often. It's the most abused verse to try and prove that the Bible teaches the earth is a ball. But it just ignores what circle actually means in English and the Hebrew word, which is hug, which doesn't mean ball. It means circle. And Isaiah knew the difference because he said the Hebrew word for ball, door, in chapter 20.
Like I said, it just seems valid to me. I mean, you guys are a lot more educated than me on this, so I'm just gonna trust you guys' judgment. Because Greg, I've listened to you speak. You're pretty knowledgeable on religious things and other things. Because we were all in that call together that night.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Test everything and hold fast that which is good. Remember, Apostle Paul, Ephesians.
Amen. How was Sunday church for you, Greg? Did you have a good? Was it night? Like, I'm not trying to be weird. Like, you have a good
Mike
Sunday.
is so
Yeah, Milo, we're gonna need to cut it because that's unlistenable. But we're
How about
looking
now?
forward
Is it
to
better
your
now?
Christmas light,
Like
the
mute
Christmas
yourself,
Blue
right?
Yeti. That'll be a treat.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Is
hear
okay
you,
there.
but
That
every
instance
few
too, but
seconds
yeah,
it then
when you're not
starts just
talking, just press
crackling
mute.
through.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to do that. I feel like an ass.
Just
Just shut the fuck up so no one else can hear your fucking annoying voice, please. It's awful.
Bro, Teacup, chill out,
Oh,
bro.
well,
Chill out, bro.
I don't know what your problem is, Teacup.
Well, it's been 20 minutes of it. I'm just annoyed. Should I just leave the call? We're just gonna keep
No,
dealing with
that's
this?
fine. Milo, you're gonna put yourself on mute, bro. But if you've got
I'll
more
just
questions,
I'll just put myself
them in
on
the
mute.
chat. Put them in the text
I'll
chat,
just
yeah.
Thank
I got
God.
you. Teacup, can you stop being such a dick? How about that? Hop off my cock, you little faggot.
Can you tell your mom to stop taking my cock so far up her ass?
Oh my God, you boys!
In the hell?
Right, Milo, put yourself on mute. Teacup, state your business. You globy? You flat?
Oh, you
What
just
is
got
it?
here?
I've been here listening. I'm happy with the conversation. I'm just happy to listen. I'm a glober. But again,
A
I just don't want to hear
glober?
this
Why would you be a
nasty
glober?
static and we're acting like this is like
All
not
right, yeah, that's
retarded.
cool.
Okay?
That's cool. What makes you a glober? What makes you believe the Earth's a globe?
Because I have like my prefrontal cortex working in a sound manner, okay?
Okay, great. But have you got any evidence though?
Oh yeah, my evidence is my prefrontal cortex.
No, your prefrontal cortex.
That wouldn't
Your
be
eyes get
the
huge
shape of
emotion
your
and
eyes.
even.
I'm not engaging. This is like my background noise, okay? When my background noise sounds
You
like
are indeed
annoying
not
static from
engaging.
Milo's mic,
That's
it
pretty
pisses
much.
me off.
You are not engaging. You are right. You're right on that. Your previous argument was asinine, but that was true.
It's good to see you, Gregory, by the way. I've noticed you've shaved. I'm a little bit disappointed.
I saw. I'm sorry.
That's all right, mate. No problem at all. But like I said, man, it's good to see that you're well and healthy, mate.
Gregory's trying not to be as scary as he usually is.
I saw you said it too.
He's come off with that soft baby face look. Okay, I get it.
You think I got a baby face?
Considering your beard last time, mate. Yep, absolutely.
I guess so. Yeah, relative to that would deductively follow, wouldn't it?
It would indeed, mate. Yeah. Well, is that it? Should we just continue bashing around the house elf?
I guess so. I
Scott,
mean,
you still there?
So like Scott, like, where's the non-fallacious argument in defense of the globe, bro? Because the last thing you just appealed to, right, which is, there's photos from space, which stands upon the notion of TGR, which you just refuted. So what's next, bro?
He's probably left his mic for a bit. It's fine.
Anyone who isn't tracking, right? It's a simple line of logic, right? No TGR, no material bodies, because gravity is what holds all material bodies together down to those fundamental particles. So no TGR, no material bodies. No material bodies, right? No Earth and no humans. No Earth and no humans. Then no humans leaving Earth to take photo of Earth and bring it back to other humans to say show and tell, ta-da. Very simple.
Spheres are really just orbs, and orbs are the basis of channeling magic energy. That's why the sun hangs in the sky.
In their world, to a degree, yeah. Just a bunch of balls flailing around in a black void.
Well, it is a magical notion that they've created for people, and it's like, like Disney in the brain. But that's what magic is. It runs off imagination, I guess. But it's not like you can create an infinite universe. You can just grapple with the natural forces in ways that they lie about, whilst they lie about what the natural state even is.
That's exactly why I call it PTM, Papa Tango Mike, right? PTM, perpetual telekinesis of matter. Because that's not what it is, right? At no point is this not happening, so it's perpetual. It's telekinesis rather than just regular kinetic energy, right? It's the spooky action at a distance, quote unquote, according to their rhetoric, right? So that's telekinesis, and it's
Yeah, I
of
mean,
all material things.
you're saying the same thing I was saying about premise 2 and premise 3 of the threefold system of magic that we live in. It's power orbs, and everything is connected to everything else, and intention sets conventions on matter. If you apply the second two with knowledge of the first one, you get all those things you were talking about. It's just part of that is being able to hypnotize people and basically con people, I guess. It's the same thing in a sense.
Mm-hmm. So that's really what they should call their doctrine, the PTM, perpetual telekinesis of matter, which is a fictitious notion. Not all matter is attracting all other matter, and it's not doing it all the time.
You find them that's not. Every time we've looked, we found that it attracts.
Except the ones that don't
Why
attract
is this
and
so
or
relevant to the shape?
I agree, it's not relevant to the shape.
right. So now they're gonna pretend like I didn't just explain the succinct line of discursion.
They got a new tactic worked out. That's why they were so quiet. You'll see. Watch, it's coming up.
Well, you guys realize that mass attracts mass doesn't predict spherical objects.
I say mass does not attract mass.
Yeah, you realize you're
Okay,
talking
fair enough.
past
But
the
even
succinct line of
if it
discursion.
did, it wouldn't predict all objects being spherical.
You realize you're talking right past the line of discursion. You're pretending as though I'm talking about something that's irrelevant, that doesn't have any bearing on the shape of the Earth. When I just explained how it is, can you repeat the explanation that I said?
I'm
Less than
just
5 minutes
providing a retort to your abridged rhetorical argument.
ago? So you cannot you cannot prove that you tracked the succinct line of discursion that explains the bearing this has on the shape of the Earth.
I'm not able to retort to the discursion.
Okay, exactly.
So, Gregory, I assume you understand that most of your fellow Christians believe the Earth's a globe, right?
What does that matter?
I'm just wondering, you agree that that is the case, right?
Yes.
What does that matter?
I'm just wondering why do you think they get it all wrong? What happened to them?
Oh my god.
Jedi, exactly, bro.
It's not a valid question. All right, never mind then.
It's a question, and it has some merit to it. But I think you already know the answer, though. This is the thing.
If I knew the answer, I would not have asked. I promise you. I don't try it.
I thought you were supposed to be some kind of psychiatrist, some kind of professor.
You would think a psychiatrist, you would think an academician like him
I am not either of
would be
those.
able to be far more sound than what he's demonstrated. But
I am neither of those, though.
but he's not.
Then don't profess it anymore.
I have never professed to be a psychiatrist.
You said you come in here to study us.
That's not psychiatry.
I know I was making fun of you.
What is it then, Scott?
Huh?
Yeah, what is it?
Psychology.
What is it then? Psychology.
That's right, Scott.
Yeah.
That's right. You got it right that time.
Psychiatrist is a medical profession.
Yeah, we can all rest assured that you don't have access to a script pad. Scott, you asked this. You asked what all the Christians got wrong. Well, they got wrong the same thing you got wrong.
Okay, but clearly they are trying to understand how God created this universe and how God created the world, right?
No, they're not. They're worried about going to church on Sundays and making sure they pay 10% every week. That's what they're worried about. They're not worried about proving a ball in a vacuum.
No,
Like
they
most
are not.
Christians, they skip over bits of the Bible that they don't understand, or that they don't
agree.
get directed to by their priests and so on.
I agree completely. That's what most Christians do. Yeah.
Well, that previous statement isn't true. There's entire apologists whose entire career rests within the heliocentric model, including the Big Bang, which they use to statistically, mathematically, and physically prove the necessity of a creator for the world, which you guys would say is false. So, in other words, they believe in the planets, they believe in the heliocentric Big Bang, expanding cosmogony and cosmology, except they just use it all to back up a first cause, which the necessity of that cause they claim is the biblical God. So there are many Christians who adhere to that, saying all of these things prove our God.
But what you said is false. It's just not born out of knowledge at all.
What's it born out of?
You tell us. I know what it is.
I don't know. I know how I understand the world.
Look in your notes. Look in your notes that you took on us.
Yeah, look at your notes.
You know, for me,
understand the world.
Yeah, for me, saying
Okay,
Earth.
would that sorry,
understand the world? What do you mean?
Follow up question to that. Would that mean that not really understand, but remember what you've been told?
Yeah, that part.
No, I would not say that. No.
Not remember what
You
you've
wouldn't
told.
say
So
it, but
you
it's-
understand
start
underneath
with
your own power and volition the world.
Yes. Yes. I do.
Okay. Okay. So
Can
how do you
you define world? Sorry.
Jedi wants.
Go ahead, Jedi. I'm lagging big time. Go ahead, man.
That's all right, Vardy. No worries, dude. So, how under your own power and volition have you demonstrated curvature of the Earth to yourself?
I looked.
You looked.
Yeah, I've been through this before, and where like going to. I watched the sunset, and from that, I inferred that we're on a globe.
So you
as simple as that.
You personally invoke this, your own thought process. This wasn't with any kind of background knowledge that we are already on a ball, and that is the sun 93 million. Because this is what we all got taught, and you just looked at the horizon and you went, "Yep, that's right."
You're right there. No, I already knew the Earth was a globe, and I watched the sunset, and I thought, no, this confirms it.
Okay, so how did you already know that the Earth was a globe for that observation to be confirmed, or that prediction to be confirmed? How did you know it was a sphere to begin with?
Oh, I trusted my parents, and I trusted people who were older than me. I know,
So
but
not underneath your own volition, just underneath trust of people. Did you do what these people? No, you didn't do anything, did you? You just trusted them.
What should I do?
I don't need to anymore. No worries.
No, I watched the sunset like they did.
Yeah, with some kind of background idea that the Earth was a sphere. Gotcha.
Dude,
But at some point,
yeah, you should go to sleep now. You're done.
Okay.
He really thinks it's a strong argument. That's sad.
No, I don't. I just said it's my argument.
Like, he doesn't even believe that his argument is strong.
It's sufficient for what? It's not an argument. It's an observation.
Oh, it's a non-argument now.
What? It seems like you think you're winning something here, Gregory,
No,
and I don't know what it
we're just
is.
pointing out that your observations formed on some kind of indoctrinated bias.
But at some point,
God, it does
somebody
sound
had to
bad
be
when
the
you.
first one to
Yeah.
watch a ship go over the horizon and say,
Oh,
what's happening there, right?
there's your justification. Yeah, because it sounded crazy for a second there when you're saying your justification for believing it is that you believed it from the first instance. That sounded crazy.
But there's lots of things I was told that I subsequently found out to be false. Lots of things. Like I used to believe in a God, and then I convinced myself that no, that's not real either.
His routine now.
Well, but but the point is, I had beliefs that people told me that I've rejected subsequently, and I've had beliefs that people told me that turned out to be true.
Yeah.
What do we do with that? What do you do with that? I'm sure there's
What do
lots of
you
things
do with that?
people, but no, it's an open question for the room, right? That's how I approach the world. Some,
What do we
people
do
tell
with
me some
your
things.
worldview?
No. What do we do with your worldview?
Like even on that that point for you, Scott, like you'd have to have some kind of justification to say that God was not necessary in that conversation. Not that you have to bring it to that, but to just say I don't believe in X without even identifying or giving a justification for the non-necessity of X is just arbitrary.
He cannot handle that conversation. Every time we had it, it just ruins into shambles. People get emotional and then start interrupting things and not actually listening with replies and being annoying. So just give it up, Scott.
All right. But the
You're
point
not,
is,
it's just you're not making an argument in either case, whether it be God or flat Earth or globe. You're not making any argument. You're saying, well, I
okay.
just don't believe in this thing X, but I can't identify it, I can't define it, and I can't say why that thing is not necessary.
What's the thing
You
X
can't
we're
do any of this.
talking about? I don't
Pick one.
find it. Well, the
X
shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
We can go with that one.
Yeah, you earlier said maybe I don't believe it's true because I don't think I don't think it's possible that you can have any kind of belief for no reason. I don't think that's a possibility.
No, nobody
But
said
you
that.
had said you had said you just believed it without justification. You just believed it because you were born with it.
No, I never said that. You're not listening.
Okay, so then what was your justification? And then you went to go kind of say something about boats.
No,
but
there are certain as a child, our brains are barely formed. We can't think very well because our brains don't all the lobes aren't developed, all these things, and so we just believe the things our parents and the people around us tell us. That's just what all of us go through.
Still like a child, then, aren't you?
But all of us go through that stage, and that's what I was saying.
You stay saying that you
keep
still do
repeating
that,
bro. Like, are you senile?
You look like a baby.
You need help,
You've
man.
said multiple times that you still do that. You just blindly believe people.
I never said I blindly believe anybody.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
When did I say that?
You told us you believed Jesse.
Yeah.
You trust your fellow man.
So I don't know. I just.
I see what what you're saying is okay. I hear what you're saying now. Yeah, when a scientist does an experiment and they tell me the process they follow.
Jesse is not a scientist.
I know. I'm not talking Jesse the scientist. I'm talking about my fellow man. and they write down the numbers they got from their experiment.
Which one?
The mediocrities. I'm sorry.
Which one?
Jimmy.
Which one?
Pretty much all of them.
Well, name one. Name one experiment that you're talking about.
Okay, my sister.
You're doing the same thing, Scott. You're doing it again. You're saying I have justification to believe my friends because my friends have shown to have justification without having any justification for it again. You're doing it again.
Can I finish?
Yeah, I guess your sister.
Yeah, please, Scott. I'm interested in the answer. Yeah.
No, basically, my sister-in-law got a PhD in genetic biology.
Ooh.
And she's a professor now, and she's teaching biology. And she sat for hours upon hours staring through a microscope at fruit flies to see if their wings formed if they shut down a gene. And some of her experiments worked, some of them didn't. But I have no reason to believe that she's lying to me or the world about that. She sat there looking at that microscope for hours upon hours, and she had the ability to turn off genes.
Well, hold on before you
That's
get
what
to
I
that.
believe.
What he said
I
was
believe they're not lying when they say
my
that.
sister-in-law got a PhD by staring into a microscope, and she learned that her ideas are wrong and right at the same time because some worked and some didn't. That's what you look. That's how she got a PhD, because her ideas didn't work. That's awesome.
Oh my God, you people are so weird.
What does she do? Sitting around dreaming about the globe when she's poking at these gnats?
No, what they're doing is they're putting like bleach on them and shit, and deforming these bugs, and they're like, it's like abuse to insects.
I appreciate the family member that you have relations with and you trust and you have a personal relationship with. So we can get that. But what about people that you don't have a relationship that have lived in the past, for example? How do you assess whether they're lying to you or not? And the caveat to this is we understand through scientific history that there have been lies all over the place. People have had biases that they've wanted to fulfill by changing the experimental results. So how have you
Try again.
evaluated those?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm
Ask the
talking
last
about
Me?
question.
Am I lying?
Yeah,
No, you're
maybe.
just talking over him for no reason.
I didn't hear Gregory. I do apologise. Sorry, Greg.
It is me. Oh man.
Yeah, Scott, I don't know. You threw some like red herrings out there. I mean, that was cool that your sister did science. Is that your fellow man or is that your sister? Like, how have you equivocated your sister to the man who you don't know?
I said I trust those people not to lie about the results.
Yeah, that was never even like
Okay.
up. That was never even
Sorry.
in there. You threw that.
That's a good answer, right? So you trust these people not to have lied about their results. Are you
Yes.
saying that no scientist in any period of history has lied about their results?
I would not say that because we know people who have.
Okay, cool. So have you evaluated the difference between the two that you're saying have got the good science? Have you evaluated? Because so
Yes.
far you're just trusting,
Yes,
but also being
because
pointed out that people are bastards. So how do you square that circle?
because that's an easy one actually, because there's other people out there who are checking these other people's works, and that's how we know that other people have lied, because other scientists have said, hey, that's a lie.
Okay.
And it's a self-checking community.
And yet you can't give us a single non-fallacious argument as to how you know any of your doctrines are true.
I don't even know if that's like a good justification. Like your justification that people aren't lying is that the people have caught them lying, therefore they're not lying. Like
I didn't say that though.
That was what you said.
No, I said I trust the people, and if there is someone out there who is lying, they will be called out.
Yeah, by people.
We
By
called them
people,
out.
yes. That's all we have, right? Is other people.
We called everybody out. We called them all out. Now what?
Therefore, I trust a lot of the
There's
results.
only humans.
That is my worldview. There's only humans. This is true.
Yeah, the lying thing was brought up by you. I mean, nobody brought up lying into it. It was just how do you validate? How do you validate this belief? How do you justify this belief? And you gave it through a checks and balance of known lies by other guys motivated to catch them in their lies as the checks and balances.
You got to write that down. That was fire.
Yes, but we know in this scenario I'm describing, there are very few lies and a whole lot of things that are true. Right?
If I
You
get a
don't know
lab
that
coat,
either, and it's false.
dude, if I start torturing flies in my kitchen, little fruit flies, messing with them, and I report back to you, then you believe me?
I'll believe you did what you said you did.
You know, there was a guy in here.
What does that have to do with the globe? How did we
Well,
get
I
to?
can give you a PhD.
I don't know. There was a guy in here
Send it in the
earlier
mail.
with the same exact sentiment, as if science has a
Well,
personality that
I was
lies or
asking.
doesn't lie. Science, is an experiment. It doesn't have a motive to lie. So I mean, but you're going to motive. You're going to the human, not the experiment. Why so?
Yeah, but I was just answering Jedi's question. He asked a direct question. I gave him a direct answer of why I believe these people.
Fallacious reply. Thanks.
It can't be a fallacious reply of why I believe someone. That's why I believe them. You don't have to
Having a
believe them.
reason is fallacious. Yeah.
How's my
When I
reasoning
asked
fallacious?
you,
Oh, I
Scott,
believe them.
Scott, when I asked you the question, I was specifically referring to tests that have been done to prove the globe, right? Not just any scientist about anything. Because we want you to show us one test that's been done that proves the globe. Which one?
Yeah,
Do you, like,
they put satellites in space and they're taking a picture from the moon.
I'll just regurgitate my cosmological lore again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
Well, so either those people are lying or they're telling the truth. If they're telling the truth, if they really been to the moon, then the Earth is really a globe.
If they are
right?
telling the truth.
Does it not follow that if they really did what they said they do, the Earth is a globe? Does it not follow?
If they did what they did, then they did what they did.
Yeah,
And so we either
not
believe them or we
chronological.
don't, right?
No,
Yeah,
I don't
If they
agree.
did what they did, then they did what they
Okay.
did.
What's
yeah, so
the
you're
middle
like
ground?
a child. Like you explained how a child just blindly believes, right? And because their frontal lobes aren't fully developed and whatnot.
Yep.
So so yeah, I was just saying.
So
you're kind of
DJ,
like
how
that
do you know whether
still.
DJ? How do you determine personally who to believe?
Well,
Yes, I
went
have a
out and
speech
did.
impediment, Gregory. Sorry, I've had it all my
Yeah,
life.
I went out and did a whole ton of observations, and I critically analyzed a ton more observations. Been looking into it for about 8 years, and I could go over observation after observation right now that absolutely destroy the globe, and you have no explanation for, other than butchering the word refraction.
If they did what they did, then they did what they did. They did what they did, therefore they did what they did.
Yeah, and it's not
so-
refraction
and I
anyway,
think
so you
so.
can't use it anymore. You're not allowed to use refraction, Scott.
I checked.
so-
DJ's not lying. I checked. Just so.
Isn't that the
No,
Wizard of Oz?
I believe.
Because
I
of all the
believe.
wonderful things he does.
I believe if DJ says that he went out and did some experiments and he tells me specifically he did, I will believe him.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily going to believe the conclusion because the conclusion is an inference from what he did. And if he's going to tell me he went and did laser measurements, I'm going to say, yeah, so what?
So what he said he did.
But I believe he did the
I
laser
proved it.
measurements.
Then you said, I believe him, but I won't believe that he proved it.
Did he say measurements or inferences? Measurements or inferences, Scott?
No, measurements are not inferences.
Okay, so great. So he
Measurements are
got a measurement, and so he got the measurement, and so that is what it is, right? That's ironclad.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the Earth's not a globe. Perfect.
Okay. So what did you do, DJ, if I may ask?
Well, yeah, I was trying to find curvature, and I couldn't find
Okay.
any. Yeah.
And what did you
Okay,
do?
so I used to live on a giant lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie, and I had a boat, and I bought a P900 camera, and I would go out to one side of the lake. I would wait for really nice conditions, clear day, and the lake has nice little white sand beaches around the edge, and so they're very easy to see. And I would set up the camera at different heights and zoom in across and be able to see the white beach every single time on the other side. I probably did it about 15, 20 times in total, daytime, nighttime, different points across the lake, right up to about 20 kilometers distance.
Okay. And what calculations did you do?
Well, I was doing the calculations based off the radius of the globe and testing to see if those characteristics that would have to be present were present, and they weren't present.
And how many times? You said you've been doing this for 8 years. How many measurements did you take?
Well, no, okay, so I started looking into the topic, and I wanted to go out and do it for myself because I'd seen the videos, but I was still skeptical. So I thought I should probably do it for myself. I happen to live like next to the giant lake, so I decided to do it for myself, right? Just to double check, right? And because I thought it would be a fun thing to do. And yeah, sometimes it's good to double check things yourself, confirm it for yourself. And I also, because I lived like at the lake, I could do it, whenever I wanted to. So I could wait for different weather conditions or daytime, nighttime, and I could, repeat. Wait for that one day that maybe the geometric horizon or the Earth curvature was present within, within reason. But no, it was never anywhere to be found.
Okay. So you're in Australia then, right?
Not at the moment, but yeah, I grew up in Australia.
Shoot. I was going to ask you if you'd be willing to do one more experiment. It's just watch where the sun sets tonight.
Southwest.
Why do you think that's a strong argument? Why?
Because I think like everything else in this world, observations require an explanation.
Well, Scott, would you be inferring that the horizon is Earth curve?
Interesting how you guys move off this simple topic.
You know, we're talking about differences and observations.
Moves off my simple question.
Do you want my observation?
Yeah, sure.
Sun performs 2 circles on the Earth.
Okay, interesting. I'd like to hear more about how you can make that model work, but
there was no topic. I just want to point out there was no topic change. You had brought up sunsets behind something and says who addressed it.
I didn't say anything about behind anything. I just said the direction in which it's setting.
Yeah, so we were talking about the horizon and the Earth curvature, and then you changed the topic, and then says who brought it back to the correct topic that we were talking about, and then you accused him of changing the topic.
Well, no, yeah, I asked you about your experiments, and you went out on a lake and you looked across the lake, right? 20 kilometers.
Yeah,
Scott wanted.
I believe you did that. I believe you did that.
Thank you. I did.
I believe you saw what you saw. And if it counters what I think, I would need an explanation for how that happens, right?
Yeah, it would need to be you could have an explanation, but you would have to validate that the explanation is even possible.
Yeah, I would.
Non-concluding circle over and over.
But see, but what I'm working with is thousands of people like you who claim they've done things.
Also, like Gregory was saying a moment before. So Gregory, like a moment before, says you probably shouldn't put forth something fallacious. So an appeal to majority would not be the thing that you would want to do, right?
What does an appeal to majority mean?
Appeal to consensus.
There's no consensus on their data. They're each individual saying they did something. I believe each one of them.
Can you give me all of these individuals and their results of their tests, please?
Do you not believe the Earth has been surveyed?
I'm sorry, this is not about belief. I want you to get me the information that you have, these thousands of tests and measurements. Go ahead.
Well, you know that's not going to happen.
I know, because you haven't done
it. We know.
You haven't seen the data. You're taking people at their word, and you're appealing to consensus, which is fallacious on your part.
Appealing to people who I know people personally. There's a guy who goes by Shoot.
Great. What's the names? Can I call him?
Yeah, his name is Larry. I'm not know his last name, but he goes by Shoe Bill. He shows up at Jim Panda server every now and then. And he's been a surveyor for his whole life.
Just go ahead and do his phone number.
You're roboting heavily. Roboting heavily.
Okay, so it's not.
But the only difference, I think, is that I believe these people. You don't trust them because of some reason.
Because when we go and test what they're telling us, we don't trust them because when we go and test their claims, it doesn't match reality, and you don't have any. They don't have any evidence that it does match reality because they're just claims that aren't based off empirical testing. If you claim that they have done some empirical testing, then present something, and then let's go over it step by step.
What's the big surveys where they map continents? Every one of those ever been done has always found spherical excess.
No,
every one of them.
No. That's begging the question, Scott. Sorry that you're begging the question now.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's spherical. You're already presuming the sphere, so that's begging the question.
No, I'm not presuming a sphere. What is spherical excess?
Yeah, with your
Well, you tell me. You brought it up.
It's when they take 3 points by using these total stations of theodolites. They had total stations back in the 1800s when they started doing this stuff, or 1700s. I don't know when they started it. And they would and they would map 3 points, and they find the azimuth change from. If you go from point A and you take the azimuth change from B to C, you write that down. and then you walk over to point B and you take the azimuth change from C to A. You write that down, and you walk over to point C and take the azimuth change from point B to point A. And you write those three numbers down.
No, hold on real quick.
If the Earth,
Mackie, when was the total station invented?
well, I don't know. It's
What
irrelevant.
did you just say? What did you just say? The total station was invented in.
No, I said they probably used theodolites because total stations were not around in the 1800s.
God, you're fucking retarded.
What? What was wrong with that, Craig? Come on.
That is somehow a comparison. Like those two things, you can compare the two.
Compare what to? All right, never mind.
That's theodolite and the total station. You like those are like the same thing.
Okay, fine. That's why I said they used the theodolite, right? Can you use a theodolite to find azimuth differences?
Either way, so you've got a triangle with a measurement. If you add up all the angles, you get what, more than 180 degrees? Is that right?
Yes, you do. All the time.
Sounds like you need to go back and measure that triangle again.
And if
Right,
they
so
do
if
it,
it's
and if they
out,
do it
it's not-
10,000 times and always find greater than
If-
180, what do we conclude?
If they got a million problems with that, they still just have a measurement that's outside 180 degrees. It doesn't even infer that the Earth is a globe. It probably has more to do with their method or their technology.
Do you think the light's wrapping around a ball that they're looking at? Like, what the hell does that even mean?
That explains why they keep getting different answers. Every single
straight.
time they get a different answer. And even modern, when you got people like Research Flat Moon, whatever, I won't say his other username, Bob, the science guy, he got a completely different answer than his son, who did the experiment right after he did. This explains why majority of the time this is an optical variable they are not accounting for.
Okay,
historically, guys, they got spherical excess using pendulums and the deflection of the vertical. But I wouldn't expect most globers to know that.
But back to the claim that was made that the Earth has been surveyed, right? We all agree.
No.
We don't agree that people went out there with theodolites and taken thousands upon thousands of measurements.
Lowercase e Earth locally has been surveyed. All of capital E Earth has not been surveyed.
Okay,
and
fine.
You know this, Scott. You know this because the majority of Earth is water.
Okay, fine.
Like, what
You're
the
right.
fuck
You're right.
is wrong with you, dude?
Okay, you're right.
Like, how many
You're
times does this have to be explained to you that the globe model is a water ball?
Okay.
Flat Earth is a water plane.
Okay.
There's no way to survey these vast distances of ocean. You should know this.
I do know that.
Just as like a little, as a reference for you, Scott. Just as a reference,
we've agreed.
Right?
We've agreed they surveyed the continents.
Right?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
All right. Yeah, just as a reference, this is to your point, the spherical excess. What they say over about 75 miles is 1 arc second, which is the width of a human hair, and about I think about what is it, about 100 feet, something like that. So so that's what you claim they're observing in an angle measurement.
I am.
Is less than the width of a human hair over 75 miles. Yep.
Yes. Because they have tools
so
that can
the room
measure
can like imagine it. The Earth, there it is.
Well, you guys, either you think that the people who wrote down those thousands upon thousands of measurements all lied, or
No, they cherry picked and threw out measurements all the time that didn't comport to their globe preconception.
That is not true.
That is absolutely true. It's like in these documents that you guys put forth, like the North American Arc of the Parallel. They talk about all the shit they threw out. Right. So how spherical excess was done before they had total stations was with pendulums. They used pendulums to claim that they got a scalar quantity for gravity based off of their latitude. And then they used deflection of the vertical to get the curving plumb lines and deflection they needed. And together they used those to build the geoid.
Go into as much detail as you can about what exactly they did.
You
But
won't
you're going to go
understand
further
it.
because the method that you were describing earlier with azimuth angles is totally not what they did and not what you can do either.
Okay, what did they do then?
Mackie, you won't understand it if he explains it to you Big Bird and Barney style, breaks out the crayons.
Mm-hmm.
You won't understand it. You will not understand it.
I'm pretty sure he has no idea what they did.
No, I know what this means. Listen, I'll continue.
Let me get this one. That's perfect. He thinks you don't know what they did. Then he asks you to explain what they did. Scott Mackey is in a mental break with reality internally. In his internal worldview, he's in a mental break with reality. He walks up to the like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you right now? If you think Amish can't explain something, why would you ask him to explain it?
Oh, so the whole room can see that he can't.
Yeah, see, Scott isn't asking questions to understand. Come on, guys. Scott's given up on the globe a long time ago. His entire shtick is now just to ask question,
Yep.
and act like no matter what answer is given, no matter how specific, detailed, and logical, it's just dumb because the flat earther said it. Scott is just, I don't know, like
pretentious snob.
Totally mental break, waste of time. Just coping, Scott. It's embarrassing. I really don't know why you're even trying this. Like you.
Well, he's here to
answered a
analyze
pointless
flat earthers.
question.
He's here to analyze us, if you remember.
Yeah, he can't even analyze flat earthers. He's here to clutch his pearls, Scott. In all the years that you've been listening to flat earthers, what have you learned?
Quite a bit. Quite a bit.
What have you learned? Tell us the main thing you've learned.
One thing at least.
It feels to me like you guys are afraid of living in this world. And you asked me a question. I answered you to the question. I mean, what do you want to say?
Yeah, we laughed at you.
Well,
I know.
We should go.
At
should
no
go back
point
to the
in any
deflection of the verticals.
At no point in any of the discussion in this room is anyone talking about being afraid of anything. Where does that even come from?
Well, the fact that I can't get an Australian to go look and tell me which direction the sun sets in. He can't even say it.
Anything for you, Scott. You are the one
hell?
who says every time you come in here that you don't verify anything for yourself. You literally just believe what you've been told by a person or group that you've arbitrarily chosen to trust. Why should any Australian go and do some shit for you, idiot?
Because they're curious and they want to know for themselves.
Why does that mean he's afraid of anything? Scott, you're supposed to be a psychology person.
Mm-hmm.
You're clueless about psychology. What are you talking about?
But you
guys, how long did you study that, bud?
I asked a guy to do a task for me for no gain for himself. He wouldn't do it. Therefore, he's afraid.
No, it was no, but I'm not saying it's for me. It's for that person. It's for the Australian that I want to look.
Yeah, this is your projection. It is for you, Scott.
Well, why do you?
You wouldn't be here for years yourself, Scott. That's why you show up here. You, Scott Mackey, for years clutching your pearl. And in all that time, Scott, you have not come up with one argument for Earth being a spinning ball. Aren't you amazed at that?
No.
Doesn't that amaze you?
No, it doesn't.
Of course you're not.
It doesn't amaze you. So it doesn't surprise you that after all these years, you cannot come up with an argument for a globe.
I have pictures of it. That's all I need.
Pictures? No, you don't. Oh, what?
Yeah.
You mean the images that the government showed you that you don't know that they're even real?
I do know they're real, though.
Oh, how did you verify them? Tell us.
I don't need to. There's enough people out there.
Verify them.
I don't need to prove that I know what I'm talking about again.
I don't need to verify them. I just verify.
Hold on. I got a quote for Scott. Faith is the evidence of things unseen, the hopes and dreams of the NASA shill zealot.
Yes, so Scott, how did you verify? Tell us a single image of the globe that you verified to be true.
Well, there's a chain of custody.
Oh no!
Hey, Brenda, how you doing?
Hell no.
Scott,
I'm fine, but the evidence is that there's a chain of
Brenda,
custody.
Nobody cares, Brenda. You're equally insane. Scott, what was your verification of the image you claimed to base your belief on? What was that?
I believed him.
You believe them. You understand that believing an image is not the same as verifying an image to be real, right?
Yes, I do.
So why did you say that you'd verified them to be real?
Never did. You asked me how I verified them, and I said I believed them.
So
That was my
so
answer.
it's just faith.
He
It
doesn't
is
know.
just faith and belief, and yet you think you're in some kind of intellectually superior position to come in here and start casting aspersions and acting like other people are dumb when you just admit that you have a religious belief in the globe.
No, but see, here's the difference. I come to your room, you don't come to ours because you're afraid.
That means nothing at all, Scott.
Are you
This
serious?
isn't high school.
Yeah, I'm
this
serious.
isn't high school drama class. You come to my room and you argue with me in my room. Scott, are you a child? You're like a 70
Yeah,
man.
here, let me get this one, Cyclone. I come to your guys' room. I've been banned over and over and over.
Same here.
Invite me back. Banned again. Invited
Hold on.
back. Banned
No.
again.
No,
Dude,
dude.
I reached out to you
Don't
guys
even indulge
and
that.
go to
Don't
your
even indulge
spaces
that.
to test the claim. Because I think a safe space matches Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That when you guys have all the control, all the power, you control who talks, who doesn't talk, you control the flow of the conversation, all your needs and wants are fully met. Some kind of learning should happen at that point. Something should sink in. There's just no barrier, no boundary, no hindrance to learning once you've got every single one of your needs met, and yet you still can't learn. It's a mental
It
defect.
doesn't even make any sense to say that. It doesn't even make any sense to say we should come to your room. So what, Scott? It makes a difference if I come to your channel and you tell me that you believe in the globe because you were given an image that you believe in. Doesn't matter whether you tell me you believe in an image in here or you tell me you believe in an image in another room. That's still you conceding that you just blindly trust an image that you have no idea if it's even real or not.
I agree. We've been through this. I do trust my fellow man and woman to tell me that the things they did, they actually did.
Okay, Scott, let's go a step deeper. Which man are you trusting with your globe belief?
What's that?
Let's probe that claim then. Which man or woman are you trusting with your globe belief?
Oh, all the people worked at NASA, and so they put a rock. They
All
put a
the
man on
people
the
that worked
moon.
at NASA. Okay, could you name
Yeah.
one? Could you name
No.
one?
No.
So you don't know.
It's
So you
this
don't even
nebulous
trust a
group
person.
of
You're not
NASA
even
people.
trusting someone. You're trusting an idea that you think exists out there of some person, but you don't even know who it is. So Scott, if you don't even know who it is, how could you possibly sign over your worldview to a trust in a person that you don't even know of?
Because I'm not signing
Does
over
all
my
the people at
worldview.
NASA include Gus Grissom?
Yeah, Lieutenant Gus Grissom actually went to the moon like he says he did. Yes.
You would like the person to be reputable.
Wait, you think Gus
trustworthy?
Grissom went to the moon?
Well, he ran around it, right?
Okay,
do you see how
wait, hold on a second
illogical
here.
your entire position
Apollo
is?
1. Okay, Scott Mackey, you're old enough to remember this.
Wasn't
Gus
Grissom one of the ones? Maybe I got it wrong.
Yeah.
I don't
what
follow
the
this
fuck
stuff
is
very
wrong?
closely,
This
guys.
is your marijuana, your brain damage from all this marijuana you smoke. You're forgetting basic shit.
Okay.
Basic orthodoxy.
So you're appealing your worldview to of a person that you don't even know of.
He said Gus Grissom. He believes Gus
Do you
Grissom.
think our position is so ridiculous that you're justified in saying that you study us like some kind of psychological animal that you can take notes on when you're literally here telling us you just have blind faith in images from an organization that you don't even know the name of any person who works there? God, just take a step back. Understand how ridiculous that is.
It's not blind faith.
It's not ridiculous.
It's just a
Brenda, don't interrupt Brenda.
He said he just believes it. He said he just believes the image.
No,
he just believes the image. That's what he said.
Yeah, I believe they took that picture from outer space.
Yeah. And you've got you've got no justification for that. We just said, how did you verify it? You said, I didn't. I just believed it. And then I said, who is it you're believing? And you said, I don't know.
Well, I've been around long enough to know that if someone lied about something like that, somebody else would point out how they did.
We're studying this psychological phenomena of blind faith in institutions to the point where you have no justification for that blind faith, but you force yourself to adopt out of some desire to socially conform. Do you understand that? Yeah?
I don't. That's
Yeah, that's
incorrect.
what it is.
No, it's
Anyone
not.
else? Is that not correct? Anyone else in the room?
That's not what you think. It's not true, though.
Hey, I got something for you, Scott. Let me try something here. This came up a while back. I had the chance to talk to a psychologist. There's a self-harming incident at work, and we had to all go in and talk to a psychologist. Like 17 and a half minutes. I didn't know the guy. I didn't find the person. None of it. This is years ago. Okay, it's like 2017, 2018 timeframe. And when I got involved with Flat Earth, it was basically like finding the first 24/7 version 1.0, because I kept being told I'm crazy, I'm a lunatic, I'm like I've got some mental defect. So I said, hey, I'm considering this Flat Earth position, and because he said you have to talk for 17 minutes. You don't have to talk. We have to sit here for 17 minutes or something, whatever the time was, like some arbitrary number from the union. And I'm like, well, sure. I guess can I ask you what you think about Flat Earth? He's like, I don't follow what's Flat Earth. Well, I said, well, I'm like been talking about these like online forums about the Earth being a flat stationary plane, not a geometric ball tard in the vacuum of space. And I'm being told by these people that it by that alone it proves I've got some mental defect. And he said anybody who would try to diagnose out somebody based on social media would be a quack. If they're doing any sort of diagnosis outside of a clinical setting, at best they're a quack. At worst, they're the ones with some deep-seated mental health issues.
It's just an insult, Crit. It's not a diagnosis. It's just an insult.
So I said, like, hey, can I come up with some questions? How could I frame the debate that would showcase if somebody has a mental health issue or not? And it was great. She gave me basically 15 questions that would showcase if somebody has some kind of neurosis. And the problem is it requires compliance. That do you agree to answer? I got 15 questions, very easy to answer. Would you go through them with me? Did we lose them?
Who are you talking to?
No, I'm just trying to understand why you told that story.
Yeah, I got 15. I basically got 15 questions that a psychologist helped me frame that would basically showcase if somebody has a mental defect or not.
It doesn't matter. It's still round.
Brenda, you can wait your turn. What the fuck's wrong with you?
I'm just pointing out.
Well, how about this, Brenda? Can I ask you the 15 questions? I know Scott is very skittish. Will you go?
The Earth is still. The Earth is
okay.
Still
No problem.
Not
the
flat,
Earth, okay, sure, no problem. The Earth is not flat. We go through some
psychology.
Psychology. Okay.
Isn't going to
Yeah,
make the
Brenda,
Earth
no problem.
Oh.
We go through a couple of questions with me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Who has a positive claim or burden of proof? Flat Earth or globe Earth?
That's not. Nobody would give you that question, Craig. You're lying.
Yeah, Scott, you can take a seat. You bowed out. Brenda.
Okay.
Who has a positive claim / burden of proof? Flat Earth or globe Earth?
The person who makes a claim.
Okay, so who is that? Flat Earth or globe Earth? Who's making the claim?
If you make a claim, then you have the burden.
Okay, who is making the claim?
Both sides are making the claim.
Both? Okay.
The
black swan is about the horizon or something else?
No, it's not. It's a fallacious argument. I showed that it's. Okay, I showed that the argument. I showed that the argument is fallacious because it equivocates.
Right,
okay, no problem.
It commits a fallacy of equivocation.
Yeah, Brenda, no problem. You'll have to elaborate. I'm unconditionally accepting all your answers. You don't have to justify. Brenda,
I'll explain it to you.
You don't have to. If you like. You don't have to. I'm unconditionally. I have unconditionally accepted every single one of your answers.
Right.
Is gravity a constant or an average?
What?
Is
What are you talking
gravity,
about?
small g
Oh.
gravity, is small g gravity a constant or an average?
The force of gravity is proportional to the mass of the weights and the distance between them.
Okay, is that a constant or an average?
It's proportional.
Okay, would it be constant or average?
It's neither. It's a proportion. It's proportional to the mass, to the two masses, and the distance between them. The relationship is proportional. The relationship is proportional.
Can you predict what year, where they will go, and who will do the next manned space flight? Year, location, group.
No, I can't.
So this next question is pretty dated to show you just how out of date these questions are. The U.S. federal government spends upwards of $100 million every 39 hours. Is that figure too much, too little, or just right?
No clue.
It's
I have no idea.
ballooned since this question was formulated.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah.
Is there more than one scientific method?
There's no such thing as a single scientific method. This was talked about by Michel Foucault in Against
That's
Method.
yes, Crit. He said yes. That's more than one.
Michel Foucault in
Brenda,
his
Brenda,
book
I don't know what your
Against
malfunction
Method.
is. Brenda, you don't need to
I do.
justify any answer you give. Okay, every single answer you give is 100% accepted unconditionally. Okay, you don't need to give.
There's
any
no
condition.
single. There is no
Roger.
single scientific method.
I understand. Okay, is natural selection the mechanism of evolution?
It's one of the mechanisms.
Is natural selection the cause and evolution the effect, or vice versa?
The cause is a differential reproduction. Right?
Has evolution or any part of evolution been validated with experiment?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Are there any parts of astrophysics or astronomy that makes a positive claim or hypothesis about the Earth?
Yes.
Have you heard of the rare Earth hypothesis or the overview effect?
No.
Is there a current working globe model or map?
Yes.
Who has a positive claim, burden of proof?
Jedi.
Atheism or the rest of humanity?
Anybody who makes a positive claim has the burden of proof. So an atheist who claims that God does not exist makes a positive claim, and they have a burden to justify their claim.
Hypothetically,
Are you like Jewish or something?
Hypothetically, what or should an atheist space program look like?
It should look exactly like any other space program, because religious affiliation has nothing to do with whether or not you get to space.
Okay, well, I guess let me rephrase that. So you've got the 7 space programs: China, Russia, North Korea, India, Iran, Japan, USA. Which one of those space programs would most likely simulate an atheist space program?
There's no such thing as an atheist program. Atheism doesn't make rockets go, right? What makes rockets go is rocket fuel, and whether or not they're designed sufficiently to get into space.
Yeah, I think
You're
nothing to do.
transgender, okay? You don't get opinion on the
Hey,
matter.
be quiet,
right?
please.
You're
Yeah,
retarded.
be quiet, please. So this is basically, this question goes to that NASA had claimed divine intervention during the Apollo program in since then also. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, he's not current director anymore. You got Jarek Isaacman. But he had said that God had intervened and helped NASA along the way. So that's why
was that an Was that an official statement or his
Yes.
personal opinion?
Official statement.
No, I suspect it was his personal opinion.
Okay, well that's fine. That's why the question is framed is that what would it look like had an atheist run the program? Would he
It
have
would look
given
exactly the same because
Exactly
a
the same,
rocket
okay.
is a rocket, whether no matter who designs it.
What is one thing you have learned from a flat earther?
How to control my emotions and not get upset, and to maintain
Really,
stability.
Brenda?
Which I really do. I really do.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that why you're in here every single day?
I don't get
Why
upset when people
Yeah, you've been upset
are
for years,
abusive.
Brenda. That's why you're here.
Yeah, I think that was good. See, look at Scott.
Yeah,
This
that
is
has
to show
nothing
you
to
that
do with anything.
it wasn't that scary, Scott. You could have answered those questions. Brenda did, no problem.
I don't think he was scared. So,
there a new guy
I'm not
jumping in
scared of
there?
anything you got to answer, Craig, because I think, unlike the rest of the people here, you're fucking nuts.
Yeah, but Scott, remember, you just conceded that the whole globe is just a religious belief to you based on belief in people that you don't even know.
No, I didn't.
I have a
Yeah, you did.
question. I have a question.
I have a question too. Was there a new guy jumping in there? Not the
Yeah, I think he
I have
got
a
muted.
question.
He was trying to blurt TOS
Hey,
violations.
Crit.
Well, honestly,
Yeah,
it'd
yeah,
still
go
be
ahead.
preferable.
Yeah, Brenda,
Question.
go ahead.
I have
Yeah.
one question. One
Yeah, yeah.
question for you.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, go ahead,
Settle
Brenda.
down.
What is
Stop
the
sea lining,
difference?
bro.
What
Well,
is the
emotional
difference?
control.
What is the difference between knowledge and belief, Crit?
Knowledge is something that you know, and belief is something that you accept without proof.
Do you
So,
have
like
a
a good example.
non-circular definition?
Yes, a good example of that would be I know that the Earth is flat. Belief is not required. I've measured it. I've observed it. I've practically used the Earth as flat. Now, something I believe would be that I believe that science will save humanity because all conflicts will be settled with experiment. That sooner or later, people will become bloodsick. They'll be tired of the fighting. They'll be tired of the tribalism. They'll finally decide to settle it via experiment. But I don't know that. I don't know that. It probably won't happen. It's wishful thinking. It's wishful thinking that someday logic and reason will win the debate rather than psychopathic levels of violence.
Do you have a non-question begging definition for knowledge?
Yeah. So knowledge is
so
something that doesn't require belief. Belief is something that doesn't require knowledge.
Yeah. Okay.
Those two things are dichotomies. Knowledge, you know it, it's a fact. And if you believe it otherwise, it doesn't change the fact. Belief.
I wouldn't say that they're dichotomies, but they're not mutually inclusive.
Belief is something
They actually are.
that is something that you think is true, even when you are given evidence to the contrary. You just withhold.
So for the last 4,000 years since Plato, knowledge has always been a justified true belief.
Well, I don't appeal to
knowledge.
Knowledge
is a type of belief.
Brenda, I don't appeal to Bronze Age gold herders.
The Plato view.
Yeah,
it's not for the last 4,000 years.
Nobody. Your view.
Hold on.
Nobody,
Brenda, hold on. Percentage.
Didn't originate with Plato either.
Brenda, I don't appeal to Bronze Age gold herders.
Oh, he was a smart guy, though.
He can be smart all he wants. I'm just not going to appeal to a Bronze Age
too far back, by the
gold
way.
herder.
That's too far back.
Yeah, it is a little far.
So what is a belief? What actually is a belief?
A belief is something. It's a hope. It's a dream. It's something you want to manifest in reality, but you don't know how to make it happen. There's got to be some method or practice that would switch it. There's like a switch, on-off switch. You got on knowledge, off belief.
Yeah, I got a good example of the belief because we just heard it earlier. Remember, because we asked Scott, what makes you believe in the globe? And he said images. And then he said that he couldn't verify the images. And he said they come from an organization that he doesn't know a single person who works there. So he just has a belief in images. And that's why he believes in the globe. So that's a good example of a belief.
So a belief is any mental content that you hold to be true. Knowledge is mental content that can be justified to be true.
That's retarded, Brenda, because people believe dumb shit.
That doesn't. What does that have to do with it, though?
Because
However way you
your
want it.
definition of
Case in
belief
point.
isn't contradictory to some
They're
other
not, though.
people. There's people who believe all kinds of crazy shit, and they
Yeah,
think they're
they're
justified.
wrong. They're
Case in
wrong.
point.
We should
Well, yeah,
understand.
you're
Hang on.
just blurting wrong like a Trump fanatic, like some mega fanatic. Doesn't
What are you
change the
talking
fact.
about?
We
Just
should understand real
wrong,
quick.
wrong,
Real quick.
wrong.
Real
Yeah,
quick. We
Brandon,
should
that's a bad
understand
definition.
this.
Because what about people that they have visions of things that are going to happen or what have you, premonitions?
Dad, do they believe that those visions are true?
Brenda, I know that percentage is kind of trying to derail a little bit. Try to stay
I
focused.
say Brenda's derailing. Why are we even following this stupid rabbit hole?
Oh, because he asked me questions, so I asked him one back.
Yeah,
and now we're
Yeah,
talking
but
about that.
Brenda,
So,
it's
Brenda,
just
did you
pointless.
realize the difference between knowledge and belief, or are you stuck in your belief system?
No, I accept modern epistemology.
Okay, well, fuck off then.
Do you
Yeah,
do you use belief
we should
and
understand
knowledge
this.
interchangeably, Brenda? When you go
Now,
around
we're
during the
gonna
day?
move on. I think a cyclone's right here. Yeah, Brenda is just gonna keep preaching that these two
Yeah, we don't need
words
to
are
analyze
exactly
the
the same
globe
thing.
cope where they try and justify their belief as being true just because they say so and they claim they're justified in believing it's true. That's just another globe cope. So come
So
on,
we should
let's make
understand
someone
this.
new in here.
Okay, who's next? Are we going back to Mackie, or there's someone else who was trying to swap?
No,
we
come
need
on,
to
it must
set
be
a
someone
baseline
new.
before we continue. Just so you guys know the stakes that are involved for these two individuals. They both are on record saying that if the Earth indeed turns out to be flat in a manner in which they must accept based on the evidence, that their conclusion would be that the Earth is flat, but their secondary conclusion would be, therefore I am insane. Because I believed the Earth was a globe for so long, and I'm so confident in my faculties and the reasons why I believed in the globe, that if the Earth indeed turned out to be flat, I must be insane, and I must then do the honorable thing and check myself into an insane asylum.
No, I've never said that.
No,
I think
no.
I have. I have.
think people,
He's right about
okay.
me.
Oh, all right, that's awesome.
Brenda, I got it. Brenda, hold on, friends. Hold on, Brenda. Listen, you didn't say it in those exact words, but I have it on recording. So
Yeah, I don't recall saying that. So, AI.
yeah,
would
you said
ever-
I gave you Mackey's position, and you said I agree with that. So I was taking that as you agree.
I don't.
So
I
it
don't
doesn't
remember.
matter.
I just don't
Okay, that's
remember.
fine.
Dude.
Yeah, well, somebody that only has faith in their mind of what they thought they knew probably wouldn't remember. But anyway, it's irrelevant.
Faith is belief.
Mackie, how many
evidence.
people would there need to be like you, and for you to not think that you're insane?
You'll need
Yeah,
to
it's not a matter. It's not a
understand
matter
this
of
fact.
numbers.
We should understand this because we're concerned about knowing things, right?
It'd be like, I'll give you an example.
There was millions of people that now believe the Earth was flat. That previously
It would be like finding out I don't have.
insane.
No, it'd be like finding out I don't have hands.
Guys, this isn't unlistenable.
Yeah, Gregory, you're kind of quiet, and percentage you're coming in hot.
Yeah.
And now
anyway,
Scott Mackey doesn't have hands.
Yeah,
Gregory, take a little bit of mine. And then
Yeah, if I were convinced I don't. If I were convinced somehow that I don't actually have hands.
Yeah, we got it, Mackie. Okay, Gregory, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta figure out how to make my voice louder, and I gotta fix my headphones. But we should understand this because we're very concerned, right, with knowing things, right? So what does it mean to know, right? For millennia in the history of epistemology,
Don't ask those do.
It means to have warranted
why you cut me
belief.
off? Why you cut me off?
I'm answering you.
I didn't ask you a thing.
It was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, you did. You
I
put
didn't
a
ask
question
you
out
a
there.
thing. Be quiet.
Yeah, but you put a question
I
out
didn't
there.
ask you a thing. Be quiet.
This is a long conversation.
Is
getting
warranted.
into,
Oh, it's all about Brenda.
belief.
Don't you know? It's all about Brenda. Anything that's said must be in relation to Brenda, according to Brenda's justified true belief. Shut the fuck up, Brenda. Put yourself on mute.
Yeah. So JTB, right? So this is how you break it down, right? People believe things. Right, great. It's either true or not. There are beliefs that are false. There are beliefs that are true. There are propositions that are believed that are true, right? That's what that means. That's what that means. And then you have justification. Justification means sound argumentation, which is why I and many others talk about giving sound arguments, right, to prove that one knows their belief is indeed true. Because people can believe true propositions and not know them, right? Because they don't have a sound argument. They don't have a reliable pattern of inference that indicates or proves the given conclusion is true. So that's what it means to know.
Yeah, but that's not what they mean when they say it. When they say justified, they mean, well, I'm justified in believing NASA because why would they lie?
Yeah, that's their error. Yeah.
No, it's not it.
Okay. Yeah, that is it, Scott. That's literally what you said was it when I asked you 20 minutes ago. You said, I believe the images. We said, okay, who's involved in that? I don't know. So
would a false belief
try
be
and
a
backtrack
delusion,
that.
Gregory?
In a sense, usually in my rhetoric, I reserve delusion for profoundly, flagrantly false beliefs. Like, for instance, I could falsely believe the price of eggs is a price that it isn't, right? It's flagrantly strong to call it delusion, right? But if I believe that I'm dead, right, that's a delusion. For example,
So delusion is just holding belief contrary to that which is detected in reality through the senses.
No, I don't think. I kind of actually agree
Which is
with
the globe.
Gregory. I agree with Gregory. A delusion would be a egregious false belief.
Okay, what's something that's low tier?
Okay, show me the definition that uses the word egregious and not just a view contrary to reality.
I'm just agreeing with Gregory. That's all.
Yeah, but what's your word for a minor delusion then?
You're just wrong. You're just mistaken. You made a mistake.
Trumpism again. What's with you guys always using Trump-style debate tactics? It was just as dumb when he does it. It's even dumber when you do it.
Would you ever, anybody in here, would you ever consider talking to Dr. Blitz on TikTok?
Yeah,
he has
yeah,
he has a Planet Friday.
We talked to Dr.
Only his
Blitz.
last name's Creed. I can't talk to him because he lost his hands.
Brenda, he already came here. He spoke for 3 hours and didn't present a single argument, and he ended up just saying he doesn't know if he has hands and became a meme.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
I'm not
Yo, is his
familiar
first
with
name
that.
Craig?
Brenda, he deleted the
Blitz,
video.
Craig?
No, it's a different guy. He deleted the video. He came here for 3.5 hours, talked about he doesn't know if he has hands, doesn't know if he's a brain in the vat. Definitions are in name only, and then decided to mute us while saying he was muted on his side, but he was hot micing on our side the whole time, and then deleted just deleted the video, pretend like it never happened.
Like a dumpster fire.
That's great. That's great, Brenda. Listen, he immediately went into some kind of epistemology nihilism, okay, where you can't know anything for certain, even though while saying you know the Earth is the globe. But I could care less. That's not what's important. Listen, I'm going to get to my point by acquiescence or force. Choose one.
I got next.
All right, thanks. So what happened in that debate was it was going on like that for a while. And then we reeled it back into actually talking about the actual topic of the discussion, which is whether the Earth was actually flat or a globe. So we gave Blitz the opportunity to ask Indio, what is a good evidence that you have, Mr. Indio, to say that the Earth is flat? So Indio presented the mirrored image in the Bolivian salt flats, the Salar del Uyuni, right? And he said, when you take these two images, right, you look at them, you flip them over, it's a near perfect mirror image. And he gave reasons why that might be impossible on a globe, different angles, et cetera, et cetera. And he told Blitz, this is how you do it. You flip it over, you mirror it down. So Blitz attempted to do it live. Now, Indio wasn't able to see his screen, but Blitz was showing his audience what he was doing. Hey, percentage, shut up.
I'm asking, did you do it on ball?
Oh my gosh. Percentage, shut it. Time for questions is when I'm done. Thanks. So, Blitz attempted to flip the image and present his conclusion based on what Indio said about flipping the image. Blitz then said on the air, okay, they don't line up like Indio said, so Indio's not telling the truth. This is false. Turns out when we examined the image that he did, he had clouds that weren't in the top image mirrored on the bottom, which means he didn't do the flip correctly, yet he told everyone in the audience that he did, and he said that Indio was essentially lying about this being a proof. Even though Blitz, Mr. PhD and all, couldn't even figure out how to flip an image over the vertical versus the horizontal. All right, go ahead.
You know that it's actually been measured, the curvature of the Bolivian salt flats.
Is that why they're called the salt flats?
They've been measured. They've been measured.
Measure flat, that's right.
No, yeah, there's no one's measured the curvature of it, Brenda.
Yeah, they actually have.
How did they do
that? Probably with GPS, I think.
Probably. You just said they had
probably
done
probably
it, so
with
now
something
you
I
don't
don't
know.
about.
Probably with GPS. Are you joking, Brenda?
Yeah, it's on MC Tunes page.
Why
Slash
even act like you know
curve. Slash curve.
It's begging the question.
Okay, it does. I
That's
don't
not
care
what begging the
if it's
question
on
means. That's not what it
MC2's
means.
page.
No,
You think
you're
that adds
just using
credibility?
GPS to validate GPS.
No, that's not true.
So they didn't measure the surface, Brenda, you're saying?
That's what GPS does. It can measure the curvature, yes.
Okay, well, what was the measurement? Show it.
It's on MC Tunes website. I'm sure you can just
Okay,
find it.
well, I guess
easily.
you should read it then before wanting to talk about it, no?
Why?
What do you mean, why?
It's your justified true belief.
It's your argument, Brenda.
Wait, that reminds me. Okay, so I had next. My question for Gregory was, I agree with you that there are false beliefs. Like a person can have false beliefs. Can they have false knowledge?
Can we just stick to Earth before going off into
Percentage, stay on mute, dude. Thanks.
Yeah, we're actually talking about the Earth in 24/7 flat Earth.
Yeah, you can't have false knowledge because knowledge is by definition true.
So Brenda, they didn't measure a curved salt flat then. That's why it's called a salt flat. Well, you don't know that.
No.
You just said, oh, there's a link on some guy's website.
MC Tune.
Oh, okay. How does he know the Earth's a ball? Who gives a fuck if it's MC Tune? He's some
Well, we can
dickhead
measure
in
it
his bedroom.
we can measure the curvature.
No, you can't though. There's no curvature to measure, Brenda.
That's what you claim, but you've never been able to prove that.
Well, it'll be on you to prove the measurement of the curve, and obviously you don't have it.
We have.
No, because I just asked, oh, well, who measured it? I don't know. Check this guy's website.
Well, you could go to somebody else, like, say, for instance, Baron von Rutledge. He's on TikTok. He has several videos showing where he measures the 8-inch drop per mile.
How does he do that?
With his surveying equipment.
Okay, what equipment?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what equipment he has.
So you again don't know what he did, Brenda. So what are you talking about?
What do you mean?
There's some guy on the internet called this thing who said he did this thing. What did he do?
He's a surveyor. He's a surveyor.
He's a surveyor. What did he do to measure the curve? I don't know. He's a surveyor.
Yeah, he uses his surveying equipment to measure an 8-inch drop per mile.
How does he do that?
With his surveying equipment.
Yeah, how?
Right? You can set up 2 stations, right? And you sight from one to the other, and the other one, when you sight along it, will be 8 inches lower per mile.
Will it?
That's how. Yes. It checks out.
Okay. Lower physically due to curvature of the Earth, or lower optically?
Lower due to the curvature.
Oh, okay. Could you show us the measurement of the curvature that you're claiming is causing this?
Yeah, just go to Baron von Rutledge's TikTok, and he has a number of videos where he shows himself measuring the drop.
But you're then claiming that this drop that you're observing optically is caused by a physical geometric curvature. So I'm asking, can you measure where's the physical geometric curvature been measured to then say, look, it's causing this drop that we're seeing optically over in a distance. We're seeing a decrease in elevation. How are you claiming that's due to a curved surface if you don't have a measurement of that curved surface? You can't just say it's not optical.
The measurement is the measurement of the curved surface.
No, it's an observation, which you're then making a claim saying the cause of us observing this is a curved surface. Yes, so who measured it?
You have two vertical.
No, we get what you're saying you're doing, but then you're claiming that it's observing or detecting a curve. What curve? Where's that measured?
So if you have 2 vertical, let's say sticks, right? They're both the same height, right? then if you sight along them, the distant one is 8 inches lower. It didn't shrink, right? So
Which
it's
coordinate system
due
were
to
they using
curvature.
for this
No,
GPS
hold on.
application?
Hold
Okay.
on. Who did? So
It's a
Okay.
sight.
Brenda, did you? So that's what this guy did. You're saying?
Sure, something like that. Also, people have done
Okay.
reverse
Show us the
zenith.
video. Show us the
Do you know
video of
what?
what he did.
Do you know what a reverse
Hold on.
zenith measurement
Post
is?
post a video of him using his equipment and taking the measurement of what you say he's taking the measurement of.
How long have you been doing this? Why don't
Long
you
enough
go?
to know that you're full of shit.
Well, I don't have to run off
Of course. So I'm
and
going
do
to
your
call you
homework
out.
for
I'm going to
you.
say produce. Yeah, I'm going to say produce this evidence that you're claiming, and
How
you're not going
about
to be
you
able to
do
do
your
it.
due diligence? You need to do your due
I don't need
diligence.
to. If you're not going to produce evidence for your claim, I'll
Yeah, you
simply
do.
dismiss your claim. I'll dismiss
No,
your
but you
claim.
just see what flat
Dismiss.
earthers do is they never
See,
ever
we ask for the evidence that you're
investigate the
claiming.
other side. But you don't.
Oh,
You don't
I'm asking you
investigate
to
the other
present the
side.
other side. I'm asking you to present the other side, Brenda. Show us
That's
the
your
measurement.
duty. That's your
No,
duty.
it's your claim. No, it's your claim. That's a burden reversal, Brenda. You say, this guy took this measurement. Okay, show me. No, you show me. It's your
Go ahead.
claim. What are you talking
Go
about,
look.
Brenda? You're
Go look.
mentally ill.
Baron von Rutledge. Baron von
No, it's your
Rutledge. He's on
claim. You
TikTok
provide it. It's your
and
claim.
he
You
has a
provide it.
presence. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, post it. Post it.
No.
Okay, well then we'll dismiss your argument.
Oh,
No
God.
evidence. No evidence provided.
I don't feel like I have to do your homework for you.
That's fine, Brenda. You can't produce evidence for your claim. We dismiss your claim. What's next?
Oh, this is just a casual thing. You want a formal debate? Then I will go
No.
get the, I
No,
will
it's
go
simply
get the
just
evidence. In a
Hey,
formal debate,
Cyclone, didn't
it's
Crit
just
ask
you.
Brenda, like, who has the burden of proof responsibility?
Yeah, he did. He
Yes,
did.
he
He
did.
perfectly, and Brenda
Yeah.
answered it knowing full well that he has the burden of proof, given that it's his claim, and he's just going to conveniently ignore it this time because it suits him. It's convenient. Because he's not interested in a
Emotionally convenient.
principled stance. He's interested in just professing his religious view and using deceptive rhetoric and arguments to push it. So, Brenda, no evidence for this claim. Dismissed. Very simple.
But by the way, Barron is so disingenuous. I've watched him take some observations before, and he literally just waited until the whether it was because of the time of day, it was getting hotter throughout it. I literally watched him wait and to show the audience until it matched his predictions, because he wrote down predictions as far as how many arc minutes and seconds that the object would be through his scope, and he just fiddled and fiddled and fiddled and fiddled like for a while, and then once it finally got to that point, then he goes, and then he showed the audience, look at, see, no flat earther can do this, but we're Globers, we can do it. All he did was just formulate something, waited for the temperature to get hot enough to make that object look
So
that
Texas
distorted.
sharpshooter, basically.
Yeah.
right? So you didn't understand it, isn't that right?
I'll post that fallacy for everyone who doesn't recognize that fallacy.
I don't. What do you mean? I don't understand it. I don't think you understand what I just said, because what happened was he wrote down what it was going to be, and then when he first looked to it, guess what? It wasn't that. So he waited and kept fiddling and adjusted, and he waited like a good 15, 20 minutes until it was that point. Literally, like, if that's your savior, go keep watching him. But that guy is disingenuous, and he's stupid. He's no good at all.
Well, maybe that's why Brenda can't post any of his material that he's saying is proving the globe. So
Well,
that's a waste of time.
Scott wants us to go over to his channel or something. I told him the guy's welcome to come here.
Yeah, present it. But listen, I mean, these like theodolite, super long distance observations are, like we said, just at best cherry picking an optical phenomena.
Well,
And
is
then
he
saying,
taking a
"Oh, well, this
picture, or
is proven
is he shooting an
Earth
actual time
turn."
lapse video through a
Well,
theodolite, or is he
Brenda,
just
well, this
snapping
is
one picture?
we can't know
So-
because Brenda can't share what he's claiming
Yeah.
here.
So do you see the curvature? That's the Utah salt flats. They curve.
So why are they called salt flats?
It's just a word that people give to them because they look flat, but
But
they aren't actually flat.
oh, I thought. Well, so why are you saying see they're curved if you're saying they look flat?
Because they do look flat under ordinary
Okay, so
circumstances.
why did you just say see they're flat then? As if
Can
like we could
something
see that
can
they're or
something
see
look
they're curved.
can something look flat and not actually be flat?
You said see they are curved, meaning look. You can
See?
see that they are
Yeah,
curved,
yeah. You
and
can
then
see
you
it, can't
said
you?
you can, but then you said they look flat.
Yeah, they do.
So do they look curved or flat?
They look curved under some circumstances, but when you're just standing there, they would look flat.
So they look curved and flat.
Are you really struggling with this concept?
Well, if you're saying see they look curved, then you could just say see they look flat. So how's that telling you they're
Yeah,
curved?
because they're different conditions.
We got a problem
Right.
with that picture. I clipped it. I blew it up because so we can see the curve on that road where the cars are. You can see that in that, I don't know, what is that, 1,000 feet? It curves so much that the Earth has got to be around. It's got to be around a 50-mile diameter ball.
Could you
why I
show
said
your
baby Earth.
calculation?
That's why I said
show your
baby Earth.
calculation for that? Could you show your calculation for that?
Baby Earth. Planet New Mexico.
And also, Jill, it looks like kind of like a hump, right? What if that same like setting, just hypothetically, was behind the person as well, right? The same type of road, the same landscape. Would they turn around and see another hump if they looked off in the other direction?
That's not a hump.
Humpy
That's a curve. That's a curve down.
Oh,
No, it should be curving
hump.
away from
you. Can see it's a hump.
Yeah.
No, it's not a hump. They're above it.
Oh, interesting. So
Clearly,
let me get this straight. Well, let me ask this question, Brenda. So if you have a horizontal line, just imaginary, in your field of view, and then you claim that you're looking at the horizon and it's curved, right? So if the horizon is the edge of a ball, then that means it's curved. And we know that the definition of a sphere is all points are equidistant to the center. All points on the surface are equidistant to the center. So if that's true, then the horizon must be an equal drop angle and an equal distance at all points in your field of view. So if the center, hold on, friend, hold on, let me finish.
Well,
so if the center, hold on now, if the center, I get you on that one. So if the center is higher and the two ends are lower, then if the center is the same drop angle and the same distance as the two ends left and right, how could they possibly appear in a different position in your field of view?
I'm not certain I understand what you mean. In this image that Professor Triangle put up, is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking about?
Wow.
I'm talking about how could the horizon be curved in your field of view if it's the same drop angle 360 degrees around you and the same distance 360 degrees around you? How can there be a raised portion in the center?
It's not raised in the center.
Okay, then it wouldn't be curved.
But in the image, it's not raised in the center.
Okay, so you're talking about this one where it appears to be curving over what appears to be the z-axis, right? Rather than the x-axis.
The x is left to right, the z is up and down?
No, z is into the distance.
Oh, okay, yeah. It curves into the z-axis. Yes, you're right. Right, so the foreground is higher than the background. Do you see that?
What? Well, I mean, look, the z-axis and the y-axis, and look, in the two-dimensional representation of 3 dimensions, the z and the y are compounded. So clearly, the background is actually higher in the image, right? So are you talking about where it's located in the image, or are you talking about where it's located in reality?
In reality, because just because it's lower in the frame of the picture doesn't mean it's actually lower. This is the thing that flat earthers seem to have trouble with spatial dimensions, right? You see the roads and they go off into the distance. The road closer to the viewer where it disappears with those rocks because we're at an elevated rocky substance there, that's higher than where it starts to curve down.
Your road curves.
Yeah, it curves down.
No, you got to
Right?
look at Google Maps from above. It's curving.
The same effect could be accomplished with a. Check this out, Brenda. This same effect, since the axes are compounded, can be duplicated with a road curving to the left. Now, you can actually reproduce this on a tabletop with Legos or water bottles, where you put the water bottles at a slight curve or angle as they go away on the z-axis, and then when you take a shot of them low, they'll look like a curve similar to this. So this doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, you
I
can't
did it with
reproduce this. You can't
rolls of
reproduce
masking
this on
tape.
a flat. You can't reproduce this on a flat surface.
No, Brenda, notice how I just told you if you take certain objects and do it, it will get this result. Now, the reason why I
that's
said that,
wrong.
Brenda, it's not
You're
because
wrong.
listen, it's not because I made it up, Brenda. It's because we literally have tons of photos of this very thing, which I'm sure
You
my
don't.
friends will post here shortly.
You don't.
Yeah,
You
the
can't-
power lines
you
at Lake
can't
Pontchartrain are the
reproduce.
same way. The power lines, if you look at Google Maps, where they take the photo from, over a great distance, all of a sudden, those power lines, they start to veer off. They're no longer straight away down the barrel. They actually start to curve and they change direction. You could verify that on Google Maps. So
they literally conform.
when you are looking at something that's in a lateral position from yours going straight across, and then if it starts to turn optically, it's going to make it look like it's curving now downwards below something.
Yeah,
But
that's
really,
not what
it's
happens.
just that's exactly what happens. But you just
No,
don't
it's
want to
not.
admit that. Yeah, it is actually.
No, you don't
You're
understand
lost.
what you're seeing.
Brandon,
You
can you
have
stop talking
a
through everyone who
cognitive
replies to
issues.
you? Can you stop doing that? Can you stop that?
Yeah, cry harder.
Yeah, the point being is that is actually what's happening, but you can't accept that because that destroys that it's going over a globe. The point being is if you can literally verify this yourself and go look at the way those lines they curve across the water. So what AI was trying to explain to you that everyone can do this. You can recreate where if you're looking at something that's flat but you curve it left or right, then down the barrel, as you're looking at it, it's actually going to look like it is going downwards away from you. But no, it's just going right or left and then disappearing into the horizon in that place. And that's the result of it.
That would be a proof of concept, right? Right, APOC?
The proof of
like
concept?
just showing it would be a proof of concept showing it on a small scale, like on a flat table, as AI was saying.
Yeah. It's just that the Globers, they can't accept the fact that that is exactly what happens. Literally, do you want me to go to Google Maps right now for you and show you where those power lines start to curve off? Do you want to see? Do I need to do that for you, or can you just?
They go straight. They go straight the whole way.
Oh my God, that is 1000% incorrect.
No. Stop. Everybody stop. We're not going to do this. Okay, this is the way it's going to go down. Now, the two of you, rather than demand in the claim after the person made the claim that the other person prove their claim, you just immediately gave a counterclaim, and then the other person just repeated their previous claim. Now, that's retarded. So one of you needs to decide, okay, that person just made a claim. Post the evidence of that claim, or give me the evidence of that claim instead of just going back and forth. No, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Okay, so Brenda, challenge this dude, provide proof that they're curving, or dude, challenge Brenda, provide proof that they're straight. One or the other.
Yeah, I posted it. 85 power transmission towers in a straight line crossing a lake, 24.27 kilometers across. They're in a straight line. And they obviously curve in the image. If the Earth was flat,
Brenda, holy crap! Listen, as the
I
judge
gave you
of
the
the
evidence.
Listen. You posting a body of text that says they're straight and an image associated with it isn't enough corroborating evidence. So, for example, a better evidence might be the plot chart of where they actually place them.
I already did.
Or better evidence might be a top-down view of those plot charts and then drawing a line across them, Brenda. Just a text body in some image, which the image itself is already in contention, isn't proof of anything.
I got you, AI. I posted on site chat. It literally shows it diverging from that straight position. So you're welcome, Brenda.
Okay, there you go. There you go. So what homie posted there, Brenda,
They're
is something
straight.
that it's at least in the ballpark of being sufficient, whereas what you posted is just a repetition of your initial claim, not corroborating evidence of your claim.
Yeah, is what Apocryphon posted correspond to the image that I posted?
I don't know. Why don't you parse it out with him? You're the guys
He
contending
made
with
it.
each other.
He made the claim. He needs to show that they're the same
Well, I can,
stretch of power
like Brenda,
line.
I can clear it up for you. So AI posted proof of concept, right, in the image with the Lego blocks, right, that you can get the same type of visual effect when deviating left or right. And then APOC, what he did is he showed the path of the actual power lines deviating left or right of a straight line from a straight line. So if you're asking if these two things do tie together, it's right
Deflection
there, the
incoming
text
in
chat.
3, 2, 1. I'm glad I'm wrong.
Well, so for example, Brenda, you might say, listen, these power lines are the power lines that are on the left side of the bridge. You're showing me the power lines on the right side of the bridge. You're showing me the wrong power lines. That's a fair rebuttal. But if you don't know which side the power lines are on, Brenda, and you're presenting it as your evidence, and you didn't present any corroborating evidence except just a repetition of the claim in text form in the same image that's under scrutiny, I mean, where are we going to go from here? One of you's got to buck up and get the brass tacks of the actual proof, right? Otherwise, you're just going to keep talking back at each other for no reason.
So what Apocryphon needs to do is to show that the pictures taken by Soundly, that the power lines, that those particular power lines are in fact not straight.
Okay, fair
Right?
enough. So in
That's
order to do that,
yeah.
in order to do that, Brenda, in order to do that, he would have to know the data of the specific power lines that were in the frame that Soundly took. So does that data exist?
Yes.
Okay, give it.
It's on Soundly's website. He published all of that.
Okay, so what we've got here is we've got Apocryphon attempting to make a good faith effort to provide corroborating evidence for his point. You just claiming that it's published somewhere, and then you had a text box up in the upper left corner that said they were straight. Okay, so I could clearly see the balance of evidence here is in Apocryphon's favor, at least so far. So why don't you, Brenda, for the love of God, just get the data and smack Apocryphon into oblivion?
He hasn't shown that my data is wrong.
You haven't provided any data.
I did. I gave you the image from Flat Earth
You
WS.
gave an image with a text box that makes the claim they are straight. That's just a repetition of your claim. That's not corroborating data. Holy crap. What don't you understand about that?
Yeah, it's data, therefore it's
Yeah,
evidence.
dude, that's like me. Listen, listen, I'm putting up a handrail right now. This piece that I bought, it said 13 feet on it, but guess what? I didn't measure it. So it could be 12.7 for all I know. And if it's 12.7, then it's going to be too short. So if I just say, hey, bro, this is 13 feet because it has it written in a black marker at the end, therefore it must be 13 feet. Is that proof of the length of it? No. Holy crap.
That's a
What is
reasonable.
it? What is it? Amateur hour around here? No, it's not, because let me tell you what happened. No, it's not, because here's what happens with it. No, let me explain it to you. It's very simple. Everybody who actually is in the trades who buys railings knows that railings are sold by linear foot or pieces. And if you go to a place where it's linear foot, sometimes it'll be 16 and someone will cut it off. And they won't actually measure, they'll just guess. And then they'll write on the piece previously. So the new measurement isn't from the old. So it's just an artifact that was left on the piece and you can't trust it. You have to measure it. What don't you get about this?
It's still, though, if I go to like Menards and I buy a 2x4, it's 6 foot, labeled 6 foot, it's reasonable for me to just assume that it's 6 foot.
No, you're correct because a 2x4 is dimensional lumber, which are manufactured to be a specific length, whereas linear foot stock is sold and cut up into pieces, so you can't trust the measurements that's written on it.
Right. Therefore, it's reasonable for me to accept the text in the Flat Earth WS.
Yeah, it's reasonable for you to
Yes.
accept some guy wrote in bold text on an image with
Yeah.
no other corroborating evidence. Yeah, good
Yeah,
job.
it
So I
is.
think we
Yeah, it is.
see where the standards of evidence are here. Good job for elucidating
Yeah,
it for the
because
audience, Brenda.
It's
they're
no surprise to
generally
anybody, Brenda. That's just the claim. Like that is just the claim,
it's
and it's
yeah,
not
but
like a secret. Everybody knows it's just a reinstatement of the claim. It's not
Yeah,
you
yeah.
evidence
can
of the claim.
judge whether or not somebody's
No,
trustworthy.
Brenda, I'll do
Right?
the same. I'll do the same thing. I'll do the same thing. So I'm going to say that they're actually perfectly straight in a line, and then No Tanks is going to repeat what I said, and then Apocryphon is going to write it down on a piece of paper, and then somebody else is going to post it to a website. Therefore, it's true. That's what we're dealing with here, Brenda.
No, that's not
That's
what
right.
we're dealing with.
Ta-da!
And then Gregory is gonna say it
It's not
is,
the
but in
same.
words that
It's
are
not the
too
same.
polysyllabic for the average person's attention span.
Oh
Right,
yeah.
so that's not
I
the
see.
same. It's not the same standard.
Brenda, you literally are posting essentially an infographic or a meme from some website
Yes.
which is known
Yes.
to be anti-flat Earth, and just expecting that text to be taken seriously without providing any other data.
Yes.
Okay, that claim is not data in itself. What don't you get about that?
But you understand that they have a reputation of being correct.
Just get rid of this
So
guy.
says you.
Do you understand? Do you understand? That's a good reason to believe. If Sally is typically correct, right? She said if whenever I ask her the time,
We
she's
don't care. We don't
always
care.
right.
Listen, we don't
And
care.
it's
Brenda, you're being challenged to prove the veracity of this claim beyond
and
your
it's
ability to trust them. Your ability to trust them to be correct is not proof of anything
no, it's
except
reasonable.
your ability to trust.
It's
You have
reasonable
the
for
same
me to.
GTB as Scott had
Yeah, that's
elaborated
right. Just
All right,
earlier.
yeah. Let me tell you what's reasonable.
listen.
Let me tell you what's reasonable, Brenda. It's reasonable for Apocryphon to challenge you to provide the data or be censured until you provide it or to drop the claim.
No,
And I'd be happy to oblige.
it's reasonable for me to believe Sally tells me the correct time and date because she always has in the
Hashtag believe
past.
all women. Hashtag believe all women.
Oh snap!
No,
the
it's not.
hell
It's
is
not
Sally?
women. I just made it up, dude.
Yeah, so maybe your ability
He's
to
got a
believe is
pickup
the
truck in the
most
garage. Who is
amazing
Sally?
accomplishment you've made in your entire life.
Right. So it's reasonable for me to trust a source that has in the past been accurate.
Yeah, but since you
Okay, I
can't
agree.
tell
Listen,
time, since you can't tell time, and you have to ask Sally what time it is, how do you know Sally's not lying to you?
no, I know. Listen, everybody. I know how. It's very simple. Because Sally used a dog bone. I hope you guys get the joke.
Yeah.
Oh, you beat me. I was going to say, is Sally a dog bone?
Dog bone drop.
Is it broken dog bone right twice a day?
Right. So it's reasonable to trust somebody who has shown themselves to be trustworthy.
I
They're
agree with you.
worthy
Listen,
of trust.
Brenda, I agree with you 1000% that if you have a body of knowledge of interacting with an individual that's trustworthy, it's okay for you to trust them. But it's not okay for you to ask us to vicariously trust them on your behalf. You have to validate it, for holy crap.
Brenda,
how would
do you
I do that?
understand the difference between?
Oh, let me tell you how you would do it. Here's how you would do it. Provide the data of which things he was taking a picture of and some corroborating data, let's say plots that and coordinates of where they actually are. Something like that, for goodness sakes.
So what I would do then is I would go to Soundly's website or his channel and get the data from him because I
Oh, really? That's what you would do? Go ahead. Let's do it, bro. Let's do it.
Yeah.
What you would do it.
Yeah.
Remember your claim. I mean, go do it. That's a good idea, Brenda. It's not a bad idea. Remember your claim was that you know that they're in a straight line because if they were in a straight line, this would show the effects of downward curvature. That's how you know they're in a straight line. Now
Would
all you
you
have to do is
admit?
prove that.
Would you concede then that the Earth is curved if the data does show that those towers are in a straight line? Would you concede?
No. What we would concede is that they're in a straight line.
But it shows
Hell
them
yeah,
curving.
dude.
It shows them curving down.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
That's not true,
Step one is proving. Step one is proving that they're in a straight line. Step two is then proving the optical things going on that validate that this straight line is curved because of the curvature of the Earth rather than some curvature of optical phenomenon. So you have to establish step one first. You don't demand that we accept your conclusion at the end when you haven't even validated step one yet. Holy crap.
I understand you, and I'm accepting.
Hey, listen. This is like asking. This is like showing up to a girl. Just check this out real quick. I want to use this sweet analogy. Yeah, but I want to use a sweet analogy. So you show up to a girl and you say, "Listen, will you marry me?" And she says, "Wait a minute, I don't even know you yet." And you go, "Hi, my name's John. Now you know me." So is the answer yes?
No, you establish it over time. So would you?
Oh, really? Oh.
Right, you establish
by
trust.
actually proving
You
yourself to be
establish trust over
trustworthy.
time, right?
Yeah, by actually
establish-
proving yourself to be trustworthy, not just taking for granted the assertion.
And in my opinion, Flat Earth WS has proven themselves to be trustworthy.
So you say.
I'm down for you to prove it. I'm down for you to prove it to us by demonstrating by some data that those power lines are indeed straight. That would establish your claim that they're straight.
Yeah, if I show that they're straight, would you accept that then that it shows curvature?
Because our acceptance of your presentation of the data is what's necessary for your argument to be found? Is that why you're asking that?
I'm asking AI.
Look, if you, listen, I will agree with you 1,000. Brenda, I'll answer. I will agree with you that if you could prove that something is indeed straight and it appears curved in an image, that the image has a curvature in the image. Now, what is causing that appearance of curvature? We can then debate on that. So that's fair.
Right. So you won't accept that as evidence because it's obvious, right?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Because listen, I know for a fact that positions in your field of view are not necessarily positions in reality, okay? That things can be distorted, that things could have extra curvature added to them for various different reasons, okay? So if you're going to claim that this object is necessarily straight or curved in itself, and that's required for your further arguments, you have to first prove it straight. If you prove it straight, I'll agree with you they're straight.
But you won't accept that it shows curvature.
No, I already said I will accept it shows curvature. If you look at if something is straight and you take an image of it and when you look at the image it looks curved, it's clearly appearing to be curved. No one would deny that. Holy crap, what are you talking about?
Well, something can look curved from one point of view and look straight from another point of view.
Really? So something could be straight from one. So something could be straight in reality, but look curved at a different point of view. Oh, I agree with you, Brenda. I agree with you.
You didn't. So, like, say for instance, a pool cue can look like it's straight just by looking at it, but when you look down the barrel of the cue, then you see that there's a slight curvature to it, right?
Right.
So
or you can get an engineered pool cue, which hasn't yet been warped, and it could be perfectly straight minus its conical disposition, and then you could take an image of it at an oblique angle with a certain lens, and it'll look curved. So it goes both ways, Brenda.
No, you can't make a straight pool cue look curved.
You can't do that.
Oh, yes, you can. Holy crap.
No, you can't.
Give it a shot.
No, you
Give it a shot. Show us.
None of your dads ever did the. I mean, or you guys never did the pencil trick where you just wave the pencil real quick and it turns into rubber. You
That's
guys,
not what
you guys
he's
haven't
saying.
lived.
Hey, come on, man.
You're
saying you could take a picture of a straight object and make it look curved. No, you can't.
Well,
and if you think you can, show us.
Holy crap. Holy crap. Clip that. Clip that. That was
Show
embarrassing
us.
on their side.
Show us.
Right,
I got one for you. I got one for you. How about the famous image, the famous cropped image of the red and green straight rectilinear setup where they take an image of the horizon, then they compress it and they show the horizon curved, but they conveniently forget to leave out the bottom half of the image because the table curves.
So this was interesting.
What?
I'll catch you later, AI.
Oh, you don't know that one? You don't know that one? That's a famous one. It's been listen, for years, Globers were trying to present this was proof the horizon is curved because you take this wide angle view between these two straight edges, and then you show when it's compressed that there's a curve in between the gaps of the straight edges. But conveniently, they crop out the apparatus being set upon the table that it is because in the previous image, the table's straight, and then when they compress it, the table is also curved, showing that their whole claim is a big blow to crap.
Oh yeah, the infamous McToon table. That's right.
Yeah, it's red and green. It's got like these metal. I can't remember which part is red and green, but it's like These metal brackets, and they're either red or green. But y'all have seen it before. It's hilarious. And listen, there's many websites out there. Check this out, friends. There's many websites out there which only have the cropped image. They don't include the whole view of everything that's happening. And why do they do that? Probably because they got it from somebody else. They never saw the source image, or because they're intentionally omitting it because it goes against their point.
So let's get this straight, right? It's okay for them, according to them, to make naked observations of things in the distance, but it's not okay for us to do the same to prove their position.
You know, you can do the same. That's all you guys ever do, though. So
Yeah. Whenever the globe has a supersediory claim, right, it's just all optics. But whenever you talk about flat Earth, everything has to be ideal shapes and perspective for some weird reason.
nope.
Yeah. So listen, maybe the minor people who come in here occasionally are willing to concede that, Scott. But the overwhelming majority special plead that when it comes to the globe, it's always an appeal to optics, and when it comes to flat Earth, everything has to behave in like ideal platonic geometry. It's literally embarrassing.
No, nobody says that though. I know.
Really. As a matter of fact, listen. Let's listen, Scott. This is embarrassing for you. So
All right.
Brenda just literally posted, not within the past 10 minutes, a meme from Flat Earth WS that shows a vanishing point drawn out into the distance with linear perspective, and then a differential in what is appearing to be seen based on the alleged assumption that linear perspective is how you should see. So let me be clear. Nobody sees an ideal linear perspective. That exists in the imagination only. Okay, so I just demonstrated to you within the past 10 minutes that the very claim that I made is correct and the claim you made is incorrect. So it's not true that nobody claims this idealness when it comes to trying to debunk flat Earth. So you're just wrong.
What does it mean to see in an ideal linear perspective?
Another deflection. Just ask another question. Just ignore what was just said.
Well, what he said didn't make any sense to me. So I'm trying to understand.
Well, so you have a picture plane. You have a picture plane, and if you draw a singular point in the center of the picture plane at the midline, that all perspective lines and all objects will converge perfectly to that plane with ideal lines. Now, that doesn't happen in reality. Now, there's reasons for that, because in reality, you actually have light creating things, and light actually has physical properties, not like a pencil line, which you could just draw.
So what happens with light then?
Oh, there's different diffraction in the distance. There's different effects going on. There's the fact that you have a lens in your eye rather than a ideal plane. So in a paper with ideal perspective, it's an ideal plane because everything is from a two-dimensional plane.
All the internal and external factors.
What is it about?
Give you an exhaustive list.
Yeah. Light interferes with itself. Light interferes with itself at critical angles. That's why there's two types of diffraction: near field and far field. Fresnel and Fraunhofer. Okay, there's all kinds of physical things going on that makes it impossible for what you see to match ideal perspective. But whenever people claim, "Oh, the Earth can't be flat," because if it was, the horizon would be exactly at the midline of my vision at all times, because I think artist perspectives is reality. Derp.
So what is it about all of that that causes straight things to appear curved?
Holy crap.
Did you hear the part where did you just ignore the part where we said research all the internal and external factors on visibility?
So for example, there's this famous claim that rectilinear lenses don't have distortion, but that's not true. They just handle the distortion in a different manner than other lenses, right? So if you actually go and read how they handle the distortion, you'll find that as you go away from the origin, the values on the X and Y coordinates increase. Okay. So that means that in the fringes of the image, you'll have a separation from two color fields. So if you had a perfectly, let's say, red on top and green on the bottom, right, as you get towards the edges, the red and green would separate from each other. And that would have to be filled in with a variance of the red and the green. So it would appear to be a curve at the fringe edges. Right. So even an alleged distortion-free camera adds curvature effects to what you see.
But if whatever the image is in the center of the lens, in the center of the frame, and it's not at the edges, what would curve that?
Oh yeah, look at the center. You got different angles, right? They're not at the extreme angles.
So which
So
way
the
would
only
it curve?
compounding factors you'd have there, would be what appears to be the compounding z and y axis, right? Which is why the
Okay,
tip of the thing is much smaller than the foreground.
but why does it look curved?
Wow, bro.
How large is this center that you're referencing, Scott?
It's the center. We all know what the center frame is.
I mean, how large is it? Like, how much stuff can I fit into the center? How big is it?
The question literally makes no sense.
That's your
Curving what?
fault.
What's curving in the center of something that has no dimensions to it? The
Yeah,
center. How big is it?
what could make something look curved out in the distance is that the rate of perspective is being overcome by a increased in some optical distortion that's causing the light to spread out further as it gets further back. Right? Very simple. Now we know that happens. I mean, heck, you can go watch Skunk Bay time lapse and it'll happen right there, and you can watch it in other observations numerous times.
You know, like the same reply we said to you over and over again that you just keep ignoring. And the most succinct way to say it, the light's being distorted.
Right. So notice how when it comes to globe observations, the default is the light is distorted because I already know the Earth is a globe. But when it comes to the flat Earth, the idea of light being distorted is all of a sudden cosmic horror.
Out of the
No,
question.
that's incorrect, though. It's not what we do.
Really? That's just what we all witnessed. We just witnessed it live.
Live.
We witnessed Brenda do it earlier, and then you do it now.
When did I just do it?
Oh, now he has amnesia.
I pointed it
No,
out
no,
to
no,
you.
no,
You're gonna lay
You
off
did
on
it
the
the other
sauce.
day.
You did that
I
for real?
didn't do that.
That's crazy.
Lay off
bro.
on the sauce, Scott.
I pointed it out earlier because you did it the other day.
Well, look, we could be fair to you, Scott, and say you were approaching it with skepticism rather than definitive claims. But your skepticism belies itself because you do not possess the same skepticism when it comes to globe Earth claims that are supersediary by 2 orders of magnitude from the prediction. So we all know what we're saying is the truth. You know what we're saying is the truth. You can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me.
Well, if I seem to be skeptical about the shape of the Earth, I misrepresented myself. I'm not skeptical. It's a globe. 100%.
No. We didn't say you're skeptical about the shape of the Earth. We said you're skeptical about optical effects leading to a certain result when it comes to flat Earth observations, but when it comes to globe Earth observations, you're willing to bend over backwards and see your own ass around the entire Earth to make the Earth still be a globe.
No, just in my lifetime, I've never actually encountered a straight thing that appeared curved.
Appeal to anecdote fallacy.
That is crazy.
Have you?
That's the question.
Appeal to anecdote.
Train tracks on a hot day.
He's never played pool before.
I'm trying
Brett
to think of something.
never played pool.
Like
the pool cue was his argument. The pool cue was his argument that from a casual glance it appears to be straight, but when you look down it, you can see it has a warp to it. Now we do that in construction all the time. It's called crowning boards. We look down them and see which way they're naturally curved because one side usually dries faster than the other, which arcs the board. Now we understand that. Now those things are physically they're physically curved, but they look straight. Okay, I'm talking about things that are straight but look curved.
Yeah,
so
I've
you're
never seen
saying
that.
you've never seen such a thing.
That are straight but look curved? No, I've never seen that.
Well, I've seen it all the time, dude.
What's an example of something that looked curved but it was actually straight?
Yeah. So, for example, skate parks when they're being filmed. For example, the edge of a piece of metal when I'm looking at it on a hot day, et cetera, dude. I mean, this is so obvious; it's absurd that you would actually look. I don't actually. You know what? I'll take that back. I could agree with you that you've never actually validated anything that is actually straight but looks curved, and so to you, you could honestly say, I don't think I've ever seen something like that, or I confidently have, but the rest of us have.
So
what about the Red Bull jump, guys?
Right. For him to say, I have never seen this, therefore you're wrong, is The
That's not
anecdotal
what I
falcon.
said, though.
Do you
Okay,
mean
so
with
you're
your
just
own
admitting
eyes?
that, but so okay, right? He did do that earlier, but he's just walking back. So now you're just saying, just a self observation, a self description, right? That you just haven't seen this.
Yeah,
Is kind
if
of what you're
someone
hearing.
if someone can show me something that's actually curved, look, or actually straight that looks curved,
Yeah,
I'd
I
like
can
to
do it
see it.
right now. I'll show
All
you
right,
something
cool.
right now. Okay,
That's
just a sec.
actually
I already
straight, but
put.
looks curved. All right.
I did tag you in the chat as well, and I'll show you it
Um,
looking straight. And then some. The only thing that someone manipulates is the temperatures in the room, and you'll see what looks straight start to curve.
Yeah.
I was
And if you
thinking about
try to
all
pull
these
a Bev card,
weather balloon
listen.
launches.
Go ahead.
Yeah, all these weather balloon launches, right, where they have the fisheye lens.
we all know about fisheye lenses. Yeah, that's true.
So you have seen straight lines curved.
So can we stop going in circles on this now with you, Scott?
That's why we're
Instead of
talking about
tormenting everyone in the
regular
audience chat.
lenses, center of vision, all that kind of stuff.
Right. So can
Okay,
we
so
stop going in
here.
circles with you on this
One
point
second.
now, DJ?
Everything is not viewed through a fisheye lens, Gregory. Come on, man.
No, we understand
Did I
that.
say
DJ's
that?
pointing out the other variable.
Did
Yeah,
I
I'm just
say that,
showing.
Scott?
I'm showing a flat floor here. Okay, and he set up some blocks across the floor, and we can see that they're flat. Okay, then he manipulates the temperatures in the room, and what you're going to see is the straight line of blocks start to appear to curve, and also the light that's on the other end of the room will appear to disappear behind a horizon over the flat floor, because they've changed the conditions in the room with the pressure and temperature of the air.
Deflection incoming at 3, 2, 1.
Well, I don't think you'll deny this one.
Oh, but how would a ham sandwich work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, no. What did you tag me on, DJ?
Hey, didn't they send a ham sandwich to space allegedly?
Did they?
Or was it a loaf of bread? And they said, look at this loaf of bread. It proves the earth is curved because the horizon looks curved. Oh, pay no attention to that rope that's also curved.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
Use curved ropes to pick up the shock. They're like really stiff. They're curved, and they pick up the shock of when the things are bouncing around. That's why you use a curved rope.
I remember zooming in on all the like what you were talking about AI earlier with McToon's little table. He's got he's got like rocks underneath it one side. He's got like a stick underneath another side trying to level it all out. It's pathetic. The whole thing's pathetic.
Sinking refraction. Yep. That's not a thing if the Earth is horizontal.
Yeah, it absolutely is a thing if the Earth's horizontal.
Not going to scientists. There's no such thing as internal and external factors of visibility. It's just Euclidean Platonic ideals that we only could ever observe if the Earth is horizontal.
No, it's literally demonstrated on a flat floor at 26 after the hour.
Probably the best demo we got all conversation. Yeah, good job, DJ.
Well, hold on, DJ, go back to before the observation has the alternative factors introduced, and just put a text box up in the left that says it happened, and then present that as your evidence.
Aha.
And then write, I trust this method because Brenda said this method is trustworthy, by just putting a text box up in the corner.
Mind you, Brenda is a reputable source.
Is that
Very
analogous to the
reputable.
pitch data?
Yes. Brenda is very reputable. Brenda indeed does have a reputation. Okay. So that means it's a reputable source.
Mm-hmm. A source with a reputation. Remember that.
Yeah, it says JD Power and Associates.
5 out of 10 orthodontists agree that Brenda's citations are always correct. That's because it's like pulling teeth, in case you didn't get that.
Zero blue stars.
Listen, flat earthers, I'm not condescending to you and explaining my jokes for your sake. I'm explaining it for the retarded Globers in the back. So don't take offense.
How
British
dare you explain a joke and
Orthodox
make it
use
make
curve
sense and try to
racist.
bring joy to my life? How dare you?
I don't understand what you mean. Can you explain that again?
Okay, let me put a text box real quick.
JD
Can I get
Power.
can I get a citation for that?
Yeah, it's on I'mRight.com.
The government investigated itself and found no wrongdoing.
Yeah, listen, I have a source, a published book that says that I'm right and you're wrong. And I can give you the link. And when you get there, there's one page in the book, and literally the only thing written on the page of the book is "I'm right and you're wrong." Cited. I rest my case.
Did you pitch it to Nathan Oakley? Bad joke.
Scott, have you ever seen a straight line that looked curved before in your life? Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, the Apocryphon just posted one. It's pretty
All right,
cool.
there you go.
So I guess straight lines can look curved then.
Now,
Yeah.
mind you, here's another irony with their non-Euclidean geometry, right? Straight lines are curved if it's non-Euclidean geometry in defense of the globe. There can't be any such, but we can't observe straight surfaces or straight things be distorted by light distortion.
Huh?
You know what else is a straight line that gives the illusion of curvature? Quaternions.
Speaking my love language.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
Never heard of that
Yeah,
either.
yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes. It's very listen, whether you not know it or not, Scott, quaternions are very important globe Earth paradigm. It's very important math that they do with the alleged path of alleged satellites, orbits, et cetera, et cetera. Well, let me give you a quick thing, Scott, so I don't have to get a picture. So basically, like if you imagine something rotating, right, and you see the arc of the rotation, you can then extend that out in a perspective map ad infinitum out towards the horizon, let's call it. So once it reaches that point where it's below, let's just call it resolvability for lack of a better term, at that distance, the point is effectually infinite because the actual distance that it is cannot be discerned any differently than infinity. That makes sense?
Sure. It's the vanishing point.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's a little more complicated, but that's the most basic version. Similar, like the celestial sphere is assumed to be a sphere of an infinite radius. And there's other things as well that work the same way. The horizon is also one of them. From your vantage point, the horizon occupies essentially the same angles, no matter which way you look at it. Now, obviously, when you get higher up, it's different. But when you're lower down and the angles are in a certain way, like effectively the horizon is infinite. And so you could have 1 trillion miles of land between you and the horizon, and you would not be able to know. Visually. Now, you could have other factors. You could have other factors like, well, if I have an oil rig, it could tell me that the horizon is beyond a certain distance. And maybe I have an object beyond the horizon that's a certain distance. Sure, maybe you could do it with that. But just the horizon alone, you'd have no way to know it's the distance to it because there's absolutely no discernible information.
Well, it's just very small, right?
Is that a correction to what he just said, or what?
He's saying there's no discernible, and I guess discernible means by the naked eye. But if we had a magnifier of some sort, telescope, we could see much further. We could see that land or that flat plane further and further out.
I hear the sound of defeat in your voice.
I agree with you, Scott. So, for example, when you look at the ocean off of Santa Barbara, where they took the famous black swan image from BMS B69, you can't see the rigs. But when you zoom in, you can see the rigs, and then you can see the horizon beyond the rigs. But then what you can also see is an island beyond the rigs. That island is well beyond any discernible geometry of the globe Earth would allow because of the interruption of the sight line. And so it's between the extent of the globe geometry and the extent of the atmospheric occlusion rate according to the Rayleigh extinction coefficient. So in other words, from that vantage point, you can see every single landmass that is capable of being seen. Because after that 320 miles or so, the atmosphere is opaque, and so you're not going to see Hawaii. But you can see everything within the range that's physically capable of being seen, superseding the geometry of the globe. Now, we all know that your only hope and prayer for this is to claim, well, of course, it's an optical effect, proving my point from earlier.
So
No,
Scott,
that's not
just to
what
be
I.
clear, right?
That's not how I'd respond.
So Scott,
It's
just to
the
be
only
clear, right?
response you listen. It's the only response you can have. If the Earth is a globe and it has a specific geometry, then the island would be beyond the other side with no sight line to it. So your only hope and prayer is that light is curving around the globe to magically hit your eye like a heat-seeking missile at every time. That's your only hope. There's nothing else you can say. I mean, unless you believe, yeah, really. Well, I'll wait to hear it. But unless you believe in emission theory, I don't know how you could possibly save it otherwise. Go ahead and save it.
So what island is off the coast of Santa Barbara there?
No, save it. Not ask.
I think it's called Anacapa.
So
Not
Scott,
Channel
just to be
Islands?
clear, just to be clear, Scott, hang on. Just to be clear, do you affirm the notion that no matter how far we see, the Earth, the SE, is not falsified?
The SE? What's the SE?
Total Earth.
Oh, okay. Do I affirm? Ask the question again.
Yeah, we use lingo around here, Scott. Get with it, bro.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, there's FE, right? There's also SE, right? So, do you affirm the notion, because this is the issue, like this is the issue. Do you affirm the notion that no matter how far we see, the SE is never falsified, never refuted?
No.
Okay, so go back to what AI just told you.
Yeah, he's
That's the
wrong.
refutation.
His assumptions are incorrect.
Assumptions are incorrect. So if you can see an object that should be on the other side of a curve with no direct sight line, right? So in other words, the only way to see it is for the light to reach your eye. So if there's no direct sight line, that means the light must be arriving indirectly, correct? There's no other option.
Correct.
So if the Earth is a globe, therefore you must appeal and can only appeal that the light is arriving indirectly. Just like I said.
But there's an island like 25 miles off the coast of Santa Barbara. You should be able to see it easily.
You can see it.
Shown that?
I know. That works with the globe too. I'm not sure how this is a proof of.
No. There's it's called Ancappa Island, and it's over 30 miles away, and it should be hidden by about 615 foot. We can see the whole thing basically.
Where is Ancappa Island? And how high
from
is it?
1.5 foot observer height as well. So 613. It's like beyond platform habitat and eel house. When you zoom out, I can post the video if you want.
How do you know these are not Channel Islands National Park?
It's Ancappa Island because it has features that are unmistakable, and it's the only island that could possibly be there. If you look on the map, you can see that's exactly where it is. I'll post all the information about it in a second.
Isn't the next island after that Hawaii?
Yeah,
No,
there's
So
no
it's like you're
Hawaii's
proof
not in
either
that
of
seeing
direction.
you're either seeing Hawaii or you're seeing Anacapa. Isn't that correct, or am I wrong?
No, if you go from Santa Barbara to through Anacapa, no, you won't hit anything until possibly South
No.
America.
Well, look, it wouldn't have to be a perfectly straight line, but we do all agree that Hawaii is off the west coast on the lower side of the west coast from the United States homeland.
Yeah, but from Santa Barbara to Ancap Island is southeast. And so the only thing you possibly
I'll
hit is
Coming
just
back
Tierra del
east.
Fuego, possibly.
Oh, so what you're saying is the landmass that they're looking at must be Hawaii. Okay, good point.
How did you get that from what I
So,
said?
I'm just kidding. I'm
so
just kidding.
Okay.
Because listen, I'll tell you why, Scott. Because we had a guy where we were talking to this about, and he said, trying to rebut this and prove the globe. He said, "Guys, don't you know that you can see Hawaii? They did a rocket launch, and you couldn't see Hawaii. But then when the rocket got to a certain height, you could see Hawaii." Indio did the math real quick from the alleged rocket launch seen in Hawaii. And he said, "Dude, you just disproved the globe Earth by the most drastic amount that anybody's ever done in here." Because if you could see Hawaii, you're talking about tens and tens of miles of curvature drop. So you're busted.
But okay, so there's a straight line from Santa Barbara to San Diego. Do you think they've ever seen San Diego from Santa Barbara?
You need to look up the average visibility rating. You'll find that maybe on a clear day you could see Ancapra at like 30 miles, 32 miles, but it's kind of blurry because it's not the clearest area to look through the air. So if something's beyond that, like 50 miles, you're probably not going to be able to see it like very often, if ever, because of just the average maximum visibility in that area.
Yeah, that's 200.
What's a straight
That's
line
200
distance?
miles.
What from Santa Barbara to San Diego? What's the distance, Scott?
184 miles.
Oh,
But I don't know. I got 218 miles, but you might mean a straight distance.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Even by roads, it's not 200 miles. Yeesh. No, might be. Come to think of it.
I don't know. It tells me here US
No,
101 to I-5 is 218 miles.
okay. That's okay. 184, 200. That's only 30 something miles. Yeah. Okay. But straight
so
shots, 184 miles. I mean, do you think if we went up in a helicopter, we could see the lights of San Diego?
wait, so we're just gonna keep talking past what DJ just showed you that falsifies the notion that we live on a ball.
No, it's more exploration of the exact same thing. You're not following them. So
Yeah. So check this out. Check this out, Greg. So he's talking about something that's in the 200-mile visibility range. So if we show him something that's seen at 300 miles, you know what he'll say? What is he going to say, Greg?
So here's another question that just talks
I'm
past
going to say
the
I've seen 300 miles many
the
times.
doctrine. Like that's the pattern. Like this clearly like is the end, right? If he doesn't have a refutation to this, then that's the end.
What
Not
do I
just
need a
keep asking
reputation for?
questions, not just keep asking questions that just ignore this rather than just address it. So we
What
see
am I
too
supposed? What am I
far.
supposed to address?
So we see
I don't think
too
we see
far.
too far.
We,
We
we,
don't.
we,
We don't
we
see too far though.
but okay, so then how far is too far, Scott?
Now, if you could see San Diego from the ground at Santa Barbara, I'd say that's too far.
Say the figure, say the number, particularly in miles.
184 miles from ground to ground, from sea level to sea level.
184 miles is too far.
Yes, that's too far.
Okay.
That's fair.
How far is the horizon from a 1-foot observer height?
Don't care. 184 miles. You asked me, I
You
gave you an
don't
answer.
care about being logically consistent
I
with
just
the
gave you an
mathematical
answer.
implication. Why are you talking to me? So you don't care about being logically consistent with the implications of your orthodox formula about the curvature rate of the Earth's surface.
Well, let's lock him in. If he says 185 miles is too far, so that means that if we show him a ground-based observation, let's just say within 10 feet, because that's pretty fair. So within a 10-foot observer, ground to ground, 185 miles, if you see an observation, you'll be forced to concede the Earth is flat.
Absolutely, yeah. If you can show me one from sea level to sea level, 184 miles, I will have to check myself into an insane asylum.
Why? But why? Why would? See, here's the problem, Scott. This is why I find this puzzling.
Well, because
Why
there's too
wouldn't
many
you
other
just say
things that
why?
don't work.
Fair enough. But why couldn't you just say maybe refractive effects are actually stronger than I thought? Like, why would your first instinct be I'm insane?
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. I'd probably go with refractive effects are stronger than I thought.
So then,
Right.
that's
So
not
we came
enough.
back to proving AI's point from the beginning. I'm going to go back in time and pat myself on the back for being right all
Okay.
along.
So,
But it's not
so you
going to.
just
I
proved,
don't have to worry
you
about
just
that,
proved
right? Because it's
it's
never going
not
to happen.
too far. Do you get it? You just proved that you won't acknowledge the thing you said is too far is indeed not too far. Oh no, I'm actually going to say, yeah, that's not too far after all.
Yeah, why don't you actually do it, then we can talk.
You can't even be logically consistent with your own notions of what you think actually would falsify your doctrine. You can't even manage that. You're a clown.
I did 184 miles.
Okay, fair enough. Let me qualify this. Are refractive effects stronger the lower to the ground you are or the higher above the ground you are?
My understanding it's lower.
Okay, so that means that the most benefit you'd get is lower. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Now you said 185 miles. So what if you go higher? Let's say you go to 5,000 foot observation, but you see something that's equivalent to 185 miles distance, where supposedly there's less refraction. Wouldn't that be a more conclusive observation than a ground-based observation?
Well, you have to define what the equivalence is, because I'm getting you get it wrong. But
how about 300 miles? If you see something 300 miles from 5,000 feet up.
But never done the math on that. 5,000 feet up, 300 miles. Is that what should that happen? I don't even know.
Well, for example, if I remember correctly, the Pete Gaspard world record was 270 miles, and there was another one at 320 miles, but they are a little bit different altitudes. But one of those altitudes was taken at, so the altitude they shot from was 8,000 feet.
Okay.
Now, from that distance, the other mountain, the tip of the other mountain should have been below a mile of the hidden height, right? So
I don't know.
If there's supposed to be less refraction the higher you go, then this observation supersedes the globe geometry by quite a bit.
That would if it were true.
Oh, okay. So it's not true that the guy took the world record photo?
No, I don't know. I don't know the other data that he.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, you're just saying. Okay, you're just having reasonable skepticism.
More radical
you're not
skepticism.
denying it. I got
No,
you.
I've never
that's
looked
reasonable.
at the information.
Yeah, there was a whole contest for a long running time, and that guy won the contest.
And
then it was superseded. It was superseded after. It was superseded after him.
Yeah, didn't Flat Lloyd just post it? Isn't it this right here?
Maybe.
Right bottom of the chat. Ain't that it?
Sorry, I got to use power tools for a minute. I'm gonna go on mute.
Anybody, this is it, right? I just want to confirm because I'm virtually certain it is this.
That's it.
Yep.
What is this? What is this show?
Remember you said that 184 miles because you said 184 is too far. This is
sea level
255 miles.
Sea level to sea level. Yeah.
Right. You said 184 is too far. This is 255 miles.
Sea level to sea level. It's important.
No, you're adding that in retrospect to try and protect.
No, I did not. That's what I said.
What do you mean?
You
Let's clarify. What do you mean sea level to sea level? What do you mean?
The observer and the observed are at sea level.
So
you mean?
10 feet. 10 feet off the ground. 10 feet off the ground.
We can go 10 feet and 10 feet, sure. The observed
You think that's
observer are
reasonable?
10 feet above sea level. Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's
You
reasonable
think that's reasonable?
because there's nobody I know that's taller than 10 feet. So if you're a dude taking a photo, you're going to be within 10 feet, I imagine.
No. I'm talking about the 184 miles, 10 feet up off the sea level. You think you should be able to see, right? Hang on, let me
No,
get
I
it
don't
for
think we can. No, you're the one who's saying we should.
No.
It's impossible.
I asked you what you think is too far because you
And I
think
told you.
that if you don't see farther than that, then as far as we do see, it's actually a ball. That's why you're saying this. That's why I'm asking you.
One of the many reasons I believe it's a ball.
Yeah, but don't
Yeah.
forget, Scott, if you ever
One
need
of
to
many.
save yourself, you can always go. Listen, if you ever need to save yourself on that, you can always go to Walter Bislin's and just crank up the refraction slider till
I
it
know.
meets your
I know.
needs.
I know. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, I've never had to do
Listen,
that.
in case you guys don't know, real quick, in case you guys don't know, Walter Bislin's accommodates for a globe with a radius of 60 billion miles. So I'm sure it will cover all the needs you have.
Okay. Yeah.
There is a
But,
such
you
thing
know,
as standard refraction.
but like I said, fortunately, I've never had to
get
do
to the
that because
conclusion,
nobody's
right?
even
You
come
just keep
close to
pushing
it.
non-conclusions, right? Didn't AI just explain to you that refraction is less intense the higher you go, right? So that
Yes.
means there's more clarity, right?
No, nothing to do with clarity.
There's less distortion.
That would be
So in
diffraction.
speaking simple English,
Or
it's more clear.
that's not refraction, though.
Dude, you're just being defiant. If there's
No, I'm
less
not.
refraction, then it's less distortion.
No, not true.
So how is there less refraction, which is a type of distortion, not less
Refraction.
distortion?
It's not distortion. Refraction is just bending of light.
That's a distortion.
Nope.
It's making it appear as it isn't.
Nope. It's
The
just
light,
bending of light.
half of the light has been distorted. The fuck is going on?
Like this is the sophistry that they
But it has
have to
nothing to do
resort
with how
to.
far we can see.
This is the sophistry they have to resort. Now he has to raise his voice and try to overpower mine because this is foolishness, right?
Let's
We
not
all
project.
know that this is a
Let's
type
not
of
project. Let's go
distortion
back to the
of the
conversation.
light. Okay? It's a type of distortion of the light. So now he has to pedantically resist this, the very meaning of the word refraction, the very entailment of refraction, just to protect his emotions from the refutation, right? That's what he has to do now. So
You're
there's no
projecting.
rational conversation to be had,
You're projecting.
right? If we're at the point that he can't acknowledge that the thing he is relying so heavily upon, the sole thing he's relying so heavily upon to protect his worldview from the refutation, we're not even speaking the same language anymore. There is no rational discourse to be had anymore.
You know the light from stars that comes from, in my perspective, light years away, is refracted, right? And we can still see them.
Right, because that comment is supposed to add to the issue, right?
I'm not
Right.
just
The
saying
issue is
refraction
he's going to
doesn't
continue to
affect what we
deflect
can
from.
see.
Right. The issue is that he's going to continue to deflect from. He won't
What's the
even
issue?
acknowledge that refraction is a type of distortion, and we all know that's what it is.
Okay, how does it
What it
affect what we
means.
see? How does it affect what we see then?
Very simple, very simple,
Right.
very simple. The Earth is clearly measured flat. You see a bunch of things in the sky that make you interpret it as a globe because you're misinterpreting the optical phenomenon because you're thinking of certain geometrical principles based on your assumptions. So you're reverse engineering the shape of the Earth from your interpretation of the sky. So the sky is clearly not where or should be, and there's no way for you to validate it, but you deny the measurements of the ground. There you go. That's how.
Well, you guys never done any measurements, at least not with surveying equipment. I would welcome you guys
So
to
he
grab a
abandoned his
satellite
initial
and do some
falsification
surveying.
criterion. That's what he just did. Right.
Dude,
Then he
it's
thinks it's
a
remotely
survey.
rational.
A surveying equipment is just an optical
I
readout
know that. Yes,
with
I
a
agree.
baseline of an angle. So, for example, it's an optical device. So, what if I just use a laser transit methodology, which is an effective measurement methodology, which is light, which is coherent light, and I use that to measure the Earth? So you'd say, no, that's silly because of refraction. So you can't measure the Earth with a laser, even though your measurement supersedes the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. But if I use a theodolite, which also uses light, that's perfectly accurate to the width of a human hair at 70 miles. Does that sound right?
No.
Not the way you explained it, no, because it's not
Yeah,
what it is.
no, it is. It is, dude. See, you think that a theodolite can shoot an angle the width of a human hair at 70 miles to get an accurate read.
It doesn't
But
shoot
a
an
laser
angle.
can't be used.
A
It does
satellite
shoot an
doesn't
angle,
shoot it.
dude.
It doesn't. It does not.
Yes, it does.
How does it shoot an angle?
Oh
Have you
my
never
God,
shot a gun before, Scott?
Dude, have you
Through
never
a
heard the
direct-
lingo, dude? They literally call it shooting an angle for it's just lingo, dude. Holy crap.
But a satellite, you just look through it, right? And it's got little crosshairs in there.
That's your shot.
Okay.
When you put the crosshair on your target, that's called the shot, dude.
But nothing's leaving that, right? It's just the light's coming into it, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, when you shoot a camera, do you shoot light rays out to your target?
No.
Yeah, it's a photo shoot. It's a photo shoot. Listen, it's a photo shoot. Wear your laser-proof armor. Wear your laser-proof armor so I don't kill you, Miss Model.
Okay, Cyclops.
But why does the laser thing matter then? Why would you use a laser to do?
Because, dude, a laser, you can send it across rather than just receive it.
But why would
so
you want
have
to
the
send
sending?
it?
Because you want to measure.
But why don't you just receive it? Why is receiving not good enough?
I'll tell you why. It's very simple.
Okay.
Because if I go to a job site and I set up a camera on one end and I just look at something, right? I don't know the differential between here and there. But if I have a laser, I can get the differential.
How does the laser give you differential?
Because it has a height between the beam and the ground.
There are endless series of disingenuous questions that refuses to acknowledge
Well,
any
you don't
fact.
Dude, this is just how we do it. That's how we do it, dude. That's how we do it, dude. It's called laser transit, dude. We do it all the time. It's like the extension of a bubble level and a water level. Only you're using light. It's an effective measurement methodology. It's used all the time, dude.
But surveyors don't use it, right?
So what?
Well, why wouldn't you just use what surveyors use?
Because maybe, you know what? Maybe you're looking at it from the wrong way. Maybe surveyors should start using long-range lasers, and then they finally start getting accurate results.
What's inaccurate about what they have? Is there a measurement that's off?
Well, depends on what coordinate reference system they use, right? So they got a total station. No, I'm going to tell you how this works. They got a total station, but they'll use differential GPS and deliver a coordinate reference system by the user's choice. So the user can actually pull up a state plane coordinate reference system, which is flat, and the GPS will deliver flat planar coordinate Cartesian reference points for them to use. They can also pull up a globe. They can use any number of spherical globe coordinate reference systems, going back to the 1920s usually, and maybe even further, to like the Bessel or area ellipsoid. And they can use whatever they want. So the GPS receiver is not the be-all, end-all for measurements. It's just a calculation of radio beacons.
Wait,
and the receiver actually builds the coordinate reference system based off of that and can deliver that to the user however they want to see it.
Where did GPS come into this conversation? Nobody's talking about
total
GPS.
stations, which you brought up earlier, for surveying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I was talking about the theodolites.
Yeah, okay. So if you want to exclude the GPS component from theodolites, well, I mean, you're just doing planar surveys. You have no way to show a globe from that. Because as I explained to you a couple hours ago, the way people built a globe was not from just mere theodolites. They had to use pendulums, and they had to use astrogeodetic surveying.
They had to use pendulums for what?
They had to use pendulums because they said that when you swing a pendulum, it'll actually accelerate at different rates based off of your latitude relative to where you are from the equator. And they construed this to mean that you live on a ball, whether or not the observations are true or not. So they got their scalar quantity for gravity based off the variable rate of the pendulum's periodicity swing. And then they got the vector quantity by doing astrogeodetic surveying. So they'd look up and they'd say, well, Earth is a ball, the star should be here, but it's actually over there. I'm going to imagine gravity's warping the starlight, which is why the star's light is not really above me at this point in time, but it's actually over there. Or in some cases, the starlight would be directly above them. They'd say, well, fuck, that shouldn't be there right now because Earth is a ball. So gravity's warping the starlight to be directly overhead when it's not.
Can you send me a link to where you read all this stuff?
Sure. I can send you a couple PDFs. Helmert's Higher Geodesy, volumes 1 and 2, if you want. I've got the English translations, about 800 pages.
Thank you.
This is the seminal work on geodesy.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Archive.org. Helmert Higher Geodesy. PDFs might be way too big here to send. I've got them. I mean, this isn't like some arcane like text. This is stuff that people from NASA to NOAA and other organizations actually refer to.
No, this is a fully boosted server. You should be able to send it.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and so when people were surveying the continents and mapping them out, trying to put all the elevations to all the hills and valleys out and the distances from one place to another, they were swinging a pendulum every time they took a measurement.
Yeah, they were trying to preserve the celestial. They were trying to preserve the celestial angles and the assumptions of a rotating body of a certain circumference, dude. They were trying to synergize three models. They were trying to synergize three models into one with the data because it's called deflection of the vertical. In other words, where I go, my plumb line doesn't match the celestial assumptions. So I have to curve my plumb line down through the surface of the Earth towards the center and through three different models. In fact, when you look at Helmert's book, the diagram is literally in there showing the curved plumb line.
The curved plumb line.
In other words, Scott, they go out and they measure the real measurement. It doesn't jive with the assumption that the Earth is a ball. So they then synergize the assumption that the Earth is a ball, taken from the celestial sphere, and reverse engineer it backwards to say, oh, even though my plumb line is hanging straight down, it's actually slanted off in this direction. And so all the plumb lines that they have on this so-called direct measurement of the Earth are inferred through a synergy of multiple models. There is no just direct plumb line measurement drop that they get the local terrain from and then integrate it with the other terrain. That's not how they do it, bro.
So how do they do it?
I don't know, dude. I just told you within the past minute.
Wow.
Well, but so the person goes out, they set up their theodolite, they put it on some location, and what's step two? They level it, I guess, by that little bubble level they would have.
Oh,
how do they level
super
these
accurate.
things? Oh, I don't know. How accurate is it?
Well, you're either gonna have a bubble level, which is prone to user error, or you're gonna have some kind of drop level or rotational. Some laser equipment have auto leveling, but I don't know if the theodolite has it.
They could have one of those floating.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you assume. Listen, if you assume they're getting it level, right? So you can assume a plumb line perpendicular.
Yeah.
What I'm telling you is that whenever they go out in the world and they make all these plumb lines, they don't fit. So they have to force the plumb line. The plumb lines.
How do they know it doesn't fit? What do they do to determine it didn't fit?
I told you they have to preserve the celestial angles.
So they take a measurement to a star or something?
Look, when they do the local surveying, right, it's whatever it is. But when they're trying to integrate them over a large body, they have to have a choice of integration methods. And the way they use is the celestial sphere, which has been reverse engineered onto a alleged map of the surface, which has assumptions in it, which Helmert, if I do remember correctly, has two 700-page volumes with all the nonsense math that they use to do it. So it's not the case that they just go out and get raw measurement. There's no just raw measurements of the Earth as a ball from these surveys, dude. They go through heavy mathematical steps and with lots of assumptions.
Spherical harmonics and quaternions.
God forbid.
Yeah, Scott, you were supposed to know all this because you snobbishly scrutinize everyone incessantly. You're supposed to know this. But then,
this is a simple question, Greg. Greg, let me ask you a question. Are plumb lines straight or curved?
Well, straight means curved, so.
No, it doesn't. They're straight.
So Scott said he's never seen something that's straight but is curved. Well, I guess he's never seen a plumb line before.
I know. I think I know the image you're talking. Yeah, that one that the Helioskeptic posted, right? Where, depending on where you are with relation to wherever you're next to a mountain or somewhere further down, the plumb line could change, even though you're
Right. And they get
That
that
drives
based
me
off of
insane.
observing the stars where they think the stars should be versus where it is.
Yeah,
But
I'll get you the one.
how much does that change? Any idea?
No, that's my question. How much does that change for all the people that claim to do this?
I'm guessing fractions of a fraction of an arc second.
Guessing.
Well,
I'm
they keep
guessing. Yeah.
updating the geoid, like in the reference ellipsoid too. So,
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know how many iterations we are away from like the Airy ellipsoid from the earlier 1800s.
Why do you think they keep updating?
Thousands of iterations.
Why do you think they keep updating this thing?
Probably because they keep trying to seek more precise measurements and they can't quite get to them.
Yeah, but they're getting better and better measurements, right? So they have to adjust their models,
Yeah,
right?
according to what standard, though? They don't even know.
But according to you guys, they're all just wasting their time because it's not even an ellipsoid in the first place.
So you're just going to ignorantly assert as though you know what you're talking about, even though you just had to be taught what actually they do.
They're in search of a more internally consistent coordinate reference system.
Uh-huh. And how
Whether
far
or
off
not
were
it
they?
withstands external scrutiny. You know, and when we shoot lasers and we measure flat Earth, we actually invalidate the distances that are provided by GPS based off of WGS84. We invalidate the orientation of all the continents that are shown to us on a globe with just a straight line measurement. I'm totally serious.
But you don't. You think?
No, we do. We have to because there's a topology mismatch between a curving surface and a flat one. That's why you get distortions every single time you try to project a curving thing onto a flat or a flat thing onto a curving thing.
Every one of you guys' alleged experiments can be explained with a couple of arc seconds of refraction. Pretty easy.
A couple arc seconds that are extrapolated over thousands and thousands of miles creates mega distortions in 3 vectors.
Wait, what does that mean?
We already had Scott Mackey. We already had you admit, dude, that even if we showed a supersedery observation beyond a couple of arc minutes of refraction, you would just up your value of refraction to subsume those
Yeah, I
observations.
know. You got me on that one. You did good. You can clip that and share with your friends.
Well, the issue is that if phone lines are not straight, how do you have a straight frame of reference
standard?
Off which to
Yeah,
measure
how do you have a straight standard? How do you have a straight standard? The answer is, here's the answer for the $1 million question, and you can refer to the graphic that I just posted and the excerpt from the Helmert volume. You do it by a law of formation.
It's curved.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. That's fine. I'm just saying you do it by an assumption, and your standard is the assumption of the celestial sphere's angles being preserved. So you just pick a standard of preservation, and that's all you do. And the plumb line itself is not the standard. It's not.
Okay. But I do know, from people who do this work, I've talked to one of them personally, I believe the others, that every measure they make, they measure spherical axis, meaning their triangles are greater than 180 degrees. Every last one of them.
You believe without knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I believe these people are not lying to me.
It's because they're using spherical coordinates.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. Because they first get their position, they express their position in latitude and longitude.
The position that they're standing has nothing to do with
Scott Mackey, I got a simple question for you. It's very simple. 3 floating points.
Yes.
No matter the orientation, they can be connected with 3 straight lines, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if those lines are sight lines, they're 3 straight sight lines, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you then would end up with a triangle with 180 degrees, correct?
The internal angles of that triangle will be 180 degrees.
Well, there you go.
But that's not what surveying equipment does, though.
That's what they're doing.
No,
that is exactly what they're doing because all of their points of reference are above the surface.
Yeah, so each piece is a straight line from one observer to the target, then from that target being an observer now to the next target, and from that target being an observer now to complete the circuit back to the original observation point. Those are 3 straight lines, dude.
I know. But the azimuth...
So they could be standing on a gigantic Pringles chip.
No,
Yes, I know, I know.
They
But
could be, yeah, they could be standing on a gigantic Pringles chip, and they still got a
I
triangle
got you.
between the
I
3
got
points
you.
in free
Yes,
space.
we already got that. That's established. But the azimuths that are measuring the angles between those points are
The
not
triangle?
parallel to each other. The azimuths,
How do you know that?
because they
Because we
don't
already
add
know we're on a
180
globe. That's
degrees.
how.
Yeah,
Because they don't add
exactly. Or
180
a
degrees.
freaking Pringles chip. And that's the other
Nope.
thing. Like the globe
Nope.
is lumpy, but it's
It,
funny how they all think there's
Right.
spherical excess all the time, when in their
nope.
own model
Right.
there's going to be spherical lack.
Oh my
So you
God.
proved your point. You proved the point, Scott. Scott, you agreed that 3 floating points creates a true triangle. You then added an additional piece of information, which was the azimuth. Now justify the differential of the azimuth being included.
What? I don't understand the question.
That's the problem.
No, because when they set up these equipment, right, they level them.
And now you're
Correct?
getting frustrated.
According, right. And so how do they synergize the levels? They use this model like they explain in Helmert's book, dude.
There's no
Yeah.
there's no synergization of the level. They just
Oh
level
my
them.
God, dude.
They just
As you
level
ignorantly
them.
assert that, when you didn't know.
Listen, if they truly assume that they're all level and they're just straight line distance, you end up with 3 floating points, which creates a true triangle. So you have to then bring the triangle down to the surface, called a reduction. Reduction of the vertical.
That's exactly right.
No.
That's exactly what it is. That's how they describe spherical excess calculations. It's called a mathematical reduction of the horizontal datum.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Do that.
So
if you don't if you don't do that, then you have 3 floating points which are connected with straight lines, which by definition is a 180-degree triangle. So unless you do an extra step, Scott, you must do an extra step in order to quote unquote obtain spherical excess. If you say no, there is no extra steps, then you default to the original triangle and you shoot yourself in the foot.
How do they measure?
You got a triangle, you don't have a Dorito chip yet.
Oh my God, guys!
So in order to get spherical excess the way you're proposing, you'd have to be plumbed to level to 3959 miles down.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, you would.
No, you wouldn't.
Because you're assuming 2 points of reference are going to meet each other with plumb lines. But your own textbooks say that the plumb lines deflect and curve. So you have no way to falsify or validate whether or not they do.
Right. Sporadic. So the only question that needs to be asked right now is, are plumb lines straight or curved?
Oh shit.
They're straight.
Yeah. Well, no, they're curved in your worldview. If you're going to defend the globe.
Hey, let me ask you this, Scott. According to the graphic that I posted, okay, which is an actual excerpt from the actual process as outlined in the volumes of Helmert and etc. ad infinitum. Look at that graphic, dude. They are curving the plumb lines. So one more time, are the plumb lines curved or straight, Scott?
They're straight.
Really? So then why are they curved? If they're straight, then why are they curved?
What would it mean for a plumb line to be curved?
A globe? You need yeah, that's right.
He doesn't get it, dude. He doesn't get it. Oh, man, it's so embarrassing, dude.
That's why you didn't answer the question. What does it mean for a plumb line to be curved?
Means you have to
listen.
You don't know.
Yeah, listen. I began this foray into this topic by explaining it to you, Scott. Do you remember?
Yeah, I know, and you didn't explain it at all. You said a bunch of words that didn't make any sense.
Yes. No. See, here's the problem. They didn't make sense to you. They do make sense. So if you look in the diagram, you could see that there's these values: the Earth's surface, the geoid, the equipotential reference ellipsoid, right? Mm-hmm. And then you have the plumb line passing through all 3 of them. Now, how they know, quote unquote, that the plumb line is varied off like this is by the celestial angles being the preference of preservation. So they curve the plumb line to match the celestial angles. And so they assume that if I'm here, let's just say I'm in Timbuktu and the other guy's in Kalamazoo, and we get these angles relative to each other and they're off, that would mean our plumb lines are off from one of these reference ellipsoids. And so to mitigate that, we choose an arbitrational standard, which we'll just call the celestial sphere. And so one of us has to alter our plumb line in order for our angles to match. And so what we do is when we draw this out on our big model, we curve one of the plumb lines. relative to these three different models which are being synergized.
And this is how you geometrically project a curved surface as perceived from the sky to a flat surface that you measure in reality.
And when you set up
Obviously,
a
ask another question
satellite,
that talks past the issue.
That's
Okay,
it.
the
Boom.
alien
It's done. That's how they created the globe, dude.
Well, let me answer the previous dude's question before we get lost in the sauce. So Helmert didn't conclude the Earth was a sphere. He started with the assumption the Earth was a sphere, and that was the law of formation of which his mathematics applies, as you can read in the excerpt that I put there.
I would agree with that. He assumed the Earth was a sphere and started with that. Yeah, that's probably true.
Right, that's fallacious.
Well, not only is it true, it's literally I posted the page from his book.
We all believe you. He was not looking to prove the Earth is a sphere. He was looking to map it.
Yeah, that's a fallacy. It's called begging the question. You're not proving the conclusion. You're presuming it's true.
Yes, I agree. This guy was not approving the Earth as a globe.
He's trying to measure its
he
circumference.
was begging the question.
He's just trying to map
he
it.
presumed the conclusion.
Map it? He's trying to figure out its circumference.
No, he would not be trying to figure
I
out.
I prefer question the begging. So when someone says, "Can I have some spare change?" I go, "What do you need that change for?"
Dude, Helmert just did science, and the science showed that it's curved.
No, dude.
We got another person.
I could read. Yeah, Twanger, you're too dumb. You're too dumb to participate in this convo. So just sit out and learn something.
Immediately ad hom. Good job.
Yeah, ad hominem.
Direct measurements that include inferences and assumptions aren't a methodology of science per se. So he's not doing science, dude. He's doing geodesy. Whatever.
Science.
Okay, listen, Twanger, I'll agree with you. In your worldview, anything anybody does is science. Therefore, everybody's doing science.
No,
so, for example, I'm putting up.
Listen. It and doing
all right,
it
yeah. So I'm taking measurements of
that
this
is empirical.
height as I go. You're right. I'm doing measurements as I go
That's
up
empirical
each
and
stair.
scientific. Post your measurements.
Twanger, you're repeating yourself and you're not letting me respond. So knock it off. Thank you. I'm going up the stairs, measuring each stair 32 inches to the bottom hole of the bracket for the thing. And every stair I go up, when I do the next bracket, I'm repeating that measurement. So therefore, putting up a banister is science, according to you.
Dude, write down your measurements. Do the science. Write it down. What you
The
did.
science. Do the math. You meant you meant to say do the math, doofus.
No, do the science. Do the science.
Oh, no, I agree with you. Listen, Twanger, I agree with you. And the reason why I agree with you is because
you're the one being an abstract doofus here. Helmert did the science. He looked at what the science said.
Holy crap!
Curvature came from the science.
Yeah, you're repeating yourself. Check this out.
I'm letting you know what he did.
I agree with you. I agree with you that when you're attempting, listen, Twanger, shut the fuck up. Thanks. I'm trying to drop a hint, Twanger, to where you're going to be allowed to continue speaking rather than just be muted for the rest of the conversation. Okay, so work with me here before you end up getting nailed by one of the mods. Now, it's very famously known that there's a thing called the STEM fields, which people encourage women to get into, they encourage minorities to get into, they encourage people of all races, ethnicities, sexualities to get into because it's very successful. And the STEM fields is actually an acronym. S.T.E.M. And we all know that stands for science, 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 and science. Good point.
That was a long.
So do you admit you're wrong now,
dude.
Twanger?
Jesus.
So do you admit you're wrong now, Twanger?
No, I don't.
Right. So just ignore all the facts.
Helmert did science. Helmert did science. He did science. And what happened? He looked at the numbers. He did science. He looked at the science.
Verbally bickering every time someone replies.
I step away for a few minutes, and a guy that never heard of Helmert before is going to be like, Helmert did science.
Helmert did science.
You heard of Helmert for the first time listening to us right here, dude.
What does the science say? The science says
you just heard of Helmert for the first time in your life like 30 minutes ago.
You said science at least 50 times the past 5 minutes. Define it.
The scientific method.
That's not a definition. Those are two terms.
Do you know what the scientific method is?
I know
Yes.
exactly what it is. I'm testing
tell me.
you.
I know
Tell
what
me
it
what it
is.
is.
Listen, I'll tell you what it's.
No, not you.
Tonger, I'll
Not you.
humor
I
you.
want Gregory to tell me.
No, but I want to do
Yeah,
it.
ignoring
I
my
want Gregory
scrutinizing
to
question
tell
to
me.
him.
What's the scientific
Yeah, you're just
method? Go ahead.
ignoring. Stop talking to me every time I reply to you, dude. You're just ignoring my scrutinizing question to you.
What is the scientific method? Go ahead.
Just didn't doing it again. See, I
Oh,
expose
you're just a
what I
time
do.
waster. Got it. You're an empty brain time waster. Next.
Now you're
Okay,
projecting.
AI, back to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're acting like you're in control right here, dude.
All right.
You're just blurting the term
scientific
science at least
method.
50 times.
Well, hold on. I
in
want
the
to
past
say it.
5
I want
minutes.
to say it. I want to say it. So the scientific method, as outlined in the standard scientific method, is take a measurement, write it down. Take another 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 measurement, write it down. You see where I'm going with this, Twonger?
Sounds like astronomy.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good first step. So take all your measurements and then post them in the side chat. That's science.
FE core,
that's not what
baby.
science is.
FE core.
Yeah, dude, all my
FE core
measurements.
did science and proved the Earth is flat.
Hey, let's see if Twonger can get this. Twonger, all my measurements are 32 inches from the nose to the bottom hole. Now pay attention. You could think of this as a triple entendre if you want, but 32 inches from the nose to the bottom hole, multiple times on each instance. And I write it down, and every time my value is 32 inches from the nose to the bottom hole. Do you get what I'm talking about yet, bro?
Right. So
like
now when I take the measurement of 32 inches from the nose to the bottom hole, I will get 32 inches. Correct? That means it's true. That's science, buddy. Welcome to the club.
Dude, you can easily just read what the scientific method is. But what you decide to do is to snobbishly repeat the flagrantly wrong answer.
Somebody's got to clip this. Oh my god!
Hey, calm down. Listen, calm down. Listen. We can't have a humor fatality live on the air, okay?
You wish your jokes could be as funny as mine.
Like, dude, let's try again. Like, concentrate. You could easily read it verbatim. Like, you could easily do that to protect yourself from the embarrassment. But you're snobbishly asserting with such
Dude, if I
snobbish
have to hear you say
aggression
the word snobbish
that
one more time, I'm gonna mute you.
yeah, because we had to hear you say science at least 50 times in less than 3 minutes, dude. So you can
You're just
handle
like the
snob
peanut
or
gallery for
snobbish
AI, dude. Shut
5
up. I don't want
times
to talk to you.
within 1 minute, right? So you could have easily said the correct answer
I don't want to
verbatim.
talk to you,
Just
buddy.
read a
Just
website,
pipe
read an
down. I don't
actual
want to
source
talk
that
to
tells
you.
you what scientific method is. But you decided
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna
snobbishly
turn.
repeat
Yeah,
the wrong answer
there's
that isn't even
snobbish
remotely
again, dude. Your
close
brain
to
is
what
broken.
the
Just keep
cleric's
saying
actually
snobbish over and
saying.
over
And
again.
now you're
It
just
might make it
talking instead
true.
Twonger
of
said the word
reply,
Helmert
just
for the
making
first time in his
noise.
life about 5 minutes ago.
These ridiculous
Anyway, guys,
tests for
Helmert was
people.
doing science, and I just explained to AI what science was: 32 inches from nose to hole.
Really?
You
So
guys
what's
understand
Helmert
that?
most famously known for?
What? G-Odyssey.
Yeah, what does that mean? What did he do?
Dude, this is not quiz time with Echo.
Yeah,
Shut
so
your
what did
mouth.
Helmert do? What's his claim to fame?
Dude, I'm not playing
Specifically.
this little like gay game with you. Relax.
Oh, come on, dude. Like, you know all about Helmert. You're trying to
Nice
teach
dodge.
us about
This is
Helmert,
really
dude.
gay, and I'm not participating. Bye.
Nice dodge.
All right, bye,
Bye.
Twonger.
Snobbish pests.
Well, at least he's a man of principle.
He stuck to the 32 inches, man.
Yeah, he's like, listen, 32 inches to the bottom hole, and you're all talking over each other. I'm out of here.
That's gay, man. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, but if NASA publishes from the halls of PNAS journal that Uranus smells like farts, that's totally cool.
That's your Freudian interpretation of you just being gay.
But you said you left, dude, so now you lied.
Yeah, Twonger, I thought you were an honorable man. Now you're all beta it up in here,
Totally
bro.
fine with talking to you, bud. I just wasn't talking to the gay Echo or the peanut Gregory.
Oh, you think I'm gay now?
Yeah, you are. You're way too homosexual for me, buddy.
Really? I'm insulted.
Right. So if you were slightly less homosexual, he'd be into it.
If you
Totally.
put half the effort he does into contriving these stupid jabs at people's dignity, he'd actually know something.
Looks like nobody wants to engage with the peanut, Gregory. How sad.
Hilarious. So, are you going to keep running away from every reply being said to you that actually expose your ignorance and your faults and your deplorable character, or what?
Nah.
That requires integrity. Come on, y'all.
Oh, hey, Josh, my favorite satellite engineer.
Yeah, y'all are yikes. Someone needs to make sure that there's a wellness check sent over because that was rough.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean to Swanger's house?
Yeah, just make sure he's okay.
Oh yeah, Josh. You don't know the first thing about integrity.
You
Science
need
and
some
integrity.
need some aftercare, buddy.
Josh, you sound like you need some exercise. You sound fat as shit, buddy.
You know, after means butthole in German.
Oh my goodness, dude. This conversation is degenerating.
We're in the politics server.
You know,
I
it
think
takes
we're blending
integrity
in.
standing up for the globe in front of this mental ill peanut gallery of 24/7 cope.
Oh.
Anyway,
So
it's science.
let's
Helmer
try
did
again
science,
because
guys. I'll
I'm
say it
great.
one last time in case anybody didn't catch it. Helmer did
That's fine.
science, and
That's
that's how we
great.
know it's a gravitating curved Earth.
That's
Have a
fine.
good night.
Yeah, Helmert is science. He like exploded
He's
in a
gone.
ball of science.
Yeah.
Thank God he's gone.
She
So the
blinded me,
previous
son.
subject. So the previous subject was what? Just to summarize, just get some tie this up with a bow, right?
Oh, we were talking about
So
triangles.
there is no direct, like AI explained, no direct, just straightforward. Oh, we just directly measured the curvature. No, like he explained, like also sporadic, eloquently explained. It's a elaborate set of convoluted mathematical calculations and distortions, and like AI said, backward engineering that distorts the direct measurements that they got in the first place. And the funniest part about it is plumb lines are curved.
Yeah, it's even worse. They're curved and deflected. So even like after they curve, they're not pointing in the same direction. So they curve from like your feet all the way up to the star, but then they continue curving, and the curve might also be deflected, like north, south, or west or east. They got their bases covered, man. They're like, we're going to make this ball of shit so unfalsifiable, nobody can figure it out.
And of course, we already established that people the likes of Scott, with his double speech, regardless of it, we heard him, right? No matter how far away we see, no matter how far away we see any damn thing at any height, it will never falsify the glurf. It'll never falsify the equity.
You can test this. Find something for me, and I'll tell you what I think.
We already heard you. I'm going to say this last
Well,
thing.
we heard you say the same thing too. Come
No
on,
need
Gregory.
for you to talk to me right now.
No need for you to say the same thing
No
over
need for you to
either.
talk to me right
I
now.
know.
Stop talking.
I know.
Stop talking. Stop
I
talking.
choose not to. I'll choose not to.
Stop talking.
I've talked to satellite engineers who are not as convinced of the globe as Scott Mackey.
You're lying.
So we
No,
already heard
I think
AI.
Josh could probably vouch for me.
You're flat out lying,
No,
Sporadic.
hey Josh, why don't you vouch for me?
There is no
Yeah, I was gonna
satellite
say,
engineer who
I
doesn't
would.
know the Earth's the globe.
Oh, me.
No,
I
me.
profess to know that the Earth
Mhm.
is a globe. I do understand where a lot of the arguments come from here, where you have to, terrestrial point of view doesn't allow you to perceive it with your five senses.
Mm-hmm. I'll accept
So we
that.
already
Thank you,
heard AI
Josh.
pose the question to you, Scott. Ask, well, there's always the option, right? He said there's always the option, right, that you could just appeal to the notion that even with a 60 billion mile radius, am I right, AI?
Yeah,
That
60 billion
refraction
mile
can account for that
radius.
too,
Yeah.
right? And so
Which
you
would
just
be,
elapse to
which as
that, no
far
matter
as I
how far
know,
away.
would be that would be beyond the tolerance of known instrumentation to be able to measure the curvature. And so
Yep.
functionally it would be indistinguishable even using the 50 millionth of an inch water level standard. You wouldn't be able to tell.
Right.
But AI,
So
would
if
you
you had, I
agree?
think, go ahead.
Would you agree that the zenith angle to the North Star, to Polaris, is always equal to your latitude?
Well, that's how it's defined.
Is that what we measure, though?
What do you mean, dude? Wherever you are, if you get that angle, that's how it's defined.
Yeah,
But
what if
but
that is asymmetric distance?
but do you realize they're not asymmetric distances, right? We can
How
walk
do you
that
know
off.
that? How do you know
Well,
it's not asymmetric?
because we can paste that off on land.
Really? So if I'm at like
Yeah.
34 degrees north latitude and somebody else is at 34 degrees north latitude, except they're like on the opposite side, how do we know there's the same distance between the two of us to the ground position of Polaris?
Oh,
We
we could
don't.
easily. No,
We
we
don't
could easily.
know. That's a calculation based off of an assumed coordinate system.
No, but
The
we can
map
walk.
distance will be equal.
You really don't want answers to your questions, do you? You just want to orate
I'm done
or
talking. Now it's your
pontificate.
turn.
Okay. The way we would do it is we would go north or south, and we'd take a measurement from 34 degrees, 0, whatever minutes, whatever seconds, and then we'd pace off a certain distance, and we'd find our zenith angle there. And then we'd do it again, and we'd find our zenith angle there, and we'd find that zenith angle.
Yeah, well, when you
changes
pace
into.
off, I mean, you're going to have a margin of error that can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm totally serious.
Okay.
So, like somebody that is 180 degrees away from your position relative to the point of origin, which is the GP of Polaris, how do you know that they are the same distance from that GP of Polaris at the same latitude? The answer is you don't know.
No, but we can do it going north and south, right?
That's so. If I keep
Right?
going north,
Right.
is it the same distance as the other guy going north?
It doesn't matter because we're pacing off
It
just
does
one
matter
person at
because
the
if it's
moment.
not the same, it's asymmetric, Scott.
So how do you get that when you pace off certain distances, say you go distance north X, you will get a linear change in your zenith angle. How do you get that if it's not on a globe?
Well, I mean, as I go closer to an object
Yep.
that is above me, it elevates relative to my position.
Can you share the math on that? Because the only math that works is the globe.
Yeah, sure. So like when I'm looking at an object off in the distance, it's on the horizon. It's like straight on the vanishing line of my optic, which actually paints the image on the back of my eyeball near the fovea. And as I get closer to that object, it actually raises an elevation in my perspective.
Okay, but let's go back to measurement devices, right? So we have some kind of theodolite-like thing where we can take a very accurate zenith angle, right?
Okay.
And let's say we're at some point and we get the zenith angle.
Yeah. Good.
And then
Okay, so we get the zenith. How do you know?
Yeah.
How do you know what the zenith angle is? Because you have to have a distance calculated to the zenith.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do, because the zenith means it's straight above you. So the GP, the ground position of that object, is going to be somewhere way off in the distance relative to you. You don't know how far away that is.
That's not what a zenith angle is, man.
Yeah, no, you're talking about elevation angle. I think you got them confused.
No.
Yeah, so an elevation angle is not a zenith angle.
Nope. I know it's not.
Nope. Okay, so you're talking about an elevation angle?
No, I'm talking about a zenith angle. You know what
If
a
it's
zenith
at your
angle
zenith,
is?
it's at 90 degrees straight above you.
Yes, it is. Yes, but you can
Okay,
have
so you got
can
an
have a
object
vertical.
straight freaking above you.
No.
Otherwise,
Are you talking about the complementary angle to the elevation angle?
Yes,
like
it is.
the
maybe
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a good question,
there we
Josh.
go.
Oh no,
There we go.
let's give him the triangle test.
The zenith angle is the complementary angle of the elevation angle, right?
Yay, we figured it out. That was
All
like
right.
pulling teeth, Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
So how do you know what the elevation is?
We take the zenith angle.
You mean an elevation angle?
No. Why do you got to do this?
Come on, Scott. Be consistent.
I'm consistent. I take the zenith angle.
So for there to be a zenith angle, you have to know the position in 3 space, right? It has to be above a certain ground position at a certain set distance from you, which you haven't measured yet.
No, you just need a vertical.
We're back to that. We're back to the distance between you and the ground position of that object that's taken a zenith angle or a depression angle from its position to you.
No, it's just not
how it vertical relative to what?
To where you're standing. The vertical at the point you're standing.
Your zenith is going to be straight above you. Is that what you mean?
What are you standing on, Scott?
Yes, the zenith angle is straight above you, and there's an angle between straight above you and distance to the object you're pointing, or angle to the object you're pointing at. The Earth.
Okay, so guess what? That's also called a depression angle.
No, whatever.
Yeah, it is, because you depress it from 90-degree zenith.
It's a zenith angle.
Okay, continue.
So we take a zenith angle. We
90 degrees minus elevation
that.
Angle for those listening.
Okay, fine. But we can get that, right? That's not a problem.
Well, I kind of, it depends. I mean, are you measuring from the zenith or from the horizontal?
Zenith.
Okay, so you've got a perfect plumb line that's curved on your globe, Scott, and deflected, Scott.
I don't care.
Well, I do, because your globe has a curving plumb line, and it's deflected.
What does that even mean, though?
It means, okay, so the way they determine that there's a curvature and a deflection is because they imagine the globe to be a certain way. So when they consult the nautical or astronomical almanac and see that a star should be at their zenith at this particular point in time, it's not, and it's over there. And they say, well, the reason why it's over there and it should be above my head right now is because gravity's warping the starlight, because Earth is a globe.
Let's try to bring this back down to a simple task.
No, listen, that's why it's in Helmert's book that we were talking about an hour ago.
Okay, so fine. Can someone set up a theodolite in this world? In the universe that you live in, can someone set up a theodolite?
Yes, on flat Earth. We can do that, and we can get precision. Which is actually, so I've got this great paper by the Naval Postgraduate School. It says that we're going to ditch spherical coordinate reference systems for Cartesian local tangent planes.
How about if we just try to find out
in order to improve the accuracy of our targeting for drone applications? Would you like to see that? Or are you going to be like, oh no, that's like flat Earth stuff and oogie.
Okay. Can in this universe, can people set up theodolites?
Yeah.
Okay, we agree. I agree we can set up a theodolite. We can level it and we can get a zenith angle. Correct?
That's because NASA says the universe is flat, Scott.
I know, I can get a zenith angle. The problem is, Scott, you don't know if you have a zenith angle because you don't know if gravity's warping the starlight to determine if your plumb line's straight or not.
Okay. Anyways, but so we can both set up a theodolite, right?
Yeah. You're going to require a Cartesian reference system and a flat Earth.
Whatever.
Be sure.
Whatever. So we can set up a theodolite and we can take a reading on it, right?
Bingo.
Okay. And we can, from that reading, we know our zenith angle to Polaris.
Bingo.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's say we're in a boat, like in the freaking
No. We're standing on land. We're standing on land.
Oh, so we got a zenith angle. That's right. We're not at the zenith. Gotcha. Okay. Zenith angle from Polaris. So elevation angle minus 90. Go.
Okay. And so we have a reading. That reading is X. Right?
Yeah.
We pick up our theodolite and we walk or drive Y distance north.
Yeah. How far do we go?
Y distance.
What, any distance, or does it specifically matter? Because this is where the globe comes in, or a flat Earth comes in.
Put any number you want in there. Give me a number.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if it's globe or flat right now, right?
It doesn't matter. We're just driving in the car. We're looking at the odometer.
Okay, we're just going. Okay. Yep. Cool, man.
Okay, we look at the odometer, and it measures. We went. How far you want to say?
What size?
Oh wait, so now it does matter.
No, you were the one. I said Y.
I said it doesn't matter. And you're like, no, it doesn't matter.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
You're like, no, it does matter because we have an odometer reading.
Okay, but that odometer reads Y.
Okay, to what degree of error? Like, what if the tires were over or underinflated?
Lots of degree of error on those.
Yeah.
What if I was going
lots
up
of degree of
inclines
error.
or down declines? You know what I mean?
Yeah, all these are problems we have to
Yeah,
deal
I mean,
with. Yeah.
odometers, like people lie about their odometers to insurance companies all the time to save on money.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they
You
do.
know, it's like, what's an odometer, dude? Okay.
So
Listen, because if we're talking 69 degrees or 69 miles per 1 degree, you know, how accurate do we have to be to discern whether or not Earth is flat or a globe?
Okay, that's a reasonable question, but
That's a question, right?
But if every 69 miles we drove north, we lost
well, Scott, I would contend we have a better way to discern accuracy with angles than we do with
why don't you
degree
want to
or
walk
with
through this
miles
with me?
traveled per
What are you
degree
afraid
on the
of?
ground.
What are you afraid of?
No. So look, I'm not contending
You do
that
the
we
same
have a
thing to him all
problem
the
with
time.
measuring angles with a theodolite.
Okay, then good.
What I am going to contend is our ability to render accurate distances on the ground, absent of those angles, absent of GPS, in order to provide a precision measurement of linear distance. And I'm going to contend too that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I know, and you're going to make sure you don't let me
Okay.
finish because you know where it's going to go.
Yeah, the embarrassment of you.
Okay, so we drive 69 miles north, and we pretend that our odometer is accurate enough to give us and that zenith angle changes by 1 degree.
We could pretend a globe too.
Yeah, and
So
then
what
we
if it
drive
doesn't
another.
change? What if it doesn't change by 1 degree?
Then we have to rethink how we're doing it.
And
Or is
what if our linear distances?
Is the odometer right or wrong?
Exactly. So, Radwin, how do we know that? What if our odometer is more precise than our angle measurements? Because we don't know where the star is. Because the star could be existing in a medium. The star could be existing in a medium whose light is asymmetric and produces curving freaking plumb lines, Scott, and deflecting verticals, Scott, because the medium that the starlight observed through has gravitational warpage, Scott, because you believe in relativity and fucking Einstein, Scott.
You don't need to be this afraid, man. It's not going to hurt too badly.
I'm having fun.
I'm
cooking some chili right now, dude.
I know.
But
But you're afraid to let
Hold
this
on,
go.
brother.
You
Hold
keep
on.
talking to him at every point, at every second.
Hold on, brother. I want to answer the question. He said, well, what do you do if it doesn't match? Well, in the globe model, what you do is you either claim refraction or you claim the curved plumb line. That's what you do.
That's what Helmer did. You're a genius.
But the beauty of it is it always does match, and we don't got to claim anything. And if you guys would go do this too, you'd find it also matches what we're saying, and it doesn't match what you're saying. All you got to do is do it.
Scott, you've never done anything, so stop. Stop telling us to go do things that you do, because you've never done one thing in your life.
I agree. This goes back to me trusting other people who have done it, and they have.
It actually does.
Let's rewind. Let's rewind
That's
like 30
exactly
seconds
right,
back
Scott.
to the last thing. Right. So you just said the crux of the issue, right? Which is basically the hammer that slams down your worldview, right? And then you just talk past it. So try again. Engage the last thing he just said.
What was the last thing he just said?
Exactly.
Damn. Exactly. Yeah, you got fucked.
Exactly.
He said I never did anything, right?
Wrong. The last thing Sporadic said to you. You got it wrong. You're not paying attention. Prove my point again.
What did the last thing Sporadic? Well, someone else was screaming over him, so I might not have heard him.
I was screaming, "Come on, Scott!
No.
Say my name."
What did you say, Sporadic? The last thing that I didn't address.
The last thing you didn't address was the fact that you have curving plumb lines, which you require in order for you to submit that there's 69 miles per degree of elevation change for a celestial object.
But we already agreed we can set up a satellite, right? And level it.
Oh shit! Back to like 20 minutes ago.
Well, but that's all we need, right?
No, Scott. Scott, hang on.
Why not?
Pause a moment. Right? Hey, Scott, pause a moment. All right. Because the reason I did that is to actually get coherency back to the conversation. So again, Sporadic just told you just swung the hammer that blasts your whole position. And then what you do is you just delete that fact, that experience from your mind, and then choose some other random point to then digress to ignore the refutation he just said to you. That's what just happened. So try again.
I think you know. You got it completely backwards. He's the one who ignored the reputation. The reputation is that every 16 miles we go north, we change 1 degree of elevation. That's just a fact.
Prove it.
That's
No, my
just a
contention
fact.
is you haven't proven that shit.
I
Because
know,
you got
I know.
curving plumb lines and you've got elevation change.
And yet
Right?
somehow it always measures 1 degree of elevation for every 69 miles north or
Always. No,
south.
it doesn't. Like, that's
It
what the
does.
map distance
Always.
shows. The map is not reality, Scott. This is the major problem for the ages. As a psychologist, maybe somebody that studied like semiotics or some shit at a higher level, you know that the map is not the territory. The signifiers are not the signifence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, boom. Okay.
Yeah.
You ever read Charles
Nowhere,
Peirce or any of those
no,
semioticians in the
Yeah,
past?
he's not
Jean
wrong.
Baudrillard,
nowhere near as boom as you
simulacrum and
think it is.
simulation.
Nowhere near as boom as you think it is, because
Mm.
there's been people who've taken
God, I
these
know it hurts
measurements.
to stop talking to people. Right? You're an adult. You should know better.
Oh, Gregory, you're so sad. So sad.
Wait, wait, in this conversation, who's the flat earther?
The ones that make sense.
The
I've been trying to figure out, like, wait, who's the
saying
flat
that we don't
earther
have a
here?
degree of
Like,
change per
is it
69 mile
Scott?
north or south.
No, we
Or is
do
it-
have a degree of change, not a
or is it
consistent
sporadic?
one, Scott.
No, we do. It's very consistent.
We don't have a consistent one. We
It's
don't have
very
a consistent degree of change per lateral distance traveled and vice versa. We don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't. If you
How do
can
you know?
prove it, please do, because I would love to see that that's
No,
true.
no, you wouldn't.
Because you
No,
have
you
the
wouldn't.
burden of proof, Scott.
I don't think you guys are making a claim the Earth is flat. So you have a burden of proof too.
No,
so.
I'm saying it's.
Hold on,
I'm saying it's not a globe,
Hold
Scott.
on, brother. Hold
I know.
on. Listen, he made a claim. Sporadic. If you want to hold him to that claim, to back it up with data, rather than just say I trust other people did it, now's your chance.
Boom. Yeah.
No, I already said that. I trust other people who did it because I've never done it.
Okay.
And I never will.
You don't
Wonderful.
have to have an argument. If you have evidence, you don't have information, you don't have insight, you don't have knowledge, you don't know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Boom.
Well,
Yep.
but you know, we have to live in a very complex world. We have to trust other people.
Yeah, so
It's just
you, Scott, but you don't know, don't have insight, don't have information, don't have knowledge. You don't know.
I trust other people.
You
Yeah,
do.
you don't know. You don't know.
You trust.
No, I do know.
You trust the government,
No,
man.
you don't.
No, I have good reason to believe it's
admit you
true, and so I believe it. So I know it.
You
Oh,
just
listen, I have
Clinton,
good reason to
Donald
believe
Trump?
that I believe it's true, therefore I know it. Holy crap.
No, that's not how it works. It happens to be also true. The true part's important.
There's an elephant.
The knowledge
in the
part is
living room
important
here.
too.
Yeah, there's a pink elephant in the living room here. Okay, Scott hasn't even cited anything which he's saying he trusts. Could you at least do that? Something that these people produce? It doesn't look
Right,
like
you don't
it.
have that, Scott, right? Admit it. You don't have that. You don't have that. You don't have what he's asking for. Admit it.
Okay, I admit it. Feel better
Thank
now,
you very
Gregory?
much.
Moving on.
Feel better? All right, good.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's
But,
right.
I've been talking to you guys for like 3 years now, and you guys been doing this for 11 years now, and it comes down to
Hey
this
guys,
one
question.
simple
I got
fact.
an earbud
Some
in,
of us-
and I'm
some of
eating
us
potato
trust.
chips. Can you hear me crunching?
No, those
No,
are
you're
really
good,
good.
homie.
All right, good.
No,
Thanks.
you good.
For real? Are you crunching?
Noise suppression works.
Yeah, I'm eating some freaking Pringles right now.
Don't
I
hear
can hear
it.
it now.
Positive
Miles,
and
close.
negative curvature.
flavor?
Absolutely
I can
nothing.
barely hear it.
Barbecue,
No, you good,
man. Barbecue
Bro,
Pringles.
it's a saddle point
Positive
in
and
three
negative
dimensional space,
curvature.
bro.
Like it's got everything. It's all inclusive. Doesn't care what gender you are. All right.
Can y'all hear my cereal? Can y'all hear my cereal? Can y'all hear my cereal?
Can you
No.
guys hear my cow mooing? I'm just about to bite into it.
Hell
I
yeah,
can't
that
hear
cow's
the
done
cow.
for.
I can hear
You
the
a
moon
werewolf?
crickets though.
Eating live cows.
Well, listen, it's cheaper to just take chunks of the live cow and let it grow back, and heal itself, and then go take another bite later than to keep buying new cows.
Yeah,
All right, where are these fucking Globers at tonight?
It's the cow of
I'm right here.
feces.
But anyways,
You
getting
think
back
the
to
Earth is a globe?
No, I know it's a globe, but
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
okay.
Scott's studying people that have like 2 or 3 standard deviations of the mean of IQ higher than him because he's interested in doing a paper.
Guys, can I show a picture in chat just to summarize what's been going on for the people that don't know what's going on? It's in the chat.
Yeah,
now.
is it a picture of a finger going into an asshole sign?
No, I put it in the side chat.
If the Earth's a globe, why does it flat when I fucking walk on it?
Because you're drunk.
What?
Because you're drunk.
Yeah, what he said.
But would you guys not agree it comes down to you guys not trusting anybody and I trust
I'm totally
people?
sober.
Scott, I definitely
No,
don't.
it comes
trust
down to
you.
me trusting my senses, Scott, and you don't trust yours. You have to
No,
pretend that
I
people.
do trust mine.
No, you don't. Because if
I
you
do.
trusted your senses, you take in the flat and stationary world that is taken in by your senses. You
Well, what do you
trust
guys do?
other people to tell you that that's not true.
What do you do with
Right?
sunsets?
I mean,
'Cause
that's a bit
watch
kind of fucked up.
sunsets.
Aren't you
but
going to
what do you do?
agree?
No, that's not what I do though.
Mm.
So if it were true, I would, I'd say that's fucked up. But that's not what I do.
Yeah.
I
So,
watch
like,
the
have you
sunset.
ever experienced the globe? Like, you
Okay.
ever walk
What-
over the
what about-
curvature
what
of the
about the
Earth and like
sunset?
feel it moving at night? Because if
No,
you believe
I
in the
wouldn't
globe,
expect to.
you're going to think that the Earth is spinning into the direction of orbit every
Yes.
night and away from the
Yes.
direction of orbit every night. That's like a 2,000 mile per hour differential
Yep. And I wouldn't expect to feel any of that.
over 24 hours.
Would not
1,000
expect to
plus,
feel that at
1,000
all.
minus.
Nope. Wouldn't expect to feel it.
Yeah, we understand. You don't actually know how to acknowledge the entailments of your belief. Yeah, we know.
No. Just understand how
You
acceleration
don't want to
works.
acknowledge the entailments of your belief. You don't want to do that.
Nope. We simply can't feel lack
Explain
of
to me
changes
how
in
acceleration
acceleration.
works. If I get in a hot air balloon, why is the Earth not spinning underneath me, bro?
Hey,
Simply don't want to acknowledge the
Scott,
entailments of
are
your
you going to tell
propositions.
Scott? Are you going to tell us boats go over the horizon next?
Yes, I would tell you that next because I'm trusting my senses. My senses tell me those boats are going behind something.
You trust your sensibilities, not your senses.
You know, I was in the Navy for 20 years, and
You
I've
trust your
never seen a
sensibilities,
boat
not your
fucking
senses.
go over the horizon. Not
Oh,
one
you
time.
lie like a rug.
Wow.
You watch the cities disappear that you left from.
They just get
No.
smaller, Scott. They just get
Oh,
smaller.
you have to, please.
They just get smaller, Scott.
No. They go. Oh, you
They
guys
don't
are just
disappear.
lying
They're
now.
obviously still there because you go back to them. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, I know, but you
This guy's
can't see them
insane.
anymore. But they go behind the water, don't they?
You've been getting wrecked on
Behind the
every
water?
single
Go
talking point for like
behind
the
the
last.
water?
Scott.
What are
You know
you
that?
talking about, dude?
Why are you
Are
still
you telling me that
going
there's like
on
an
these
ocean
tangents?
mountain?
Above the surface? God, you know that,
Bro.
right? Like all the celestial bodies are above the surface, right? You understand that?
We're not talking about celestial bodies right now. We moved on, Gregory.
You understand that,
No,
right? You understand that?
Sprodic was talking about trusting our senses, and I'm saying that's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Yeah. Do you have a dominatrix girlfriend, Scott?
It's interesting how you won't deal with any of the senses that I trust. What do you see when you see the sunset?
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
No, my wife is old like me, and we've been together for 36 years now, and she's not a dominatrix. Any
Still a
other questions you
non-answer.
have?
I asked about a girlfriend, not your wife.
No, I do not have any girlfriends.
Oh.
I've never. No.
Oh,
I don't have a
fuck.
girlfriend.
Okay, what about her boyfriend?
Scott, busted, Scott.
Okay, but anyways, so what do you see? What do you see when if you trusted your senses? What would you say about the sunset? If you trusted your senses?
What do you mean if we trusted our senses?
Yeah, I trust my
What do you mean
senses.
if?
I see the sun going
godless
down.
evolutionary world that you believe in has allowed me to survive and all my ancestors based off
The
of the
sun is-
trust of my senses
Yeah.
that the earth is flat and stationary and doesn't move. And so it's great. It's wonderful.
But
I
the
love
sun is
evolution, Scott, don't you?
But the sun is going down, right?
Yeah, so why are you asking
No,
a
the
question
sun
that's
doesn't
loaded
go
with
down. What are you
assumptions that you
talking
don't
about,
trust?
dude?
Your senses don't tell you the sun is going down.
Why are you
No.
asking the question as though we
Really?
don't?
What
Why
is
is it
you? What
called
is
a
you?
sunset?
What is your
A
sense?
sunrise.
What do your senses tell you the sun is doing? If you looked
Scott,
at it,
why
what
are
would
you
How would
asking
you
the
describe
question as
that?
though we don't trust our senses?
Our senses say the sun moves across the sky, you dumb asshole.
Okay, so when you're watching it, what are your senses telling you at a sunset? What are you seeing? I see the
It's
sun
moving
go
away
down.
from the surface of the earth, Scott.
What? So the sun looks like it's moving away to you.
Yes.
Really? Wow.
Really?
Yo, how can the Earth be flat if my balls are round?
That's a good ass
Dude.
question.
But Spark, I noticed you disappeared
hillbilly.
from this
Great loud
conversation, man. You're the one
So
who
what
started
I
it.
see,
What does the sun look like
the
it's doing
question
to
was
you?
asked. What I see when there's a sunset is the sun traveling down across a flat Earth.
Down. That's the
In your
important word,
field of
down,
view.
right? It's
Yeah,
going
towards the
down.
vanishing line in your field of view due to perspective.
Okay, I trust it's going down too. That's what it looks like to me. It's going down.
You don't think a
perspective is?
sunset shows
Beautiful.
very clearly that we're on the flat Earth? Are you
Well,
crazy?
no, I think it shows clearly that it's around Earth.
Why doesn't it curve over the horizon?
What do you mean?
Why does it sink flatly?
That's
I don't know.
true.
Maybe Scott hasn't seen my derivation of Earth's radius
Wait,
from
why
the
do
eyeball.
see?
Yeah,
but
you have
you
the
have
eyeball
an
and vision
image of a
structure. I
quote-unquote
derived
sunset.
Earth's radius from
Why does it just
perspective and
vanish?
vision.
Wait, if the sun just goes in a
you
straight
guys got to
line,
share.
where does the sun go to then? If it goes in a straight line,
It's
if
in
it
a
goes in a
side shot.
yeah, it
look
goes
at
in a
what
straight.
Fat Lloyd
It goes in a
posted.
straight line to infinity
The
and
sun
beyond, and never comes
moving
back.
away.
Like what?
Did he say it goes in a straight line?
What
Did he say that?
What direction could it be
These
traveling?
fucking globers. Oh my god.
Bro, you said look at the side shot. What I see in the side shot is like a little ball going away in a straight line, going to infinity
Okay,
and
did he say
beyond.
that traversing in a
By
straight
straight,
line?
you mean not straight.
No, it's like straight line, like going to infinity. Like how is he gonna come back?
Did he
Like
say that?
if
Did
it's a
he
flat
say that?
Earth.
What are you
Did
talking
he
about,
say
dude?
that? No, I'm trying to have a conversation with you. You're just like ignoring my replies. Did he say that?
Did he said what?
These people have amnesia. So tired of this shit.
What? You said did he say that?
These fucking globers have never had one single day of critical thought in their
What
lives.
the fuck?
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
Like
hold on a second, guys. I
they
just want
say
to show
shit
Scott
and then you
something.
reply to what they
One
say and then
second.
they forget exactly what they just fucking said.
No, but who are you talking? You said
Just a
did he
second.
say that?
Just a
Who is
second.
he?
I want to talk to Scott for a second. Hold on. Right, Scott, have a look at this in the side chat. This is it's like a horizontal line, right? It's above a kitchen bench, and in this demonstration, he's just moving this little light across the line, across the bench. Okay, and the camera is at the height of the line.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he does for the next picture is he puts the camera down on the bench, and then does the same thing. He moves the light across the line. Now, what you'll notice is all of a sudden, have a look at the next picture. Now it looks like the sun is going down. It looks like the line is going downward, right? That's not because it's actually going down. That's because of perspective. Now we have a terrestrial view of the sun or whatever this little light is going across the horizontal line, and it looks completely different to when you're up in like a celestial view versus a terrestrial view, right? Because of perspective.
And so what you're trying to tell me is what I see I shouldn't trust.
Well, you were talking
it's an
about
illusion.
No. Trust that you have perspective, right? That when you look into the distance, perspective is going to be at play, and things are going to appear to converge with the horizon due to perspective.
Okay, but Sporadic told me to trust my senses, right?
This is part of your senses, dude, right?
Well,
Like
you're trying. I know, but you're trying to tell me that I shouldn't trust my senses. That
No,
I'm
you
not seeing
were
what I
saying
think
you
I'm
see it
seeing.
going down, right?
Yeah.
And I'm showing you an example of a sun that appears to be going down, even though it's just going across a horizontal line. It's not going down; it's just appearing to go down.
I know, but so you can show me something that if it were the case, it could be an illusion. So are you suggesting that what I'm actually seeing is an illusion? It's not actually going down?
It's just perspective. Do you think perspective is an illusion or just a byproduct of the way our eye works?
Well, my position is that it's not perspective.
Really? So why does it look like there's lines going down the screen and it looks like the sun's going down?
No, the thing you posted could be perspective. The thing I see every day when I watch the sunset is not perspective.
What about clouds? Would clouds converging with the horizon be perspective as well?
Depends. Those clouds could be going down. It could be curvature.
No.
It could be oil. Yes, it could be both.
You think it could be perspective? Because
Yes,
what happens is, like, if we're standing on a runway
What's that?
and we're looking at the clouds,
Why
and it
do
looks
we need
like
to change the clouds? Why can't we just stick with the sun for a second until we resolve this?
Well, because it's the
We
I'm giving you
always move
different
before we
examples.
resolve anything.
I showed you an example on a small scale.
I got you.
Okay, and you said it's perspective. Okay, so we've agreed on that. Now I'm just changing the scale up a bit bigger now.
Yes,
Right
I
now
know.
we're going to use clouds.
Yes, but should I? Do you think I can't tell whether something's going away versus going down? Do you think I am capable of doing that?
Yeah, but things that are going away from you appear to
It's a
go
simple
down due to
question.
perspective.
Show Scott that
Do,
rocket
do,
launch,
do, do you
DJ.
think you
Scott,
think I am
Scott, shut
incapable
up
of
for a
telling what's
second.
going down or going away?
Yes, shut up. So show him that rocket launch, DJ, you guys were talking about earlier, and ask him which direction it's going. And you know,
It was a plane. The
yeah,
Apocryphon one.
the not a rocket launch, yeah.
Oh,
Can
yeah,
you how
yeah.
you guys won't answer some simple
Bullet.
questions?
No,
I
I
bet I could
answered
ask
your
this question
question.
1,000
I
times.
answered your question.
Okay. Are you saying I am capable of telling whether something's going down or going away? So yes or no?
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Seems
At least that was an answer.
Yeah, so something that's going away,
Okay.
right? Like the sun in this little kitchen example that I showed you, it's going away and it looks like it's going down, both. Even though it's not actually going down, it looks like it's going down. Just like anything that moves
fine.
away from you,
Fine.
like a bird, like a plane, like the clouds, like the sun, like the stars, everything.
I'm quite aware that they're optical illusions.
It's not an illusion.
It
It's
is.
just perspective. No, it's not. Wouldn't be
Okay.
really classified as an
okay.
optical illusion.
Do you
Otherwise,
think-
everything that you see every day, everywhere, is just an optical illusion because perspective is always at play.
Okay. But do you think I am incapable of telling the difference between whether a bird is flying away from me versus whether it is landing?
No, that's
Okay. I'm capable of that, right?
yeah. Well, the difference is, as a bird flies away from you, right?
Let's
It's
just
going
stick
to
with the bird.
quickly get below 0.02 degrees. So you're not going to be able to have that perspective effect with the bird because it's too small. Okay, and if it's landing, obviously you can just watch it land on the ground. It's not the same thing. But if it was bigger and it was flying away, let's say it was instead of a bird, a plane, it's going to look like it's converging with the horizon, even though it's not actually changing altitude.
Well,
It's going to
interesting because
appear to be going down.
Yeah, plane doesn't change.
If you ever look at Adobe headquarters in San Jose, we are right underneath the flight path of the San Jose airport. So I literally watch planes go over my head every day. I watch them coming in for a landing. I can look out the window from my 10th floor, and I can watch these planes coming in. They do not come in from the horizon.
Well, that's sick as fuck, bro.
They do not come in from the horizon.
I watch planes, right? I go outside and I look at a plane and it looks like that line, like with the sun example in the kitchen that I gave you, it kind of looks like a rocket going up in the air. And then it'll take a big arc over the top of your head, and then you can turn around and watch it go away, and it'll do the same thing as it goes off in the other direction. There's no airports anywhere near here, right? It's just purely perspective based, and I can show you footage of it right now.
But it seems like you're really intent on convincing me that I should not trust my eyes.
No, I'm just teaching you like super basic things about perspective right now. It's
I know these things. I know these things.
Actually never looked in the sky before. Scott, you've never looked even in the sky.
I've seen objects go away from me, and I've seen objects go down, and I can tell the difference. The sun is going down. It's not perspective, because I can, and so can you.
DJ, would you agree that perspective can be a little like deceiving?
Because what we also,
yeah,
in what way?
In the way that when something's getting farther away, it looks like it's going down, so it might be like deceiving. You might think like, oh, it's going down, but in reality, it's not going down, right?
Yeah, that's my point.
But here's how we tell the difference.
It might be a little deceiving. And what Scott is trying to say, is that
one last thing.
You're trying to say that you should not believe your eyes, which is kind of true.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you should believe that perspective exists, right? And he's saying that he knows that the sun is going down, and it's not
how I know?
anything to do with perspective.
Because the sun is not getting smaller. That's how we know things are going away from us.
Really? So you're spinning away from the sun. You're getting further away from the sun on the globe model, right? You're spinning away from it.
Get smaller.
Well, you're spinning. Okay, so according to the globe model, right, the sun's not moving from your perspective. You're actually spinning really, really fast and really, really far away from the sun. Okay, and it doesn't reduce in angular size, does it? Even though you're moving away from it. Why is that? Because it's a really long way away, right?
Yes.
Okay, so are we saying that it's close, like a plane or a cloud or something like that would actually visibly reduce in angular size?
You tell me how far away you think it is.
I don't know how far away. I don't even know what it is. I don't know how the sky
Hmm.
works, right? I know how perspective
But
works. You don't seem to.
we agree that it does not get smaller, does it?
No.
And in
Well, it can
perspective,
appear to
it
get
would.
smaller sometimes. It can appear to, but no, it does. If you look at it through a solar filter, it might get a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
But I think that's probably a bad argument that some people make, because even with the solar filter, when the
Mhm.
sun gets down lower, right, it's you're looking through even more atmosphere, so it's probably just going to look a little bit smaller anyway.
Yep. But this is how I know it is not going
Like half a
away. It's
degree or
not getting
something, it gets
smaller.
smaller. Matthew Learn says it gets smaller by half a degree because you're moving
It
away
can't.
from it. That's what he said.
No,
He's a
it
math
can't,
professor.
because it's only a half a degree total.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, half a degree.
Yeah.
I agree with that, because it's already way outside of your perspective range, and it's a light, and you're looking at a light through a ton of atmosphere as well. Even the sun that you can see, right? You're not really seeing it in its true position, are you? Right? It's just an illusion, right? So when you see the sun at sunset on the globe model, they tell you it's set like 10 minutes earlier, and you're just looking at an optical. It's not really there. You're just looking at a fake sun.
But that's all irrelevant because it does not get smaller.
I didn't claim that. I didn't claim it gets smaller.
But if it were perspective, if we're moved away from us. But if it were perspective,
no, it wouldn't
because
have to,
that's what
because
happens with perspective.
No, because you have a perspective range. Okay.
No, you don't. That's something you just made up.
No, you have a perspective
Everything
range.
gets
That's
smaller.
What? No, not everything gets smaller.
Everything that moves away from you gets smaller.
Well, the sun doesn't.
It does.
Well, it does a little bit. It does a little bit.
Well,
Okay,
that's
so
why, because the sun's not what you think it is.
Because you're moving away from the sun.
Here's an example, DJ. Here's an example. Here's an example of what I said earlier. When it comes to flat Earth, everything has to behave idealistically according to the ideal linear artist perspective. So here's a solution. The reason why it doesn't appear to get smaller is wibbly wobbly light. There you go, Mackie. Your same excuse used back on you. Problem solved.
You guys don't see it get smaller either, but you guys just don't want to deal with that.
No, I agree that it doesn't really get much smaller. It gets a little bit smaller
I know.
sometimes.
And so you need to come up with
Sometimes it
some.
looks like it gets bigger.
Yeah,
but that's
and
it's just apparent.
And so you need to come up with some kind of. Yeah, and you need to come up with some kind of convoluted explanation for why it doesn't.
No, it's too far away. It's not going to get smaller.
That's a convoluted explanation.
No, it's one explanation, which is the same explanation that globers sprinkle on everything to save the globe. That's called optical effects.
Hello?
But we don't. You're just making that up too.
Really? So in the past conversation, when we talked about supersediary observations, your answer was the light must be redirected to reach the eye. So yes, you do appeal to optics. I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
You guys, well, I don't know how it works here. I just joined the server.
Okay, well,
that
you
works.
join
Talk.
channels, and in this one, you try to prove that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I need to prove that the Earth is flat, or what?
Well, that's easy. You might want to try to prove that it's a globe.
Okay.
We all experience the Earth as flat, right? But people tell you that you're wrong about that, and really that it's a globe, even though you experience it and can measure it as flat. That really it's a globe.
So, like, I think, when you, like, but when the Earth is flat, how many meters is it long? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, well, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth because flat, right? That word, it's not referring to a shape. Okay, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. When we're talking about flat, that would be talking about a surface that's not curving. So most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, and the surface of the water is not curving as it would if the Earth were a globe. Okay, it's flat, right? Obviously, there's waves and things like that, but over distance, it doesn't curve, and we can go and test that.
Yeah, but how do you say the thing when you drive out with a boat? Why you don't fall off? Is it because of the gravity, or you need
Why
to
would you fall off?
feel it when
Okay,
it's.
so let's say you go to a lake.
You're going.
You know what a
But
lake
you're
is?
going.
Hold on a second. You go to a lake, right? Think about a lake, and you have a boat. How come you don't fall off the lake with the boat? Why not?
Yeah,
Why are
because
you not going to fall off?
when
Because there's a
when the lake
shoreline, right? Yeah,
also it's pretty hard for me because I'm German. It's also pretty hard. I don't understand many things.
that's okay, man. Right. So if you go to a lake and you have a canoe or a boat, whatever,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
why don't you fall off the lake?
Yeah, because when I finish the lake, land is coming, and then I can walk on land. But
Yeah.
when it,
So
but anytime I need to fall off because it's not infinity long. You know what I mean?
but we're not okay. So this is what I was trying to tell you as well. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and don't try to make the globe flat in space and think that that's what we're claiming. We're not claiming a flat planet.
Okay.
Yeah, different system, different way of thinking about the place that we live. You could probably think of it more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we have most of the surface area is covered in water, which needs a container. To have a large body of water, you need to have a container. Okay, so the container would be the low spot in the ground where the water gathers, and then the surface doesn't curve. So it can't be a globe.
Uh,
Yeah,
and
makes sense.
so you think it's flat?
Yeah, we can go out and test
okay.
it. Yeah.
Okay, but why do so many people think that it's
Globe?
round, like a globe?
Well,
Yeah.
most people think it's a globe. Like, so why do you think it's a globe?
You know, for example,
Really?
Can I jump in? In
Yeah.
Germany, we think it's a ball.
Ah, du bist auch Deutsch? Okay. Okay.
That's what we
Yeah,
learned
like
in
it's
school.
just a
Most
ball,
people,
like a
right, I'll
football.
answer your question really quickly. Okay, most people believe that it's a globe because that's what they were taught from a young age, and most
Yeah.
people have never questioned it, and that's what
Yeah,
it gets reinforced throughout your life, and most people have never heard like an alternative option to that.
Look, I always say
Yeah.
when I experience, I'm also no Christ. I don't believe in God. I only believe in things I experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
we're not
when
talking about religion in here either.
I didn't experience that the Earth is a globe or flat. Not only my mom, the globe you can buy in the internet, everything is round. I never saw a globe which is flat. You know what I mean?
I know. You only experience of a globe is looking at it
Yeah.
like a little desktop globe. But
Yeah.
when you go out to a large body of water, you see flat water. Okay, you don't see any
Yeah, I
curved
know
water,
what you
and
mean.
you'll see a flat
I
horizon
know.
as well.
I know what
So
you mean.
Yeah, so you experience the Earth as flat and stationary from your own perspective.
Yeah.
And that's not proof that it's not a globe, but that's what we
But
experience.
the Earth is so big, it's not just like a circle. When
Yeah,
you
that's
see a
what they
circle,
teach us.
you see the curve. It's so big that the curve is so minimal, you know?
That's what we get told. So we can go and test that. Okay, so they tell us the exact size of the Earth, and they tell us that the radius value is 3,671 kilometers. So we can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. And then we can go and test for the byproducts of that curvature, like the horizon being at a certain distance, and then things that are beyond the horizon being hidden behind the horizon by a certain amount. So we can go and test that. Let's say we go and find a 20-mile body of water. Okay, we can do some calculations and work out there should be about 100 meters of curvature over that distance, maybe a little bit less, about 80 meters. Okay, that's
You're
quite a
right, yeah.
lot. So we could go and set up some equipment, right? Maybe a super zoom camera, a telescope, something like that, or a laser beam.
And sometimes it needs to go down. Yeah.
So basically, let's say we have a 20-mile lake, and we want to set up the camera at 1 meter height on a tripod, and then we're going to zoom in across the lake and see if we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. If the Earth's a globe, you shouldn't be able to see the shoreline. It should be hidden by about 70 meters of curvature.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the horizon should be at about 2.5 miles.
Yeah, it's I.
Sorry,
It's
I'm
what you're
switching between metric system and miles and feet.
what you're saying. I understand it, and I also now I think it's true. It needs to be like that, and why? But then, do you saw that someone said he gives like a billion of money to someone who can prove that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I saw that. That's kind of like a
Yeah,
troll. That's like a
yeah.
troll because
But
they're saying
why do
that they if they can give all this money to someone who can get a picture of the edge of the Earth, right? But we're not claiming that the Earth is a disk, right? We're not claiming a flat disk planet. So that's just a straw man argument. That's just someone trying to mock us and troll us and straw man us with a bad argument that
But
we don't claim.
why don't the people who are thinking that the Earth is flat, who also have much money, prove it?
Yeah, we have proven it.
Like a
It's been proven.
like 100% proof.
Yeah, well, there's no evidence of anything otherwise. Okay, so we validated over and over again that there is no curvature over large distances. And there's no
Yeah,
proof that
then
there is any curvature over large distances.
okay. Then
So
then
it's the
do you
default
think that
position.
then do you think also that the astronauts who were in the universe, what did they saw? Did they saw anything? Do they were in the universe? What do you
Yeah,
think
no,
about
I
that?
think that America's the only country, right, that sent people above low Earth orbit, which was the
Mhm.
Apollo astronauts. And I
They
think that
were
they
told.
faked. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah, I know what you mean.
they faked the moon landings for whatever reason. I can't prove the exact reason, but maybe just to try to beat Russia in the so-called
I
space
know.
race.
I know what you mean. That's also,
Yeah.
it's like in the world there's so many things you can discuss about, and no one can give like a completely 100% answer. Sometimes, yeah. Like you're saying, we have a 100% answer that the Earth is flat. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is, we can go and test it over and over again. You know, we can go to these large distances over the surface of the water, and we can use all sorts of different methods to try to find that curvature. And nobody's been able to find that curvature. So
Yeah,
until someone can actually empirically validate it, right, we're stuck with blind faith, right? Believing NASA or
yeah.
something like that.
Believing, yeah.
Believing, yeah.
And what are the people? What is the proof from the people who are saying that the Earth is 100% flat, which are so many people?
They're saying that it's not flat or saying that it is flat.
The people who are saying the Earth is a globe, sorry, that the Earth
Oh,
is a
yeah.
globe. What proof do they have? Because so many people are saying it, and most of them are
Mhm.
like from their parents. They were told about it, but
Yeah, it's
you
most
know,
people just repeat what they were taught about it, right? No one's really showing any proof. Most people don't really know the history of how the Earth was, first proposed to be a globe. It's not like someone went out one day and started measuring, and said, "Oh, guys, I've been able to measure that the Earth's a globe. Here's my experiment. Here's my test. You can go and do it for yourself." That's not what happened. It was theorized. It was through philosophical grounds that at first became something that was suggested, not because of empirical measurements or anything like that. So most
okay,
people's
then
proof that the Earth's a globe is usually calculations based off assumptions, right? There's going to be, or just faith, right? Like, what about NASA? What about SpaceX? That's
Hey,
that kind of thing.
DJ, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
It's regarding, you guys are probably gonna be like, oh, everybody always asks this, but I've never known about this from you guys' point of view. The video regarding the Antarctica thing, that some guy took some flat earthers to Antarctica, like, what is that all about? Like, didn't
Yeah,
that
there
like
was
prove the Earth was not flat?
no. Well, look, there was a bunch of videos that sh- that showed the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and they were proven to be fakes. Okay, that was interesting. Okay, some flat earthers said, "Why are they faking these videos?" And some flat earthers also had a particular model, an idea of flat Earth in their head, right? Where they had this particular map and a model, and they would say that, "Oh, you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica because of this model that we're saying is the flat Earth." And those people, one guy named Jaren, another guy named Austin Whitsitt, and then there was a girl. some random girl. Anyway, they went to Antarctica to see if there was a 24-hour sun, and apparently they saw a 24-hour sun, and one of them left flat Earth because he was claiming that that can't work on his flat Earth model, which was actually a globe map, right? He was saying this globe map, which is called an AE projection map, is the map of the flat Earth, and he was saying, you've got like this little sun and a moon that go around in a particular path over the surface of the flat Earth, and with that model, you wouldn't be able to have a 24-hour sun in the south. Okay, so it kind of debunked a bad argument that certain flat earthers were making.
Oh,
in a
okay.
sense.
So it debunked like one, like some flat earthers' worldview of.
Yeah, it debunked a bad flat Earth argument that we weren't able to stop people making.
Yeah,
So it
yeah.
was
It's like
kind of good.
there's a bunch of theories on flat Earth, right? So it's like it like discarded one of them, I guess.
Yeah, it discarded a particular type of model that they shouldn't have been using that to begin with, right? Trying to claim a shape and a model and trying to claim they know how the sky works. We're kind of more about empiricism here, right? Things that we can actually test. Now, would it be logical to say that if we can measure the surface of the Earth over and over again and not find any curvature, right? We can basically show that it's not a globe, right? Because if it was a globe, it would have to be curving at a certain rate. So we're testing it in Australia, in Canada, in America, in all these different places, using all sorts of high-end equipment, and we can't find any curvature. So whatever's happening above in the sky, which we can't confirm how the sky works, right? Whatever's happening above the surface that's measured flat is happening above a surface that's flat.
Hey man, you know, tell me, bro. I'm walking outside and the concrete's pretty flat.
That's probably pretty flat. But yeah, look, most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, right? The known surface area is like 70-something%
water is flat.
water. Yeah, water needs a container, and water is flat.
Yeah, and the container is Earth.
Well, the container is the low spot in the ground. Yeah, like if you have a bucket of water, and then just say you're able to make the bucket disappear, the water's going to go down on the ground, and it's going to find the low spot in the ground. It's going to make a puddle. Yeah, and then a bigger puddle is a pond. Then you have a pond, then you have a lake, then you have a sea, then you have an ocean, and it requires a container. And then the surface is not curving.
But if it requires you're saying like it requires a container, but then you're saying it is a container. So I'm confused now.
Yeah, no, like just say you've got like a flat. Okay, let's say you've got a football field. Okay, and then you dig a hole in the ground, and then it rains. Okay, the water's just going to fill up in the hole, and it's going to make a puddle. If you dig a really big hole, it's going to make a pond. If you make it even bigger, it's going to be called a lake. Okay, and you can keep scaling it up.
The Earth can be the container of the water, bro.
Exactly. The Earth is containing the water, but you can't have that on a globe.
But the globe theory, the container is Earth too.
Well, no, because it's sticking to the outside of the globe Earth. Okay, to have.
Oh, because you're saying since it's globe, it's gonna fall down. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like if you have a bucket, the water goes on the inside of the bucket. You know, try putting the water on the outside of the bucket and see how that works out.
But
right,
I mean,
they'll tell you that.
Have to do with
they'll tell you that because the Earth's so big, we have gravity, and that it's Just quickly, last thing. Okay, they'll tell us that because the Earth's so big, we have gravity, and gravity is holding all of the oceans to the outside of the Earth. That's the story.
I can ask something?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it doesn't fall down because there's like gravity and atmosphere and like everything's pulling towards the middle, you know? That's why it's not falling down.
No.
Hey, I might call you guys because I'm gonna go outside my apartment and there's like no signal in the hallway. So
DJ, can I ask you something?
It is funny how sometimes the globe Earth guys they think that like the beach or the shoreline the lateral containment that holds in the water is like just a coincidence or something. It's kind of strange.
So DJ, so you're saying the Earth is a circle, flat circle?
No. I'm saying that I don't know the shape or the size.
Okay,
but
you don't
the
know the
surface
shape.
measures
It also can be like a 6. It also can be a like a. I'm done. Wait. It could be a circle flat. It could be with It could be
No,
anything
it
flat.
could be any shape. Yeah, like think about this. What shape is a lake? You know, it could be any shape, right? It's like a
could also
lake
be
shaped.
you say the Earth could be a star-shaped flat.
No. It's a flat surface, right? So you could think about lakes. You have lakes all over the world, and every single lake is a different shape.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah, it
then
doesn't have to be a star, or it doesn't have to be a particular type
it
of
could be
node shape.
anything,
It could be
but
any
it's flat.
like trees. Trees are tree shaped. They're all different. It's just a
Okay, good. And
random
then
mob.
so and why and then some then it's need to go down. So you're with your hand. You place your hand on your desk. Your desk your desk is ending, right? Your desk is ending. Your desk is
Yes,
ending. Then the
that's
desk
correct.
goes down, and from the bottom it's going again to the right.
Yeah.
So that also needs to be the Earth. The desk could be the Earth, like this shape. Then why, when you fly with a plane, when you fly out and look at it, why don't you see that it's going straight, down, and not right again?
No, because we can only get so high, right? So when you go up in a plane, you're going to 30 or 40,000 feet up in the air,
No,
and
look.
you can hold on. When you go up in a plane, you can't see much of the surface of the Earth. Okay, so when you go up in a plane, even if the Earth were a globe, you can only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth. Okay, so you could draw, like, you can see the same distance in all directions, and that makes a circle, a flat horizon that you're going to see, which is circular. And you can calculate the distance to how far away that you can see from that height, even if the Earth were a globe. And that's not high enough to see any curvature or detect what shape the entirety of the Earth was if it were flat. You have a
When you're
limited field of view.
yeah, okay. But when you're flying, when the Earth is flat and your desk, you're living on top of your desk, and your friend is living on the bottom of your desk, right
No.
under your hand. You know?
No, buddy.
Bro, can I please
No.
say something?
No, we already know what you're going to say, and that's not how it works. You don't fly
But
and then
what? No.
fall off
But
the edge.
but
There's
how
no
does it?
edge to fall
No,
off of.
no, it's not
There's
fall
no
off,
edge
bro.
to fall off of
I
or
don't
to
want
go
to say
underneath
something.
to.
I'm not falling, bro. Please.
Yeah, everything happens on top of the surface, right?
Okay,
We're
on
not
top.
claiming that there's people under
So
the Earth. We're not claiming a flat biscuit. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know that. Sorry. Okay, then.
Yeah.
But why? Okay, then I need to say it. Why don't we follow? Why when America is right on the left of your
Told
desk,
ya.
and
You're way off.
Austria is right on your desk. The ending of your desk is Austria,
No,
and left the ending
that's
is
not
America.
okay. That's a
And
globe
why
projection.
when
Hold
you're
on, let
in
me answer your
America?
question. Don't jump to the next question. Let me answer that one. The map that you're thinking about is called the Mercator projection. That's not a flat Earth map. We don't think that that's the Earth. That's a spherical coordinate system turned into a cylinder and then flattened out. And it's called the Mercator projection. We're not claiming that the Earth is mapped out like that. In fact, that map is completely wrong, and all of the continents are all warped and stretched, right? It shows Russia as this big giant country, right? It's not that big. It shows Greenland as this big giant country. So yeah, all of the maps that you're talking about are wrong. All maps are wrong.
But when the Earth is flat, the Earth needs to end some. You need to when you're flying, or when you're
Told ya.
flying, you're flying, and sometimes the Earth needs to end when it's flat. It needs to
No.
end, or
Hey, listen, dude. I'm gonna break it to you. Space is fake, so you're not gonna fly off of anything.
but what is ending? What is the ending? Does it
It
have
doesn't
an
matter.
ending?
It doesn't matter anymore.
Is it infinity or?
No, it's not
Nobody
infinity.
knows.
It's
Asking.
not
I'm new, bro.
infinity.
I'm new to it. Can you just don't
Yeah, I'll give you a
flame me
simple
and just
answer.
answer the
Okay,
question?
so you would have to keep flying south to know that. Okay, and nobody has ever just kept flying south. If you kept flying south and you were on a globe, you would eventually go all the way around the globe and you would come back to where you started. But nobody has ever just kept going south on a boat or on a plane to find out what happens if you keep going south. It hasn't been done. right?
why?
And there's well, firstly because the Earth's not a globe. Okay. Secondly,
Yeah,
because
but
we have something called the Antarctic Treaty, which prevents free exploration beyond 60 degrees south. So you need a very strict permit, which has a lot of crazy rules that go along with the permit to even be able to go past 60 degrees south latitude. So it's very difficult to explore south, and nobody has ever kept going south. You can ask me why. I don't know. No one that thinks
but
the Earth's a globe has done that either.
but it wouldn't be it the easiest thing to prove that the Earth is flat? You're just flying south, and then
Yeah, no
sometimes,
one's ever
you
done it.
know.
No one's ever done it. Isn't
But
that
why?
crazy?
It would be
Because
the
you can't
easiest
fly
thing or
south.
not? Wouldn't be it the easiest thing to do that
Because you
to
can't
prove
fly
that the Earth
south.
is flat?
He just told you can't fly south. So why would it be the easiest thing to do if you cannot fly south? Why would that be the easiest?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. There's a treaty called the Antarctic Treaty. Okay, you're not allowed to just keep flying south. There was a Chinese guy recently that was in Chile, and he was flying his little plane, and he decided that he would fly to Antarctica without a permit, and he got arrested and locked up. People have tried crossing the 60-degree south line with a boat, and then a big warship turns up and sends a drone over and screams at them to turn around. You're not allowed to freely travel past 60 degrees south. You need a very strict permit, or you need to go on an organized tour, or you need to get a job at a particular base, in Antarctica. So no one has ever just got on a plane or got on a boat and then gone south and just kept going. Because, right, think about this. Tons of people have gone east to west, right? And they've done a circumnavigation east to west and kind of come back to where they started. Tons of people have done that, and that works on a globe, and it also works on a flat Earth. But if you go
Why?
north to south, right, that would only work on a globe. If you did a circumnavigation north to south, you couldn't do that on a flat Earth. Okay, but no one's ever done it.
When you're starting at east and flying to west, you can't come back where you started. That's not possible when the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it is. It is. Have a look in the
Why
side chat.
why is it possible, bro?
Because east and west are circles around a pole, around a north pole. So east is a circle and west is a circle if the Earth's a globe, or if you're doing it on a flat surface. So think about this, right? Let's say we have a football field and we put a big magnet in the middle of the football field, and then we have a compass. The compass is going to point towards the magnet. And if you want to keep going east, you're going to have to go in a big circle, and you're going to come back to where you started. You're going to have to keep correcting towards the north to keep going east. You're going to do a
Why
circle,
can't
and you're
I?
going to come back to where you... Sorry?
Why when I bro I don't understand. Like when I'm starting at east and I want to go to west, then I just go to west, and then I can't go back to the place I started when the Earth is flat.
No. You can, because east and west are circles. Do you agree that east and west are circles
He's
or
not
not?
looking in the side chat.
You look in the side chat. I'll show you. Okay, so that's what it looks like on a flat
Is there
surface.
a photo or something like that?
Yeah, there's a GIF in the side chat posted
Wait.
by Professor Triangle.
Wait.
Okay, so have a
Yeah,
look
which
at
has
Oh.
been
that.
an inevitable consequence of having directions relative to a
Okay,
pole.
thanks. Wait, I'm
Yeah,
looking at it.
have a look at this. Okay, this is what east is on a globe. Okay, these planes are going east. Okay, and then if they keep going in a circle, right? So if you're going east, you have to keep correcting, right? So if these planes were going, they'd have to keep turning the steering wheel left, right? And then they would go around in a circle and come back to where they started again. So if you just flatten that out, then it's still the same thing. So on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth, you could do an east to west circumnavigation. Now, look at the longitude lines there. If those planes were going
Okay.
north, if they were, so if you started in the north with the plane and you started going south and the Earth was flat, you wouldn't be able to go around and come back to where you started because it's a flat surface, right? It wouldn't work. But on a globe, you would go around, you would go over Antarctica, and then you would come back around and you would come back to where you started again. But no one's ever done that because the Earth's not a globe. Make sense?
Yeah, like half because I don't understand that much because German. But
Oh, you're good, man.
it's interesting to hear.
Yeah.
I like talking about things like that, but it's interesting to hear everyone's thinking of the world.
Cool. Yeah, well, we're just here to give people a better understanding of where we're coming from and asking them to, if you want to look at the information, here it is. Make up your own mind about it.
Is the moon and the sun also a flat thing also?
No, we're not claiming that, right? And when you say, okay, you've been taught your whole life that outer space is a big giant vacuum, and then you've got all of these planets and stars that are spheres floating around in the vacuum, orbiting around, right? And that you're on one of those things, and that's called the Earth. And then when you hear about flat Earth, you still think about that universe that you've been taught, and then you try to fit the flat Earth inside that globe model of the universe as a flat planet. That's why people ask the question, what about the other planets? What about the stars, right? But we're not saying that the Earth is a flat planet in the heliocentric globe Earth version of outer space. You could think of the surface of the Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. And then the things that are in the sky are nothing like the Earth. Okay, the moon, let's just say maybe it's a sphere. Okay, we can't prove exactly what shape it is, but it looks kind of like a sphere to me. The Earth doesn't have any similar characteristics to the moon. Okay, it's completely different. That's like looking at a tree and wondering why you're not a tree. Because it's just completely different. It doesn't share any characteristics that the moon has. Okay, it's completely different. It's the ground, right? That's like looking at your ground on your floor in your room and then looking at a round light on your ceiling and saying, "Oh, I'm standing on a light bulb shaped floor." No, completely different thing.
I was scrolling a bit through the chat on this channel and I saw a video from Red Bull Edge of Space, and when I'm looking at it, it looks like that the Earth is like it's not looking flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so in that video, they're using a fisheye lens. So even when he's down on the ground, when he looks around, it looks like it's curving just the same. Now, if you watch the footage closely, you'll see
Yeah,
that.
I see it.
Yeah, you'll see it
When
warping around.
it's
It's
like
just a fisheye lens.
yeah.
Because
He's jumping down, and
yeah,
the Earth. I see it now. I have a perfect. The Earth The Earth is going in the other direction now because of the lens. I know what
exactly.
you mean. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. They're doing it because that it looks like that probably.
Well, I guess they want to make it look, because it's marketing company, they want to make it look like they're really, really, really high, up in the air. Because if they did it with a normal lens, they would just see a flat horizon, and it wouldn't look like that.
Yeah. Okay. No.
Yeah, I'll show you what it looks like without the fisheye lens from that
Shouldn't
same
the
height.
Earth be spinning underneath him though when he's up in the air? Like if he looks down, shouldn't it be like going by him?
But the Earth is not spinning so fast. Or?
1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, so how long was he up there for? Going up and then getting in the capsule and then getting ready and then jumping out. You know, I bet he was up there for a decent amount of time. But regardless of that, here's what it looks like without a fisheye lens from that same height. This is from a weather balloon footage.
Mm.
And this doesn't prove the Earth's flat either, right? This is
Yeah. So when I see this, I would think that it looks like that the Earth is a flat circle. It looks like it when I see it. So
well, this is the thing. This is the way our perspective works. We can see the same distance in every direction when we look around. Let's say you went out into the middle of the ocean on a boat, and then you looked out in one direction. Just say you could see 5 miles. Okay, and then you turned around and you look out that direction. Every direction that you look, you're going to see 5 miles. So if you do a circle, you'll see 5 miles in every direction, and that's going to make a big circle of vision. So we kind of see in a circle because we can see the same distance in all directions.
someone posted a photo, and on the right photo, it looks like that the ground, what is showing there, is curving. You know what? You see it?
No tanks?
Yeah, here.
You there, no tanks? You posted it.
It's just showing a view inside the capsule and outside with the fisheye lens.
Yeah, so you can see that when you have a look at the bottom pictures. Okay, so the right-hand picture, that's just before he jumped out of the capsule. So from the camera that's not a fisheye lens, inside the capsule, we can see it looks like a flat horizon. And on the left picture, he's on the ground in the capsule, and it still looks like the horizon. Well, it looks like the horizon's curving a bit or something there. So yeah, it's a pretty confusing picture that you put in, no tanks. Now I don't know what the top two pictures are as well. Are they CGI or something or what? But yeah, look, at the end of the day, he's using a fisheye lens. It doesn't prove anything either way, and it's not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, even if it was a globe. So even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the that black guy that's on all of the science shows, famous astrophysicist, even he says that you wouldn't see the curvature from the height of this Red Bull jump, even if the Earth was a globe. Even double the height,